Grasping Evil Chapter 378 to Chapter 406. In the middle of the night, Ning Fan stood in the guest house of the Dragon Determining Valley. Of course, there was a guest house. Even though Elder Chu lived alone in the thatched cottage, the guest house of the Dragon Determining Valley was meticulously prepared. The Dragon Determining Valley was the #1 sect in the Snow Country. There were 1 million members in the sect. Naturally, most of them were in the Snow Country outside the valley. Only a few mute servants were left in the guest house. Dragon Determining Valley Lord Chu Chang'an. Chu Chang'an is a loner. He has a bad temper towards everyone, but he is straightforward. If I have enough strength, I can make friends with him. Prince Hong Yun Jinghong. This person is narrow-minded and his methods are vicious. He wanted to kill me just because he heard my name. This person must be extremely conceited. Among the Void Fragmentation Realm experts of the Rain Palace, only the 6th Heavenly Layer Divine Emperor Realm experts can obtain the title. However, he called himself Hong Yun. I suppose he is determined to break through to the 6th Heavenly Layer and become a Divine Emperor Realm expert. In the snowy night, Ning Fan stood outside the building and muttered to himself. He was analyzing the 2 Void Fragmentation Realm experts that he met during the day. Even though he was still confused when Yun Tianjue brought him here, he still needed to understand the other party's temperament. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy would allow one to deal with things with ease. There were still some things that he did not understand. For example, what was the use of the dragon blood? Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out 3 jade pots. Each of them contained the so-called dragon blood. After scanning the contents of the jade pots with his spirit sense, Ning Fan's frown deepened. This dragon blood was called blood, but it was not. If Ning Fan refined these 3 pots of dragon blood, he could increase his magic power by at least 5,000 units. If it is mixed with pills, if he uses the blood to refine pills, it would increase his magic power by at least 10,000 units. If it is brewed into wine like what Yun Tianjue did, it might increase his magic power by more than 15,000 units. This dragon blood might be the legendary medicinal blood. It is used to raise demon beasts and extract their blood to nourish their blood using special methods. The demon blood raised by cultivators will naturally not be refined directly. It must be used to make medicine or wine. That is why it is called medicinal blood. This dragon blood is probably an extremely high-grade medicinal blood. If Senior Yun Tianjue didn't bring me here, I definitely wouldn't have known that I would be promoted to a revered elder and obtain medicinal blood. If I can borrow Senior Yun Tianjue's blood gourd and use it to brew wine, how wonderful would that be? But Senior Yun Tianjue? It wasn't of a high grade, but it had a wonderful effect. I'm sure Senior Yun won't lend me the blood gourd. According to Senior Yun's words, I will head to the Blood Dragon Pool tomorrow. I believe that is the place where the blood is nurtured. It seems that this place is rather dangerous, but have I not encountered enough dangers along the way? Ning Fan took a deep breath and his eyes gradually calmed down. Then, he recalled some of the secret news that he had heard during the day. Sinful imprint, crippled arm, for a woman, indifference, cruelty, brother-killing, ingratitude. As Ning Fan described Yun Tianjue, he seemed to have a better understanding of him. In Ning Fan's opinion, the reason why Yun Tianjue killed him was because of a woman. To be able to anger the cold and emotionless Yun Tianjue, that woman was definitely very important to him. Perhaps the 4th prince had injured that woman, and that was why he had died. Ning Fan definitely did not like to pry into other people's privacy. However, he had a good impression of this Yun Tianjue and was slightly concerned about him. Thinking about it again, that Yun Jinghong had claimed that Yun Tianjue had forsaken his emotions to cultivate the sword, forgetting everything, even his beloved daughter. In that case, it was not surprising that he had forgotten about a passerby, Ning Qian. Ning Qian. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly showed some self-reproach. He was not looking for Ning Qian because he missed her. He did not have a mother since he was young. He did not miss his mother whom he had never met. He just felt a little ashamed and worried. He was ashamed because as a son, he could not even predict his mother's life and death. He was truly a son in vain. He was worried because Ning Qian's birth destiny was concealed by someone. Ning Fan found it hard to imagine what kind of expert could conceal a cultivator's birth destiny. Could it be that Ning Qian was also tricked by a true immortal? In my memory, my surname is Yun. The divination of the Dongsu realm also showed that I need to look for Yun Tianjue in order to find Ning Qian. From this, it can be inferred that my father is also a member of the Rain Palace. My mother and my birth destiny have both been affected. Perhaps it is not a coincidence. Could it be that my parents have offended someone which resulted in this disaster? Perhaps there are also enemies in the Rain Palace. In the future, I can't look for Ning Qian openly. Ning Fan was silent. After some deliberation, he decided not to mention Ning Qian's name to anyone. Yun Tianjue had already asked her but to no avail. If there is a chance in the future, I will ask Yun Ruowei. Other than these two people, Ning Fan would not mention Ning Qian's name to a third person. Hee. Isn't this revered Ming? I didn't expect that the revered devil who has killed countless people would also have the interest to enjoy the snow. How ridiculous. A few mocking voices sounded from the wind and snow. Gradually, 4 figures walked out from the snow. The 4 of them looked at Ning Fan with disdain. They were none other than the 4 divine transformation realm experts he saw during the day. All 4 of them had white beards and white hair. Their bone ages were already more than 3,000 years old. All of them were at the half-step void refinement realm. Who are you? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. The revered 5 elements of the Vermilion Heaven Palace. The 4 of them answered with cold smiles. Revered 5 elements, Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly serious. After he became a revered elder, he deliberately gathered a lot of information about the Rain Palace. He joined the Great Heaven Palace and his subordinate was Yun Tianjue, a void fragmentation realm expert. As for Revered Flame, he was a revered elder of the Scarlet Heaven Palace and his subordinate was Yun Jinghong. In the Scarlet Heaven Palace, Revered Flame was the fire cultivator with the highest potential. Naturally, he was highly valued by the Rain Palace. The 5 strongest revered elders of the Scarlet Heaven Palace were the revered 5 elements elders. Revered Flame was the one with the lowest bone age. However, he had a cultivation base at the peak divine transformation realm and his combat power was extremely high. The 4 people in front of Ning Fan were the other 4 revered elders. Revered Gold, Revered Wood, Revered Earth and Revered Water. In the Endless Sea, a half-step void refinement realm expert would be the supreme being of the internal sea. However, in the Rain Palace, a half-step void refinement realm expert would only be a high-level revered elder. When he thought of that, Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly gloomy. Could it be that the 4 of them came here in the middle of the night because of Revered Flame? You are Zhou Ming? Inextinguishable fire body, what a great name. Only Yun Yan would be cursed to death by you. I have to say, you've done a good deed. Now that you've killed Yun Yan, the 4 of us will rise in status in the Scarlet Heaven Palace. Ning Fan glanced at the 4 of them from the corner of his eyes. He had overestimated them. Indeed, the 4 of them seemed to be here to cause him trouble. However, their purpose was not to seek revenge for Revered Flame. Hand over the 3 pots of dragon blood. Otherwise. Humph. Revered Gold took a step forward. With a twist of his left hand, a ray of golden light was shot towards Ning Fan. His speed was not any slower than Ning Fan's. That ray of golden light was clearly the light of the heavenly dwelling. It seemed like he wanted to take Ning Fan into the treasure of the heavenly dwelling and bully him. Ning Fan's eyes turned gloomy. He did not dodge and allowed Revered Gold to take him away. In a heavenly dwelling that was filled with rolling thunder, Ning Fan stood upright without any fear. He was surrounded by 4 revered elders. Each of them had a cold smile on their faces. Jin Zun, in particular, was holding a golden ring in his hand. He seemed to be very proud of himself. It seemed like this heavenly dwelling was created by that golden ring. Zhou Ming. Hand over the 3 pots of dragon blood and we will only shatter your primordial spirit. We won't kill you. Revered Gold said, not allowing Ning Fan to refuse. Shatter my primordial spirit? You think you can do that? Ning Fan closed his eyes. His expression turned even colder. It turned out that even if he came to the Rain Palace, he would still be bullied without strength and background. With his current strength, he could come and go as he pleased in this heavenly dwelling. Since he purposely entered this heavenly dwelling, he did not have a kind heart. When the four revered elders saw that Ning Fan did not know what was good for him, their eyes were filled with anger. At the same time, they made hand seals and attacked. Earth Primordial Sword. Lightning Dao Whip. Minor Ice Abyss Technique. Wind Death Technique. The techniques that the four of them displayed were all peak Divine Transformation Realm techniques. Zhou Ming, you can break Yunyan's flames with your indestructible fire body, but you can't break our techniques. Revered Gold said with disdain. Is that so? Earth Collapse. Lightning Destruction. Ice Shatter. Wind Scatter. Ning Fan clawed at the air. 5-10,000 Xianxia * 3, 33 M per Zhang, tall black dragon tombstones suddenly appeared in the sky. Clearly, he was displaying the 5 tombstones of dragons, with the help of Fu Li's blood and vast magic power. The power of this technique was not any weaker than a half-step void technique. The 5 tombstones could bury 5 dragons. It could break the 5 elements and seal a cultivator's incarnation and primordial spirit. This technique could even break Xianxia's 5 elements devil's sound. It was easy for it to break 4 peak divine transformation realm techniques. Boom ***. As the 5 tombstones fell, the techniques of the 4 revered beings were forcibly broken. Waves of magic power spread out in all directions. The 4 revered beings' faces were filled with astonishment. They recognized that the technique that Ning Fan displayed was actually the secret technique of the Black Dragon clan. The Black Dragon did not belong to the 5 elements. The 5 tombstones could break the 5 elements in the world. However, this technique had long been lost. Why did Ning Fan have this technique? From the 4 revered beings' point of view, even if Ning Fan accidentally obtained this technique, he was neither a demon nor a demon cultivator with the ancestral blood of the Black Dragon. How could he display this technique? They could not figure it out. However, this technique was clearly capable of restraining all 5 elements in the world. Unless the opponent's cultivation level was higher than this technique, all 5 elements' magic techniques would be completely restrained. Boom ***. When the 5 tombstones fell, the 4 revered beings felt like they were being crushed by a mountain. They could not move at all. They coughed out mouthfuls of blood and tried their best to break the tombstones. However, their hearts were filled with astonishment. The 4 half-step Void Refinement Realm experts were actually severely injured by Ning Fan in a single move. Other than Void Refinement Realm old monsters, who else could injure 4 half-step Void Refinement Realm experts in a single move? This Ning Fan's strength is somewhat terrifying. He's just a peak Divine Transformation Realm expert. Could it be that his combat power is already comparable to a Void Refinement Realm expert? This is bad. We need to leave this heavenly dwelling quickly. We are no match for him. We will be killed by him here. The 4 of them were terrified. If Ning Fan smashed the tombstones again, the 4 of them could not guarantee their survival. Don't you think it's a little too late to leave? A pair of purple wings suddenly appeared on Ning Fan's back. When he flapped them, he disappeared without a trace. At the next moment, a drop of thick ink spread out in front of the 4 revered beings, drawing them into the thick ink. Black Torrent Spirit Splitting Technique. Ning Fan's spirit sense was already at the Void Refinement Realm. Naturally, his incarnation strength also rose to the same level. The power of this Black Torrent Spirit Splitting Technique also increased tremendously. How could half-step Void Refinement Realm experts resist it? Perhaps it was very difficult to improve one's cultivation level. However, there might be shortcuts to improving one's spirit sense. Even though Ning Fan's cultivation level had yet to reach the Void Refinement Realm, as long as his spirit sense breaks through, he would also possess Void Refinement Realm combat power. What kind of magic technique is this? It's basically a Void Refinement Realm attack. Ah! As the black sword light swept across, the 4 of them were instantly crushed into pieces. When the blood mist dispersed, Ning Fan reformed his physical body. His white robes were untainted by even a speck of dust. In his hands were 4 storage pouches and 4 primordial spirits. Killing others and seizing their treasures? Who wouldn't do that? When it comes to killing others and seizing their treasures, Ning Fan was the expert. When he scanned the storage pouches of the 4 of them, he could not help but frown. There were only tens of millions of immortal jades in them. Ning Fan frowned. It seems like the revered elders of the Rain Palace have an extremely low salary compared to the devil cultivators who went around killing others to earn money. Even though there were only a few immortal jades, their pills, cultivation methods and magic treasures were all top-notch. The revered elders of the Rain Palace may not have a high salary, but the benefits they received were exceptionally good. It was enough to make one green with envy. If there's some gray income, it would definitely be faster than earning money in the sea of blood of the devil cultivators. At the spot where the four of them died, traces of golden light slowly condensed into a Dao fruit. It seemed to be left behind by a dead golden venerate. It fell on Ning Fan's palm. He had obtained a Dao fruit after just killing four of them. His luck was getting better and better. Other than this Dao fruit, Ning Fan actually had another unexpected gain. After the blood mist dispersed, a cloud of white cold qi slowly condensed. It was actually a cloud of heavenly frost cold qi. This heavenly frost cold qi was called Divine Frost Soul. It was ranked third among the 12 types of cold qi. It probably belonged to venerated water. It was another unexpected gain. Seeing Ning Fan casually taking away their storage pouches and supreme treasures, the four primordial spirits were filled with shock, anger and fear. Zizhou Ming. You can't snatch our treasures. You can't kill us either. Otherwise, Prince Jinghong will certainly know that you're the one who killed us. With his personality, he definitely won't let you walk out of the Dragon Determining Valley alive. Thank you for your reminder. Ning Fan sneered. He patted his storage pouch and chanted. Puppets. Appear. All of a sudden, 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets appeared in front of him, frightening the four of them. 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets? Ning Fan actually has 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets with him. Adding his own combat power, he would be able to handle 4 Void Refinement Realm experts with ease. The 4 of them were just half-step Void Refinement Realm experts. Yet, they dared to find trouble with Ning Fan. They were basically courting death. What do you want? The 4 of them became even more frightened. They were certain that Ning Fan would not dare to kill them, but they did not think that Ning Fan would let them go. You're right. It's unwise to kill all of you now. After leaving the Dragon Determining Valley, I'll kill all of you. Who would know that I'm the one who killed the 4 of you? Soul search. Ning Fan showed no mercy and directly searched their souls. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the 4 of them became idiots. Ning Fan handed them to the spiritual puppets and sealed them. Once they leave the Dragon Determining Valley, he would let the spiritual puppets devour their primordial spirits. The 4 of them were revered Elder Yu Dian. But so what? Ning Fan never liked being bullied by others. Since the 4 of them wanted to destroy his primordial spirits, he would kill them. As long as he did it secretly and did not let Yun Jinghong know about it, it would be fine. As for the tokens that were related to their identities, Ning Fan discarded them in this heavenly dwelling space. A wisp of purple golden mist rose from the tip of his finger. When he waved it at the sky, it separated the heavenly dwelling space. Then, he took a step forward and returned to the outside world. His baleful qi did not leak out at all. Obviously, he had already cultivated his baleful qi to an extremely high level. After a night of indifferently sweeping through the wind and snow, the sky was about to brighten. Ning Fan turned around, intending to return to his room. All of a sudden, a voice sounded from a place where no one was around. Did you kill them? This voice appeared without any warning. It clearly showed the scene of Ning Fan and the 4 of them leaving. Ning Fan was inwardly shocked. However, when he saw the person who was hiding, he could not help but feel relieved. This person was none other than Yun Tianjue. Since Yun Tianjue had already guessed that Ning Fan had killed the 4 of them, Ning Fan would not deny it. Since Yun Tianjue did not get along well with Yun Jinghong, he probably would not blame him for killing Yun Jinghong's juniors. I only destroyed their physical bodies. Their primordial spirits are still intact. However, once they leave the Dragon Determining Valley, they will die. Ning Fan admitted. Very good. Since they hit you, you should hit them back. Since they wanted to kill you, you should kill them back. You are a member of my great heaven palace. It is not their place to bully you. Yun Tianjue's tone was cold and indifferent. However, his words warmed Ning Fan's heart. He did not expect that the infamous sword devil would also protect his own. Ning Fan had only experienced this kind of feeling from old devil. Today, he felt it again from Yun Tianjue. Seeing that Ning Fan was not in danger, Yun Tianjue coldly turned around and intended to leave. However, he was stopped by Ning Fan. He would certainly obtain a lot of dragon snow during this trip. However, in order to maximize the medicinal effect of the dragon blood, he needed one thing. That was to brew blood into wine. "Senior, can you lend me your blood gourd for a while?" As soon as Ning Fan said that, he was stunned. What happened to him? He actually dared to make a request of Sword Devil. It was a very strange feeling. He rarely asked for help from others and would never ask for anything from others. However, he said that in an extremely casual manner, as if it was a matter of course. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Ning Fan shook his head with a wry smile, regretting his slip of the tongue. "Didn't you see how Yun Jinghong was beaten like a dog when he asked Sword Devil for his blood gourd?" Yun Tianjue halted his steps. His eyes turned gloomy. He hated it the most when people made requests of him. However, when he saw Ning Fan's wry smile, his eyes gradually softened. After pondering for a while, he understood what Ning Fan wanted. "You want to brew blood wine?" "No." This junior made a slip of the tongue. "I definitely won't dare to have any thoughts about Senior's blood gourd." Ning Fan shook his head. He did not think that Sword Devil would borrow something from others. It was already rare for him not to rob others. Yun Tianjue frowned. He was a loner. He would never talk to anyone more than 3 sentences, let alone share a table and drink wine with anyone. Anyone who made a request of him or asked for treasures would be sent flying by a single sword strike from him. Despite Yun Tianjue's indifference, he had a good impression of Ning Fan. This young man was a little to his liking. If it wasn't for that, he definitely would not share a drink with Ning Fan, let alone bring a stranger to the dragon-determining valley from afar and openly disobey the Rain Sovereign's order to help Ning Fan obtain the dragon blood. He was not a kind person and he would never nurture his juniors. Ning Fan was the first one. "Take it." Yun Tianjue casually tossed a blood gourd to Ning Fan and disappeared into the wind and snow, leaving behind a cold sentence. "It takes 10 years to brew blood wine. You must return this gourd to me after using it." Ning Fan was stunned. The Sword Devil, who was rumored to be cold and heartless, was actually so easygoing. Holding the blood gourd, Ning Fan gently shook it. There was at least a lot of blood wine inside, less than 7 mouthfuls. "There's also blood wine inside." Ning Fan opened his mouth to ask but was interrupted by an impatient voice. "It's yours." In the depths of the wind and snow, Yun Tianjue said impatiently. "Don't embarrass me in the blood pool tomorrow." "Yes." Ning Fan cupped his fists and bowed. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Even though Yun Tianjue's reputation was bad, was his reputation good? It was not surprising that there would often be mistakes when judging people based on rumors. "With this blood gourd and the blood wine, I wonder if I can break through to the void refinement realm in one go after 10 years. 1/2, to be continued. It was a bright night. Ning Fan spent the whole night meditating on the bed. His essence, qi, and spirit were all at their peak. He pushed the door open and saw a mute servant waiting for him in the snowstorm. It seemed like he was going to bring him somewhere. With a sweep of his divine perception, he noticed that he was the only one left in the guest house, and Yun Tianjue was nowhere to be found. Ning Fan thought to himself that Yun Tianjue had probably gone to the blood dragon pool in advance. He did not ask too many questions and followed the mute servant out of the guest house. There was already a void refinement realm bull lying on the ground outside the door. The beast was 50,000 feet tall, and there was a pavilion on its back. It seemed to be a beast for cultivators to ride on. There were more than 10 young men sitting on the back of the Kuei ox. It was difficult to see their faces through the mortal void grade sense isolation formation. Ning Fan did not activate his demon eyes to probe the area forcefully. Instead, he leaped onto the back of the demonic beast. He believed that he would have to rely on this beast to head to the blood dragon pool today. To be able to have a void refinement realm bull as his mount, this dragon deciding valley lord must be really generous. What astonished Ning Fan even more was the restriction placed inside the body of this void refinement realm Kuei bull. It wasn't an ordinary thought restriction. It was a demon restriction. Only those who are proficient in demon cultivation techniques can plant the demon forbidden spell. Ning Fan thought to himself. Could it be that the Valley Lord of the Dragon Determining Valley is an expert in the demon Tao? Even though it was difficult for humans to cultivate in the demon cultivation realm, it was not impossible. There were quite a number of humans like Ning Fan and the demon sealing sect who cultivated in the demon cultivation realm. The moment Ning Fan got on its back, the void refinement realm Kuei Ox instinctively revealed a look of fear. Despite being a dignified void refinement realm Kuei Nyo, he actually felt a wave of fear and panic when he came into close contact with Ning Fan. It was the deterrence that originated from his bloodline. Only the Kuei Nyo who had a high level of intelligence could sense it. For ordinary blood beasts, unless Ning Fan emitted his aura force, they would definitely not be able to sense his identity as the Fuli demon ancestor, Mu. The void refinement realm Kuei Nyo, who was usually extremely hot-tempered and arrogant to its guests, actually let out a respectful cry after Ning Fan got on its back. In an instant, the faces of the dozen or so cultivators in the pavilion changed. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that this Kuei Nyo was trying to please Ning Fan. But how is this possible? A void refinement realm ferocious beast trying to please a divine transformation realm cultivator? You are venerable Ming? A voice that was hard to tell whether it was happy or angry was heard. Then, the sense isolation formation dispersed. The one who spoke was a middle-aged Confucian scholar with a mid-divine transformation realm cultivation base. As soon as he saw Ning Fan, he immediately rose to his feet and cupped his fists to welcome him. You are? Ning Fan walked into the pavilion and asked. He, I am the revered elder of the Serene Heaven Palace, Yu Bai. These are the revered elders of my Serene Heaven Palace. The middle-aged scholar introduced with a smile. So it's fellow Taoist you. Ning Fan cupped his fists to return the greeting and nodded at each of the divine transformation realm venerated elders. There were a total of 13 divine transformation realm cultivators in this place. 5 of them were at the early divine transformation realm, 3 were at the mid-divine transformation realm, 2 were at the late divine transformation realm, 2 were at the peak divine transformation realm, and 1 was at the half-step void refinement realm. The Serene Heaven Palace was Chu Chong An's force, and these revered elders were under Chu Chong An's command. It seemed like this group of revered elders were going to enter the Blood Dragon Pool together with Ning Fan to gain experience. That Chu Chang'an must have paid a great price to activate the Blood Dragon Pool. Not only did he invite the Scarlet Heaven Palace to enter, but he also had the venerated elders of the Scarlet Heaven Palace draw their blood to temper themselves. Although it was a selfish move, the opening of the Blood Dragon Pool this time was an exception. Chu Chang'an was forced by Yun Tianjue to open it. According to Chu Chang'an's personality, if he could not resist, he would accept it calmly and maximize his benefits. When the group of venerated elders of the Serene Heaven Palace saw that Ning Fan was still calm even when facing the 13 divine transformation realm experts, most of them secretly admired his bearing. However, there were also 2 or 3 of them who had a strange expression on their faces. They were communicating with each other through telepathy as if they were dissatisfied with Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not pay attention to these people. The strength that he revealed was at the peak divine transformation realm. His strongest battle record was that he killed Revered Yen with his indestructible fire body. Revered Yen was also considered as a first-rate expert in the Scarlet Heaven Palace. Since Ning Fan was able to kill Revered Yen, no one would dare to look down on him. Last night, the 4 revered elders of the 5 elements had underestimated Ning Fan. The consequence of that was death. Fellow Taoist Joe, please have a seat. Fellow Taoist is really extraordinary. You actually made Kuei Nyo act so respectfully. Other than Void Fragmentation Realm seniors, this is the first time I've seen someone who has such an aura. You flatter me. Fellow Taoist's bearing is really extraordinary. I'm afraid that the profound cultivation technique of the Confucian sect is already on the verge of achieving a breakthrough. In just 200 to 300 years of hard work, breaking through to the late divine transformation realm is just a matter of time. Ning Fan took his seat and said with a smile. However, Yu Bai was extremely surprised. Fellow Taoist, you have good eyesight. I have never told anyone about the fact that my profound cultivation technique is on the verge of achieving a breakthrough. Even the revered elders of the same palace do not know about it. However, fellow Taoist was able to see through it with just a glance. It really surprises me. Indeed, rumors are not trustworthy. The rumors that Yu Bai mentioned were naturally Ning Fan's notorious reputation. Some people said that he was lecherous, bloodthirsty, and had no conscience. In short, there were not many good rumors about Ning Fan in the Rain Palace. In the impression of the Divine Transformation Realm experts, Ning Fan was just a murderous devil. That was all. Therefore, when Ning Fan arrived, the few late Divine Transformation Realm experts, Peak Divine Transformation Realm experts and Half-Step Void Refinement Realm experts did not welcome him in order to avoid embarrassing their status. Only Yu Bai, who was a kind person, stood up to welcome him to avoid embarrassing the guests. His notorious reputation was also because there were a few people who did not care about Ning Fan at all. However, Ning Fan was able to see through the progress of Yu Bai's profound cultivation technique with just a few words. Such sharp eyesight was enough to prove that his Tao comprehension was profound. He was a first-class cultivator who cultivated painstakingly. Since he was a cultivator who cultivated painstakingly, his heart would certainly be like a boulder. He would purify his mind and nourish his character. How could he be lecherous and bloodthirsty? Most of the rumors in the outside world were just rumors. As such, Yu Bai was not the only one who became more enthusiastic. A few revered elders at the late stage, peak stage, and half-step void refinement realm also began to come over to chat with Ning Fan. They could not tell. They could not tell that Ning Fan was a devil lord at all. His smile was easygoing, his eyes were deep, his aura was graceful, and his body was upright, which made people gasp in admiration at first sight. This was the direct change after the fusion of the three intents. Ning Fan's temperament had undergone a fundamental change. He put on a black cloak and turned into a devil. He took off his black cloak and hid the devil in his heart. If he did not kill anyone, no one would know about his ferocious nature. The cultivation of the devil path had already reached an extremely high level. After a round of conversation, everyone was easily convinced by Ning Fan's way of talking. From their conversations, Ning Fan also learned that this Kuan Yo was going to the Blood Dragon Pool. The place where the Blood Dragon Pool was located was called the Blood River. It was a swamp filled with blood mist and was quite dangerous. There were even many Divine Transformation Realm and Void Refinement Realm ferocious beasts that had yet to be tamed. Only Void Fragmentation Realm old monsters would dare to enter alone. Divine Transformation Realm juniors like Ning Fan could only enter by riding on the Kuan Yo. This Kuan Yo was a Void Refinement Realm being after all. With its protection, as long as the Divine Transformation Realm cultivators behaved themselves, they would basically not be in any danger. The Blood River, huh? Ning Fan pondered inwardly while pretending to be polite to the Divine Transformation Realm cultivators. For some unknown reason, the closer he got to the Blood River and the closer he got to the Dragon Deciding Valley, the more strange he felt. Especially the Blood Dragon Demon sword that seemed to be in a deep slumber in his storage pouch. It was trembling gently and emitting a hint of excitement. Ning Fan was suddenly enlightened. He finally understood what the strange feeling that he had been having since he entered the Dragon Deciding Valley was. Dragon Deciding Valley. Blood Dragon Pool. Blood River, could it be that there is a blood dragon in this place? Could the so-called dragon blood be related to the blood dragon? The corner of Ning Fan's lips curled into a smile. If it is really related to the blood dragon, I wonder if I can get some extra benefits with the blood dragon demon sword. After tasting spiritual tea and consuming spiritual fruits, the group of revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace had a pleasant conversation with Ning Fan. In the past, Ning Fan had to be cautious even when facing an early Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. Today, however, his cultivation base had already reached such a level. It really made them sigh with admiration. However, just as the guests and the host were enjoying themselves, a slightly discordant female voice let out a soft snort. Humph. Venerated Ming, you have great means. You are famous among the devil sects in the Endless Sea. You are also talking with confidence and composure among the righteous cultivators of my Rain Palace. You really have the upper hand. I wonder if Venerated Ming has heard of this saying before. There are people who like everyone in the world and there are people who hate them. Those who can make people like them are not necessarily good people. Those who can make people hate them are also not necessarily evil people. However, those who can make both good and evil people like them must be cunning people. The person who spoke was a young lady with delicate and pretty features. Her hair was tied into a ponytail. She was not wearing any pink embroidery. Instead, she was wearing silver armor which made her look like a female general. However, she had a petite figure which could not hide her beauty. The young lady had an early divine transformation realm cultivation base and it seemed like she had just broken through to the early divine transformation realm not long ago. Her elegant brows which carried a hint of heroic spirit slightly raised and she gave Ning Fan a sidelong glance with disdain. She actually dared to call Ning Fan a cunning person. Chong don't be rude. Yu Bai's eyes darkened. He immediately cupped his fists and apologized to Ning Fan awkwardly. This is my younger sister, Yu Chong. She has always been cultivating in the Yu clan. She doesn't know the rules and offended venerated Ming with her words. She definitely doesn't mean any harm. Please calm down, venerated Ming. Yu Bai smiled bitterly in his mind. Even if Ning Fan was really a cunning person, he did not dare to make sarcastic remarks in front of everyone. After all, Ning Fan was a peak divine transformation realm expert. He could choose not to be on good terms with him but he must not become enemies with him. Moreover, Yu Bai already admired Ning Fan from the few words they exchanged. He did not think that Ning Fan was a cunning person at all. Therefore, he was naturally very displeased with Yu Chong-er's rude remarks. He was afraid that Ning Fan would get angry because of it. Ning Fan's gaze swept across Yu Chong-er indifferently. He shook his head with a smile. It's all right. It's rare for your younger sister to be frank and frank. As long as she doesn't mean any harm by saying those words, I won't hold it against her for fellow Daoist Yu's sake even if it's a little unpleasant. Hee. Thank you for your magnanimity, fellow Daoist Zhou. Chong-er, why aren't you coming over and apologizing to venerated Ming? Yu Bai's eyes turned serious. Humph. Who would apologize to him? All of you are afraid of him. That's why you don't dare to speak ill of him. I, Yu Chong-er, am not afraid of him. My master is Xianxia, one of the 4 great void fragmentation realm experts. I'm not afraid of any perverted thief or devil cultivator. The little girl glared at Ning Fan angrily. Humph. How could I be wrong? Ning Fan is obviously an evil person. The little girl did not have any other strong points but she was born with a keen sense of baleful qi. She could clearly feel that the baleful qi in Ning Fan's body was earth-shattering. Perhaps he must have slaughtered hundreds of divine transformation realm experts to have such frightening baleful qi. Yu Chong'er knew that Ning Fan must be a great devil lord. He must be pretending to be easygoing. He must be extremely dangerous. He was obviously a devil cultivator, but he still insisted on joining the Rain Palace. He wanted to cleanse his name and walk the righteous path. Wasn't that cunning? Yu Chong'er was born in the Yu clan. Ever since she was young, she had been the pearl of the clan. Moreover, she was doted on by a void fragmentation realm expert. However, her disposition was also pure and kind. Normally, she was quite chivalrous, unlike other righteous cultivators who only talk nonsense. Naturally, she did not like Ning Fan, the great devil lord. She was not good at pretending. She just did not like him. However, she did not expect that even her elder brother would not stand on her side and help Ning Fan instead after she told him the truth. It really made her angry. You can continue pretending. I, Yu Chong'er, will never fall for your tricks. Yu Chong'er transmitted her voice to Ning Fan in dissatisfaction. Ning Fan directly ignored her. With his temperament, he was too lazy to bicker with a little girl. Yes, his easygoing manner was indeed part of his disguise. If it was his original appearance, perhaps he would be as cold as ice to this group of unfamiliar cultivators. However, most of the time, disguises were not out of malice. They were just forced by life. Everyone had a mask. They either wore it or took it off. Ning Fan was not a good person. However, he did not hold any grudges against the Serene Heaven Palace. Moreover, Chu Chang'an had given him 3 pots of dragon blood. Therefore, he still had a good impression of the serene heaven palace. Towards his enemies, he would kill them without showing any mercy. Towards his friends, he would turn a blind eye even if they were being sarcastic. All the divine transformation realm experts had sharp eyes. How could they not notice Yu Chonger's telepathic message to Ning Fan? Moreover, from the movement of her lips, they could tell that she was probably not saying anything nice. However, Ning Fan did not say anything back. He did not even look at her. His magnanimity was even more admirable. *Seeing is believing. Revered Ming's magnanimity can be counted with one's fingers in the entire Rain Palace. My younger sister is young and ignorant. She spoke rudely, but revered Ming tolerated her again and again. I really feel bad. Please accept this item, revered Ming. Yubai gritted his teeth. Half of it was because he felt guilty and the other half was because he really did not want to offend Ning Fan. After pondering for a while, he took out an exquisite jade box from his storage pouch and handed it to Ning Fan. The jade box was slightly opened. Immediately, a trace of 10,000 years old medicinal fragrance leaked out, causing the bodies of the revered elders at the scene to tremble. Their eyes were burning with desire. A 10,000 years old spiritual herb. Besides, this medicine is definitely not wrong. Could it be? Yubai gently gritted his teeth. Then, he calmly pushed the jade box to Ning Fan and said apologetically. This tuft of red building Ganoderma has been appraised by a 5th revolution pill master to be 13,400 years old. If you consume it, it can extend your lifespan by 200 years. I'll give it to Brother Zhou. Red building Ganoderma? Ning Fan was secretly surprised. This was a miraculous medicine that could extend the lifespan of divine transformation realm cultivators. They could only consume one tuft of it in their lifetime and it could extend their lifespan by 200 years. If it is placed in the market, it was highly possible for it to be auctioned for hundreds of millions of immortal jade. To divine transformation realm cultivators, no, to anyone, an extra 200 years of lifespan was extremely precious. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. By giving this item to him, Yubai was really sincere in befriending him. Among the 13 divine transformation realm cultivators, Yubai was the only one who stood up to welcome him. Ning Fan naturally had a good impression of him. He did not lack lifespan prolonging spiritual herbs. However, he had to accept this medicine. By accepting it, it meant that the two of them had become friends. Many thanks for Brother Yu's generous gift. I don't have anything good to give you in return. These pills were refined by me, I hope Brother Yu doesn't mind. Ning Fan casually took out a few bottles of medicine. All of them were 5th revolution pills that he concocted. As soon as they heard Ning Fan return Yubai a pill that he concocted, many divine transformation realm cultivators in the hall frowned slightly. From their point of view, it was already rare for Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery to reach the 3rd revolution. It would be very difficult for him to reach the 4th revolution. As for the 5th revolution, it would be a joke. If he used the pills he refined as a return gift, the value was naturally not worth mentioning. However, Yubai was very happy about it. As the saying goes, the gift is light but the sentiment is heavy. Returning the pill that he concocted contained his sincerity. It meant that he had acknowledged Yubai as a friend. Even if Ning Fan was just concocting a 3rd revolution pill, he, Yubai, would still accept it. Third brother, why did you give the red chamber Ganoderma to this demon? You, this is for Mother. Mother has already taken the red house Ganoderma once. It's useless for her to take it again, even so. You gave him the red chamber Ganoderma, but he gave you a pill that might not even be a 3rd revolution pill. You've suffered a huge loss. Shut up. Reciprocation is the most important thing. How can it be measured by value? Yubai glared at Yu Chong'er in displeasure. What Yubai admired was Ning Fan's magnanimity and talent. What did it have to do with these pills? Even if Ning Fan did not return the pills, Yubai was also willing to befriend him. Yu Chong'er vented her anger on Ning Fan even more. Humph. It's all because of Great Demon Ning that I got scolded by my elder brother again and again. She stomped her feet angrily and ran to Yubai. She snatched the pill bottle from his hand and passed it to Ning Fan arrogantly. Take your third revolution pill back and return the red chamber Ganoderma to my elder brother. She did not want her elder brother to suffer losses. Chong-er, how dare you? Brother you, please calm down, Ning Fan waved his hand. Inwardly, he only felt that it was funny, but he was not angry. Yu Bai was a person who was worth befriending. As for this Yu Chong-er, it seemed like she was starting to throw a tantrum. Zhou Ming, take your third revolution pill away. My elder brother doesn't want it. Great Demon Ning, don't get involved with my Yu clan. My relationship with your elder brother doesn't seem to be a hindrance to Miss Chong-er, does it? Are you sure that this is just a third revolution pill? Ning Fan's eyelids twitched and his eyes darkened. Yu Chong-er, who was still young and innocent, had never been stared at by a man like this before. For a moment, her face turned red and her aura became slightly weaker. No, if it's not a third revolution pill, could it be a fourth revolution pill? Maybe rank 5. Impossible. You clearly said that this pill was refined by you. Yu Chong-er's beautiful eyes widened. Humph. I'm not an idiot. The medicinal qi of this pill clearly contains a trace of Ning Fan's qi, which was planted when he concocted it. She carefully received the pill bottle and took a whiff of the medicinal fragrance. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She felt that the medicinal fragrance was a little too strong. Rank 5, could it be rank 5? No, that's impossible. It was impossible for Ning Fan to be a 5th revolution pill refinement master. However, this medicinal fragrance, bang, Yu Chong-er uncorked the bottle with a nervous heart. In an instant, the pill fragrance that was originally sealed spread into the surroundings. The moment they smelled the pill fragrance, the expressions of all the soul formation cultivators present changed drastically. Mid-grade 5th revolution pill. God injury pill. Consuming one of these pills can completely heal a divine transformation realm cultivator's severe injuries. Each of these pills is worth 10 million immortal jade. Mid-grade 5th revolution pill. Death sealing pill. This is a pill that can only be found in the upper world. The pill recipe has never been leaked to outsiders. I can't believe Revered Ming actually concocted it. Revered Ming is actually a mid-grade 5th revolution pill refinement master. All of a sudden, all the cultivators' gazes gathered on Ning Fan. Their eyes were filled with shock and passion. There were less than 50 5th revolution pill refinement masters in the Rain world. As for 6th revolution pill refinement masters, there were only 7 of them. Until now, there were no 7th revolution pill refinement masters. Of course, there were also rumors saying that the pill sovereign who had been in seclusion for a long time had already broken through to the 7th revolution pill refinement realm. However, everything was still unknown. The identity of a 5th revolution pill refinement master was definitely more glorious than an ordinary divine transformation realm cultivator. Moreover, this 5th revolution pill refinement master was a mid-grade divine transformation realm expert. Adding all of these factors together, Ning Fan's identity was too honorable. None of the divine transformation realm cultivators present was willing to offend a 5th revolution pill refinement master. Yu Chong-er put down the pill bottle in a daze. She was speechless. She did not expect that Ning Fan could concoct 5th revolution pills and was even willing to give you by a few bottles of 5th revolution pills. The total value of these pills should be at least 200 million immortal jade. The value of the items that Ning Fan gave to Yu Bai was even higher than the red chamber Ganoderma. Ning Fan did not have the intention to take advantage of her at all. Yu Chong-er was the one who judged him with the heart of a despicable person. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Why, you might not be a good person, but you might not be a bad person either. I also did not expect you to be a mid-grade 5th revolution pill refinement master. In short, I apologize for what I said just now. However, even if I apologize, I still won't like you. I hope you can understand. Yu Chong-er's words were somewhat incoherent. What she wanted to express was probably to maintain a normal relationship with Ning Fan from now on. She did not like him, but she also did not hate him. They were just like strangers. The friendship between gentlemen was as indifferent as water. However, this expression was very ambiguous. In the ears of the divine transformation realm cultivators who were experienced in the ways of the world, they only felt that it was like the romantic words of a young couple. What did she mean by, I won't like you? This kind of emphasis is very obvious, isn't it? Even Yu Bai looked at his younger sister with a strange expression. He thought to himself. Chong'er has been arguing with Ning Fan since the beginning. Could it be that she has taken a fancy to Ning Fan and is purposely provoking him to attract his attention? At least, Yu Bai had seen a lot of the thoughts of a young girl. Hee. It's right that Miss Chong'er does not like me. If you like me, I will be troubled. I already have a wife. Ning Fan teased. His words caused many revered elders to burst into laughter. You. Humph. I don't care if you have a wife or not. You are despicable. The slight guilt that Yu Chong'er felt towards Ning Fan just now immediately vanished. As expected, he is not a good person. He actually dared to tease me in front of everyone. Master is right. There are no good men, especially men who cultivate the devil path. 2 halves, to be continued. In the Blood River, there were many ferocious beasts that had not yet been tamed. Among them, there was no lack of wild beasts and a small number of Void Refinement Realm ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts seemed to have been raised as blood fiends, and were rather ferocious. In the past, when the revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace came to the Blood River, even with the protection of the Kuei Bull, there would definitely be quite a number of fights. But today, as they entered the Blood River, not a single beast attacked them. Everyone was secretly surprised. Of course, they did not know that it was because Ning Fan had released a trace of his ancestral blood aura. The demon race valued bloodline, and this batch of ferocious beasts had not been tamed yet, so they would not defend the dragon deciding valley and attack all invading enemies. After sensing Ning Fan's bloodline aura force, they naturally did not want to act recklessly. It was just like how Ming Kei, the little girl, had calmly traversed the Dark Sparrow's grave in the past despite having a low cultivation base. When she was conscious, no demon dared to provoke her. Why would I suddenly think of that little girl? Ning Fan shook his head with a smile. He had probably long regarded the little girl as his younger sister. Biscuit Master. Biscuit Brother. Pill Biscuit, it should be Pill Biscuit? Ning Fan shook his head. Until now, he still could not distinguish these things. The Kuei crossed the Blood River, flew over thousands of mountains, and landed in a valley. The valley had a perimeter of 10,000 li. Within it was a deep pool that was blood-red and translucent. It was the Blood Dragon Pool. Being so close to the blood pool, the Blood Dragon demon sword in Ning Fan's storage pouch trembled even more violently. He was deep in thought. This Blood Dragon Pool was somewhat similar to the Black Dragon Pool. This pool was probably a secret place of the Blood Dragon clan. Is there really a blood dragon in the Dragon Deciding Valley? Just as Ning Fan was deep in thought, the sounds of intense battle suddenly resounded in the sky. Boom! 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 Waves of boundless magic power clashed against each other, causing the earth within 1,000,000 miles to tremble violently. Every time they collided, mountains and rivers would collapse. High up in the sky, a gigantic blood dragon shadow with a golden lamp in its mouth was fighting against Yun Tian. Yun Jinghong was watching from the side. The golden lamp magic treasure was quite unique. Wherever the flame of the lamp shrouded, no golden light could penetrate. As for the blood dragon, its combat strength was almost at the peak of the second layer of the void fragmentation realm. Blood dragon. And this dragon is actually... Ning Fan's eyes widened. The truth was just as he had expected. There was a true dragon hidden in this Dragon Deciding Valley. However, what Ning Fan did not expect was that the blood dragon was actually the master of the Dragon Determining Valley, Chu Chang'an. Oh? It turns out that Great Devil Lord Zhou is so ignorant and ill-informed. The true body of the Void Fragmentation Realm Master of our Serene Heaven Palace, Sovereign Chu, is a blood dragon. Even though this matter has yet to be spread out, many experts in the Rain Palace are well aware of it. Yu Chong'er gently approached him and teased him. He really did not know that Chu Chang'an was the blood dragon. In the Rain Palace, there were a total of 11 Void Fragmentation Realm experts. Among them, the Rain Sovereign's position was the highest. There were 4 great Void Fragmentation Realm experts under the Rain Sovereign. All of them were figures of the previous generations. Below the 4 great Void Fragmentation Realm experts, there were another 7 great Divine Children. All of them were trained by the Rain Palace to attain the Void Fragmentation Realm. Unfortunately, the fourth divine child was killed by Xianxia with a single sword strike not long after he attained the Void Fragmentation Realm. Old Man Chu was one of the 4 great Void Fragmentation Realm experts. Yu Cheng'er's master was also one of them. There was one thing that Ning Fan could not understand. If Old Chu is a blood dragon, he would naturally be a member of the demon race. As a member of the demon race, he shouldn't have joined the Rain Palace. Why was he still able to become the palace master of the Rain Palace? On the other hand, Ning Fan understood the other question. When he first met Xu Chang'an, he already felt that he was a Void Fragmentation Realm fire cultivator. Why didn't the Rain Palace directly send Old Man Chu there to nurture a Void Fragmentation Realm fire cultivator and recruit him instead? At this moment, Ning Fan finally understood that it was because Old Man Chu was a member of the Blood Dragon clan. He was a demon and a member of a foreign race. Those who are not of the same race will certainly have different intentions. I'm afraid the Rain Sovereign does not trust this person at all. May I ask Miss Cheng'er, how did Old Man Chu enter the Rain Palace? Sovereign Chu is the demon pet of the previous Rain Sovereign. Before Yu Cheng'er could say anything, Yu Bai sent Ning Fan a telepathic message with an obscure expression. Demon pets did not sound nice. Of course, he could not say it in public. As soon as Yu Bai finished speaking, he raised his head and watched the battle between a human and a dragon without saying anything. The other Divine Transformation Realm experts had the same feeling. They were carefully savoring the battle between Void Fragmentation Realm experts in the sky, trying to comprehend something from it. Ning Fan understood them tacitly and did not ask any more questions. He just stared at the Blood Dragon thoughtfully. Old Man Chu was a member of the Blood Dragon clan. However, his bloodline was a little inferior. It was only at the true grade and was far from the royal grade. However, his innate talent should be quite good. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach the second heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. Ning Fan placed his palm on his storage pouch and his mind raced. His Blood Dragon demon sword was made from the dragon bone of a heavenly demon blood dragon. Heavenly demons were true immortals among the demon race. Naturally, they were not to be underestimated. If this sword is refined by Old Man Chu, it should not be difficult for him to advance his bloodline to the third heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. Ning Fan made a plan. He wanted to use this blood sword to rope in Old Man Chu and make him his fighter. All of these were, of course, prepared for the battle of the ancient heavenly court. Moksha Sovereign would eventually go to the Sword World to eliminate the old devil. However, before that, he would first go to the ancient heavenly court and eliminate the old devil on his way back. Ning Fan's plan was to eliminate Moksha Sovereign in the heavenly court. Naturally, the more Void Fragmentation Realm fighters he had, the better. It was unknown how many people Wei Xian could invite. It was also unknown whether the rogue devil could successfully control him. Ning Fan's cultivation base when he ascended to the ancient heavenly court was also unknown. It was necessary to rope in Void Fragmentation Realm experts. Ning Fan had to rely on his own hands to find some Void Fragmentation Realm experts to help him. The value of this blood sword should be enough to exchange for Old Man Chu's help. However, there is a problem. Currently, I don't have the strength to negotiate with Old Man Chu at all. He is a Void Fragmentation Realm expert. If he knows that I have the blood sword, why would he need to agree to my request? He can just rob me directly. How am I going to keep the blood sword? Senior Yun might be able to protect me for a while, but he can't protect me forever. In this case, even though it is possible to rope Old Man Chu in, now is not the right time to do so. Ning Fan's eyes gradually calmed down. Without equal strength, he would not have the right to negotiate. Fortunately, there were still more than 60 years before the opening of the ancient heavenly court. In the remaining 60 years, Ning Fan might not be able to break through to the Void Fragmentation Realm, but it should not be difficult to find other Void Fragmentation Realm fighters. As long as I bring Mei Chen out of the Demon Sinister Forest in the future, she would be a Void Fragmentation Realm helper. If Luo Yu of the Profounding World regains her primordial spirit power, she might also become a Void Fragmentation Realm helper. When Ning Fan has a Void Fragmentation Realm foundation by his side, he would certainly succeed in negotiating with Old Man Chu. There are still 60 years, Ning Fan clenched his fists tightly. The battle in the sky had already been decided. Asterisk bang asterisk in the intense collisions, the blood dragon was gradually losing to Yun Tianjue. The reason why he could fight to this stage was because Yun Tianjue did not use any sword techniques from the beginning to the end. He just held his giant sword and slashed horizontally. The blood dragon's breathing gradually became heavier. His eyes were filled with emotion. He extinguished the lamp and dispersed his dragon body, turning back into the body of a red-haired old man with a bitter smile. As expected of the white-robed sword god. I heard that you defeated Jian Huang with a single sword attack when you were only at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm in the past. At first, I didn't believe it. Now, it seems like you have already regained your strength at the fourth heavenly layer. Your Tao of Sword is so strong that you can even fight against a fifth heavenly layer cultivator. It's not surprising that you defeated Jian Huang. Thank you for letting me win. Yun Tianjue kept his sword and descended. Old Man Chu also descended. Both of them were calm and indifferent. They were not obsessed with the outcome of the battle. Yun Jinghong was the only one who looked defeated. Yesterday, he was still arrogant towards Yun Tianjue. Today, he did not even have the courage to face him. In the Rain Palace, other than the Rain Sovereign himself, who else could defeat a second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert without using magic techniques? Yun Tianjue defeated Chu Chang'an with just a few casual sword attacks. If he wanted to, he could instantly kill Chu Chang'an with a single sword attack. He could even kill a second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert instantly, let alone Yun Jinghong who was at the first heavenly layer. Yun Jinghong's forehead was filled with cold sweat. His strength was not on the same level as Yun Tianjue at all. Yun Tianjue has broken through the Sin Seal. Now, I'm afraid even my father won't be able to suppress him anymore. It's fortunate that he can't remember what happened in the past. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my second brother and I would end up like my fourth brother, getting killed by him with a single sword attack. The Divine Transformation Realm experts of the Serene Heaven Palace got off the Kuei-Nyo one by one and greeted the three Void Fragmentation Realm experts. Ning Fan also greeted the three Void Fragmentation Realm experts. His eyes lingered on Old Man Chu for a few times but he did not say anything in the end. You guys arrived 2 hours earlier than me. Old Man Chu's expression was a little unnatural. Originally, he wanted to fight against Yun Tianjue while the juniors were not around. However, he did not expect that the juniors would arrive so quickly. His appearance when he was defeated by Yun Tianjue had already been seen by these juniors. His prestige had been greatly damaged. In reply to Emperor Chu's words, normally, we would encounter demon beasts after crossing the Blood River and it would take us at least 4 hours to reach this place. However, today's situation was special. There were actually no demon beasts in the Blood River that could stop us from advancing. Therefore, it only took us 2 hours to get here. Yu Bai replied. Oh? They weren't attacked by the demon beasts? This is a little strange. That group of demon beasts has yet to be tamed. They would bite anyone they see. Old Man Chu's eyes swept across Kuei-Nyo and the other Divine Transformation Realm experts. He shook his head as he could not figure it out. However, when his eyes fell on Ning Fan, he vaguely felt a sense of intimacy. However, he did not think too much about it. Why are 4 people missing? 7th Prince, why didn't the 4 revered elders that you brought with you come? Don't they want to enter the blood pool anymore? Old Man Chu said with displeasure. I don't know where they went. However, if we ask Zhou Ming, we might be able to find the answer. Yun Jinghong's brow sank and his eyes coldly glanced at Ning Fan. He was well aware of the temperament of his 4 subordinates. He was the one who brought them here. Even if the 4 of them were afraid of the blood dragon pool, they would certainly not dare to run away. Perhaps the 4 of them were greedy after seeing Ning Fan obtain the 3 pots of dragon blood yesterday. That was why they went to look for Ning Fan in the middle of the night. Today, the 4 of them did not return and he had also lost contact with them. Ning Fan, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. Yun Jinghong could not help but speculate. I'm afraid that these 4 idiots were defeated by Zhou Ming. It can't be Yun Tianjue. The fact that their life plates are not broken is the evidence. If Yun Tianjue is the one who attacked them, how could the 4 of them survive given his brutal personality? It's probably that Zhou Ming's doing. However, there's one thing I can't figure out. This young man is only at the peak divine transformation realm. He could barely suppress Yun Yan by relying on his inextinguishable fire body. As for the other 4 half-step void refinement realm experts, other than Yun Yan, they are all half-step void refinement realm experts. How could 4 half-step void refinement realm experts be defeated by a single Zhou Ming? Asked Zhou Ming. 7th Prince, you can't simply speak nonsense. With old Manchu's intelligence, as soon as he heard that Yun Jinghong was referring to Ning Fan, he immediately understood the deeper meaning of his words. He thought to himself. Could it be that the 4 venerated beings were tempted by Ning Fan and secretly attacked him? Old Manchu shook his head. He did not think that Ning Fan had the strength to capture 4 half-step void refinement realm experts. Only void refinement realm experts could capture 4 half-step void refinement realm experts alive. Ning Fan, who was just at the peak divine transformation realm, could not do it. Yun Tianjua's eyes widened slightly. He did not interrupt, as if he was going to let Ning Fan handle everything. Ning Fan's expression was calm. He cupped his fists and replied. This junior doesn't understand what you mean, 7th Prince. You don't need to understand. I have a secret technique that can search a cultivator's soul and memory without erasing their consciousness. Let me search your memories and you will know everything yourself. Of course, this technique will slightly harm the foundation of your sea of consciousness. However, if I find out that the 4 of them were indeed captured by you after the soul search, you deserve to be injured. If it has nothing to do with you, I will give you some pills as compensation. As soon as Yun Jinghong's words fell, his large hand suddenly reached out to grab Ning Fan. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's body was suppressed by the green cloud qi. He could not move at all. His face was filled with anger. This Yun Jinghong actually wanted to search his memories in front of everyone. Although Yun Jinghong had suffered a few setbacks in Yun Tianjua's hands, he was still a void fragmentation realm old monster after all. Even a void refinement realm expert would not be able to escape from the might of his claw, let alone Ning Fan. The cloud qi, which was obviously soft and gentle, fell on Ning Fan's body, making him feel as if his internal organs were burning. Each of the wisps of soft cloud qi was as heavy as 1,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, tall mountain. When all of the cloud qi were added together, Ning Fan felt as if thousands of huge mountains were pressing down on his back. The pain was indescribable. There was even a trace of cloud qi which tried to enter Ning Fan's sea of consciousness to search his memories. Even a late void refinement realm expert would probably kneel on the ground after being suppressed by the cloud qi. Ning Fan's bones creaked under the tremendous pressure. His kneecaps were on the verge of breaking and his white robes were stained with blood. However, he refused to kneel. His eyes turned cold. Inwardly, he knew that he was definitely not a match for Yun Jinghong. A trace of blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth and his eyes became even colder. His divine intent of memory surrounded his body. It was actually ready to alter his memories at any time. This was the second step of divine intent. It could alter one's memories. If Ning Fan really could not resist Yun Jinghong's soul search, he would alter his memories so that Yun Jinghong could not see his many secrets and the fact that he captured the 4 venerated beings. In that case, let's see what else Yun Jinghong has to say. This brat is quite stubborn. 7th Prince, this is most likely a misunderstanding. You should stop. Old Manchu's eyes flashed with a hint of praise. He was praising Ning Fan's unyielding character. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you will know after searching his soul. If it's a misunderstanding, I will naturally compensate him. *chi*. Just as Ning Fan was about to decide to alter his memories, a ray of sword light suddenly rose and shattered Yun Jinghong's cloud qi. When the sword light swept across, Yun Jinghong felt the danger of being pierced by thousands of swords. His expression changed drastically. Yun Tianjua, what do you mean by this? Nothing much. I'm just testing his courage. Now that I've tried it, I'm very satisfied with his courage. As for you. Yun Tianjua's sword qi swayed. The tip of his sword pointed to the sky and drew a semicircle in the air. His sword intent suddenly multiplied from 1 to 10,000, containing endless mysterious sword principles. In the next breath, all the clouds within 100,000 li * 500 m per li, were shattered by the sword light. Hundreds of millions of rays of sword light descended from the sky. As the sword light swept across, Yun Jinghong coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was almost directly buried under the sword light. The reason why he did not die was because Yun Tianjue did not want to kill him. He wanted to avoid trouble. That was all. How dare you touch my man? Yun Tianjue said arrogantly. *Pu*** Yun Jinghong was sent flying 1,000 li * 500 m per li, away by the sword attack. When he landed on the ground, a huge pit was formed. A myriad sword style, he was afraid. He had never been so afraid of Yun Tianjue before. That sword attack was one of the 3 styles of Yun Tianjue's sword techniques. It was the technique that he used to kill the 4th prince in the past. That sword attack was the sword technique that made Yun Tianjue famous. In the past, Yun Jinghong, who had yet to break through to the void fragmentation realm, had caught a glimpse of that sword from afar. He was nearly scared to death. Yun Jinghong had never thought that even though he had broken through to the void fragmentation realm, he would still only be qualified to look up at that sword attack. He would not be able to withstand it at all. What he did not expect the most was that Yun Tianjue, who had never cared about his own family, would actually draw his sword for a stranger. If he had known this would happen, he would never dare to search Ning Fan's memories. The destructive power of Yun Tianjue's sword attack shocked all the divine transformation realm cultivators. After all, a void fragmentation realm expert was sent flying like a fly. No one would be able to remain calm. Even Old Manchu was astonished. If Yun Tianjue used this sword during the battle against him, Old Manchu would probably not be able to withstand even a single attack and would be severely injured. Is this the true strength of the white-robed sword god? Ning Fan secretly circulated his black star power. His injuries healed at an unimaginable speed. Then, he cupped his fists and thanked Yun Tianjue. Thank you for saving me, Senior Yun. He had only met Yun Tianjue once. The latter had absolutely no reason to offend the 7th prince for an outsider like him. He would never forget the humiliation he received from Yun Jinghong today. He would also remember the favor of being saved by Yun Tianjue. I didn't save you. It was just a test. Yun Tianjue's face was still expressionless. The Revered Elder's Order is divided into 3 grades. If you collect 10 bottles of dragon blood this time, I will give you the Revered Elder's Order. If you collect 20 bottles, I will give you a silver token. If you collect 50 bottles, I will give you a gold token. If you collect less than 10 bottles, you will fail the test. Yun Tianjue's words fell into everyone's ears. All of them thought that they had misheard him. The reason why Yun Tianjue brought Ning Fan to the Blood Dragon Pool was actually for the test of the Revered Elder's Order. Moreover, the standard to pass the test was to collect at least 10 bottles of dragon blood. 10 bottles. Ordinary Revered Elders would be considered experts if they could collect 1 bottle in the Blood Dragon Pool. Even a half-step Void Refinement Realm expert might not be able to collect 10 bottles. Isn't the standard to pass the test a little too high? Even Yu Chong, who was not on good terms with Ning Fan, felt that it was unfair for him. The Blood Dragon Pool would only open once for 1 month. Other than Void Refinement Realm old monsters, who else could collect 10 bottles of dragon blood within 1 month? No one thought that Ning Fan could pass the test. However, it did not seem like Yun Tianjue was purposely making things difficult for him. Yun Tianjue had sent a Void Fragmentation Realm cultivator flying in order to save Ning Fan. 10 bottles. He can't do it. Old Chu shook his head. He admired Ning Fan's pride, but he did not think that Ning Fan had the ability to collect 10 bottles of dragon blood. A bottle of dragon blood contained 100 drops of dragon blood. One would need to kill 10 Divine Transformation Realm blood demons to obtain it. To collect 10 bottles of dragon blood, he would need to kill 100 Divine Transformation Realm blood demons within 1 month. To a peak Divine Transformation Realm cultivator, it was an impossible task. Bet? It was Yun Tianjue's first time making a bet with someone. Old Chu was stunned. Isn't the 3rd Prince Yun Busha the one who likes to bet? Since when did the eldest prince learn to bet? I bet that he can collect 50 bottles of dragon blood. Yun Tianjue made another shocking statement. 50 bottles? Eldest prince, you must be joking with me. I bet on my sword and your void fire. As soon as Yun Tianjue finished speaking, he formed a gigantic sword and stabbed it into the ground. His meaning was self-evident. If Ning Fan could not collect 50 bottles of dragon blood, the gigantic sword would belong to Chu Chang'an. If Ning Fan could do it, Chu Chang'an's void fire returning to cloud heavenly technique would be his. Alright. I'll bet. Chu Chang'an's eyes burned with passion. He knew that the gigantic sword was the inheritance of the Sword Devil. It not only contained the Sword Devil's Tao of Sword but also Yun Tianjue's Tao of Sword. Using a 6th grade void fire to bet on the inheritance of the Sword Devil, and he would almost certainly win. Even if Chu Chang'an did not like to gamble, he was willing to do it. It was a sure win without any loss, wasn't it? Ning Fan's gaze swept across Yun Tianjue. He could not see through this person anymore. This person seemed to be very confident about collecting 50 bottles of dragon blood. He actually believed that Ning Fan could kill more than 500 Divine Transformation Realm blood demons within a month. Yun Tianjue even bet on the gigantic sword. Ning Fan immediately felt a huge pressure. If he did not collect 50 bottles of dragon blood, he wondered if Yun Tianjue would take revenge on him. It seemed like he had to use all his strength in this trip to the Blood Dragon Pool. Otherwise, he was not confident that he could collect 50 bottles of dragon blood. Blood Dragon Pool, open. Little friend Zhou Ming, I'm looking forward to seeing how many bottles of dragon blood you can collect. Chu Chang'an chuckled and activated the formation of the Blood Dragon Pool. Each of the Divine Transformation Realm cultivators immediately turned into rays of light and dived into the pool. He believed that he would not lose the bet. Who could collect 50 bottles of dragon blood in a month? Chu Chang'an's attention was fully focused on Ning Fan. He was not concerned about Yun Jinghong, who had left with severe injuries. He just wanted to see why Yun Tianjue, who had always been arrogant, would be so confident in a junior. What he wanted to know more was who was Ning Fan to Yun Tianjue. How could Yun Tianjue, who was deeply attached to the sword, make a bet with him, if it wasn't because he could not sense any trace of the Rain Palace's bloodline from Ning Fan's body? He would almost think that Ning Fan was Yun Tianjue's son. 1/6, to be continued. *Chi** rays of escaping light entered the blood pool one after another. However, they were swept away by the water waves and teleported away. Ning Fan was carrying a fiery red dragon scale with the number 17 on it. Every cultivator who entered the pool would be given a dragon scale by Elder Chu. The dragon scales with different numbers would teleport the cultivator to different areas after entering the pool. As soon as the light of teleportation faded, Ning Fan's figure appeared in the area where there was no water at the bottom of the pool. Above his head hung a few 100,000 zhang (33 m per zhang) of deep pool water. His feet stepped on the wet red soil and his surroundings were filled with blood mist swamps. Below the blood pool, there was a completely different world which was divided into 3 levels. The first level was the blood mist swamp. There were many evil blood demons in this place. Most of them were at the Gold Core realm or above. Only by killing Divine Transformation Realm blood demons could one obtain dragon blood. The second level even had Void Refinement Realm blood demons. It was extremely dangerous for Divine Transformation Realm cultivators to enter the second level. Even ordinary Void Refinement Realm experts would not be willing to enter it easily. Only Void Fragmentation Realm experts would enter it calmly. The third level was rumored to be a place for seclusion built by the previous Rain Sovereign. For tens of thousands of years, several generations of Rain Sovereigns had cultivated in this place. However, it seemed that since the generation of Red Cloud Rain Sovereign, it had been sealed for some reason and no one could enter it. As for why they could not enter, even the Divine Transformation Realm experts of the Serene Heaven Palace did not know. The above was the information Ning Fan obtained from the revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace. He even spent some money to exchange for a simple jade slip map from those revered elders. It recorded the rough landforms of the 24 swamps on the first level. He scanned the jade slip with his spirit sense and memorized the map. Then, his spirit sense spread out like a violent gale, sweeping across the area within 100,000 li * 500 m per li. The blood chi in this place was extremely thick and it had a corrosive effect on the spirit sense of cultivators. When ordinary Divine Transformation Realm cultivators enter this place, they could only use the dragon scales that Elder Chu gave them to slightly restrain the blood chi. They would definitely not dare to spread their spirit sense too far away. Ning Fan did not have such concerns. He had been killing all his life and had experienced the sea of blood for a long time. He was not afraid of the blood qi in this place. After a long time, Ning Fan withdrew his spirit sense. There were no other cultivators within 100,000 li * 500 m per li, other than him. Apart from that, there was a blood lake at the center of the 17th swamp. It was the path that led to the second level. Ning Fan shook his head. He did not have the ambition to head to the second floor and challenge the Void Refinement Realm blood demons. With his current strength, he could barely fight against an early Void Refinement Realm cultivator. At most, he could protect himself from death. Killing an early Void Refinement Realm cultivator was just a pipe dream. Even if he possessed 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets, who could guarantee that he would not be besieged by more than 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets after entering the second floor? At that time, Ning Fan would not be able to guarantee his safety. His goal was to collect 50 bottles of dragon blood, which meant that he had to kill 500 divinity transformation stage blood demons. Within the 24 swamps on the first floor, there were definitely enough blood demons for Ning Fan to slaughter. Thus, there was no need for him to take the risk. Within the swamp, there were blood trees everywhere. In the center of the dense forest, nearly 1,000 strange dragon roars suddenly sounded out. As soon as the roars resounded, nearly 1,000 rotting blood-red demonic beasts turned into rays of light and rushed out of the dense forest, charging at Ning Fan. These blood demons did not have very high intelligence. They were existences between demon beasts and corpse puppets. Most of them were half human and half dragon. Once they discovered that a living person had entered, they would attack recklessly. Among the 1,000 blood demons, most of them were at the Gold Core realm. 11 of them were at the Nascent Soul realm and 1 of them was at the Early Divine Transformation realm. To ordinary Divine Transformation realm cultivators, being besieged by this group of demonic beasts would most likely be quite dangerous. To Ning Fan, a mere 1,000 blood demons were not worth mentioning at all, even if there was an Early Divine Transformation realm blood demon among them. *chi** sword light suddenly rose from Ning Fan's eyes. His sword sense spread out in a frenzy and black sword chi swept across all directions. As the sword sense swept across them, each of the blood demons instinctively showed fear. Before they could even scream, they were already minced into pieces by the sword sense. Dirty blood flowed everywhere. With the current strength of Ning Fan's sword sense, he could almost instantly kill any blood demon below the Divine Transformation realm. As for the early Divine Transformation realm blood demon, it was already struck by the sword sense before it could react. 2 of its demon arms were forcefully cut off. With a miserable cry, it turned around and fled. Unfortunately, how could a mere early Divine Transformation realm blood demon escape from Ning Fan's palm? *chi** a ray of starlight sword shadow shot out from Ning Fan's glabella and pierced through the air, piercing through the body of the Divine Transformation realm blood demon. How could a mere early Divine Transformation realm blood demon withstand the might of a peak-grade spiritual treasure? It let out a miserable cry and died. At the place where the blood demon died, 11 drops of dark red blood floated up and went into Ning Fan's hand. Then, he casually sealed it into a jade pot. 11 drops. Ordinary Divine Transformation realm blood demons would have 10 drops of dragon blood. The reason why this blood demon has 11 drops of dragon blood is probably related to the fact that it is close to breaking through to the mid-divine transformation realm. Does this mean that the higher the cultivation level of the blood demon, the more dragon blood it will be able to produce? Ning Fan muttered to himself. Then, he spread his fooly wings and flapped them, disappearing without a trace. In the 17th swamp, the roars of beasts and cries of agony could be heard coming from all directions. Half a day later, Ning Fan swept through the 17th swamp and killed a total of 31 Divine Transformation realm blood demons. Among them, the strongest ones were 3 peak Divine Transformation realm blood demons. Outside the deepest and dense forest, Ning Fan stopped his movement light and his eyes narrowed slightly. In the 17th swamp, almost all the Divine Transformation realm blood demons were wiped out by him alone. Only this place still had Divine Transformation realm chi. Within the dense forest, there were nearly 10 obscure yet powerful chi. All of them had reached the Divine Transformation realm. Among them, the one with the highest cultivation base was actually at the half-step void refinement realm. As soon as they sensed Ningfan's arrival, 100,000 blood demons immediately rushed out and attacked him with strange roars. 100,000 golden core cultivators, 500 nascent soul cultivators, and 11 soul formation cultivators. Among them, the half-step void refinement realm blood demon had a 4,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall rotten beast body. Its aura force was extremely strong. It seemed to be the king of this group of blood demons. Beast kings? Ningfan's eyes turned solemn. He did not expect that a king beast could be born from a blood demon with low spiritual intelligence. Ordinary soul formation realm cultivators would have been torn to pieces if they were to run into the army of beast kings. Roar! As the king beast roared, countless shadows of beasts rose into the air and charged toward him. At the end of the day, they were just blood demons with low intelligence. Although there were many of them, they didn't even know how to form a formation. To Ningfan, who possessed sword sense, no matter how many low-grade enemies there were, as long as they could not get into a formation and converge their strength, they were nothing to be afraid of at all. Destroy. Tens of thousands of golden core cultivators died with a sweep of his sword sense. After 2 sweeps, the golden cores were all dead. After 3 rounds, none of the 500 nascent soul cultivators survived. Among the 11 divine transformation realm blood demons, for early soul formation realm blood demons were severely injured by the sword sense. Roar! The king beast seemed to be extremely furious. It led the divine transformation realm cultivators to besiege Ningfan. 11 gigantic beasts that were more than 3,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, in size rushed toward Ningfan while treading on mountains and rivers. Ningfan raised one of his hands and the Separation Slayer sword split into 11 sword shadows, sweeping at the 11 gigantic beasts. The power of the flying sword shadow of a peak spiritual treasure was incredible. For early divine transformation realm ferocious beasts were killed the moment they were hit by the sword shadows. The other ferocious beasts were also injured to varying degrees. Only the 2 peak divine transformation realm blood demons and the half-step void refinement realm beast king were unharmed after destroying the sword shadows with a single claw. Their eyes became even more furious. Roar! The remaining 7 blood demons let out blood-red roars. The blood-red sound waves carried a trace of the power of a dragon's roar, causing Ningfan's eardrums to ache and the blood in his chest to churn. If he was an ordinary divine transformation realm cultivator, his physical body would probably be destroyed by the sound waves. Break! Ningfan casually flicked his sleeve and a cloud of star sand that looked like a blood shadow appeared. As the wind and sand swept across, countless sound waves were forcefully wiped out. Not only could this blood star sand break all kinds of magic treasures, but it also had a miraculous effect against many magic techniques. After breaking the roars of the 7 blood demons, Ningfan did not give them another chance to fight for their lives. He took a step forward and his body turned into a black shadow before disappearing. At the next moment, the blood demons were suddenly engulfed by the black shadow one after another. One of them was crushed while the other was solidified. One of the blood demons would definitely die within the black shadow without leaving behind a complete corpse. The king beast was finally afraid. It had not seen a ruthless person like Ningfan who could kill divine transformation realm cultivators like ants for many years. Evil creature, don't even think of escaping. After killing 6 blood demons in a row, Ningfan's incarnation condensed. His black hair and black robes fluttered in the wind. He took a step forward and locked onto the king beast's chi. At the next moment, his chi was crushed and solidified. Boom! The destructive power of the Black Tempest spirit splitting technique minced the dignified half-step void refinement realm king beast into pieces. Ningfan did not disperse his incarnation in the sea of blood and mountains of rotting corpses. He directly waved his sleeve and obtained 150 drops of dragon blood. Just like that, the 17th swamp was leveled by Ningfan alone. He killed a total of 42 divine transformation realm blood demons and obtained 540 drops of dragon blood, filling up 5 jade pots. Next, I'll go to the 18th swamp. Ningfan's black hair and black robes made him look cold and emotionless. He took a step forward and disappeared without a trace, heading straight for the 18th swamp. Half a day later, the 18th swamp was leveled. Another 3 days passed and Ning Fan eliminated the king beast in the 24th swamp. The 24 swamps were arranged in a circular formation. Ning Fan entered the first swamp from the 24th swamp and continued his massacre. Another 6 days passed and he had already killed more than 800 Divine Transformation Realm blood demons in the 13th swamp. In just 10 days, his incarnation and demon wings were fully activated and he collected 80 pots of dragon blood. If all 80 pots of dragon blood are used to brew wine, the wine would be 400,000 units of magic power after 10 years. Once the wine is brewed, Ning Fan's breakthrough to the void refinement realm would be as easy as water flowing when the conditions are right. In the 13th swamp, Ning Fan did not carry out a large-scale massacre because he discovered many traces of battles between cultivators in this swamp. Judging from the situation, there was more than one cultivator in this swamp. It was highly possible that all the revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace had been teleported to this place. After all, the members of the Serene Heaven Palace were the subordinates of Elder Chu. There were also many early and mid-divine transformation realm revered elders among them. It would be extremely dangerous for them to act alone. That was why Elder Chu gave the revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace a dragon scale from the same area while he gave Ning Fan a dragon scale for himself. Roar the roars of king beasts could be heard from afar, accompanied by the miserable cries of cultivators. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. It seemed like the revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace had encountered the army of king beasts in this swamp. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that Chu Chang'an had treated him well and most of the Divine Transformation Realm cultivators of the Serene Heaven Palace also had a good chat with him, especially Yu Bai, who could be considered as a friend. Since that's the case, I can't just leave them to die. Whoosh Ning Fan flapped his demon wings and turned into a trace of purple smoke, drifting 100,000 li 500 m per li away. Outside the pool of blood dragons, a one-armed middle-aged man in white robes was sitting cross-legged on the ground. It had already been 10 days. His eyes were still closed and he did not say a word. Beside him, the red-haired Chu Chang'an's eyes were filled with astonishment. He was holding a silver jade token in his hand. There were a total of 24 dragon scales inlaid on the jade token. Among them, only the 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th dragon scales were still glowing. The other 20 dragon scales were completely dim. A dragon scale represented the life of a king beast. 20 dragon scales dimming meant that 20 king beasts had died, Chu Chang'an complained incessantly. King beasts were different from other blood demons. They were prepared to be raised into void refinement realm blood demons. Yet, so many of them had actually died. Moreover, Chu Chang'an knew who killed these king beasts even with his eyes closed. The first king beast to die was number 17. It happened to be where Ning Fan was. It has only been 10 days and this young man has already killed 20 of my king beasts. Could it be that this young man is already at the void refinement realm? Even a half-step void refinement realm cultivator wouldn't be able to defeat the king beasts that I raise. To kill 20 king beasts in just 10 days, even the king beasts are dead. Perhaps this young man has already cleared the 20 swamps on the first floor. In terms of killing speed alone, even void refinement realm cultivators might not be able to match him. Chu Chang'an sighed continuously. He did not expect Ning Fan to be so ferocious. As a result, he even forgot to remind Ning Fan not to kill the king beasts. It was because Chu Chang'an had never thought that Ning Fan had the strength to kill king beasts. Revered Ming, Zhou Ming. This young man is really a monster. Judging from this, I'm afraid he only used 10 days to collect 50 bottles of dragon blood. Your Highness, you've won the bet. Chu Chang'an's sigh became heavier and heavier. The blood demons that Ning Fan had killed would probably need many years to replenish. In other words, in the next 10 or even hundreds of years, there would rarely be any divine transformation realm ferocious beasts being born in the first floor. As for the venerated elders who come here to collect their blood, it would probably be in vain. At the end of the day, the most difficult ones to raise were still the 20 king beasts. Yun Tianjue quietly listened to Chu Chang'an's resentment. His brows loosened imperceptibly and his expression became slightly relaxed. It seemed like he was also quite worried about Ning Fan's safety in the end. Worried? There will come a day when I, Yun Tianjue, will also worry about the safety of an outsider. What a joke. Impossible. This is. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xianxia suddenly exclaimed. On the jade token, the dragon scale that represented the 13th king beast had dimmed. However, that was not the thing that shocked him the most. What really shocked him was that the 3 dragon scales on the other golden jade token had dimmed. There were only 24 dragon scales inlaid on the silver jade token, which represented the 24 king beasts. On the other hand, there were 108 dragon scales inlaid on the golden jade token, which represented the void refinement realm blood demons of the 2nd floor. That Zhou Ming actually entered the 2nd floor. Moreover, he killed 3 early void refinement realm blood demons. Xianxia was shocked. It was impossible for a divine transformation realm being to kill a void refinement realm being, let alone fighting 3 of them alone. He was very curious about how Ning Fan did it. At least, Xianxia knew that when he was at the peak divine transformation realm, he would definitely not be able to kill 3 void refinement realm blood demons alone. Even if he breaks through to the void refinement realm, he would not be able to kill 3 void refinement realm blood demons at the same level as him. For the first time, Xianxia realized that he had completely underestimated Ning Fan. It was not a coincidence that this young man could kill Flame Revered just because of his inextinguishable fire body. 2 out of 6, to be continued. In the 13th swamp, Yu Bai and the other 12 semi-god realm cultivators were surrounded by blood demons. Apart from Yu Chong who was not here, all the revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace who came to the Blood Dragon Pool were trapped here. Within the demon tide, the 12 soul formation supremacies were all injured. Even the 2 peak-level cultivators were severely injured. The half-step void refinement realm revered elder in hemp robes was the only one who was holding a square formation disc and unleashed a mortal void grade formation light to stop the demon tide from invading the grand formation. The reverend elder in a linen robe looked terrible. Outside the formation, a beast king the size of a mountain was leading the blood beasts to besiege the formation, almost destroying it completely. Unexpectedly, never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that last Yu Chong would actually cause such a huge disaster. Yu Bai. We're trapped here because of your sister's audacity. She actually went to the forest of beast kings to steal medicine. If I'm lucky enough to survive, I'll make your sister pay. Yu Bai's face was bitter, but he couldn't refute that. He knew that all this trouble was caused by his sister. 10 days ago, a group of revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace were teleported into the 13th swamp. 3 days ago, Yu Chong had left the group and entered the King Beast Forest to steal medicine without permission. However, she had been attacked by a group of beasts and implicated everyone. Even Yu Chong herself had been smashed into the lake of blood by the King Beast's palm strike. She had been smashed into the 2nd layer, and her fate was unknown. On one hand, Yu Bai was worried about his sister's safety, but on the other hand, he felt ashamed of his fellow Taoists. The hemp-robed venerate elder was not lying. If everyone died here, his sister, Yu Chong would not be able to escape responsibility. A beast king was not something they could mess with. At this moment, 16 soul formation blood demons were attacking the array light under the leadership of the beast king. The beast king's call attracted more blood demons from all directions, including some wild beasts. Yu Bai was desperate. There were so many semi-god realm cultivators and they were in the middle of the tide of demons. Once they left the array light, only a few of them could escape. At the very least, Yu Bai knew that he would not be able to kill his way out of the demon horde on his own. I wonder how Brother Zhou is right now. If he is here, perhaps our chances of escaping would be higher. Yu Bai muttered to himself. What can revered Ming do even if he is here? After all, he is only at the peak divine transformation realm. 2 peak divine transformation realm fellow Taoists have already been injured by the King Beast's attack just now. Even I didn't manage to gain any advantage from the King Beast. It doesn't matter whether he comes or not. However, this blood dragon pool is the strangest. It has cut off all sound transmissions from the outside world. Otherwise, we could have asked Emperor Chu to help us. The hemp-robed revered elder let out a long sigh. He was running out of immortal jades and magic power, so it was hard for him to activate the array disc to defend himself. The moment this formation light disappeared was the moment when the life and death of the 12 people would be decided. If he could escape from the blood dragon pool, he would live. If he couldn't, he would die. Even the revered elder in hemp garments did not have 100% chance of survival, let alone the other revered elders. Boom, the Beast King led the demonic beasts to attack the formation again. More and more cracks appeared on the formation, and it looked like it would not be able to withstand the Beast King's attack. Fellow Taoists, get ready, the hemp-robed revered elder's face was filled with determination. The formation light might not be able to withstand the next round of attacks. Once the formation light is destroyed, the fellow Taoists could only run for their lives. Right at this moment, a world-shocking ink-colored sword light suddenly drew open in the sky, turning into a thick black color. The moment the sword light dispersed, tens of thousands of gold core realm blood demons were crushed into blood mist by the sword light before they could even let out a cry. As the black sword light dyed the sky, a black-haired young man in black robes walked through the demon tide step by step. His sword sense swept across the area again and again. Within the demon tide, the black shadows of the demonic beasts exploded one after another. Strange. This scene was too strange. 100,000 gold core realm blood demons were actually wiped out by someone in just a blink of an eye. Who is it? Who is this person? Could it be a Void Refinement Realm Senior? The eyes of the Divine Transformation Realm revered elders who were in despair suddenly lit up. Even though they could not see the young man's appearance clearly because of the formation light and the blood mist, how could they not know that he was here to save them? The killing strength of this black-robed young man was completely comparable to an early Void Refinement Realm Senior expert. He is Brother Zhou. Yu Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. When the blood mist gradually dispersed, Yu Bai could clearly see that the black-robed young man was none other than Ning Fan. Actually, there was no need for Yu Bai to remind him. As soon as the blood mist dispersed, which Divine Transformation Realm cultivator could not recognize Ning Fan, however, none of them expected that Ning Fan's strength would actually reach such a level. The technique that instantly killed the group of demons was obviously the sword sense technique. That figure that was shrouded in black chi was obviously the incarnation technique. Venerated Ming actually has so many trump cards and techniques. The hemp-robed revered elder's heart was filled with waves of shock. At this moment, Ning Fan had unleashed his full strength, giving him a feeling of powerlessness and invincibility. Let's get out of the formation quickly and help Venerated Ming kill the demons. The few Divine Transformation Realm revered elders said excitedly when they saw Ning Fan's unstoppable aura. There's no need. He alone is enough. The hemp-robed revered elder's expression suddenly became a little dispirited. He was the first one who noticed Ning Fan's baleful chi that he did not conceal at all. It was a very dense baleful chi. Just by probing Ning Fan's body, it had already tainted his spirit sense. This was baleful chi that could only be obtained by killing 1,000 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators and above. There's no doubt about it. The density of this baleful chi definitely required one to kill 1,000 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators and above. The hemp-robed revered elder had always boasted about his outstanding innate talent. He claimed that he was already a heavenly genius after cultivating to the half-step Void Refinement Realm in just 4,000 years. However, compared to Ning Fan, he felt that he could no longer muster up the pride he had in his entire life. The 16 blood demons stared at Ning Fan with fear in their eyes. The king beast even felt a sense of crisis from Ning Fan's body that was as heavy as a mountain. The 600 nascent soul realm blood demons which had the lowest level of spiritual intelligence soared into the sky at the same time and attacked Ning Fan. Facing the 600 nascent soul realm blood demons, Ning Fan's eyes were still as cold as before. With a sweep of his sword sense, the demon bodies of the 600 nascent soul realm disintegrated and blood mist flew everywhere, killing nascent soul realm cultivators in an instant. As his cold eyes swept across the area, the 12 Divine Transformation Realm venerated elders felt a chill down their spines. The 16 wild beast blood demons instinctively took a step back. Their hearts were filled with fear. Roar at the critical moment when the group of beasts was terrified, the king beast roared forcefully and activated the power of its bloodline. The other blood demons gradually cast away their fear and their eyes became indifferent again. An early Divine Transformation Realm wild beast was even more fearless. It leaped into the sky and charged towards Ning Fan with its body that was as huge as a mountain. The force of the collision was enough to flatten a mountain, asterisk boom asterisk the 1000 zhang asterisk tall wild beast collided with Ning Fan's body. No, to be more precise, it collided with Ning Fan's palm. Immediately, a loud bang that shook the earth and mountains were heard. Facing the powerful collision of the wild beast, Ning Fan just stretched out his palm and pushed it on the lower jaw of the wild beast as if he was pushing something. The force of the push actually stopped the 1000 zhang asterisk tall wild beast from moving forward by 5 zhang asterisk 33 m per zhang. In terms of strength, Ning Fan, who seemed weak and skinny, was a few times stronger than the early divine transformation realm wild beast. This scene was just too shocking. As Ning Fan clawed with his 5 fingers, a terrifying claw force tore 5 cracks in the hollow space. The wild beast was being torn apart by the 5 cracks. It let out a miserable shriek and its 1000 zhang asterisk 33 m per zhang body was torn into 6 pieces by Ning Fan's claw. All of you, come at me together, Ning Fan uttered coldly. He took a step forward and a wave of pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas swept across the place. 2 mid-divine transformation realm wild beasts leaped into the air. However, they were blasted by Ning Fan's fists with a tremendous force that could move mountains and fill up seas, turning them into minced meat and blood mists. A late divine transformation realm wild beast tried to flee in fear. However, Ning Fan directly grabbed its giant tail and tore it into 2 pieces. His physical body was at the peak of the 3rd level of the Jade Life realm. Under the extreme condition of the corpse devil body, his physical body was as strong as a peak Jade Life realm expert. Every time he threw out a punch, a wild beast would definitely die. Stepping on the corpses of the beasts, Ning Fan's aura force surged. The remaining 1 king beast and 2 peak divine transformation realm wild beasts actually fled desperately. They were afraid. The king beast could sense the chi of the death of 20 king beasts of the same species from Ning Fan's body. Its instincts told it that the black-robed young man in front of it was not someone it could afford to offend. 5 tombs, appear. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He raised his 5 fingers and clawed at the sky. Suddenly, 5 black dragon tombstones appeared in the sky and struck at the 3 beasts. 2 of the tombstones landed on the 2 peak divine transformation realm wild beasts. With just the force of the tombstones, the 2 beasts were smashed into meat paste. The remaining 3 tombstones landed on the bodies of the 3 king beasts. Even though the scales of the king beasts were extremely tough, their bodies were still smashed into pieces by the tombstones. Their blood flowed like a river. Asterisk roar asterisk the king beast had gone mad. It was severely injured by Ning Fan. It knew that it would be difficult for it to survive. The only thing it could do was to fight to the death like a cornered beast. However, Ning Fan did not even give it the chance to attack. He took a step forward and flapped his wings. With a speed that was unbelievably fast, he suddenly appeared above the king beast's head and stomped on it. Asterisk boom asterisk the king beast's massive head was directly crushed by Ning Fan's stomp. Its gigantic body fell to the ground and died. Asterisk hiss asterisk a chill rose in the hearts of the 12 divine transformation realm experts. From the moment Ning Fan arrived to the scene where he killed the demons, only tens of breaths had passed. Within this short period of time, Ning Fan annihilated the group of demons. Each of the techniques he used was world-shocking. Ning Fan had saved them and annihilated the demon tide. They were supposed to remove the formation light and thank him. However, even the revered elder in hemp robes trembled from the bottom of his heart when he saw the black-robed Ning Fan, who was as cold as ice. He didn't dare to activate the formation light. He was afraid. He was even more afraid of this black-robed Ning Fan compared to facing the tide of 100,000 demons. Even the revered elder in linen robes had a sliver of hope of escaping from a beast king. However, when facing the black-robed Ning Fan, the revered elder in hemp robes only felt that he would die for sure. When Ning Fan's spirit sense broke through to the void refinement realm, once he transformed into the black robes, his body would naturally possess the magic power of the early void refinement realm. With a flick of his sleeve, he kept close to 200 drops of dragon blood. Then, he walked towards the formation light step by step and pressed his finger on it. The formation light shattered. "Are you all afraid of me?" Ning Fan said coldly. "Don't dare to. Other than you by," each of the divine transformation realm venerated elders hurriedly explained to Ning Fan. Although he said that he didn't dare, it meant that he was afraid. Brother Zhou's strength really causes me to be endlessly shocked. Yu Bai bitterly smiled. He never thought that the person he befriended would actually be such a terrifying expert. Don't worry. Since I've saved you, I won't kill you. Miss Chong'er isn't here? Even though Ning Fan's tone was cold, there was a hint of concern in it. When Yu Bai heard it, it slightly reduced his fear towards Ning Fan. I'm afraid Chong'er won't be able to survive. It has been 3 days since she fell into the blood lake. Even though her life plate is still intact, as soon as Yu Bai finished speaking, he briefly told Ning Fan what had happened. When he heard that Yu Chong'er fell into the blood lake and fell into the second level of the blood dragon pool, even Ning Fan frowned. There were void refinement realm blood demons in the second level. It had been 3 days since Yu Chong'er fell into the blood lake. If she's still alive, she would probably be dead by now. Since Yu Bai said that Yu Chong'er was still alive, he was afraid that she had some means to protect herself and hide herself. That was why she was still alive. However, if this drags on, it would still be difficult for her to survive. The blood dragon pool will be open for a month. Within this 1 month, we won't be able to leave or transmit our voice to the outside world. There are still 20 days before we can leave the dragon pool and seek help from Sovereign Chu. However, I'm afraid Chong'er will already be dead by then. From the perspective of morality and justice, her recklessness has put many fellow Taoists in danger. It won't be a pity even if she dies 100 times. However, she's my younger sister after all. I've decided to go to the second level and save her. Even if I die on the second level, it's still my fate. However, I still have some spiritual herbs in my storage pouch. They were collected for my mother's illness. I'll have to trouble Brother Zhou to send them back to the Yu clan for me. In this way, even if I die, I won't have gotten to know Brother Zhou in vain. Yu Bai's face was filled with the intention to die. What a filial son and a virtuous brother. He took out the storage pouch and passed it to Ning Fan, showing the intention to entrust his younger sister to him. However, Ning Fan did not take it. He suddenly turned around and took a step forward. Then, he turned into purple smoke and went into the blood lake. It shouldn't be difficult for me to bring her back. You won't be able to do anything even if you go. After hearing what Ning Fan said, Yu Bai's expression changed drastically. He wanted to stop Ning Fan but it was already too late. If Ning Fan dies because of his younger sister, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. Brother Zhou. Yu Bai wanted to go with Ning Fan and lend him a hand. However, he was stopped by the revered elder in hemp robes and the others. If you go, you'll just be a burden. With venerated Ming's strength, as long as he's careful, even the void refinement realm ferocious beasts on the second level won't attack him recklessly. Venerated Ming is a man who knows his limits. If he can't save her, he won't risk his life in vain. As soon as he finished speaking, all the revered elders fell into silence. If there were still people who suspected that Ning Fan was a clumsy and vile person just now, none of them would have such a ridiculous thought anymore. How could a person who would risk his life to save his friend's younger sister be a vile person? At least, Ning Fan's current actions made the revered elders of the righteous path feel ashamed of their inferiority. It's ridiculous that we claim to be righteous but we're still not as good as a devil cultivator. Is it really worth it for us to be so stubborn and calculative? The Tao hearts of the divine transformation realm revered elders at the scene were shaken. Ning Fan leaped into the blood lake and pushed his speed to the limit. He went all the way down to the second level. The reason why he saved Yu Chong'er was not because of her beauty nor was it because of his reputation or morality. It was just to repay Yu Bai for getting up and greeting him. That was all. He would certainly not risk his life for Yu Chong'er. However, if he could save her, he would certainly help her a little. Ha, up here. As soon as he appeared in the second level, Ning Fan summoned his 3 great void refinement realm spiritual puppets without any hesitation. With the combat power of his incarnation which was comparable to the void refinement realm and the 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets, he should be fine as long as he returns quickly even though he was in the second level. When he landed on the ground, Ning Fan scanned the area with his spirit sense. There were actually many traces of battle within 100,000 li * 500 m per li, which seemed to be left behind by Yu Chong'er. Luckily, most of the traces were divine transformation realm battles. It seemed like Yu Chong-er was being hunted by a divine transformation realm cultivator. Luckily, she did not encounter any void refinement realm cultivators when she first fell into the blood lake. Otherwise, she would probably have died a long time ago. Even if she did not encounter any void refinement realm cultivators, it was still extremely dangerous for an early divine transformation realm woman to travel in the second level. It has been 3 days since she entered the second level. I can search for her by following her escape route. If I can't find her, I'll return quickly. Ning Fan flapped his wings and together with the 3 spiritual puppets, they turned into 4 rays of light and chased after Yu Chong-er. Most of the blood demons that they encountered along the way were at the nascent soul realm and above. After flying for half a day, they encountered at least 50 wild beasts which were intercepted by Ning Fan and the 3 spiritual puppets. If Ning Fan used his strongest strength on the first level, then he used all the power he could use on the second level, including his spiritual puppets. After half a day of flying, the messy bloodstains along the way were getting closer and closer to them. In a secluded valley, countless roars of beasts could be heard. A pale-looking silver-armored young lady who was wrapped in a black cloak was holding a stalk of spiritual medicine in her hand. Her delicate body was stained with blood and her face was pale. She was staring at the ferocious beasts that surrounded her. 140 wild beasts and 3 void refinement realm blood demons. Even if I have the heaven-deceiving cloak that my master gave me, I won't be able to escape. What should I do? The young lady pursed her pale lips tightly. Her heart was filled with reluctance. It took her a lot of effort to find this stock of spiritual medicine. She finally had the hope of curing her mother. The reason why she went to the forest of beast kings to steal medicinal herbs was just for this stock of spiritual medicine. If I can't escape, who is going to save my mother? Big Brother must hate me to death. I was too impulsive and implicated so many people. Seeing the group of beasts swarming towards them after the 3 void refinement realm beasts roared, the young lady's face immediately turned pale. And no, as soon as the black light dispersed, countless rays of sword light suddenly exploded in the secluded valley. Groups of nascent soul realm blood demons were torn to pieces and died. Yu Chong-er suddenly felt that her body was very light as if she was flying. When she looked down, she saw a strong arm hugging her chest horizontally, pulling her into his embrace. That palm happened to press on one of her breasts. However, the owner of that arm did not seem to realize that he was being rash. Yu Chong-er turned around and her small mouth opened slightly. It was hard for her to close it because the person who saved her was actually Ning Fan. Her nose turned sour and she actually began to sob. Zizhou Ming, why did you come to save me? I don't want you to save me. Be quiet for a while. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. His mind was completely focused on the ferocious beasts that were coming from all directions. How could he have the time to care about Yu Chong-er's thoughts? Kill. As soon as he gave the order, the 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets threw out punches. All the ferocious beasts that were hit by the punches were either killed or injured. The group of beasts was thrown into chaos. Ning Fan, on the other hand, held Yu Chong-er in his arms and fled with the 3 spiritual puppets without any hesitation. What a joke. There were 100 wild beasts and 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets. No matter how many trump cards Ning Fan had, he would not be foolish enough to risk his life to fight them. Moreover, once the battle begins, it would certainly attract more ferocious beasts because of the fluctuations. At that time, he would not be able to escape from the calamity. Void refinement realm spiritual puppets. There are actually 3 of them. How is this possible? Yu Chong-er shrank in Ning Fan's arms with a stunned expression. She could not imagine that Ning Fan, whom she looked down upon previously, actually had such powerful spiritual puppets to protect himself. Even the aristocratic families of the Rain World might not necessarily have void refinement realm spiritual puppets. She wanted to ask him, but she knew that it was more important to escape now. It was not the right time to ask. Yu Chong-er gently turned her head and saw the ferocious beasts that were chasing after them relentlessly. Her scalp went numb. Among them, the fastest one was a void refinement realm ferocious beast. It was almost 3,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, behind Ning Fan. Its scorching breath could almost reach Yu Chong-er's face. She even saw that gigantic beast open its huge mouth and spit out a blood-red aurora at Ning Fan's back. "Be careful!" she exclaimed. At the next moment, the aurora engulfed Ning Fan, Yu Chong-er and the three spiritual puppets. Roar! A ferocious and complacent roar resounded through the dense forest. In the eyes of that void refinement realm ferocious beast, this aurora was more than enough to kill Ning Fan and the others. 3/6, to be continued, roar. Accompanied by the beast's roar, the blood-colored aurora became even stranger. Everything that was swept by the aurora would freeze into blood-colored ice crystals. Within a radius of 30,000 meters, all the trees, land, and even some innocent blood demons were frozen in ice. Ning Fan and the others were trapped inside the ice crystals, unable to move at all. Even a half-step void refinement realm expert would find it hard to break free from the ice. Ning Fan's entire body was wrapped in black devil flames. The combined power of the 12 types of heavenly cold flames and earth flames was completely comparable to a 7th-grade void flame. Once the flames soared, all the ice crystals within 100,000 feet melted. The three puppets regained their ability to move. Yu Chong-er also regained her ability to breathe. However, she was still curled up in Ning Fan's arms. Even her teeth were trembling. However, she clenched her teeth stubbornly and did not complain about the cold. In Yu Chong-er's mind, the power of that blood-red aurora was way too terrifying. The power of the ice seal had most likely reached the level of mortal void cold chi. Even though the ice was at such a high level, it was directly incinerated by Ning Fan's devil flames. It was enough to show how domineering his devil flames were. It was also because Ning Fan did not have enough magic power to fully unleash the destructive power of this flame. Otherwise, no void refinement realm expert would dare to face this flame head-on. How can he be so powerful? This is unbelievable. No matter how much Yu Chong-er hated Ning Fan, she had to admit that Ning Fan's strength was undoubtedly strong. That kind of strength was tempered through a long period of danger. When killing, his attacks were like lightning, and he didn't even blink. He wouldn't stop until he was dead. From the bottom of her heart, Yu Chong-er, who was a young lady who was about to die in despair, was suddenly saved by a young man. She could not help but feel grateful and have a good impression of Ning Fan. She understood how to repay kindness. Thus, even though Ning Fan's palm was pressing on her chest, her face was still red and she did not resist. "I can't escape." Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Even though he managed to break free from the aurora light, he was still surrounded by the group of demons when he was sealed in ice. Ning Fan did not bother to explain too much to Yu Chong-er. Instead, he directly used his plucking finger to knock her out and kept her in his cauldron ring. Yu Chong-er fainted. His eyes were filled with battle intent. It was obvious that he was going to fight a bloody battle with the demons. It was not difficult for the three void refinement realm beings to deal with. He would have to deal with the rest of the semi-god realm cultivators. Up here. 7 soul formation puppets and 1 black dragon refined corpse were all taken out. Almost as if they had a tacit understanding, both sides launched a tide-like attack in the next instant. Soul extraction. Star fixing plate, appear. In the face of the demon tide, Ning Fan showed no fear at all. He stretched out his 5 fingers and the soul of the earth was sucked into his body. His magic power improved once again. The star positioning plate rose into the sky and turned into a massive star map that stretched 100,000 li *, 500 m per li. Half of the 30,000 star lamps were lit up by Ning Fan. Within the range of the star map, the physical defense of all the blood demons was slightly weakened. Under the cover of the starlight, the defense of the group of demonic beasts, Ning Fan and the others rose to a terrifying level. Under the enhancement of the starlight from the star positioning plate, the defense of any puppet was strong enough to withstand the attack of a half-step void refinement realm expert. Furthermore, the starlight had the effect of reflecting the enemy's attacks. Ning Fan's magic power was getting stronger and stronger. It was the first time he was able to use the star positioning plate in such a manner. In other words, the time-fixing plate was not only a defensive treasure, but it was also an extremely powerful auxiliary treasure with a bright future. Roar, the roars of the demonic beasts could be heard. Some of them were angry and some of them were miserable. The few half-step void refinement realm wild beasts suddenly realized that their combined strength was only enough to injure the late divine transformation realm spiritual puppets. It was not enough to kill them in a single blow. This was just too illogical. In this way, it was not easy for these divine transformation realm spiritual puppets to be killed, and they could slightly delay the demon tide. As for the 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets, almost at the same time as Ning Fan gave the order, each of them sent 3 void refinement realm ferocious beasts flying. Then, they immediately stood together. At this moment, the balance of the situation was balanced. As Ning Fan's killing spree increased, the balance of the situation began to tilt towards Ning Fan and the others. While fighting against 9 wild beasts alone, Ning Fan still had the strength to sweep away his sword sense. His physical body was extremely strong. Each of his punches could collapse mountains and rivers. In just a few exchanges of punches, 4 of the 9 wild beasts were killed. Ning Fan, on the other hand, suffered quite a number of attacks on his body. However, his incarnation gradually recovered after breaking and solidifying. In the vast sky above his head, 5 black stars were floating. These black starlight shrouded Ning Fan's body. It was even faster than the self-healing speed of his incarnation. The injuries caused by mere wild beasts healed within a breath's time. Ning Fan did not have 1 million natal stars. It was impossible for him to survive the joint attacks of immortal emperors. However, since he had 5 natal stars, it was not difficult for him to survive the joint attacks of the wild beasts. His eyes became even colder. As soon as the Black Tempest soul-splitting technique dispersed, the remaining 5 wild beasts died tragically. At the same time, a late divine transformation realm spiritual puppet was also destroyed by the group of demons. Ning Fan did not have the time to feel sorry for the puppet. With an even stronger killing intent, he rushed towards the 12 wild beasts that were attacking his spiritual puppet. Boom! He killed a late divine transformation realm wild beast with a single punch. He killed a peak-grade wild beast with a single stomp. 8 of the 12 wild beasts were instantly killed by Ning Fan. Now, he was fighting against the remaining 4 half-step void refinement realm wild beasts. The physical bodies of the half-step void refinement realm wild beasts were already incredible. Moreover, they were attacking from all sides. Even with the strength of his physical body, Ning Fan gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. A ray of purple light shone in his eyes. Purple mist suddenly dispersed. Within the mist, the 4 half-step void refinement realm wild beasts were directly turned into smoke and disappeared. Wherever the mist reached, hundreds of nascent soul realm cultivators and a dozen wild beasts were also turned into ashes. Ning Fan panted slightly. It was the first time that he ran out of magic power. Each of his trump cards consumed his magic power. If his magic power is depleted, he would not be able to display any powerful magic techniques no matter how powerful his techniques were. Without caring about the swelling pain in his immortal veins, Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out an entire bottle of 5 Revolution spirit-restoring pills and consumed all of them. The immense medicinal power nearly caused his immortal veins to explode. Ning Fan did not even have the time to carefully refine the medicinal power. Instead, he forcefully refined the medicinal power into magic power and began his massacre once again. The price he had to pay for forcefully consuming the medicinal power was blood trickling out from the corner of his mouth and some internal injuries. However, with the self-recovery incarnation and the Black Star technique, Ning Fan was not afraid of getting injured. Seeing that another late divine transformation puppet was about to be killed, Ning Fan took a step forward and rushed into the battlefield. His killing intent swept across the battlefield, causing the group of beasts to retreat hurriedly. Die. As soon as he activated the heart formation, 5,000 tall and straight sword mountains rose from the ground. Almost immediately, nearly 20 wild beasts were trapped within the formation of the sword mountains. All of them were at a loss of what to do. They did not see Ning Fan taking out his formation plate at all, nor did they see him setting up a grand formation here. How could a gigantic formation suddenly appear out of nowhere? After all, they had no idea that this was the heart formation technique of the Heluo sect. With the formation diagram in one's heart, why would one need external objects to set up a formation? *Chi** 5,000 traces of primordial Chi sword light swept across the sword formation. Within the eastern profound sword formation, the wild beasts began to die miserably. Ningfan's magical power flowed out like the tide. He took a few more spirit-restoring pills and a raging black flame rose from his palm. The sea of fire spread out and the fire palm spread out. One after another, the wild beasts died under the samadhi fire palms. The demon tide became smaller and the number of wild beasts decreased. Under Ningfan's devil might, even the wild beasts that were far away did not dare to come to his aid. There were only 50 wild beasts left, 40. 30. 20. Ningfan's injuries became more and more severe. Almost all of his divine transformation realm spiritual puppets and refined corpses were severely injured. Unless they are repaired, they would not be able to be used again. Ningfan and his 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets were the only ones left on their side. The other party only had 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets and 20 divine transformation realm spiritual puppets. They stood on the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood in shock. Ningfan had killed another 120 wild beasts. However, the price he had to pay was that he was now severely injured and his blood kept flowing out of his body. Most of the blood was the blood of other ferocious beasts while the rest was Ningfan's blood. After forcefully consuming pills several times, his immortal veins were already on the verge of bursting. He could no longer consume pills. His magic power had been severely depleted and it was difficult for him to continue. At this stage of the battle, Ningfan felt like he was an arrow at the end of its flight even with his strength. However, the more his magic power was depleted, the clearer the sword intent in his heart became. Traces of sword intent flew out from his palm. Using sword intent to kill enemies did not require any magic power. It was the first time Ningfan heard the call of a flying sword. The Separation Slayer sword that was circling around him was excited and thirsting for battle. The Blood Dragon Demon sword in his storage pouch was thirsty for blood. It desired to devour all the blood demons. Blood Dragon Demon sword, Ningfan patted his storage pouch and took out a blood-red demon sword that was as transparent as crystal. At the moment he took out the sword, he infused all of the baleful chi from Thousand Divine Transformation realm into its blade. The Blood Dragon Demon sword glowed with a demonic red light that had never been seen before. Faint dragon roars and sword cries could be heard. Roar a strange scene appeared. At the moment when the Blood Dragon Demon sword glowed with red light, all the blood demons including the 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets showed unprecedented fear and let out fearful roars. They were blood demons. They were the food of the Blood Dragon clan. Just like the dark beasts in the Black Dragon Pond, they were the food of the black dragons. When Ningfan saw the scenes of fear, he immediately understood what was going on. This Blood Dragon Demon sword was probably the nemesis of the blood demons. With a tap of his feet, Ningfan turned into smoke and disappeared. At the next moment, he appeared on the back of a peak-grade wild beast and pierced his sword into its back. The sword tip of the Blood Dragon Demon sword was only 1 meter long. When it pierced into the back of the ferocious beast which was several thousand zhang 3. 33 m per zhang, large, it was like being bitten by a mosquito. It should not hurt or tickle. However, at the moment when the blood sword pierced the back of the ferocious beast, a violent devouring force came from the sword. In just a breath's time, the dignified peak-grade wild beast's blood was directly sucked dry by the blood sword. It fell to the ground and turned into a dried corpse. This sword is bloodthirsty. However, I'm afraid it will only have such a terrifying blood-sucking ability when it's used against blood demons. Ningfan made up his mind. With the help of the blood sword, the remaining 19 wild beasts were not a threat at all. He raised the blood sword in the sky and activated it with his flying sword technique. The blood sword, which was originally a void treasure, could easily pierce through the defense of the blood demons. Once the sword light pierced into the body of a wild beast, even if the sword power was not strong, it could instantly suck the blood of the wild beast dry. In just 10 breaths' time, the remaining wild beasts were all killed by the blood sword. Roar the 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets were highly intelligent. They exchanged glances with each other and all of them had the thought of escaping. All of them were blood demons. As long as the blood sword pierced their bodies, all of their blood would be instantly sucked dry by it. The blood sword carried the dragon might of a heavenly demon blood dragon. A blood dragon of this level could even suck a life immortal realm blood demon to death in an instant, let alone a mere void refinement realm blood demon. If it was in the past, the three beasts would not necessarily be afraid of the blood sword. As long as the blood sword did not pierce through their defense, it would be fine. However, after fighting against the void refinement realm spiritual puppets, the bodies of the three beasts were riddled with thousands of holes and their blood flowed like a river. At this moment, as long as the blood sword pierces into their wounds, the three beasts would certainly die. Trying to escape? It's too late. Ning Fan smiled coldly. With a single step, he turned into smoke and landed on the back of one of the void refinement realm ferocious beasts. He stared at the dense wounds on its body and ignored its pleading eyes. Then, he pierced the sword into its back. *G** a ray of blood-red sword light pierced through the tip of the sword. The void refinement realm ferocious beast let out a deafening wail. Its body shriveled at an unbelievable speed. After one breath's time, its blood chi had already become dim. After 2 breaths' time, it was already all skin and bones. After 3 breaths' time, it let out a cry and fell to the ground, dead. Ning Fan's eyes were burning with passion. This was his first time killing a void refinement realm expert, even if he had to rely on the power of the blood sword. His footsteps became slightly unstable. The blood sword that had devoured countless beasts' blood seemed to have become more courageous and attempted to devour Ning Fan again. Ning Fan's eyes turned grim. This sword is really too difficult to control. As his footsteps swayed, he took another step forward and appeared on top of another void refinement realm ferocious beast, killing it with a single slash. *roar*. The remaining void refinement realm ferocious beast was terrified. As a blood demon, it did not have the strength to resist the attack of the blood dragon demon sword at all. It tried its best to escape while enduring the attacks of the spiritual puppets. Ning Fan, on the other hand, wanted to chase after it with his traveling light. However, he helplessly realized that he really did not have a single trace of magic power left at the moment. Thus, he could no longer chase after it. Kill it. After giving an order to the 3 spiritual puppets, Ning Fan supported himself with his sword. He felt a little unsteady on his feet. It was his second time encountering such a tough battle. As the level of his enemies became higher and higher, it became harder for Ning Fan to kill them unhindered. In the dense forest far away, the miserable cries of the void refinement realm ferocious beast could be heard. Needless to say, being besieged by the 3 spiritual puppets, its death was inevitable. Ning Fan flicked his sleeves and kept the dragon blood on the ground. Helplessly, he realized that all the ferocious beasts that were killed by the blood sword had all dried up without any dragon blood remaining. There were a total of 120 wild beasts that died in Ning Fan's hands. He had obtained nearly 1,500 drops of dragon whiskers which filled up 15 pots. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the 3 puppets returned with blank eyes while dragging the gigantic beast carcasses. There were actually 1,000 drops of dragon blood in the carcass of a void refinement realm beast. It was 100 times more than a divine transformation realm beast. Ning Fan could not help but feel a little regretful. If the other 2 void refinement realm beasts were not completely sucked dry by the blood sword, he could still obtain another 2,000 drops of dragon blood. However, this kind of thought was just a thought. It was immediately dispelled by Ning Fan. In that kind of situation, he did not have the time to think about the dragon blood at all. He could only think about his own life and death. After careful calculation, Ning Fan had already collected 107 pots of dragon blood during this trip. In addition to the 3 pots that Old Man Shu gave him previously, he had a total of 110 pots. If all of them are brewed into blood wine, it would be 550,000 units of magic power, 10 years. Ning Fan only needed to wait for 10 years for this blood wine to be brewed. It would definitely not be difficult for him to break through to the void refinement realm. After keeping the dragon blood, Ning Fan spread his spirit sense. Countless eyes of beasts were staring at him from all directions. There were even some void refinement realm ferocious beasts among them. However, none of them dared to offend Ning Fan. To be more precise, they were not afraid of Ning Fan but the blood dragon demon sword. The dragon might of the blood dragon in the demon sword was too strong. It was so strong that they did not dare to resist it. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. Then, he smiled bitterly. It seemed like as long as I have this sword, no beasts in the blood dragon pool would dare to attack me. If I knew this earlier, I would have taken out the demon sword in advance. Perhaps, I wouldn't even need to put up a tough fight. Ning Fan gently lifted the tip of the sword and said with cold eyes. Get lost. This word activated the might of the blood dragon sword. As soon as the dragon might dispersed, the group of beasts immediately shuddered and fled for their lives. It turns out that driving away the blood demons is so easy. As such, Ning Fan was no longer in a hurry to return to the first floor. With the blood sword, he would not be in any danger on the second floor. He randomly found a mountain peak and opened up a cave dwelling. He ordered the 3 puppets to guard the entrance of the cave with the blood sword and set up many restrictive formations inside the cave. Then, he shook his cauldron ring and summoned Yu Chong-er. Yu Chong-er was still unconscious. Her face was flushed after being tormented by the plucking finger and she was moaning in her sleep. Ning Fan removed the force from her finger. When the force of the plucking finger dissipated, she finally let out a moan and woke up. Am I dead? Is this the netherworld? She stared at the unfamiliar cave dwelling and felt a little dazed. You're not dead. Ning Fan felt a little exhausted. He leaned against the stone wall and sat down. It was his first time exhausting all of his magic power. As soon as he relaxed, he immediately noticed the wounds all over his body. The pain was unbearable, but he just frowned. He did not care about the pain. You saved me? How did you get so badly injured? Yu Chong-er rubbed her eyes and gradually regained consciousness. When she saw Ning Fan, who was covered in blood in front of her, her heart suddenly tightened. An indescribable feeling quickly filled her heart. How could it be? How could it be? I looked down on him and despised him so much, but he still risked his life to save me. I'll help you stop the bleeding. No need. Before Ning Fan could finish his words, Yu Chong-er grabbed his arm. As he struggled, countless wounds opened up on his body. Realizing that she had made another mistake, Yu Chong-er blamed herself. Ning Fan saved her, but she caused his wounds to open up and bleed non-stop. I have some pills here. Take them quickly, I can't take pills anymore. My immortal veins have already been filled to the limit by the pills. You stay here and protect me. I'll take a nap and the bleeding will stop by itself. Ning Fan did not explain the profoundness of the Black Star technique. With the Black Star technique, as long as Yu Chong-er did not torture him, it was just a matter of time before his injuries fully recovered. Exhaustion filled his heart. Ning Fan leaned against the stone wall and fell asleep. Yu Chong-er blamed herself even more. She used to boast that she was the daughter of the heavens and had a void fragmentation realm master. However, today, she finally realized how huge the gap between her so-called heavenly pride and Ning Fan was. She barely managed to escape from the attacks of the beasts with the help of her profound divinity spiritual equipment, the heaven-deceiving cloak. As for Ning Fan, he forcefully broke out of the void refinement realm encirclement by relying on his abilities. She did not know that Ning Fan did not escape from the encirclement. Instead, he killed all the ferocious beasts and returned with glory. However, it did not stop her from admiring Ning Fan. Yu Chong-er had to admit that Ning Fan was extremely strong. Even an early void refinement realm cultivator might not be able to survive after being chased by 3 void refinement realm beasts. Yu Chong-er had to admit that Ning Fan looked very handsome when he was sleeping soundly. He did not have a hypocritical smile, nor did he have the cold-bloodedness of the devil path. He was just as quiet as a young master next door. However, when she saw Ning Fan's pale face, she felt even more guilty. She recalled her master's words and the past was still vivid in her mind. Master once said that I'm the reincarnation of an insect king. In my previous life, I was a 100-grass insect king. I was born with a drop of sovereign blood in my body, which is the most nutritious item in the world. However, I only have 1 drop of it in my entire life and it can bring a man back to life. Unfortunately, no matter how precious this blood is, it can't save a woman or my mother. However, this time it was all thanks to Zhou Ming that I managed to find the blood dragon moss and survive the calamity. If I don't repay him, it would really go against my conscience. The hope of my mother recovering from her illness and the hope of me escaping from death are all given to me by him. This blood should be given to him. Looking at Ning Fan, who was sleeping soundly, Yu Chong'er's pretty face blushed for no reason. She gently bit the tip of her tongue and a drop of golden blood flowed out. She held it in her mouth and it melted with her saliva. She gently bit her lips and finally made an extremely bold decision. While Ning Fan was sleeping soundly, she kissed him on the lips and sent the golden blood into his body. Her slippery tongue slid into Ning Fan's mouth. This bold action made Yu Chong'er so embarrassed that she wanted to hide her face. No matter what, she was a revered elder of the Rain Palace and the beloved daughter of the Yu clan. How could she be so shameless as to forcefully kiss a man who was sleeping soundly? Even if it was to repay Ning Fan for saving her life, it was still too bold. Fortunately, Ning Fan did not know about this matter. Otherwise, Yu Chong'er really did not know how to explain it. After sending the golden blood into Ning Fan's body, Yu Chong'er was like a frightened deer. She hurriedly withdrew her tongue and tried to separate their lips. Then, Ning Fan, who was sleeping soundly, responded to her kiss. He hooked his tongue with hers, making her unable to get away. As they sucked and intertwined their tongues, Yu Chong'er's pretty face turned red. She was on the verge of tears and cursed inwardly. Shameless. This Zhou Ming is too shameless. He's obviously sleeping. How could he still kiss me? That's right. He must have experienced a lot of tenderness in his daily life. He still has a physiological reaction when he's sleeping. He's really too shameless. If she was not sure that Ning Fan was really asleep, Yu Chong'er would almost think that he was deliberately taking advantage of her. Unable to escape from Ning Fan's kiss, Yu Chong'er helplessly lowered her body. She simply stopped trying to escape and let Ning Fan take advantage of her. In her heart, she only hoped that Ning Fan would not wake up. Otherwise, if he saw her being kissed, she was afraid that she would never be able to sever her relationship with him for the rest of her life. Gradually, Yu Chong'er could not help but be immersed in this kiss. Her first kiss was gone, but this first kiss was very comfortable. And, inside the cave dwelling, the faint moans of a woman could be heard. Her rapid breathing could also be heard. When Ning Fan finally let go of Yu Chong'er and their lips separated, Yu Chong'er hurriedly retreated to one side. She looked at Ning Fan as if she was looking at a devil. Her small lips were already swollen after being kissed by Ning Fan. Her mouth was filled with Ning Fan's saliva and smell. Yu Chong'er sat on the ground in frustration. She thought to herself, does this mean that I have lost my chastity after such an entangled kiss? If Master finds out about this, I'm afraid he will beat me to death. Yu Chong'er was slightly afraid. April 6th, to be continued. Ning Fan was not in a deep sleep. In other words, it was impossible for him to have a deep sleep in such a dangerous place. In his dream, he faintly felt a pair of cold, soft lips on his, and he unconsciously responded. He thought that it was just a wet dream, but he did not expect that after their lips parted, his body actually began to heat up. The bloody battle had cost him a lot of essence blood. Although he had the Black Star art to heal him, he still had to consume a lot of essence blood to recover. However, Ning Fan suddenly realized that a drop of scalding golden blood came out of nowhere and entered his throat. It flowed into his dantian and turned into a rolling hot current. The missing essence blood had already been replenished at an unbelievable speed. At the same time, the demon crests on Yang Kai's back emitted blazing heat as they absorbed the power of this drop of golden blood. The drop of golden blood contained an enormous amount of magic power. If he were to refine it, he would be able to increase his magic power by at least 10,000 units. Unfortunately, Ning Fan was currently in a deep slumber. He could not control and refine the golden blood at will. All he could do was watch the devil marks devour the golden blood. Then, promotion. This devil pattern was originally a soldier rank devil pattern, an extremely ordinary stone soldier devil pattern. As soon as he stepped into the general realm, his devil marks evolved into the profound earth devil marks. Moreover, he cultivated it all the way to the peak of the 3rd level of the Jade Life realm. He was just a step away from breaking through to the 4th level, and he had been lacking an opportunity. And this drop of golden blood was that opportunity. Ning Fan could feel that the devil marks on his back were boiling and burning. Above the demon mountain that was surrounded by clouds and mist, a vertical demonic eye slowly appeared. That demonic eye was still closed and hadn't opened. Even so, as soon as his devil eyes appeared, Ning Fan's body refinement realm seemed to have reached a certain point and he broke through to the 4th level of Jade Life body refinement realm. Coupled with the limits of the corpse devil body, the strength of his physical body was slightly stronger than an ordinary peak Jade Life realm cultivator, even though it was inferior to a golden body realm cultivator. Perhaps even venerated giant who had the strongest physical body among the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea was slightly weaker than Ning Fan. Ning Fan was rather speechless. He actually broke through to the body refinement realm in his sleep, but he had no idea where that drop of golden blood came from. What caught his attention the most was the image of the devil eye on the devil mountain on his back. That vertical eye of the devil pupil gave Ning Fan an extremely evil feeling. Ning Fan knew that his cultivation base on the devil Dao was already quite profound. However, he still found it hard to calm his mind in front of that devil eye. The devil chi in that devil eye was too strong and evil. Moreover, Ning Fan had an intuition. If he breaks through to the peak Jade Life realm and attains the golden body refining realm, his devil eyes would certainly open. At that time, his devil marks would advance to the martial rank and allow his devil marks to undergo another qualitative change. Ning Fan wasn't sure if the qualitative change was good or bad. However, he had a vague feeling that if he didn't pay attention to the advancement of the devil marks, he would most likely be devoured by the monstrous devil chi in the devil marks, losing his mind and completely sinking into the abyss of the devil Dao. If that's the case, I must go to the giant devil clan. What exactly does the name Devil Luo mean? I should go there and find out. Ning Fan made up his mind. After the golden blood dissolved, his essence blood recovered and his injuries healed even faster. Another day passed by. When the swelling in his immortal veins disappeared, Ning Fan slowly opened his eyes and woke up. The first thing he did after waking up was to consume a divine injury pill and carefully refine it to erase all of his internal injuries. The cave dwelling was slightly dark. Only a few moonlight stones inlaid on the stone walls emitted a gentle light. While Ning Fan was refining the medicinal power, he glanced around and saw Yu Chong'er hugging her knees and curling up in front of him. She looked a little cold and her face was slightly pale. It seemed like her bloodline was damaged. After thinking about it carefully, Ning Fan's face lit up. That mysterious drop of golden blood was most likely given to him by Yu Chong'er. Looking at Yu Chong'er's slightly swollen lips, Ning Fan could imagine how this little girl absorbed the golden blood. Touching his lips, Ning Fan's eyes revealed a strange expression. It seemed like he was forcefully kissed by this little girl when he was sleeping. Yu Chong'er, Ning Fan muttered to himself. He rose to his feet and waved his sleeves, sprinkling rays of black starlight onto Yu Chong'er to help her heal her injuries. Then, he patted his storage pouch and took out a set of white robes to change his blood-stained clothes. After that, he took out a fox fur coat made from the skin of a divine transformation realm demon and draped it over Yu Chong'er's body. After that, he stopped talking and continued to consume the divine injury pill and spirit restoration pill. Then, he adjusted his condition and gradually recovered to his peak state. After an unknown period of time, Yu Chong'er moaned and woke up. Her body swayed slightly and the fox fur coat slipped off her body. Immediately, her cheeks turned red. This fox fur coat is definitely not hers, thank you. Yu Chong'er was not a fool. She naturally knew that it was Ning Fan's concern. Thus, she thanked him uneasily. Only verbal thanks? Ning Fan's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. This little girl owed Ning Fan more than just a word of thanks. Why you? What else do you want? You just covered me with a fox fur coat. Do you still expect me to repay you with my body? Yu Chong'er's eyes were a little evasive. No. I saved your life. Aren't you going to repay me? Ning Fan deliberately said. Zhou Ming. Who would ask for a reward after saving someone's life? You have no manners at all. Yu Chong'er rolled her eyes at Ning Fan. Manners? I saved you and you repay me. It's a matter of course. What does it have to do with manners? Or are you saying that Miss Yu Chong'er doesn't know how to repay my kindness and you think that it's a matter of course for me to save you? I don't think so. I have already repaid you. Yu Chong'er paused halfway through her words. Her face turned red and she could not continue her sentence. The way she repaid Ning Fan was a little embarrassing. It was fine for her to give him the blood of the insect sovereign, but she just had to kiss him forcefully. How could she say it out loud? You have already repaid me. Why don't I know how you repaid me? No. I haven't repaid you yet. Stop asking. Yu Chong'er was secretly upset. That drop of golden blood had probably been given to Ning Fan for nothing. Nothing good would come out of it. Forget it. Ning Fan saved her life and also saved her mother's life at the same time. It could be said that he had saved her twice. Even if she had to repay him twice, it was only right. As long as she did not repay him with her body, there was no harm in repaying him once more. How do you want me to repay you? I also have a few types of high-grade 5th revolution pills with me. Even if you want the cultivation methods of my Yu clan, I can also secretly give them to you. I don't lack high-grade 5th revolution pills. As for the cultivation methods of your Yu clan, do you think I will be interested in them? Ning Fan's eyelids twitched. His eyes fell upon Yu Chong'er's exquisite and delicate body. Then, he raised his finger and pointed at her breasts. I want this. Zizhou Ming. Don't go too far. You rascal. You're shameless. Yu Chong'er covered her breasts with her hands and felt a chill run down her spine. If Ning Fan wants her body, she would never give it to him even if she dies. Ning Fan's smile became even wider. Without saying anything else, he approached Yu Chong'er step by step and forced her to the corner of the wall. Yu Chong'er's expression became flustered. What are you trying to do? I'm here to get my reward for saving you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan's fingertip moved towards Yu Chong'er's neck. Yu Chong'er was so frightened that she closed her eyes. However, she knew that she could not resist Ning Fan at all. She only felt the button on her robe being undone and her cloak slid down. Then, she realized that Ning Fan was actually taking off her clothes. In her embarrassment and anger, she really wished that she could cut Ning Fan with her sword. However, she also knew that she was no match for him no matter what. In her panic, there was also a hint of anticipation. It seemed like there were some thoughts that even she could not understand. However, she did not expect that after Ning Fan took off her cloak, he actually did not do anything else. He just looked at her with interest as if he was looking at a frightened deer. What are you afraid of? Ning Fan intentionally asked. Of course, I'm afraid that you'll do something to me. Seeing that Ning Fan did not do anything else, Yu Chong'er mustered her courage and opened her eyes. What she saw was that after Ning Fan took off her cloak and spiritual equipment, he actually took a few steps back. It seemed like he did not have the intention to violate her further. Why did you take off my cloak? She had some guesses, but she asked with uncertainty. I've already told you. This cloak is my reward. Profound divinity spiritual equipment, huh? That's something that only void fragmentation realm old monsters are qualified to use. Did your master give it to you? What? The reward you mentioned is this cloak and not me? Yu Chong'er heaved a sigh of relief. However, her pretty face immediately turned awkward. Compared to losing his innocence, losing a cloak was naturally a small matter. However, no matter what, this cloak was still a profound divinity spiritual equipment. It was given to her by her 4 void fragmentation realm masters. She would not dare to simply give it to someone else. If her master asked, she wouldn't be able to answer. Divine Transformation Realm cultivators mostly used the Earth Profound Realm, Void Refinement Realm cultivators used the Heaven Profound Realm and Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators used the Divine Profound Realm. This cloak was quite valuable. You don't want to give it to me? Or do you think that your life is less valuable than a cloak? Ning Fan tried to provoke him. Of course my life is more valuable than the heaven-deceiving cloak. Humph, I'll give it to you. But in this case, we don't owe each other anything. All right. Ning Fan agreed without hesitation. He liked this cloak very much. The effect of this heaven-deceiving cloak was to conceal one's body. If one were to refine this spiritual equipment, even the spirit sense of a void fragmentation old monster would not be able to detect him. With Yu Chong'er's cultivation base, she was unable to refine the spiritual equipment. Just wearing it on her body was enough for her to flee for a few days in the 2nd floor. It was enough to show how powerful this spiritual equipment was. Even though he had lost a spiritual puppet and several of them were severely injured, he had obtained quite a lot of dragon blood in exchange for a drop of golden blood and a profound divinity spiritual equipment. Ning Fan certainly did not suffer a loss. However, when he agreed to Yu Chong'er's request without hesitation, he did not notice a hint of disappointment flashing across her eyes. We don't owe each other anything. He's actually willing to be even with me. The thoughts of young girls were always very complicated. Yu Chong'er shook her head and cleared her mind. Then, she asked hesitantly. Are we going back to the first floor? She was a little scared. After all, in order to steal the blood dragon moss, she had angered the king beast and brought a fatal disaster to her elder brother and the other revered elders. She was afraid that those people would not let her go after they return. Are you very scared? Speaking of which, why did you go to the forest of king beasts to steal the herbs? Do you know that your elder brother was almost killed because of you? Ning Fan asked in surprise. He just thought that this little girl was spoiled and impulsive. It turned out that she would also be afraid when she did something wrong. I don't know. At first, I thought that with the heaven-deceiving cloak, I wouldn't be discovered by the king beast as long as I'm careful. This is the blood dragon moss. It's the herb used to cure my mother's illness. Our Yu clan has been searching for it for hundreds of years, but we have never found a single stalk. I didn't expect to see it here. That's why I didn't think too much at that time. I just thought that I must steal this herb. Zhou Ming, does my elder brother hate me to death? Yu Chong'er lowered her head. Her expression could not be seen clearly. Her shoulders were trembling slightly. She knew that she had made a mistake. However, if she had to do it again, she would still take the risk, for her mother. Ning Fan could not help but fall into silence. This Yu Chong'er might be a little willful, but her nature was not bad. Don't worry. None of them lost their lives. I've already saved them. If we return to the first floor, they won't dare to blame you for my sake. However, there are still 19 days before we leave the Dragon Pond. I want to continue fighting on the second floor during these 19 days. It's meaningless for us to return to the first floor. Are you crazy? The second floor is so dangerous. Yu Chong'er was exasperated. She thought to herself, is Ning Fan's brain made of wood? Does he not know how dangerous the second floor is? He really doesn't know how terrifying the scene of his white robes bathed in blood was. It's all right. I have a way to protect myself. Besides, if I can refine this heaven-deceiving cloak, I can even explore the third floor. Ning Fan was not joking. After refining the heaven-deceiving cloak, he could deceive the spirit sense of the void fragmentation realm and sneak into the blood dragon pond. No demon would be able to detect him. Even if he could not refine the cloak, he still had the blood dragon demon sword. It was still possible for him to roam freely in the second floor. As for his safety, he did not need to worry about it at all. However, regarding the blood dragon demon sword, Ning Fan would certainly not explain it to Yu Chong'er. The heaven-deceiving cloak? That's a profound divinity spiritual equipment. Only void fragmentation realm experts can refine it into their bodies. Yu Chong'er looked at Ning Fan with uncertainty. She did not think that Ning Fan could refine the profound divinity spiritual equipment. Void fragmentation realm, huh? It's not necessarily impossible for me to refine it. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with confidence. He had already comprehended the 3 void fragmentation realm techniques. Every single thing he did was not earth-shattering. Refining a spiritual equipment might be extremely difficult, but it was not impossible. At the very least, he could give it a try. His confident gaze fell upon Yu Chong'er's beautiful eyes. Immediately, the latter averted her gaze. Conceit would make a person appear arrogant, while confidence would make a person appear infinitely charming. At this moment, Ning Fan's eyes could make one's heart tremble. Perhaps, he can really do it. Yu Chong'er could not help but let her imagination run wild. 5/6, to be continued. The heaven-deceiving cloak was of the profound divinity grade. Once it was refined into one's body, it could even block void fragmentation realm detection. Theoretically speaking, only void fragmentation realm experts could refine the profound divinity spiritual equipment. Even void refinement realm experts would find it difficult to refine it successfully. However, there was only one reason why Ning Fan had great confidence in refining the spirit. Because he was of the Fu Li bloodline, he had the last spirit in this world. The bloodline of the Fu Li clan was very powerful. Ning Fan possessed outstanding talents such as purple wings and illusory eyes. Most importantly, with the help of the Fu Li demon blood, Ning Fan was actually able to display the ancestral bloodline secret technique of the Black Dragon clan several times. The 5 burial dragon technique could only be used by members of the ancestral blood of the Black Dragon clan. However, Ning Fan was able to use it. Moreover, after devouring the ancestral blood of the Black Dragon, a trace of Fu Li ancestral blood was actually condensed in his body. The monster blood of the Fu Li race allowed them to cast the secret arts of other races and devour the ancestral blood of other races to advance their cultivation. From this point alone, they were superior to the other monster races. Spirit, how did I lose it? Ning Fan held the heaven-deceiving cloak in his hand and fell into deep thought. This cloak was sewn from the profound azure cloud thread, and then engraved with Yao art formations. On the left shoulder of the cloak, there was a rather special pattern. It seemed to be the emblem of some family. It was a pattern of red clouds. Without paying too much attention to the pattern, Ning Fan released a trace of demonic power, trying to deepen the connection between him and the cloak. At the same time, he invaded the cloak spirit sense, trying to refine it. Bit by bit, he imprinted the ancestral blood of the Fu Li race onto the cloak. That cloak originally rejected Ning Fan to the extreme, as if it despised Ning Fan for having a low cultivation base which made him unworthy of refining the cloak. Then, after the Fu Li ancestral blood brand was imprinted on him, the cloaked figure seemed to be afraid of him and no longer dared to resist him. Without the cloak's resistance, Ning Fan would at most need 3 days to refine the heaven-deceiving cloak. Moreover, he would definitely succeed. The result of the test made Ning Fan's eyes lit up with delight, but at the same time, he was secretly shocked. The bloodline of the Fu Li race was truly heaven-defying. With the help of the Fu Li bloodline, it was actually so easy to refine the profound divinity spirit equipment. Seeing that Ning Fan had been sitting in a meditative posture for the entire day, Yu Chong-er felt a little bored. In the cave, Ning Fan was like a block of wood, ignoring her. Outside the abode, the 3 Void Refinement Realm Gate deities were blocking her way. She could not go out and she did not dare to either. There were Void Refinement Realm ferocious beasts outside. Yu Chong-er squatted in the cave out of boredom and secretly observed Ning Fan's expression. When she saw how focused he was, she suddenly became a little dazed. The reason he has such strength is not because of luck. Master once said, those who are dedicated to the Tao will go far. That's probably referring to people like him. Yu Chong-er was scrutinizing Ning Fan. All of a sudden, she saw him putting down his cloak and looking at her. She quickly averted her eyes and pretended that nothing had happened. You've been looking at the heaven-deceiving cloak for a whole day. Do you think it's nice? Yu Chong-er loved to tease Ning Fan. You've been staring at me for half a day. Do I look good? Ning Fan asked. Who's looking at you? What's there to look at? Yu Chong-er fiercely shifted her gaze to the side and ignored Ning Fan angrily. Ning Fan also ignored her. He suddenly rose to his feet and put the cloak on his shoulders. Then, he continued walking towards the depths of the cave. At the end of the cave, he made a sweeping motion with his sword finger and opened up another stone room. Then, he told Yu Chong-er not to enter without permission. He wanted to refine the heaven-deceiving cloak. Even though he had already tamed the cloak, it was still risky since he was going to refine it despite his cultivation base. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with nostalgia. He recalled the time when he refined the Wind Thunder Wings in Great Jin. In the ancestral grave of Wei country, he had once obtained the enlightening art. Among them, there was also the sacrificial art which could increase the success rate of being recognized by 30%. After sealing the entrance of the stone room, Ning Fan put on the cloak and his body was suddenly engulfed in raging black flames. As the black flames burned, the heaven-deceiving cloak gradually showed signs of fusing into Ning Fan's body. At the same time, he felt an indescribable pain. His eyes widened and he sucked in a deep breath of cold air. The heaven-deceiving cloak was an immortal void rank treasure. The magic power it contained was tremendous. With Ning Fan's cultivation base, it was naturally painful for him to bear such a powerful spiritual equipment. As the spiritual equipment was being refined, the All-Heaven relic in Ning Fan's dantian actually showed signs of being devoured by the cloak. Both of them were treasures that could deceive heaven's secrets. However, the heaven-deceiving cloak was 2 grades higher than the All-Heaven relic. One day later, the All-Heaven relic was completely devoured by the cloak. 1/3 of the cloak had also been refined into Ning Fan's body. 2 days later, a trace of heaven-deceiving power began to envelop Ning Fan, messing up his fate and heaven's secrets. It was obvious that this heaven-deceiving cloak also had the effect of preventing cultivators from divining other than concealing his body. 3 days later, the cloak was completely refined into his body. Ning Fan kept the black flames in the room and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. With a thought in his mind, a cloak immediately appeared above his white robes out of nowhere and covered his entire body. Then, he disappeared from his original spot without leaving a trace of his qi. After keeping the cloak, Ning Fan's figure appeared on the spot with a satisfied smile on his face. With this cloak, I can still do some of my own things even if I'm under the nose of a void fragmentation realm expert. It will certainly come in handy in the future. Actually, there was no need for him to wait for the future. Right now, this cloak could already be put to great use. For 3 consecutive days, Ning Fan did not step out of his residence, making Yu Chong very anxious. Once a spiritual equipment of a higher grade fails to recognize its master, one would suffer a backlash. The stronger the spiritual equipment was, the heavier the backlash would be. Yu Chong was really worried that Ning Fan would die from the backlash of the cloak if he was not careful. Strange. What does it have to do with me whether Great Devil Lord Zhou is dead or alive? Why should I care about him? That's right. The reason why I care about him is because if he dies, no one would be able to bring me out of the 2nd floor. That must be the case. Yu Chong seemed to be trying her best to convince herself. She did not notice that the stone door cracked open a little and Ning Fan turned into a wisp of smoke and flew out lightly. Miss Chong, are you worried about me? Ning Fan asked with a smile. Che. Do you smell good? Why would I be worried about you? Yu Chong said in a hypocritical manner. However, when she saw that Ning Fan did not suffer any backlash from the spiritual equipment, she still felt relieved. She thought that Ning Fan had not started to refine the cloak yet. When she thought of the 3 days of fear and anxiety, Yu Chong did not know if her brain was wired wrongly. She actually advised Ning Fan to give up on refining the cloak. Ning Fan smiled without saying a word. Suddenly, he grabbed Yu Chong's wrist. With a shake of his body, he flew out of the cave in an instant. What was even more daring was that he did not bring his 3 spiritual puppets with him. Without the Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets to deter him and the blood sword with him, Ning Fan was targeted by many blood demons almost as soon as he appeared outside the cave. All of a sudden, countless beasts roared and attacked Ning Fan. Yu Chong's small face turned pale with fright. She originally wanted to criticize Ning Fan for not having physical contact between men and women and try to break free from Ning Fan's evil claws. However, when she saw the group of beasts attacking her, she could not help but feel a little scared. She could not help but move closer to Ning Fan and beg. Let's go back quickly. If the Void Refinement Realm blood demons discover us and attack us together, we will die. Are you afraid of death? Ning Fan asked with a smile. Of course. Of course I'm afraid. Yu Chong answered honestly. I'm also afraid. So, we just don't let them discover us. Cloak, heaven-deceiving cloak. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. A black cloak suddenly appeared on his body, covering both him and Yu Chong within it. The moment the cloak covered their bodies, the 2 of them seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, directly disappearing from the eyes of the group of beasts. Even a mid-void refinement realm ferocious beast was confused. It could not understand where the 2 of them had gone. In fact, the 2 of them did not go anywhere. They were still at the same place. They just used the cloak to conceal themselves so that no one could see them. The heaven-deceiving cloak. You have actually refined the heaven-deceiving cloak. This is an incredible matter. You have actually refined a profound divinity spiritual equipment that is at a higher cultivation level than you. Curling up in Ning Fan's arms, Yu Chong found it unbelievable. Everything felt like a dream. What did this mean? It meant that from today onwards, if Ning Fan could not defeat anyone, he could just summon the cloak and flee calmly. Even a void fragmentation realm old monster might not be able to find him. Help me keep this secret, Ning Fan said solemnly. Why? Yu Chonger's cheeks turned red. She did not ask why Ning Fan would keep the cloak a secret. Instead, she asked why Ning Fan was willing to trust her and think that she could keep the secret. There's no particular reason. I'm not afraid of others knowing about the cloak, but I don't like having all my trump cards exposed. Ning Fan obviously did not answer her question. He was not afraid of Yu Chong or revealing the secret. He was just used to getting rich quietly. That was all. Ning Fan returned to his cave dwelling and brought the 3 spiritual puppets with him. They traveled on the 2nd floor for 10 days. The 2 of them shuttled through the dense forest, passing by countless ferocious beasts. However, none of the ferocious beasts could detect their presence. Ning Fan would occasionally attack and instantly kill some divine transformation realm blood demons. Then, he would conceal himself with the cloak to avoid the trouble of being besieged. Like this, the success rate of his sneak attacks was extremely high. In the past 10 days, he had actually killed hundreds of wild beasts. As for Yu Chong, she was held in Ning Fan's arms for 10 consecutive days. At first, she was a little averse to it. However, after some time, she accepted it and got used to the feeling of his embrace. Although she was still grumbling incessantly, a strange feeling gradually rose in her heart. 10 days later, Ning Fan and Yu Chong arrived at the central area of the 2nd floor. There was only a pitch-black hole in the ground which seemed bottomless. Judging from the direction of the hole, it probably led to the 3rd floor. There were a few peak void refinement realm ferocious beasts guarding the vicinity of the hole. Once they show themselves, Ning Fan could imagine how easily they would be killed by these ferocious beasts. The 3rd floor of the Blood Dragon Pool was the place where only the reign sovereigns of each generation could enter for seclusion. If one were to trace back to its origin, this Blood Dragon Pool was built by a certain reign sovereign who was a demon pet of Chu Chang'an for his cultivation. As they approached the hole, Ning Fan's eyes widened in surprise. The chi of dragon blood coming out from the hole was unimaginably vast. This made Ning Fan secretly speculate if there were tens of thousands of bottles of dragon blood hidden in the 3rd floor of the cave. Otherwise, how could there be such a vast chi of dragon blood? Zhou Ming, I'm a little scared. Let's go back. We will leave the Blood Dragon Pool in 9 days. It's about time for us to go back. Yu Chonglor looked at the 4 peak void refinement realm ferocious beasts guarding the hole and trembled. 4 peak void refinement realm ferocious beasts. Perhaps even a true void fragmentation realm expert would have a hard time dealing with them. Even though Yu Chonglor knew that she was protected by the heaven-deceiving cloak, she still felt scared. She really did not want to die in this place, especially with Ning Fan. I want to explore this hole. If you're scared, you can choose to be knocked unconscious by me and put into my cauldron ring. Ning Fan teased. You still want to knock me unconscious? How dare you? Yu Chonglor was a little angry. She vaguely remembered that she was knocked unconscious by Ning Fan when she escaped from the encirclement of the void refinement realm beasts last time. This time, Ning Fan's expression actually remained unchanged, and he even said such words that showed no tenderness towards the fairer sex. It was really infuriating. Do you think I dare or not? This is... Ning Fan was just joking at first. However, after activating his Fuli demon eyes and seeing the scene at the end of the hole, his expression suddenly changed. He had never expected that the so-called 3rd floor of the Blood Dragon Pool would actually look like this. In this world, he was probably the only one who could enter the seclusion place of the previous reign sovereign. Therefore, in order to not expose some of his secrets, he really had to knock Yu Chonglor unconscious. I'm sorry. You look so scared. Sleep for a while first. I'll wake you up 9 days later. Ning Fan did not give Yu Chonglor any chance to resist. Without showing any tenderness towards the fairer sex, he pointed a finger at her shoulder and collarbone. A trace of plucking finger force entered her body. Yu Chonglor's consciousness gradually fell into a daze. She naturally knew that Ning Fan was really trying to knock her unconscious. She angrily bit Ning Fan's shoulder and fainted just like that. However, before she fainted, she suddenly felt shocked. I'm really shameless. I actually bit Ning Fan's shoulder. It's really unsightly for me to do such an ambiguous act. I'm sorry. Ning Fan let out a sigh. I'm afraid that the third floor is a great opportunity for him. Therefore, it was indeed inappropriate for him to let Yu Chong'er follow him. He had a lot of secrets. It might not necessarily be a good thing for Yu Chong'er to know about it. After keeping Yu Chong'er into his cauldron ring for the time being, Ning Fan's figure flashed and flew towards the third floor of the underground cave. He could feel that the qi of the dragon blood in this place was getting stronger and stronger. Perhaps, there really were tens of thousands of bottles of dragon blood in this place, the seclusion place of the previous reign sovereigns. Ever since the generation of Hong Yun, no one else could enter this place. Even the current reign sovereign did not know what kind of scene it was. Today, it was Ning Fan's turn to enter this place, 6/6, to be continued. Ning Fan moved stealthily in the underground cave. He didn't know how far he had walked, but at the end of the dark tunnel stood a giant silver door. The gate was 100,000 feet tall, and there were 12 silver stone lions standing outside. However, when Ning Fan's figure appeared and approached the stone lions, the dull eyes of the 12 stone lions turned to Ning Fan's and emitted a cold murderous intent. It was as if he would be killed by the 12 stone lions if he went any closer to the giant door. Ning Fan's heart shuddered. If he was not wrong, these 12 stone lions were the product of some kind of formation. It was built here because it was infused with the power of the formation to protect the gate and attack all trespassers. Each of the 12 stone lions emitted the qi of a first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Once attacked by the 12 stone lions, even if it was the Rain Emperor, he would probably suffer some injuries. These stone lions couldn't be brought away or moved away. The fact that they were sculpted in this place gave Ning Fan a great shock. The Rain Emperor who built the Blood Dragon Pool was so generous. He actually used 12 void fragmentation realm stone statues to protect him during his seclusion. You should know that even the current Rain Palace only has 11 void fragmentation realm experts, including the current Rain Sovereign. After calming himself down, Ning Fan halted his steps and no longer dared to approach the giant door without permission. It was rumored that ever since the Red Cloud Rain Emperor, there had already been 3 generations of Rain Emperors who had not been able to enter this place to cultivate. There must be a reason behind this. Regarding this reason, Ning Fan had already guessed it before entering the underground cave. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the 12 stone lions and finally landed on an inconspicuous groove on the giant door. The groove was only the size of a palm, as if something had to be inserted to open the giant door. Without this object, even if the stone lions didn't attack the visitor wouldn't be able to open the giant door. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a silver token. That token was precisely the Rain Emperor's token that he had obtained from the 8th floor of the Lost World Tower. The 3rd level of the Blood Dragon Pool was a cultivation ground specially prepared for the Rain Emperor. Why is it that no one can enter the Red Cloud first generation? When he saw the indent, he already had a guess. The size of the indent was exactly the same as the Rain Sovereign's token. Most likely, all of this was related to the Rain Emperor's token. After Hong Yun, there were already 3 generations of Rain Emperors who had lost their Rain Emperor's badge. Now that this item had fallen into Ning Fan's hands, he wondered if he could open the cultivation treasure vault that even the 3 generations of Rain Sovereigns could not open. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try. If I still get attacked by the stone lions with this token, I will immediately use the heaven-deceiving cloak to escape. Even though these stone lions have the strength of a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert, they might not be able to detect my whereabouts. Ning Fan made up his mind and stepped into the attacking range of the stone lions. Vigilance rose in his heart. The moment the stone lions showed any signs of attacking, he would immediately retreat in stealth. The moment Ning Fan stepped into the attacking range of the stone lions, the killing intent of the 12 stone lions locked onto him. However, when the empty gazes of the 12 lions landed on the Rain Emperor's token, their killing intent immediately disappeared. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the 12 stone lions actually knelt on their knees and lowered their heads to Ning Fan's direction. After they kowtowed, 12 ancient and stiff voices came out. Greetings, Divine Emperor. Ning Fan's eyes lit up with joy. As expected, the key to opening the third level of the Blood Dragon pool was this Rain Emperor's token, but in the next moment, Ning Fan's eyes widened in shock. When the 12 stone lions knelt down, there was an indescribable pressure pressing down on Ning Fan's. That pressure did not have any malicious intent. That pressure was produced by void fragmentation realm experts who knelt down. When one's cultivation base reached the void fragmentation realm, he or she already had a connection with the heavenly Tao and was about to become an immortal. Not everyone could accept the kneeling of a void fragmentation realm expert. If one's aura was not strong enough, he or she might even be kneeled to death by a void fragmentation realm expert. Even an early void refinement realm expert would probably die from kneeling to the 12 void fragmentation realm stone lions. Even a peak void refinement realm expert would not be able to avoid getting injured. Ning Fan continuously took 100 steps back. However, the aura force which was as vast as the sea was getting closer and closer to him. This scene was similar to the scene when he went up the Bright Moon Tower in the northern desert city of the Luoyun tribe. He was subdued by the aura force, comprehended the aura force ascension technique and comprehended the Sovereign Shadow's ability, Sovereign Shadow. Ning Fan stopped moving. His eyes shone with golden light and a golden shadow that was several zhang tall appeared behind him. At the moment when the golden shadow appeared, Ning Fan's body was enveloped in golden light. He took a step forward and stepped into the aura force without any fear. Break! He uttered the word coldly as if he had become a void fragmentation realm's sovereign expert after adding the Sovereign Shadow. With the might of the Sovereign Shadow, it actually shattered the power of the 12 stone lions who knelt down and kowtowed. All of you, rise. Yes. The 12 stone lions slowly rose to their feet. Once again, their spirituality was greatly reduced and they became ordinary stone statues. Ning Fan looked at the Sovereign Shadow behind him and calmed himself down. If he did not condense the Sovereign Shadow, he would probably be injured and killed by the aura force. The 3 void fragmentation realm techniques were Incarnation, Soul Extraction, and Sovereign Shadow. The first 2 were the secret techniques that Ning Fan used the most. The Incarnation technique would first create a clone and devour it. The clone could then turn illusory into a real body and defend against many attacks. Moreover, the clone could also extend many secret techniques from the clone, such as the Black Tempest soul splitting technique. The soul extraction technique would extract the souls of all living beings in the world to improve one's magic power. It was a secret technique that countless cultivators yearned to learn. As for the Sovereign Shadow, it had a greater use. The aura force of the Sovereign Shadow was one of its uses, but it was not its true purpose. The ultimate purpose of condensing the Sovereign Shadow was to refine the Sovereign Qi. However, it was not something that any cultivator could achieve. When the Sovereign Qi is cultivated to a certain extent, it could devour heavenly lightning and earthly fire, block calamities and tribulations, conceal the heavenly secrets and immortal souls. It could also be used as a supreme offensive technique. The Incarnation technique focused on defense while the Soul Extraction technique focused on support. As for the Sovereign Shadow, it focused on offense. Ning Fan condensed the Sovereign Shadow but it did not have a trace of Sovereign Qi. Rumor had it that among the 11 void fragmentation realm experts in the Rain Palace, only the Rain Sovereign had completely condensed a trace of Sovereign Qi. Even Chu Chanan, who had served several generations of divine sovereigns, only managed to condense half a trace of Sovereign Qi. Even so, many people still respectfully addressed Old Man Chu as Sovereign Chu. The word sovereign represented the Sovereign Qi. A trace of Sovereign Qi was as light as cotton but it could suppress mountains and rivers. If Ning Fan had a trace of Sovereign Qi and knelt down to the 12 stone lions, the one who would be injured would certainly not be him but the stone lions. In the 9 worlds, even an ordinary void fragmentation realm expert would not be able to withstand the kneeling of a Sovereign Qi. The reason why the Sovereign Rain primordial art given to him by Hong Yun was listed as the strongest cultivation method of the Rain Palace was because it recorded several secret techniques that utilized Sovereign Qi. When the Rain Sovereigns of the past condensed their Sovereign Qi and displayed their secret techniques, it would be difficult for them to find a match for those at the same level as them unless they were facing a sovereign expert. Ning Fan stared at the Sovereign Shadow and fell into deep thought. Currently, he did not have any Sovereign Qi. Other than using the Sovereign Shadow to block some of the aura force, he could not use it to attack at all. To Ning Fan, sovereign qi was something that he could only hope to obtain. If he condenses his sovereign qi at this moment, he would probably become a sovereign expert of the rain world. It was just too ridiculous. Without the obstruction of the stone lions, Ning Fan walked closer to the giant door. The door was also emitting a vast aura force. Fortunately, Ning Fan was not afraid of the aura force of the giant door with the help of the sovereign shadow. With a flick of his finger, he inserted the rain sovereign token into the groove. Immediately, the giant door let out a loud rumbling sound and slowly opened. After keeping the rain sovereign token, Ning Fan took a step into the giant door. In an instant, the giant door slowly closed. No one knew that Ning Fan had entered the forbidden area that even 3 generations of rain sovereigns could not enter. As far as the eye could see, this place was a splendid and magnificent palace. This palace was only used for the cultivation of the past rain sovereigns. In the middle of the palace, there was a circular pool that was only several zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, in size. It was filled with dragon blood. It seemed to be used for people to soak in it and cultivate. On the roof of the palace directly above the blood pool, there was a tiny hole that seemed to be connected to the first and second floors. It continuously drew the dragon blood of countless blood demons into this place. Ning Fan's gaze fell upon the blood pool and he immediately took a deep breath. This blood pool was filled with dragon blood. There were probably tens of thousands of pots of it. How much magic power would be contained in such a large amount of dragon blood? This dragon blood was collected drop by drop from the blood dragon pool. If it was the era of the previous rain sovereigns, they would certainly not be able to accumulate so much dragon blood. Perhaps just half of the pool would be completely refined by the previous rain sovereigns. Ning Fan was lucky. It had been 3 generations since the last rain sovereign came to the 3rd floor of the blood dragon pool. All of the dragon blood was accumulated here, waiting for Ning Fan to enjoy it. Ning Fan stared at the pool of dragon blood. He was absolutely reluctant to use this pool of dragon blood to soak in it. 10,000 jugs of dragon blood brewed into blood wine would be equivalent to 50 million units of magic power. It was highly possible for him to break through to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm after devouring the entire pool of dragon blood. From this blood pool, Ning Fan could almost see the hope of ascending to the heavens with a single step. However, a moment later, he seemed to have noticed something. Immediately, a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Destroyed, even though there was a lot of dragon blood in this pool, it was all destroyed by this pool. There was a great formation set up in the blood pool, and all of the dragon blood was converted into bath water, so it could no longer be used to brew wine. Ning Fan could only choose to take a bath in this place. It was impossible for him to refine the dragon blood and attain the void fragmentation realm. Even if Ning Fan's Dao heart was firm, he could not help but feel a little shaken. When a cultivator who had been cultivating painstakingly and longing to reach the void fragmentation realm suddenly saw the hope of breaking through to the void fragmentation realm, how joyous would that be? When he found out that his joy was for naught, how sad was that? However, his Dao heart only wavered for a moment before it was stopped by Ning Fan. He gazed at the pool of blood in silence, pondered carefully, and then came to an understanding. To a divine transformation realm or void refinement realm cultivator, the blood wine brewed from this pool of dragon blood had the hope of breaking through to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. However, to the rain sovereign who was at the void fragmentation realm, the magic power contained in this pool of dragon blood was perhaps insignificant. The rain sovereign who built this blood dragon pool must have spent so much effort to build this pool of blood for bathing. It was certainly not just for bathing. With Ning Fan's intelligence, he immediately guessed that this blood pool must be of great importance to the rain sovereign's cultivation. That purpose was even more important than breaking through to the next level of cultivation. Therefore, this dragon blood was not used to brew wine but to build a pool. Ning Fan made up his mind and scanned the palace with his eyes as if he was searching for something. In this palace, other than this blood pool, there were also many good things. On an ancient shelf, there were many jade slips and ancient books. Ning Fan flipped through them one by one. To his surprise, he found out that the jade slips here were the cultivation experiences of cultivators. Not only did they come from the rain world, but there were also those from other worlds as well. Moreover, there were even the experiences of ancient immortals. The focus of these experiences were all sovereign shadow and sovereign qi. Other than that, Ning Fan also found piles of immortal jade at the end of the palace and Dao crystals. A Dao crystal was equivalent to 5 million immortal jade. There were at least 1,000 Dao crystals in this place, which was equivalent to 5 billion immortal jade. Apart from that, the engravings on the walls of the palace were filled with pictures and words. When Ning Fan looked at them carefully with his spirit sense, he found out that the pictures and words recorded the experiences of the previous reign sovereigns when they cultivated the sovereign shadow and condensed their sovereign qi. At the end of the palace, Ning Fan found a stone platform with a round crystal enshrined on it. As soon as he saw the crystal, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. This crystal was actually the inheritance crystal that could only be found in the four heavens immortal worlds. The inheritance crystal could directly pass on the cultivation experiences of cultivation methods and secret techniques to the cultivators of the later generations. As for how much inheritance one could obtain, it would depend on the cultivator's innate talent and comprehension ability. A bold guess rose in Ning Fan's mind. Everything in this place was related to the sovereign shadow and sovereign qi. Could it be that the purpose of building the blood pool was to help the previous reign sovereigns condense their sovereign qi and become sovereigns? If that's the case, could Ning Fan use the resources here to condense his first trace of sovereign qi? In the Rain Palace, there was only one reign sovereign who could condense sovereign qi. From today onwards, would there be another Ning Fan? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with excitement. If everything was as he had guessed, the blood pool existed to condense sovereign qi. Without a doubt, bathing in the dragon blood was much more cost-effective than directly increasing his magic power. Whether it was as he had guessed, he would know once he examined the crystal. Ning Fan wanted to see what kind of inheritance the previous reign sovereigns had left behind in this place. He pressed his palm on the crystal. At the next moment, countless memories were transmitted into his body from the crystal. In his sea of consciousness, he seemed to hear a voice that was teaching him. I am the demonic cloud reign sovereign. I set up the dragon pool for the future reign sovereigns to condense sovereign qi. After hearing this voice, countless memories flowed into Ning Fan's sea of consciousness like tidal waves. Ning Fan's eyes became even more fervent. Among those memories, it even included the entire cultivation method of the sovereign reign primordial art. In the end, he was able to confirm one thing: this place was indeed prepared for the purpose of gathering the monarch qi. If he can condense a trace of sovereign qi, he could completely suppress an early void refinement realm cultivator even if he was a divine transformation realm cultivator. 1/4, to be continued. Layers of vast memories entered Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. Compared to ancient chaos memories, the inheritance crystal didn't contain as much memories. The memories of the ancient chaos included medicine, divination, astrology, and countless profound principles of cultivation. And within this crystal, only the fiendish Cloud Rain Emperor's comprehension of Sovereign's shadow and Sovereign's qi were inherited. Naturally, there were some secret arts of the Rain Palace. The bewitching Cloud Rain Emperor cultivated sovereign qi, and what he relied on was the sovereign rain origin art. As a result, the inheritance crystal had an extremely clear analysis of this art. An hour later, the light from the crystal gradually dimmed. He moved his palm away from the crystal and closed his eyes, digesting the memories and comprehensions in his sea of consciousness. Not only was there the demonic Cloud Rain Emperor's comprehension, there was also the comprehension of several generations of Rain Emperors. The demonic Cloud's Rain Sovereign became famous 70,000 years ago, and Chu Chang'an was also a void fragmentation realm senior of that era. Therefore, even though Chu Chang'an was a member of the demon race and was not accepted by the Rain Palace, he was still an indispensable figure in the Rain Palace because of his illustrious identity. After Yao Yan's death, there were 2 generations of Rain Sovereigns. None of them were titled Rain Sovereigns until Hong Yun broke through to the 6th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm and obtained another title. Hong Yun was the last Rain Emperor who had received the inheritance and left behind his comprehension. This meant that there was a total of the comprehensions of 4 Rain Emperors in the crystal. After Hong Yun, it was another 3 generations before the current generation. This generation's Rain Emperor had never obtained this kind of comprehension. Ning Fan obtained it. Not only did he gain enlightenment, but there was also an indescribable power in the crystal that helped Ning Fan break through all the bottlenecks of the first 5 layers of primordial art. Half a day later, Ning Fan opened his eyes and digested all the inheritance of the cultivation method. The comprehension of the sovereign qi of the four divine sovereigns was no trivial matter. After receiving their guidance, Ning Fan had nearly comprehended all the key points of the 7 levels of the sovereign rain primordial art. Since Ning Fan had already comprehended the cultivation method, he entered the profounding world. In the profounding world, a day's worth of cultivation was 100 times that of the outside world. 3 days was equivalent to 300 days of bitter cultivation. With the insights of the 4 divine sovereigns and the breakthrough of the bottleneck of the first 5 levels of the cultivation method, Ning Fan had completely cultivated the sovereign rain primordial art to the 5th level. 3 days later, Ning Fan was expelled from the profounding world. As such, there were still 5 days left until they left the blood dragon pool. Ning Fan kept away all the immortal jades, Tao crystals, jade slips and ancient books. Then, he stood beside the blood pool with a solemn expression. By chance, he had entered the 3rd level of the blood dragon pool and opened the inheritance that 3 generations of divine emperors had failed to open. If he couldn't use the blood pool to condense a strand of sovereign qi, how could he be satisfied? Now that the monarch rain origin art had reached the 5th layer, he could condense enough monarch qi. There was more dragon blood in the pool than there was when Yao Yun, Hong Yun, and the other rain emperors of the past 4 generations had condensed their sovereign qi, so there was naturally no shortage of dragon blood. The insights of the 4 divine sovereigns could also prevent Ning Fan from making any mistakes while condensing the sovereign qi. His luck was purple, and the situation of the heavens not protecting him would not occur. The right time and the right place to condense the monarch qi were all perfect. All that was lacking was the people. If Ning Fan fails to condense the sovereign qi, the only possible reason would be that his cultivation base is too low. Which of the past rain sovereigns who had condensed the sovereign qi was not at the void fragmentation realm? How could a divine transformation realm cultivator like Ning Fan enter the blood pool and condense his sovereign qi? However, among all the past rain emperors, including Yao Yun, which one of them had managed to form an emperor's shadow when they were at the deity transformation stage, Ning Fan's cultivation base was too low. It was the biggest uncertainty in the condensation of sovereign qi. Even so, he still wanted to give it a try. If he succeeded in condensing the sovereign qi and broke through to the void fragmentation realm in the future, he would certainly be invincible among those at the same level as him, unless he was a sovereign expert. Since Moksha Sovereign was the divine sovereign of the devil world, he must have the sovereign qi in his body. In that case, how could Ning Fan be weaker than Moksha Sovereign? With a solemn expression, Ning Fan took a step into the blood pool and immersed himself in it. The moment his skin came into contact with the dragon blood, it immediately burned and festered. This was dragon blood. All the dragon blood added up to a few 100 million units of magic power. As he immersed himself in the purest form of magic power, he felt as if his 5 internal organs were burning. As soon as his blood qi touched his body, his mind was immediately thrown into chaos and his eyes turned blood red. Without any hesitation, he circulated the monarch rain origin art. Relying on the origin art to protect his body, his mind gradually became clear. After summoning the sovereign's shadow, Ning Fan's eyes shone like a deity and his aura was as powerful as the sun and the moon. He frantically formed hand seals at the bottom of the blood pool. His body was too weak to withstand the might of the dragon blood. However, his emperor's shadow did not hurt or die. It could be used as a vessel for a pool of dragon blood. Refine. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with madness. He was going to refine all the magic power of the hundreds of millions of units into his emperor's shadow. Traces of dragon blood entered the shadow. Even though the emperor's shadow still did not have a face, it became more solid. A golden vortex rose from the heart of the emperor's shadow. As soon as the vortex took shape, the vast amount of dragon blood was sucked into the shadow uncontrollably. The faint golden emperor's shadow began to emit a layer of blood light. In just 2 hours, all the dragon blood in the entire pool was absorbed by the emperor's shadow. The first step is a success. Ning Fan sat cross-legged at the bottom of the blood pool with a hint of joy in his eyes. There were 3 steps to condense the sovereign qi. The first step was to condense the natal sovereign's shadow of the cultivator. Otherwise, the cultivator would not be qualified to condense the sovereign qi at all. In other words, Ning Fan had only completed the first step when he condensed the sovereign's shadow in the past. The second step was to prepare enough spiritual herbs and spiritual items for the sovereign's shadow. Through cultivation and comprehension, the sovereign's shadow would gradually devour the power of those natural treasures. This process required a void fragmentation realm expert to spend countless years comprehending and cultivating a sovereign qi cultivation method. Ning Fan had obtained the cultivation method and comprehension from the crystal of inheritance. There were tens of thousands of bottles of dragon blood in the pool. They had also provided sufficient nourishment for the sovereign's shadow to condense the sovereign qi. Next, there was only the third step left, to completely condense the sovereign qi. This step required the cultivator to merge with the sovereign's shadow. This step was the one that Ning Fan was the most worried about. His cultivation base was too low. If he merges with the sovereign's shadow, the massive power of the pool of dragon blood would undoubtedly be added to his body. In an instant, Ning Fan's body might directly explode from the power of the dragon blood. His palms were slightly sweaty. This was undoubtedly another huge gamble. Giving up the third step would mean losing the chance to condense the sovereign qi. However, there was no need for him to take the risk. Choosing the third step would give him the chance to condense the sovereign qi, but he might also suffer a severe backlash. Between life and death, Ning Fan's mind was in a mess. However, when his sea of consciousness recalled the scenes of gratitude and vengeance, his heart suddenly calmed down. He could not run away. If he had run away in the past, Weiliang would have already died in the hands of Xianxia. Her soul would have been completely destroyed and she would not have the chance to reunite with him in her next life. If he had run away in the past, the 7 apricot city would have been razed to the ground by Moksha Sovereign and he would certainly become a stray dog from that day onwards. The incarnation technique can ensure that I won't die even if I lose. The Black Star technique can ensure that I won't die even if I get injured. Even if I lose, I will only suffer heavy injuries and lose my cultivation base. If I succeed, I will also be a sovereign realm expert from today onwards. I want to become a sovereign realm expert. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. A wave of resolute aura force rose from his body. As his aura force rose, a trace of the qi of the insect sovereign's blood in his blood resonated with it. That blood was a gift from Yu Cheng-er. That blood was once the blood of her reincarnation as the insect sovereign. With this blood, Ning Fan's chances of condensing the sovereign qi would be much higher. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan took a step forward and overlapped with the sovereign's shadow. As soon as the sovereign's shadow, which was glowing with blood-red light, merged with Ning Fan, faint golden light of burning blood immediately rose around his body. A vast magic power burst out from his body. In just an instant, his physical body was torn into pieces by the power of the dragon blood. However, by using the incarnation, the black shadow regained its form. Even though its face was pale, it was fearless. Refine. Ning Fan's fingers moved rapidly and forcefully refined the dragon blood into the sovereign's shadow. Traces of faint golden threads began to take shape within the sovereign's shadow. The light of the dragon blood on the sovereign's shadow was slowly diminishing. As for Ning Fan, he extracted all the souls of the earth and summoned his 5 natal stars. He then consumed half a bottle of healing medicine to recover his injuries at a crazy rate. Rumble before Ning Fan's injuries were fully healed, his body exploded for the second time. He was still determined to refine the sovereign qi without any fear in his eyes. I want to become a sovereign realm expert. A sense of pride rose in Ning Fan's heart. He had always been a proud person. His pride was not about fighting to the death for an undeserved reputation or a quarrel. His pride was not about submitting to any power or authority for his entire life. He wanted to become a sovereign who ruled over others instead of being ruled by others. Today, he condensed the first trace of sovereign qi. In the future, he would become an immortal sovereign and stand at the peak of 1 billion worlds. Rumble in the past 5 days, Ning Fan's body exploded again and again. However, he reformed his body every time to suppress his injuries. On the first day, his body exploded 102 times. On the second day, his body exploded 75 times. On the third day, his body exploded 51 times. On the fourth day, his body exploded 12 times. On the fifth day, his body only exploded 3 times. The power of the dragon blood was becoming weaker and weaker. It was no longer dangerous. As time went by, Ningfan's body shone like a golden god. His eyes shone like the sun and moon, and his aura was like the firmament. Above his body, there was a golden light in the shape of a dragon soaring around his body. The first trace of sovereign qi was completely condensed. He was just one step away from success. Ningfan's eyes were filled with pride. He suddenly raised his head and stared at the firmament coldly, as if he was talking to the heavens. I want to become a sovereign realm expert. Rumble *. He opened his mouth and swallowed the dragon-shaped golden light into his abdomen. Then, his eyes suddenly became domineering. A vast aura force swept across the entire palace. Countless ancient bookshelves were directly lifted away by Ningfan's aura force. He performed a hand seal and a sovereign's shadow suddenly appeared behind him. This sovereign's shadow still did not have a face, but it grew to 10 zhang tall from 10 zhang tall. Its color also changed from pale gold to pure gold. Ningfan stomped on the ground and the ground immediately trembled. A trace of sovereign qi swirled around his body. I succeeded, his eyes were calm. He knew that he would succeed. Because if he fails, he would keep trying until he succeeds. The passage to the blood dragon pool had already been opened. Now, Ningfan could leave the pool at any time. Ningfan held the Rain Sovereign token in his hand and pointed at it indifferently. A ray of golden light went into the token. Under the activation of the sovereign qi, his figure suddenly disappeared from the third level and reappeared on the second level. With his eyes that had condensed sovereign qi, he could naturally see that the Rain Sovereign token had the ability to leave the pool at any time. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he appeared in front of an early Void Refinement Realm ferocious beast on the second level of the swamp. His eyes were indifferent. He did not summon his Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppet, nor did he take out his blood dragon demon sword. He just wanted to confront the beast with his sovereign qi. Roar *. The Void Refinement Realm ferocious beast panicked a little when it saw Ningfan appearing out of nowhere. However, it calmed down immediately. It could not understand why an early Void Refinement Realm being like it would lose its composure when facing a Divine Transformation Realm being. It could not understand why an early Void Refinement Realm being like it would lose its composure when facing a Divine Transformation Realm being. Roar *. Very soon, it got rid of its fear. It was a Void Refinement Realm being. Why would it be afraid of a Divine Transformation Realm being? This is ridiculous. It opened its mouth and spat out a ray of natal green lightning. In an instant, it turned into 1,000,000 rays of lightning as if it was going to engulf Ningfan. In the past, Ningfan could only evade such terrifying lightning. Even if he uses his incarnation to block it, he would still suffer severe injuries. This time, however, Ningfan would not evade it. With a flick of his finger, a ray of golden light shot out and soared into the sky like a flying dragon. As soon as the golden light soared into the sky, it immediately split into 1,000,000 rays and turned into countless rays of golden light that covered the entire sky. The golden rays of light slowly condensed into a gigantic golden mountain that was 10,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang tall. That gigantic mountain pressed down on the Void Refinement Realm ferocious beast's head. As soon as the 1,000,000 rays of green lightning touched the golden mountain, they all collapsed and dissipated. Its falling speed was even faster than the traveling speed of a late Void Refinement Realm cultivator. The Void Refinement Realm ferocious beast had no way to evade it at all. Boom *. As soon as the golden mountain pressed down, the ferocious beast's spine was crushed. Its blood flowed like a river as it fell to the ground and died. As for that suppressive force, it directly caused the second level of the blood pool to shake violently. Countless Void Refinement Realm ferocious beasts began to panic. All the ferocious beasts whose cultivation bases were lower than the mid-Void Refinement Realm looked at Ningfan with unprecedented shock. All of them hid in a corner, afraid that Ningfan would appear out of nowhere again to suppress them. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. That gigantic golden mountain killed a Void Refinement Realm ferocious beast just by pressing down. Its destructive power was too terrifying. Is this the power of sovereign qi? A single trace of sovereign qi is enough to kill an early Void Refinement Realm expert. If there are 10 traces, 100 traces, 1,000 traces, or even 10,000 traces, how destructive would its destructive power be? Sovereign Qi is an offensive technique among the 3 void fragmentation realm techniques. Ning Fan dispersed his sovereign Qi. With just a casual glance, he scared the beasts away. The suppression of this trace of sovereign Qi by the Golden Mountain had nearly exhausted all of his magic power. Even though sovereign Qi was powerful, its consumption was also huge. After keeping the Void Refinement Realm dragon blood, Ning Fan clenched his fists tightly. Today, he killed an early Void Refinement Realm expert for the first time with his own strength. Today, he was at the Void Refinement Realm. In the future, he would be at the Void Fragmentation Realm. The day he killed Moksha Sovereign with his own hands wouldn't be too far away. Time to go. The group of demonic beasts had already gathered and Ning Fan's magic power had been depleted. It would be difficult for him to instantly kill the other Void Refinement Realm beasts. There was no point in staying here any longer. It was more important to return to the Dragon Lake and complete Senior Yan's test. If Ning Fan returns late, no one knew if Yin Tianjue would lose the bet. He didn't want to see Yin Tianjue's furious expression after losing his beloved sword. As soon as he activated the Rain Sovereign's token, Ning Fan's figure gradually faded and disappeared from the 2nd floor. The Rain Palace of the Middle State was in an uproar. In the ancestral temple of the Rain Palace, the giant statue of the Rain Ancestor that was worshipped day and night shone with golden light. Tens of millions of miles of land in the Middle Continent were covered in golden clouds. As a cultivator of the Middle Continent, it was impossible for him to not know the meaning behind such a phenomenon. The new Rain Emperor had been born, but how could this be possible? The current Rain Emperor had yet to pass away, so how could a new Rain Emperor be born? Who condensed sovereign Qi? Was it Yun Xiaoxiang or Yin Tianjue? The Rain Sovereign gathered countless experts of the Middle State and questioned them the moment he opened his mouth. It seemed like even he did not understand why the statue of the Rain Ancestor would show such an unusual phenomenon. Even though he did not know the reason, he could guess that someone in the Rain world must have condensed sovereign Qi using the Sovereign Rain primordial art. Otherwise, the statue of the Rain Ancestor would not show such an unusual phenomenon. Who could it be? Yun Xiaoxiang was the 2nd prince and also the biological son of the current Rain Sovereign. If Yun Xiaoxiang condensed sovereign Qi, the Rain Sovereign would certainly be happy. However, if it was Yun Tianjue, he was not the biological son of the Rain Sovereign. He became the divine son with his own strength. If he condensed sovereign Qi, wouldn't it mean that he would definitely become the next Rain Sovereign? Although the Rain Sovereign did not say it out loud, he certainly did not want the Rain Palace to fall into the hands of outsiders. Yun Xiaoxiang had yet to return from his travels, and Yin Tianjue seemed to be in the Dragon Deciding Valley. If it was not Yin Tianjue who condensed the sovereign Qi, it was most likely Yun Xiaoxiang. Father, the one who condensed the sovereign Qi is certainly not Yin Tianjue. When I fought with him a month ago, his strength had already recovered to the 4th heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. He was extremely strong. However, his attacks were still filled with terrifying baleful Qi. It's definitely not the graceful demeanor of a sovereign cultivator. He certainly doesn't have the sovereign Qi on him. Yun Jinghong clasped his fists as he spoke. He was also the son of the Rain Emperor. There were still wounds on his face. Surprisingly, they were inflicted by Yun Tianjue's myriad sword style. He was unwilling to see Yun Tianjue become the next divine emperor, so he was trying his best to prove that Yun Tianjue had not condensed the sovereign Qi. Although he harbored ill intentions, he did not lie. Yun Tianjue had never condensed sovereign Qi before. If it's not Tianju, then it must be Xiaoxiang. The Rain Emperor's expression relaxed. If it was Yun Xiaoxiang, then not only was this not some grievous news, it was instead a good thing. Not me. Just as the Rain Emperor smiled, a cold voice traveled over from outside the palace. It was none other than Yun Xiaoxiang, who had just returned from a long journey. It's not him, it's not him. His words stunned all the cultivators of the Middle Continent. Could they be the 4 great Void Fragmentation Realm experts? Impossible. The 4 great Void Fragmentation Realm experts have special identities, but none of them have the qualifications to comprehend the sovereign Qi. Even Chu Chang'an had only condensed half a trace of the sovereign Qi, and it was given to him by the late emperor. Apart from Yin Tianjue and Yun Xiaoxiang, no one else among the 6 princes possessed the aptitude to condense monarch Qi. If it wasn't Yin Tianjue or Yun Xiaoxiang, who could it be? Or could it be that the statue of the rain ancestor had malfunctioned and was broken? That phenomenon, was it because something was wrong with the ancestral statue? No one dared to say that the statue of the rain ancestor was broken. That was treason. In an instant, a sudden storm swept across the middle state and even spread to the entire rain world. Who is the true God Emperor of the human world? February 4th, to be continued. With the rain sovereign's token, Ning Fan's figure disappeared from the second floor and returned to the 13th swamp on the first floor. Summoning Yu Chong-er, he removed the plucking finger's power and pulled her into his embrace, quietly waiting for her to wake up. With a soft moan, Yu Chong-er slowly woke up. The first thing she saw was Ning Fan's detestable face. Before she was fully awake, she subconsciously bit Ning Fan's shoulder and mumbled something in her sleep. "Zhou Ming, you bully me. You knocked me out. You're shameless." After scolding him, the little girl closed her eyes and leaned on Ning Fan's shoulder to fall asleep. She even stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Ning Fan's neck as if she was hugging a pillow. Ning Fan instantly felt speechless. This little girl seems to hate me. Moreover, she seems to hate me so much that she can't forget about me. What did she treat Ning Fan as? A bed? A pillow? You can sleep with me and bite me as you please? Yu Chong-er, I'll give you 3 breaths. Wake up quickly. Ning Fan said indifferently. So noisy, can't you let me sleep? Yu Chong-er rubbed her eyes and gradually regained consciousness. When Yu Chong-er saw that she was actually curling up in Ning Fan's embrace in an extremely ambiguous manner and had even wrapped her arms around his neck, her face immediately turned as red as blood. "Zhou Ming, you're shameless. You knocked me out and took advantage of me." "I took advantage of you?" Ning Fan was so angry that he laughed. This little girl must have a bad memory. She was the one who forcefully kissed him. She was the one who used him as a pillow and refused to get up. Did Ning Fan take advantage of a copper coin from her? "Who knows if you did something to me while I was asleep," Yu Chong-er retorted. Then, she struggled out of Ning Fan's embrace and hid at the side as if she was fleeing. After carefully inspecting his clothes and confirming that there were no signs of him taking them off, he used his divine sense to check his body. Only after confirming that his primordial yin was still present did he heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were no signs of Ning Fan sleeping with her. At least Ning Fan still has some humanity left. Ning Fan saw all of her expressions, leaving him speechless. If Ning Fan wants to pluck a divine transformation realm cultivator, does he need to knock them unconscious? "You're awake? Alright then, let's go." "Where to?" "Find your brother. You've been unconscious for 9 days. Today is the day you leave." No, I don't dare to go." After hearing Ning Fan's words, Yu Chong-er immediately felt a lingering fear. She didn't dare to look for her brother. Her impulsiveness had caused Yu Bai and the others to be in danger. She didn't dare to imagine how much her brother would hate her. "What are you afraid of? You went to the forest of king beasts to steal medicinal herbs and escaped from the mouths of void refinement realm ferocious beasts. Why? So you, Yu Chong-er, are so timid? Don't you dare to go back and accept the punishment for your mistakes?" Ning Fan stared at Yu Chong-er deeply and tried to provoke her. "No. I'm not afraid of being punished. I'm just afraid that Big Brother will hate me." Yu Chong-er pursed her lips as her face turned slightly pale. She was not afraid of death or punishment. She was only afraid that her big brother would hate her for the rest of his life. "You even dared to bite me. Are you afraid that your brother will hate you?" "Bah, I didn't bite you." "So my shoulder was bitten by a dog?" "You are shameless," Yu Chong-er retorted. She did not notice that her initial fear had faded a lot after hearing Ning Fan's words. When she thought about it carefully, she realized that she had made a mistake after all. Fortunately, Ning Fan had saved her big brother and the others. At least, she still had a chance to make up for her mistake. She rolled her eyes at Ning Fan. Then, she patted her storage pouch and took out a jade pendant. She seemed to be able to determine the direction of Yu Bai and the others with the help of the pendant. "Zhou Ming, you're right. I shouldn't be afraid. Even if Big Brother hates me, I still have to go back and apologize to him. Thank you for saving me and protecting me along the way." You should leave the blood dragon pool first. I want to meet up with Big Brother. Yu Chon'er raised her head. Her fine black hair fluttered in the air and shone brightly. Ning Fan nodded his head. This lady is not a bad person since she is brave enough to admit her mistakes. His previous words were just to test this woman's character. He grabbed Yu Chon'er's wrist and pulled her into his arms. He did not give her the chance to leave alone. Ning Fan moved his body and dashed towards a certain direction in the 13th swamp. Yu Chon'er was stunned. At the next moment, she realized that Ning Fan had taken advantage of her again. Let go of me. Where are you bringing me? She resisted with a low voice. However, her struggle was not intense. After all, she had stayed in his arms for more than 10 days. She had long gotten used to it. I'll send you back. With my face, no one will blame you too much. Ning Fan did not say anything else. He moved like a wisp of smoke and flew across the 13th swamp. To the blood demons in the 13th swamp, his chi was a nightmare. Any beast that smelled his chi would prostrate on the ground and shiver in fear. Yu Chon'er felt a lump in her throat. Judging from Ning Fan's words, he was obviously trying to pressure the other revered elders so that they would no longer pursue Yu Chon'er's wrongdoings. Yu Chon'er's heart felt warm and her heart skipped a beat. Other than her mother, her elder brother and her master, Ning Fan was the first person who treated her well. Thank you. Her voice was very soft. Perhaps Ning Fan did not hear it. With Ning Fan's speed, he arrived at the place where Yu Bai and the others were recuperating in just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Yu Bai and the others had yet to leave. All of this was naturally because Ning Fan had not returned from searching for his younger sister on his behalf. In the 13th swamp, most of the wild beasts were already dead. The 12 revered elders were in seclusion at the same time. Thus, there was basically no danger. In the temporary abode, the 12 of them were busy recuperating. No one was talking to each other. When they sensed the presence of 2 divine transformation realm chi outside the abode, the expressions of all the revered elders changed. They looked like birds that were startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. If the wild beasts were to attack them, even though they were not afraid, they would inevitably have a tough battle. Fortunately, they soon realized that the 2 chi were very familiar. One of them was Yu Chon'er while the other was Ning Fan. Revered Ming is back. The revered elder in hemp robes suddenly stood up with a fiery gaze. The group of them walked out of the abode. When they saw Ning Fan smiling as usual and completely unscathed, the respect in the eyes of the revered elder in hemp robes became even stronger. He had seen Ning Fan enter the 2nd floor with his own eyes. One should know that the 2nd floor was a dangerous place where void refinement realm beasts ran amok. He did not expect that not only was Ning Fan unscathed after entering the 2nd floor, he even saved Yu Chon'er. This kind of strength was really admirable. However, when their gazes fell upon Yu Chon'er, the expressions of all the revered elders became a little unnatural. It was all because of Yu Chon'er that they were trapped in a dangerous place that day. Thus, they naturally hated Yu Chon'er to the core. After that day, Ning Fan eliminated all the beasts and went to the 2nd floor alone. As for Yu Bai and the others, they returned to the forest of Beast King and collected a lot of spiritual herbs. In that place, Yu Bai and the others found traces of blood dragon moss, but they realized that it had already been plucked by someone. Immediately, Yu Bai understood the reason behind it. The reason why Yu Chon'er recklessly went to the forest of Beast King to steal the spiritual herbs was actually because of the blood dragon moss. This blood dragon moss was her only hope to save her mother. If Yu Bai was in her shoes and found out that there were blood dragon moss in this forest, he would also come to steal the spiritual herbs at all costs. He told the other revered elders about Yu Chon'er's motive. All of them fell silent. As the saying goes, filial piety is the most important of all virtues. Yu Chon'er was eager to save her mother, but she did not mean to get herself into trouble. Besides, none of them died. As such, their original hatred towards her faded away. However, there was still a sense of blame. If Yu Chon'er had discussed the matter of stealing the spiritual herbs with everyone and they would have acted together, she certainly would not have caused so much trouble. At the end of the day, Yu Chon'er was still in the wrong. However, her mistake could still be forgiven. Greetings to revered Ming. The 12 revered elders straightened their backs and cupped their fists towards Ning Fan. Their eyes were filled with respect from the bottom of their hearts. If it wasn't for Ning Fan, they would have already died in the mouth of the king beast. This was a kindness that they could not easily forget. Brother Yu, I've already saved your sister, you don't have to worry anymore. Ning Fan loosened his embrace, allowing the siblings to reunite. Yu Bai's eyes were filled with joy, but when he remembered that Yu Chong'er had made a mistake, his face immediately turned cold. Yu Chong'er averted her gaze. However, when she recalled how she had solemnly vowed in front of Ning Fan that she would return and admit her mistake, she no longer cowered. She raised her head and bowed apologetically to the 12 venerated elders. I've implicated all of you in danger. I deserve to die 10,000 times for my crime. Fellow Taoists, if you have any punishment, feel free to state it clearly. Humph. One of the revered elders snorted coldly. It was clear that he was still rather resentful towards Yu Chong'er. However, just as he let out a snort, he was shocked to see Ning Fan taking a step forward and pulling Yu Chong'er into his arms. Give me some face. He didn't explain too much, just a short sentence. However, all of the revered elders on the scene were smart people. When they saw the intimate action between Ning Fan and Yu Chong'er and heard his words, how could they not understand what he meant? Ning Fan was pleading for Yu Chong'er. The 12 revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace had to give him face, even if everyone did not know that the reason why Yu Chong'er made the mistake was to save her mother, they still had to forgive her for Ning Fan's sake. This matter is written off. The linen-robed old man was the first to speak, and soon after, the revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace followed suit. Even the revered elder, who had snorted discontentedly, put away all his discontented emotions and sighed with mixed feelings. It seems like Yu Chong'er is Ning Fan's woman, he couldn't touch this woman. He couldn't provoke her. Yu Bai was stunned. Ning Fan had helped Yu Chong'er out of her predicament with just a sentence. He was very grateful for that. However, he never knew that Ning Fan and Yu Chong'er had such a close relationship. Yu Chong'er's heart trembled. Once again, she was protected by Ning Fan. She had committed a grave mistake. Even if she could avoid the death penalty, she would not be able to escape punishment. However, all the guilt was erased by Ning Fan's words. Give me face, what a domineering man. Who would dare to not give him face? Perhaps because her mind was in a mess, Yu Chong'er, who had always rejected Ning Fan, did not resist his hug this time. None of the revered elders mentioned anything about Yu Chong'er's mistake. After chatting with Ning Fan for a while, they continued to chat happily and left the blood dragon pool together. Yu Chong'er curled up in Ning Fan's arms. Looking at Ning Fan's harmless smile, she could not help but feel a little speechless. Today, she had finally witnessed what it meant to eat both the righteous and the evil. He was obviously a devil cultivator who killed without batting an eyelid, but he could still have a pleasant conversation with a group of cultivators from the righteous path. Moreover, he could even make a group of old devils from the righteous path admire him. This was simply too unreasonable. Humph. She curled up in Ning Fan's arms and let out a soft snort in dissatisfaction. Then, her ears turned hot and her face turned red. It was because Ning Fan blew a breath of hot air into her ear mischievously and said in a low voice. Yu Chong'er, you owe me one again. I will definitely pay you back. Yu Chong'er was a little lacking in confidence. She had already given Ning Fan her insect sovereign blood and the heaven-deceiving cloak. It seemed like she did not have any good things to give him anymore. Could it be that I can only repay him with my body? She felt a slight headache. Luckily, Ning Fan did not ask her how she was going to pay him back this time. It made her feel slightly relieved. However, when she thought that she would probably be separated from Ning Fan when she returned to the blood dragon pool, she felt a little disappointed. *****Yu Chong'er's soft buttocks were pinched by a large hand that was separated by the silver armor. All of a sudden, Yu Chong'er's delicate body tensed up. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger and embarrassment. The one who pinched her buttocks was obviously Ning Fan. You're shameless. Humph. Yu Chong'er was sulking. Her buttocks were touched. It would be strange if she could remain calm. She actually felt sad about parting because of such a shameless and lecherous person. She was really too stupid. When Ning Fan saw Yu Cheng revert to the disgusted expression she had when they first met, he smiled and said nothing. That's good. To avoid fragmentation realm-old monsters, 1 month's time was nothing more than a single session of meditation. Yun Tianjue and Chu Chang'an were both meditating. The difference was that the former was sleeping peacefully while the latter looked a little dejected. I've lost. Chu Chang'an knew that he was most likely going to lose the bet he had with Yun Tianjue. 21 Beast Kings and 3 Void Refinement Realm Blood Demons had died. If all of these were done by Ning Fan, then the amount of dragon blood he had obtained would probably be more than 50 pots. Collecting 50 pots of dragon blood in a month was an absurd task even for half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivators. However, Ning Fan seemed to have done it. He was holding a golden lamp in his hand. Inside the golden lamp, there was a bright yellow flame. It was the 6th grade void flame, the Serene Palace Buddha fire. This flame was the guardian flame of the Serene Heaven Palace. Even when revered Yen came to ask for it, Chu Chang'an did not hand it over. Could it be that it would have a new owner today? No. Perhaps I won't lose the bet. Even though that Zhou Ming has killed a lot of people, he might not have killed all 500 Divine Transformation Realm Blood Demons. Perhaps he only killed the Beast Kings of the first floor and did not kill the other blood demons. Chu Chang'an comforted himself even though he also understood that he was just deceiving himself. 1 month had passed. Rays of traveling light broke through the surface of the water. There were 14 rays of traveling light. All of them were the revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace. Of course, there was also Ning Fan. Seeing that even though the Divine Transformation Realm cultivators of his palace were injured, their lives were not in danger, Chu Chang'an heaved a sigh of relief. The death rate in the Blood Dragon pool was still very high. Even though he had purposely teleported all the Divine Transformation Realm cultivators of his palace to the same place, it was inevitable that 1 or 2 of them would die. It would be best if no one died. As for how much dragon blood these people could obtain, it was secondary. Having a life and death experience would greatly benefit everyone's cultivation. Chu Chang'an was only concerned about how much dragon blood a person had collected. His eyes fell on Ning Fan with hesitation and inquisitiveness. Little friend, how is your harvest? It should be difficult to collect 50 pots of dragon blood, right? It's indeed difficult. Ning Fan nodded and let go of Yu Cheng who was so embarrassed that she wanted to die, ignoring the latter's murderous expression. Oh? Could it be that little friend hasn't collected 50 pots of dragon blood? As soon as Chu Chang'an heard Ning Fan saying that it was difficult, he was overjoyed. Judging from Ning Fan's tone, he probably did not collect enough dragon blood. However, just as his smile rose, he saw Ning Fan patting his storage pouch. Pots of dragon blood immediately appeared on the ground. There were actually more than 100 pots, 117 pots of dragon blood. You collected all of these within a month? Chu Chang'an found it hard to believe. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. Ning Fan nodded and cupped his fists at Yun Tianjue. Yun Tianjue, who had been meditating with his eyes closed for a month, finally opened his eyes. His cold eyes carried a hint of approval. You've done well. Elder Chu, you've lost. He stood up and carried the giant sword on his back again. Yun Tianjue's gaze swept across Chu Chang'an. Of course, Chu Chang'an knew what he meant. Chu Chang'an gritted his teeth. His face was filled with pain. He took out a golden lamp. A bright yellow flame was flickering in the lamp. With a flick of his finger, the flame flew out of the golden lamp and drifted towards Yun Tianjue. After losing the Serene Palace Buddha flame, the golden lamp was immediately extinguished. Yun Tianjue flicked his sleeve and a suction force came into his palm. Without even looking at it, he directly threw it to Ning Fan. Together with the flame, there was also a golden token. You've passed the test. This is your reward. Reward? Ning Fan's eyes widened. He caught the golden token and the flame. That golden token was naturally the revered elder golden token that Yun Tianjue promised him. With this token, Ning Fan could freely enter the 800 cultivation countries of the Rain World. It was his reward for passing the test. It was not surprising at all. However, the Serene Palace Buddha flame was not what Yun Tianjue promised him. When Yin Tianjue used his beloved sword to bet Chu Chang'an's void flame, Ning Fan already had some doubts. Yin Tianjue's divine ability only had the word sword. What was the use of the flame? Using his beloved sword to bet on a useless flame was unreasonable. At this moment, Ning Fan finally understood that Yin Tianjue had probably decided to win the flame and give it to Ning Fan at the beginning of the bet. Why? Ning Fan frowned. He did not like to receive favors from others or owe them favors. After receiving so many benefits from Yin Tianjue for no reason, it was inevitable for him to have doubts. If you don't want it, just throw it away. Yin Tianjue's eyes turned cold. Why would he care whether you want something that he gave you? As a matter of fact, even he himself did not understand why someone as cold as him would have a good impression of Ning Fan and give him a chance. Perhaps it was because Ning Fan's confident smile was very similar to someone. That smile could move Yin Tianjue's cold heart. Who is it? Who is it? Yin Tianjue clenched his fists. One day, he would get his memories back. He abandoned his emotions to cultivate the sword. His memories were erased by the heavenly Tao Samsara. This was the price he had to pay for turning into a devil with a sword. He wanted to get his memories back. In the rain world, there was only one secret technique that could retrieve the memories that were erased by the heavenly Tao. It was the white lightning memory extinguishing technique of Thunder Sovereign Buzhou. He had used the immortal trapping sword and even seized many famous swords from the 800 cultivation countries just to head to the sovereign tomb to fight against the Thunder Sovereign and seize the white lightning technique. I'll give you 1 day to settle the karma of this place. 1 day later, you will return to the endless sea. Yin Tianjue did not want to say anything else. He turned around and was about to leave. At the moment he turned around, 2 rays of dazzling golden sound-transmitting flying swords pierced through the air and flew towards him. The sound-transmitting flying swords had a trace of golden qi in the shape of a dragon. It allowed the flying swords to travel a terrifying distance. It was impossible for Ning Fan not to recognize that golden qi. That was the sovereign qi. Sovereign sound flying swords. Could it be that the Rain Sovereign has sent me an order? Chu Chang'an's expression changed. He thought to himself, what happened in the middle state that made the Rain Sovereign personally send a message to a void fragmentation realm expert? Yin Tianjue's eyes also flickered slightly. He received the flying swords without saying a word. All the content of the message was directly transmitted into the sea of consciousness of the 2 void fragmentation realm experts. As soon as he heard the content of the message, Chu Chang'an's expression changed greatly. Even Yin Tianjue's expression changed. Sovereign qi. Someone has condensed the sovereign qi. The rain world had a new divine sovereign. Someone had used the divine sovereign cultivation technique, sovereign rain primordial art to condense a trace of sovereign qi. This matter was of great importance. The Rain Sovereign ordered Yin Tianjue and Chu Chang'an to return to the Rain Palace as soon as possible to investigate this matter. Elder Chu's words made the group of revered elders look at each other in confusion. Only Ning Fan vaguely understood that the matter that shocked the Rain Sovereign, Elder Chu and Yin Tianjue, was related to him condensing the sovereign qi. Moreover, judging from the serious expression of the 2 void fragmentation realm experts, it seemed like it was not a good thing for the Rain Palace. Did I threaten the throne of the Rain Sovereign? If that's the case, once Ning Fan reveals the sovereign qi, he would probably face a great calamity that would shock the world. I must never reveal the sovereign qi. Ning Fan made up his mind. Even if the sovereign qi had the power to suppress void refinement realm experts, he must not use it recklessly. Unless he had the power to protect himself that the Rain Sovereign was afraid of. Otherwise, a disaster would certainly befall him. It seemed like the rain world would not be peaceful anymore. 3/4, to be continued. Within a day, Ning Fan decided to stay in the Dragon Deciding Valley for the time being. After bidding farewell to Yu Bai and the others, he dismissed the guests and stayed in his room alone. Yu Cheng'er was still full of complaints. Whenever she was free, she would quarrel with Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan was obviously preoccupied and did not pay any attention to her. Outside the room, the bright moon hung high in the sky. Inside the room, Ning Fan sat alone on a cushion with a jade slip in his hand. He was shocked. That jade slip was the information he obtained from Snow Country. Not long after Elder Chu and Yin Tianjue obtained the sovereign sound flying sword, the news that shook the entire Middle State had spread across the entire country. The ancestral statue had a strange phenomenon. Golden rays of light covered the sky. A new sovereign was born. In the Rain world, many forces had mobilized all their forces to find out the whereabouts of the new sovereign. Some of them were plotting against the new sovereign in order to welcome him. Some of them were preparing to assassinate the new sovereign to please the Rain sovereign. Assassinate, Ningfan frowned. He just condensed his sovereign qi. He did not have the intention to compete with the Rain sovereign for the throne at all. However, it seemed like the tiger had the intention to harm the man. Things were developing in the direction that Ningfan was most worried about. The Rain sovereign could not tolerate Ningfan. If he finds out that Ningfan had the sovereign qi, he might kill him. Fortunately, Ningfan had refined the heaven-deceiving cloak. This treasure had the effect of shielding him from heaven's secrets. In addition, the sovereign qi itself could shield him from divination. Ordinary people would not be able to divine Ningfan's whereabouts. Unless it was an expert who was proficient in divination like Dong Su, who had the blood of a true immortal, he would only be able to divine some clues. Dong Su would not harm Ningfan. However, he did not know if there were any experts in the Tao of divination like Dong Su in the Rain Palace. Ningfan's eyes darkened. He had to be on guard against this. From today onwards, he must not display his sovereign qi in front of others. Not only that, he also needed to find a way to protect himself as soon as possible to prevent others from divining his whereabouts. After I condensed my sovereign qi, I created a sovereign qi technique which instantly killed a void refinement realm ferocious beast. However, I did not expect that this technique would have to be temporarily sealed after being used once. I have just thought of the name of this technique. It's really a pity that it has to be sealed now. Ningfan smiled bitterly and shook his head. A sovereign qi to suppress an immortal and a sovereign qi to suppress a void refinement realm, this technique was majestic and domineering. However, it could not be shown to others unless Ningfan had a void fragmentation realm expert to protect him. Yun Tianjue was a member of the Rain Palace after all. Besides, he was not related to Ningfan at all. Ningfan was afraid that he would not be able to ask him to protect him. Since Mei Chen was still in the demon sinister forest, it was unlikely that they would be able to invite her. The only person Ningfan could rely on was probably Luo Yu. I've been too busy with mundane affairs lately. I should help little Yu or recover her soul as soon as possible. Without a void fragmentation realm guardian, I can't feel at ease. Ningfan's mind became more and more restless. He had a feeling that something bad would happen tonight. Ever since he obtained the purple karmic luck, his perception of the heavenly Tao had become even more acute. It was indeed not normal for him to be so uneasy. It was better to help Luo Yu recover as soon as possible. With a thought, Ningfan's figure gradually faded and reappeared in the profounding world. He had obtained many good things on this trip. The Heavenly Frost Cold Chi ranked 3rd, the Divine Cold Soul, a 6th grade void fire that was stronger than the Earth Vein Demotic Fire, the Serene Palace Buddha Fire, 120 bottles of Dragon Blood, a Divine Transformation Realm Tao Fruit. It was a pity that the Blood Demon was not a real living being. Otherwise, he would have obtained a lot of Tao fruits from this massacre. Ningfan did not have the time to deal with these good things at the moment. He patted his storage pouch and took out 207 spirit consolidating pills. All of them were concocted in the Lost World Tower. With a flash, he entered the thatched cottage in the profounding world. Luo Yu was still sleeping on the bed. Her primordial spirit was still rather illusory. Such a fragile body could not withstand the medicinal power of a 5th revolution pill. If she consumes too many spirit consolidating pills at once, it would probably damage her primordial spirit. Even though he desired Luo Yu's help, he could not bear to let her get hurt. Ningfan gradually gave up on the idea of forcefully waking Luo Yu up. He kept most of the spirit consolidating pills, leaving only 12 of them. He dissolved them with clean water and helped the sleeping Luo Yu into his arms. Then, he carefully fed the medicinal liquid to her cherry lips. Ningfan was not a despicable person. However, he would not let Luo Yu, his benefactor, get hurt just because of an unknown danger. Bitter, in her sleep, Luo Yu's brows knitted together as if she was unwilling to drink the pill because it was too bitter. Then, she willfully spat out some of it. Ning Fan's eyes revealed a strange expression. This Luo Yu was an expert at the same level as Yuan Yao. She was at least a true immortal realm expert. A dignified true immortal realm expert, yet she behaved like a delicate young lady when she was sleeping. It was really unimaginable. Perhaps, many years ago, Luo Yu was also a young mistress of an aristocratic family. Her 10 fingers did not have to do any dirty work. However, he did not know why such a delicate young mistress would choose to cultivate a shameless cultivation method like the yin-yang transformation. Moreover, she even took the risk to obtain the yin-yang locket's acknowledgement. Cold, Luo Yu's primordial spirit became even more illusory. Her body became even colder. She gently hugged her shoulders and shivered slightly in Ning Fan's arms. Under her snow-white clothes, her fair neck gave off an alluring fragrance. Below her neck, 2 voluptuous mounds could be vaguely seen, a trace of lustful power spread out from Luo Yu's body, nearly bewitching Ning Fan's mind. Ning Fan quickly adjusted his state of mind and no longer dared to peek at her alluring body. Looking at Luo Yu's pure and flawless sleeping face, his heart softened. He took out several types of 10,000 years old spiritual fruits with a sweet and sour taste and mixed them into the medicinal liquid, making the originally bitter medicinal liquid taste sweet. Drink it. It's not bitter anymore. As if he was coaxing a child, he fed her the medicinal liquid again. After tasting the slightly sweet medicinal liquid, Luo Yu obediently drank it and no longer resisted. Her illusory primordial spirit became more and more solid. Her cold and delicate body gradually regained some warmth. After helping Luo Yu wipe off the medicinal liquid from the corner of her mouth, Ning Fan placed her back on the bed and covered her with a thin blanket. His palm gently caressed her sleeping face. He did not know what he was feeling. This lady had accompanied Ning Fan throughout his journey and they had gone through countless dangers. Without her, Ning Fan would probably have died a few times already. In the past, the weak Ning Fan needed her protection time and time again. Today, Ning Fan could already protect himself and travel freely in the rain world. This time, it was Ning Fan's turn to protect Luo Yu. Rumble while Ning Fan was taking care of Luo Yu, the earthen mountains in the profoundine world suddenly shook. Ning Fan was shocked. An extremely uneasy feeling shrouded his heart. Immediately, he rushed out of the thatched cottage and looked at the dusky sky of the profoundine world. His expression changed greatly. Above the blue dome of heaven, a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared. That crack eventually turned into a gigantic pitch-black eyeball. The eyeball had just been formed. It was still empty and had no focus. It could not see Ning Fan's face clearly. Moreover, the chaotic yin qi in the profoundine world made it even harder for the eyeball to see Ning Fan's face clearly. Even so, the eyeball still managed to see Ning Fan's blurry figure. I found you. The new divine sovereign. A cold qi poured down from his head and spread to his entire body. Ning Fan's expression changed greatly. He recognized what this pitch-black eyeball was. The heavenly eye. According to rumors, when the divination technique is cultivated to its peak, one could open the heavenly eye. If the heavenly eye is opened, one could even peek at the heavenly secrets that were concealed by others. Judging from the words of the owner of the heavenly eye, this person was obviously coming for Ning Fan. His goal was to become the new divine sovereign of the rain world. His eyes were filled with killing intent. His intentions are not good. After thinking for a while, Ning Fan gradually realized that even though the pitch-black eyeball was the heavenly eye technique, it seemed to have yet to be cultivated to perfection. The eye was lifeless and he could not see his appearance at all. Judging from the aura force of this pitch-black eyeball, the owner of this technique seemed to be a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. His cultivation base was similar to that of a Dongsu realm cultivator but slightly stronger. Ning Fan's heart sank. It seemed like this mysterious cultivator who used the heavenly eye technique to spy on Ning Fan was a revered elder of the Rain Palace who was proficient in divination. He was probably following the order of the Rain Sovereign to investigate his whereabouts so that he could kill him. Thinking of this, Ning Fan felt even more fortunate. The timing of this mysterious revered elder to spy on Ning Fan was not good. It happened to be when Ning Fan entered the profoundine world. The profoundine world was a medium-sized world. Other than ancient chaos, no one had ever entered it before. Since Ning Fan was staying here, the owner of the Heavenly Eye would certainly not know where Ning Fan came from and where he was. If Ning Fan did not enter the profounding world tonight, the owner of the Heavenly Eye would probably see through Ning Fan in the Dragon Deciding Valley. At that time, even if he could not see Ning Fan's appearance clearly, he would certainly find out Ning Fan's identity through the terrain of the Dragon Deciding Valley. Two tigers cannot live on the same mountain. Ning Fan, the new sovereign of the rain world, would probably be killed immediately. The purple luck was indeed not bad. It helped Ning Fan avoid calamity by pursuing good fortune. Just as Ning Fan expected, since the Heavenly Eye could not see Ning Fan's appearance clearly, it tried to see the surrounding terrain. The owner of the Heavenly Eye knew the terrain of the rain world like the back of his hand. As long as Ning Fan is in any place in the rain world, he would be able to determine Ning Fan's whereabouts through the terrain. At that time, he would certainly send a few Void Fragmentation Realm experts to assassinate Ning Fan. Unfortunately, this place was the profounding world. It was a world that the owner of the Heavenly Eye had never seen before. A medium-sized world. There's no mistake. This place is a medium-sized world treasure. The owner of the Heavenly Eye was a little shocked. He could not see Ning Fan's appearance clearly, nor could he see his cultivation base. The only thing he could see was Ning Fan's rough figure. He could tell that this place was a medium-sized world. However, he could not imagine what kind of expert would possess a medium-sized world treasure. Even in the Rain Immortal world, the entire world was just a small kiliocosm. This profounding world was bigger than the entire Rain Immortal world. Even true immortals might not necessarily have a medium-sized world treasure. Normally, only immortal emperors were qualified to possess such a supreme treasure and use it to control the life and death of a world. Strange. The owner of the Heavenly Eye was puzzled. Wasn't the person he wanted to find and kill the new divine sovereign of the Rain Immortal world? Why would he track a mysterious expert who possessed a medium-sized world treasure? Who exactly are you? What are you trying to do to my Rain Immortal world? A cold and old voice resounded from the Heavenly Eye, interrogating Ning Fan. Ning Fan would not answer. He was not stupid. The owner of the Heavenly Eye could not see his appearance clearly and could not determine where he was. He might not even be certain that Ning Fan was in the Rain Immortal world. The owner of the Heavenly Eye did not have any ulterior motives when he asked the question. In fact, he just wanted to find out Ning Fan's voice. With his voice around, it would be much easier to track Ning Fan. Ning Fan was not a fool. Before he destroys the Heavenly Eye of the owner of the Heavenly Eye, he would not make a sound. That's right. He wanted to destroy this person's Heavenly Eye. He wanted to completely destroy this person's immature Heavenly Eye to prevent any future troubles. It would be troublesome to avoid being spied on by this Heavenly Eye the next time Ning Fan leaves the profounding world. He wanted to destroy this Heavenly Eye. Moreover, he could not use any of the methods he had used in the past to prevent the owner of the Heavenly Eye from finding out Ning Fan's identity. He could not use the Wind Mist Finger and the Wind Snow Finger. He could not use the 5 Burial Dragon techniques and the 3 Fire Palms. All of his secret techniques and abilities could not be used. However, Ning Fan still had a method that could destroy the Heavenly Eye without exposing his identity. The Immortal Subduing Technique. The Heavenly Eye came for the Sovereign Qi in the first place. Thus, there was no need for Ning Fan to conceal his Sovereign Qi. Using the Sovereign Qi to kill the Heavenly Eye and let the owner of the Heavenly Eye suffer the consequences of his own actions was the best choice. From today onwards, Ning Fan would never display his Sovereign Qi in front of anyone. Who would know that the person whom the Rain Sovereign personally sent to track and assassinate was actually him? Ning Fan took a step in the void. His body shone with golden light and his Sovereign Qi soared. As soon as the Sovereign Qi appeared, Ning Fan's killing intent locked onto the Heavenly Eye. In an instant, the Heavenly Eye was delighted at first. Then, it was filled with shock and anger. It was delighted because it really did not track down the wrong person. The Sovereign Qi that Ning Fan condensed was definitely condensed with the help of the Sovereign Rain Primordial Art. From the perspective of the Heavenly Eye, Ning Fan had a great relationship with the Rain Palace after all. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to possess the primordial art that was passed down from generation to generation by the divine sovereigns. The owner of the Heavenly Eye was even more certain that Ning Fan had ulterior motives and was plotting something against the Rain Palace. However, as soon as this joy appeared, it immediately disappeared. It was because the owner of the heavenly eye discovered to his horror that Ning Fan actually had the intention to destroy his heavenly eye. Xianxia wanted to withdraw his heaven eye. However, he was shocked to discover that while it was easy for the heaven eye to enter the profounding world, it was impossible for it to leave. He couldn't withdraw his heaven eye. This was not strange at all. This person had used the heavenly eye technique to spy on Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not know about it at all. Thus, he was able to enter the profounding world. However, Ning Fan was the lord of the profounding world after all. If he controls this world and prevents the heavenly eye from leaving, how could it come and go as it pleases? You can't break my heaven eye. I am the revered elder of the vast heaven palace of the Rain Palace, revered Nether. I'm a close subject of Prince Xianxia, the #1 celestial master of the Rain Palace, conferred by the Rain Sovereign himself. You can't shatter my heavenly eye. Otherwise, you will suffer the revenge of the entire Rain world. Ning Fan remained silent, but his lips curved into a sneer. So this person is revered Ming. Ning Fan seemed to have heard of this name in Great Jin before. He remembered that when revered Snow came to Great Jin's aid, it was because revered Ming had predicted that there would be a demon tide in Great Jin. Moreover, it was probably because he had predicted the relationship between Li Ban and the demon world that revered Snow did not dare to kill Li Ban in the end. Revered Ming was the #1 heavenly master of the Rain Palace. He was probably the only expert who could barely condense his heaven eye. In other words, as long as Ning Fan destroys revered Ming's heaven eye, no one would be able to see through Ning Fan's heavenly secrets anymore. That's good enough. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He would not fall into the same trap twice. Revered Ming would not have a second chance to spy on Ning Fan. He pointed his finger. Golden sovereign Qi soared into the sky and turned into a gigantic golden mountain. Then, it crashed heavily at the heaven eye. The sovereign Qi technique that was powerful enough to kill an early void refinement realm ferocious beast was used to suppress a mere heaven eye. In just an instant, the entire gigantic eye in the sky was blasted into a mist of blood by the golden mountain. Seeing that the strange phenomenon of the profounding world was gradually disappearing, Ning Fan relaxed his brows. This time, it was really a close call. The heaven eye technique was originally a technique that only trigram immortals could cultivate. He did not expect that a mere revered elder of the Rain Palace would actually have such a shocking innate talent in divination. Since this person has such a unique skill, he must be highly valued in the Rain Palace. I wonder if the Rain Sovereign would fly into a rage after Ning Fan destroyed his heaven eye. Rain Sovereign. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. For the first time, he hated someone he had never met before. What does it have to do with him that I condense my sovereign Qi? Even if I become a sovereign, can't there be 2 sovereigns in the Rain world, the 3 sovereigns of the Sword world and the 9 sovereigns of the Devil world? Which one of them is the strongest? As for the Rain Sovereign. Come to think of it, the reason why this person suppressed Elder Chu might not be because of his identity as a member of the demon race or because he was afraid of Elder Chu's half-trace of sovereign Qi. When that time comes, his position as a sovereign would be shaken. What a jealous and capable Rain Sovereign. One day, I will settle this score with him. In a secret chamber of the Rain Palace of the Middle State, a black-robed old man was sitting on a cushion. His left eye was open while his right eye was closed. His fingertips were moving rapidly as if he was performing divination. Outside the secret chamber, countless experts were standing guard. Among them was even the Rain Sovereign. They were waiting for the black-robed old man to find out who the new sovereign is. If he is not one of them, it would be best to eliminate him as soon as possible. This black-robed old man was the revered elder of the vast heaven palace, revered Ming. The sovereign Qi of a sovereign can conceal the heavenly secrets. Revered Ming's heaven eye has just been awakened and it hasn't stabilized yet. Is it too much to ask him to perform divination on that person now? The Rain Sovereign frowned and felt slightly uneasy. Don't worry, father. The Dark Lord is my subordinate, and I know his ability. In the Rain world, his divination ability is unparalleled. That mysterious sovereign has just condensed his sovereign Qi and it isn't stable yet. He might not be able to completely conceal the heavenly secrets. It shouldn't be difficult for revered Ming to divine his appearance, voice, and origin. However, if we find out his identity, I'm afraid father will have to make a decision as soon as possible. Yun Xiaoxiang reminded. The so-called make a decision as soon as possible was naturally to eliminate the dissident as soon as possible to avoid raising a tiger that would cause future trouble. The Rain Sovereign nodded and said no more. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, an earth-shaking and mountain-shaking sound suddenly resounded in the secret chamber. Immediately, an old man's miserable cry was heard. The Rain Sovereign's expression changed. He knew that the divination had a result. However, he felt that the noise was a little too big, so he immediately pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he entered, his expression changed immediately. He saw revered Ming's left eye open, which was filled with hideous and painful traces of blood. His right eye was completely shattered and black blood was gushing out, the heaven eye was shattered. Yun Ming, what exactly happened? Why did your heaven eye shatter? Did you see clearly who that person is? The Rain Sovereign was shocked. Revered Ming was his right-hand man. Although he wasn't strong, his divination skill was definitely the best in the Rain world. The shattering of the heaven eye was like cutting off one of the Rain Sovereign's arms. It's him, it's him. Revered Ming's expression was filled with fear and resentment. The heaven eye was shattered. He secretly swore that he must find other ways to find this person and make him suffer a fate worse than death. It's him. The others might not know who Revered Ming was talking about, but only the Rain Sovereign knew. As soon as he heard Revered Ming's words, his eyes revealed fear. It's that person. 100,000 years ago, before the previous Rain Sovereign passed away, he had left behind a divination using the Life Soul technique. This divination was nurtured in the Heavenly Fate Pool and it possessed unfathomable divination abilities. The current Rain Sovereign had taken out this divination to predict the future of the Rain world. No. He claimed that he was predicting the future of the Rain world, but that was not the case. What he had predicted was whether he could become an immortal in this lifetime. The answer was no, because the current Rain Sovereign would die and the cause of his death would be the death of an expert who was at the peak of the 9 worlds within 1,000 years. In the divination, the Rain Sovereign only saw the back of that person. Just the back of that person almost shattered his primordial spirit. The Rain Sovereign had predicted that this person's magic power was boundless. He had once made up his mind to find this person. He had once sensed a trace of Rain intent from this person's chi. In the deepest part of his chi, there was a trace of Rain divine veins. Therefore, the Rain Sovereign thought that this person was the descendant of one of the 7th princes of the Rain Palace. He had once searched for this person among the 800 cultivation countries. At that time, Yun Bushu had gone to Ningfan to find this person. Of course, the Rain Sovereign would not be kind to this person. In the past, the descendants of the divine children that he had found from the 800 cultivation countries were either secretly eliminated or had their immortal veins destroyed, turning them into cripples. Unknowingly, Ningfan had already avoided that calamity a long time ago. It was because of his previous divination that the Rain Sovereign was so nervous about the birth of a sovereign being in the Rain world this time. He had a hunch that the sovereign being born this time was the mysterious expert that he had seen in the divination in the past. This person would kill him, the dignified Rain Sovereign, in the near future. In order to prevent that from happening, he must be one step ahead and eliminate this person. Therefore, Revered Ming risked his heavenly eye to find this person. Unfortunately, Revered Ming did not manage to see Ningfan's appearance, chi, voice, cultivation base, origin and abilities clearly in the end. The only thing he could see was Ningfan's blurry figure. That figure was exactly the same as the nemesis of the Rain Sovereign's divination. It was definitely the same person. We must find this person. Puff. Revered Ming spurted out blood and fell unconscious on the ground. The Rain Sovereign's mind trembled. His nemesis had finally appeared. Use the power of the 800 cultivation countries to find this person and kill him. The Rain Sovereign's expression turned cold. He casually threw out a jade slip. What was imprinted on it was a blurry figure that looked extremely similar to Ningfan. This? There is only a blurry back view. How are we going to find this person? Moreover, this person can condense sovereign chi. He is most likely a void fragmentation realm expert. How can we kill him? One of his trusted revered elders said with difficulty. Then, we will kill everyone who looks like this back view. Even if that person is a void fragmentation realm expert, we must also eliminate him. the Rain Sovereign said coldly. Within 1,000 years, he would probably die in the hands of that person. Since it was a matter of life and death, how could the Rain Sovereign be careless? Even if he had to sacrifice everything in the rain world, he must eliminate this person. For fourths, to be continued, the pursuit of the heavenly eye was really beyond Ning Fan's expectation. After avoiding this calamity, Ning Fan returned to the thatched cottage to see Luo Yu after checking that everything was fine. Seeing that she still showed no signs of waking up, he sighed inwardly and began to sort out the spoils of war. It was time to deal with the 120 bottles of dragon blood. It would take 10 years to brew the blood wine. Ning Fan needed to confirm if it was possible to shorten the 10 years. In the profounding world, one's cultivation speed and alchemy speed were 100 times faster than in the outside world. As for whether his brewing speed would increase, it was still unknown. Ning Fan took out the Xianxia bloody gourd and carefully studied the wine inside it. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he let out a sigh. The profounding world did not have the ability to increase the production of blood wine. No, it should be said that the structure of this dark radiance blood gourd was extremely special, and it had to link up with the energy of the world and the outside world in order to brew blood into wine. If it was stored in a time acceleration or placed in the profounding world, not only would it not be able to accelerate, it would also be impossible to brew wine. This is a troublesome matter. Perhaps in the future, when Ning Fan breaks through the void and attains the immortal realm, he would be able to communicate with the power of heaven and earth. Only then would he be able to brew wine in the profounding world. However, he could not do it now. The wine can only be brewed in the outside world. The 10 years in the outside world cannot be sped up. In other words, it will take at least 10 years for the blood wine to be brewed. I can only break through the void refinement realm bottleneck with the help of the power of the blood wine after 10 years. It will take me 10 years to accumulate enough magic power, and I don't know how many years it will take to break through the void refinement realm bottleneck. I'm afraid that the void refinement realm will consume a lot of time. It's even possible that I won't be able to succeed in the void refinement realm in the remaining 60 years. I'm too greedy. If I can succeed in the void refinement realm after several decades, it would already be a great blessing. For ordinary cultivators, they might not necessarily be able to attain the void refinement realm even if they spend hundreds or thousands of years. Rather than pondering about the unknown, why don't I drink the remaining 7 mouthfuls of blood wine and put the 120 bottles of blood wine into the blood gourd? This is the real business. Before he came to the Dragon Deciding Valley, he could at most drink 3 mouthfuls of blood wine. After that, he would not be able to resist the baleful chi of the blood wine. However, after the massacre in the blood pool, his baleful aura had become even more shocking. It was not impossible for him to drink 7 mouthfuls in a row. Gulp, Ning Fan gulped down 7 mouthfuls of the blood wine in one gulp. The spiciness entered his throat and he immediately sat down cross-legged to refine the power of the wine. 3 mouthfuls of blood wine increased his magic power by 25,000 units. 7 mouthfuls of blood wine increased his magic power by another 58,000 units. With the cultivation speed of the profounding world that was 100 times faster than normal, Ning Fan did not spend too much time refining the blood wine. When the wine power in his body was completely refined, his magic power broke through to 396,500 units. The 7 mouthfuls of blood wine were all brewed with the blood of the Sword Sovereign, so the alcohol was quite ferocious. Even with Ning Fan's alcohol tolerance, he still felt slightly tipsy and dizzy. After suppressing the power of the wine, Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the 120 jade pots. Then, he stored all of the dragon blood into the blood gourd. This dragon blood was slightly inferior to the Sword Sovereign's blood, but if each pot of blood was made into wine, it would have at least 5,000 units of Fa. Once the 600,000 units of armor blood wine is successfully brewed, Ning Fan's magic power would exceed 1 million units and he could officially begin breaking through to the void refinement realm. 10 years. Only 10 years, not too long. After dealing with the blood wine, Ning Fan took out the Serene Palace Buddha fire and the Divine Cold Soul. With a solemn expression, he refined them one by one. After refining the Divine Cold Soul, Ning Fan now possessed the 13th type of Heavenly Cold Soul and Earth Flame. His magic power increased by 1,000 units. After refining the Serene Palace Buddha flame, Ning Fan obtained his first type of 6th grade void flame. His magic power increased by 5,000 units. His magic power of 402,500 units had already exceeded 400,000 units. He was only 100,000 units away from the half-step void refinement realm's 500,000 units. Initially, he wanted to consume the divine transformation realm Dao fruit. However, after giving it a second thought, he decided against it. Xianxia was highly regarded by the Purple Mansion Academy. She would be able to ascend after attaining the divine transformation realm. Although she was half a step away from the soul formation stage, she would still need at least 100 years to truly reach the soul formation stage. This divine transformation Dao fruit should be left for Suqiu. To Ning Fan, who possessed countless amounts of blood wine, 1,000 units of magic power was insignificant. To Suqiu, however, it could save her a lot of hard work and lay the foundation for her deification. And, of course, I have to prepare one for Suqiuling as well as for the other women, Ning Fan smiled faintly. If he returns to his hometown, he might be able to help them improve their cultivation bases. Looking at the time, it was already close to dawn. Ning Fan took care of Luoyu for a while more before leaving the profounding world and returning to the dragon deciding valley. In the valley, the flying snow was silent. Outside Ning Fan's room, a lonely middle-aged man with a sword on his back had been standing alone in the snow for a long time. He sensed that Ning Fan had entered the space of his magic treasure. Besides, the fluctuation of the space did not seem to be like a heavenly dwelling magic treasure or even a small kiliocosm treasure. Perhaps it's a medium kiliocosm treasure. However, this should be impossible. Only immortal emperors are qualified to possess medium kiliocosm treasures, aren't they? Yun Tianjue pondered for a while, but he did not ask Ning Fan anything. He did not like to pry into other people's secrets. Seeing Ning Fan push open the door and walk out, he only said coldly, "You have passed the test. After you bid farewell to your little girlfriend, I will send you back to the endless sea." Yun Tianjue really had to send Ning Fan back. Otherwise, it would take Ning Fan at least a few months to travel the distance of several billion li * 500 m per li. What made him rather speechless was the word little girlfriend that Yun Tianjue mentioned. It was naturally referring to Yu Chong-er. Ning Fan also had a good impression of this frank, straightforward and filial little girl. However, that good impression had yet to reach the level of romantic feelings. He did not deny it. However, he did not plan to bid farewell to Yu Chong-er either. It was enough for him to leave silently. Junior has gained a lot in this trip to the Dragon Determining Valley. It was all thanks to Senior's care. I won't dare to forget this kindness. However, the Rain Sovereign ordered Senior to return to the Middle State immediately, but Senior disobeyed the order and sent me back to the Endless Sea. Will this matter cause trouble for Senior? Ning Fan was worried that Yun Tianjue had angered the Rain Sovereign. Based on his current understanding of the Rain Sovereign, he was definitely not a kind person. Don't bother yourself with unnecessary matters, Yun Tianjue said impatiently, stopping all of Ning Fan's questions. Seeing that Ning Fan did not have the intention to stay, he also had no intention to stay in this place. He turned around and looked at a certain direction in the wind and snow, saying farewell coldly. Then, a sword light flashed and carried Ning Fan away from the snow country. In the dark, Chu Chang'an revealed himself with a bitter smile. Yun Tianjue was naturally bidding farewell to Old Man Chu. During the 1-month trip to the Blood Dragon Pool, the Blood Dragon demonic sword had absorbed a large amount of blood qi, and its dragon might had become even more active. Old Man Chu could sense a trace of the Blood Dragon's prestige from Ning Fan's body. He knew that Ning Fan probably had some kind of secret treasure of the Blood Dragon. Thus, he wanted to find out more about it. However, he did not expect that Yun Tianjue could see through Old Man Chu's intention and guarded outside Ning Fan's room. As such, even if Old Man Chu wanted to find out more about Ning Fan, he had no choice but to give up on the idea. He didn't want to offend Yun Tianjue for an unknown Blood Dragon secret treasure. White-clothed sword god, Yun Tianjue. I never thought that such a cold and indifferent person would actually treat a revered elder of the devil cultivators so generously. Haha, for the sake of Yun Tianjue, this old man will not have any ideas about Zhou Ming. However, Yun Tianjue might dare to ignore the Rain Emperor's summons, but I don't. This old man is of the beast race, and I also possess half a wisp of sovereign qi that was bestowed upon me by the late emperor, so I am a thorn in the Rain Emperor's side. If I return to the middle state too late, it is very likely that I will be the subject of ridicule. Hee. Even a void fragmentation realm expert doesn't have freedom. I'm leaving. Chu Chang'an gave a self-mocking smile. Then, he also turned into a ray of traveling light and left for the middle state. Amidst the wind and snow, Yu Chong'er had a sleepless night. She stared at Ning Fan's departing sword light in silence. Feeling a little melancholy, she could not help but touch her lips, recalling the lingering wet kiss that day. It was as if her lips still had Ning Fan's taste. Thank you. You saved me, my mother and my brother. I will certainly repay the third favor that I owe you. I will definitely. It took 3 days for them to arrive and 2 days for them to leave. Yun Tianjue remained silent throughout the journey. The speed of his sword light increased. In just 2 days, he had sent Ning Fan back to the external sea of Punlai. He did not bid farewell to Ning Fan nor did he give him any instructions. Only after Ning Fan jumped off the sword light and cupped his fists towards him did he slightly nod his head. His eyes looked slightly gentle. I heard that Senior isn't the son of the Rain Emperor. You must be careful in the middle state this time. Ning Fan frowned slightly and reminded him solemnly. Yun Tianjue had broken through his sin mark and regained his 4th heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivation base. Then, he openly disobeyed the order of the Snow Country by injuring the 7th prince with a single sword strike. With the cold personality of the Rain Emperor, Ning Fan was slightly worried about how he would deal with Yun Tianjue. Seeing that Ning Fan was actually concerned about him, Yun Tianjue's eyes flickered slightly. Without saying anything, he turned into a ray of sword light and left proudly. In just a short while, he disappeared without a trace. However, after he had gone far away, a ray of sword qi suddenly shot out from the direction where he left and went into Ning Fan's body. That sword qi did not have any killing intent. It seemed to be just an inheritance of a sword technique. Ning Fan did not resist and allowed the sword qi to enter his body. Immediately, a sword technique appeared in his sea of consciousness. Myriad sword style, Ning Fan took a deep breath. Yun Tianjue had actually imparted one of the 3 strongest sword techniques in his entire life to him. Along with that ray of sword light, Yun Tianjue's usual cold voice could be heard. You be careful too. It was the first time in 1,000 years that Yun Tianjue told someone to be careful. All of a sudden, Ning Fan found it hard to calm down. He could not understand why this kind of silent parting made him feel a little reluctant. Perhaps, Ning Fan felt a sense of protection from the old devil from Yun Tianjue. Or perhaps, it was because of a reason that even Ning Fan did not understand. Shaking his head, Ning Fan put away all his thoughts. He looked at the Punlai Immortal Island beneath his feet and smiled bitterly. Ever since he met Yun Tianjue in the Green Bamboo Palace, he did not return to Punlai for 2 months straight. He wondered if Bei Xiaoman, who had just lost her virginity, would explode from anger when she woke up and could not see her lover. Bei Xiaoman, Suqiuling and In Suqiu. Once these karmic ties were settled, it was time for him to enter the internal endless sea. After dealing with all the trivial matters, he could go home. Ning Fan could not stay any longer even though there were so many beauties in his home. He had too many things to do. If he stops, he would not be able to hold on to anything. He took a step forward and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the southern pill tower of Black Warrior City. Yalan was receiving guests. After being praised by Ning Fan, her confidence in cultivation was ignited and she looked even more radiant. As soon as she saw Ning Fan return, she subconsciously revealed a shy and happy expression. She lowered her head slightly and greeted him politely. Young Master Zhou, you're back. Are you going to see the mistress? Young Master left without saying goodbye for 2 months. The mistress is quite angry. Is that so? Then, are you angry? Ning Fan teased. Me? What right do I have to be angry at young master? Yalan gently turned her head away. She did not dare to look at Ning Fan's eyes directly. Her heart felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. It was her first time being teased by Ning Fan. It's good that you're not angry. Be good. Ning Fan smiled and went up to the southern tower. The word "be good" sounded like he was coaxing his lover. It made Yalan blush all the way to her neck. As for the elders of the Pill Tower who were standing at the side, they did not dare to offend Yalan when they saw how close they were. With Ningfan's reputation, Yalan's life in the future would probably be very good. Her status in the Yi clan would also rise. At the top of the southern tower was Bei Xiaoman's room. Just as Ningfan walked to the door, he could hear the sound of cursing from afar. When he pushed the door open, Bei Xiaoman was sitting on the bed in a bad mood. She was holding a puppet that looked like Ningfan and was poking it with a needle. Unfortunately, the spot that she poked was right between Ningfan's legs where his clone was. When he looked at the floor, there were at least 20 puppets whose lower bodies had been poked into pieces. Ningfan felt a chill down his lower body. This Bei Xiaoman really has a lot of resentment. Is she trying to castrate me? Stinky Zhou. You're shameless. You just finished with me and then you ran away. You've eaten your fill. You're shameless. How could Bei Xiaoman not feel resentful? If it was any other woman who could not see their lover after their first night, they would probably feel the same way. It was hard for Bei Xiaoman not to cry and vent her anger by poking the puppet. It was already very rare. Oh? Miss Xiaoman seems to be very angry. I wonder what I can do to calm you down. Humph. How dare you come back? I'm going to poke you to death. Poke, poke, poke. Bei Xiaoman was like a little wild leopard that had been wronged. She ran down the bed with her stockings bare and ran into Ningfan's arms. Then, she poked the silver needle in her hand at Ningfan's lower body. She really dared to do it. Does she want to be a widow? Crazy girl. Ningfan did not say much. At this moment, Bei Xiaoman would not listen to his explanation. Ningfan was also too lazy to explain. With a flick of his finger, he flicked the silver needle away. Then, he lifted Bei Xiaoman up and threw her onto the bed, pinning her under his body. One of his hands clamped onto Bei Xiaoman's hands while the other hand began to unbutton her clothes. Shameless. Bei Xiaoman was so angry that she was speechless. Humph. After a night of pleasure with her, he would leave and come back 2 months later. The first thing he would do when he comes back is to have sex with her. This stinky Zhou Ming's head must be filled with sh*t. How disgusting. Even though she said that it was disgusting, her body immediately reacted the moment Ningfan touched it. Her legs rubbed against each other and her thighs were already slippery. Ningfan unbuttoned her thin shirt. He did not even take it off. Instead, he lifted up her undergarment, revealing 2 small white rabbits. He sucked one of the buds and began to lick it. And no. Before Bei Xiaoman could resist, she was already subdued by Ningfan skillfully. A pleasant feeling filled her entire body. The emptiness she felt was also unbearable. She stared at Ningfan with misty eyes. All of her resentment had been thrown to the back of her mind. Now, she just wanted to ride on his body and clamp him tightly between her legs. Your legs are so beautiful. Ningfan caressed the inside of Bei Xiaoman's smooth and slender thighs through her stockings and praised her generously. He still remembered that when he met Bei Xiaoman at the beginning of the year, someone had reminded him that praising Bei Xiaoman like this would make her happy. Humph. You're such a sweet talker. Bei Xiaoman raised her chin proudly. Being praised by Ningfan was much more pleasing to the ear than being praised by others. Humph. This stinky Zhou Ming has good taste. He even knows that I'm good-looking. When the fiery heat pierced into her body, Bei Xiaoman had already completely lost herself. Her fingernails sank deep into Ningfan's back. The violent impact made her so excited that she could not breathe. Next time. Tell me before you leave. I will be worried. Bei Xiaoman moaned while speaking intermittently. Just this once. Ningfan savored the taste of Bei Xiaoman. She was really delicious. 1/4, to be continued. After a round of lovemaking, 2 naked bodies were still entangled on the bed. Bei Xiaoman curled up in Ningfan's embrace and carefully listened to his recount of his whereabouts during the past 2 months. On that day, Ning Fan only said that he had something important to deal with when he transmitted his voice using his flying sword. However, he did not give any details. When Bei Xiaoman heard that a void fragmentation realm expert of the Rain Palace was actually looking for Ning Fan, and the person who came looking for him was even the most ferocious expert of the Rain Palace, Yun Tianjue, Bei Xiaoman's face turned pale with fright. She finally understood why Ning Fan would leave for 2 months without saying goodbye. Now that the sword demon had come looking for him, he had no leeway to refuse. White-clothed sword god Yun Tianjue. This person's temperament was cold and his strength was formidable. Even in the four heavens, he was considered an outstanding person. Even Bei Xiaoman was a little afraid of Yun Tianjue's fierce reputation. When she heard that Yun Tianjue actually brought Ning Fan to the Dragon Deciding Valley of Snow Country to collect his blood, Bei Xiaoman became even more nervous. She had heard of the Blood Dragon Pool in the Dragon Deciding Valley and knew how dangerous it was. As soon as Bei Xiaoman heard that Ning Fan actually went to the Blood Dragon Pool to fight and put himself in danger, she could no longer hold a grudge against him. Fortunately, you are fine. If Yun Tianjue dares to do anything to you, I will definitely beg my mother to avenge you. Bei Xiaoman's charming face was as cold as ice as she said. Her words warmed Ning Fan's heart. There was no need to avenge himself. During this trip, Ning Fan had indeed made a great enemy. However, his enemy was not Yun Tianjue but the entire Rain world. The Rain Emperor's identity was special. As the ruler of a realm, the cultivators of the higher realm definitely could not kill this person. Otherwise, they would be punished according to the laws of heaven. Ning Fan did not expect Bei Xiaoman to help him get rid of the Rain Sovereign. It was unrealistic. After today, Ning Fan stayed in Punlai Island for another month. Every day, he would enter the Profounding World to brew a spirit consolidating pill with clean water to help Luo Yu recover her primordial spirit. Every night, he would make love with Bei Xiaoman, and in the midst of their pleasure, he would gradually help Bei Xiaoman slay the Scarlet Dragon. This greatly surprised Bei Xiaoman. She could not understand what kind of ability Ning Fan possessed that could actually help her get rid of her Scarlet Dragon. If she did not ask, Ning Fan would not tell her either. When Ning Fan asked about Bei Yao, Bei Xiaoman's answer greatly surprised him. There was no one named Bei Yao in the Lost World Palace. Ning Fan thought about it carefully. This lady should be someone from the Lost World Palace without a doubt. Moreover, she was always thinking about Bei Xiaoman. Thus, there was no doubt about her identity as his elder sister. Perhaps he had given a fake name and didn't want others to know about it. As such, Ning Fan almost never mentioned Yuan Yao to prevent Bei Xiaoman from finding out about her. 1 month later, Bei Xiaoman's Crimson Dragon was completely gone. Her aptitude was not weak to begin with. Now that she had completely severed the Crimson Dragon, her cultivation could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. In the Profounding World, Luo Yu's complexion improved by the day. Her soul had almost condensed to the point where it was no different from a corporeal body. After feeding her the last 15 spirit consolidating pills, Ning Fan sat at the edge of the bed. He held her hand and channeled his magic power into it, helping her tidy up her primordial spirit. All 207 spirit consolidating pills had been fed to him. Luo Yu's hands gradually warmed up. The aura of his primordial spirit grew stronger day by day, gradually recovering to the strength of a soul formation cultivator. Early soul formation, middle soul formation, late soul formation, peak soul formation. Early void refinement realm, mid void refinement realm, late void refinement realm, peak void refinement realm. Day after day, Luo Yu's aura rose steadily, but she still did not wake up. Ning Fan sighed inwardly. One of his hands grabbed Luo Yu's wrist and continuously channeled his magic power into her. His other hand was caressing her sleeping face, caressing the side of her smooth and cold face. On the last day, his aura rose once again, and he was no longer weaker than Yun Jinghong, the first level of the void fragmentation realm. Luo Yu had actually recovered her strength to the first layer of the void fragmentation realm by relying on the 207 spirit solidifying pills. A violent aura spread out from her body and swept across the entire Profounding World. The entire world shook violently under his aura force. A wave of supreme aura force directly sent Ning Fan flying away. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with joy. To him, it was great news that Luo Yu could recover to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. In that case, as long as Luo Yu is around, he would have the strength to protect himself even if he is being hunted down by a void fragmentation realm expert of the Rain Palace. He had always believed that Luo Yu was someone he could completely trust and entrust his life to. However, what disappointed him was that even though Luo Yu's primordial spirit had recovered to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, she still showed no signs of waking up. That void fragmentation realm aura gradually disappeared without a trace. Luo Yu, on the other hand, regained her peaceful and beautiful expression. She slept like a princess who was isolated from the world. Ning Fan sighed. If Luo Yu does not wake up, she would not be able to protect him even if she has the strength of a first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. It's really a pity. However, there's nothing he can do about it. You still can't wake up, huh? Fortunately, your primordial spirit has already stabilized. Even if you can't wake up, you won't have to worry about your life anymore. Have a good rest. Little you err, you don't have to worry with me around. Ning Fan caressed Luo Yu's cheek and shook his head with a smile. If Luo Yu wakes up and finds out that he had taken advantage of a beautiful woman, would she be angry? I'm sorry. He blamed himself and covered Luo Yu with a thin blanket again. Then, he left the profounding world in a flash. However, Ning Fan did not know that after he left for a long time, Luo Yu's eyelashes trembled slightly and she slowly opened her eyes. Her fair and delicate cheeks were already burning with embarrassment. Stinky brat. How dare you even take advantage of your elder sister? You really have guts. In fact, she had already woken up. However, she did not want Ning Fan to know about it. Firstly, her primordial spirit was still injured and she could not leave the profounding world for too long. She still could not go to the outside world freely. Secondly, she was held in Ning Fan's arms. She was protected by Ning Fan and the sight of her face was touched by him. Luo Yu was a woman after all. How could she wake up in front of Ning Fan? She did not want to feel awkward between them. In her heart, she had always regarded Ning Fan as a silly little brother. She did not expect that this silly little brother would actually take advantage of her like this. It's really, words echoed in her mind. All of them were what Ning Fan muttered to himself when she was unconscious. He hugged her tightly and chased her away from the cold. He comforted her with simple yet powerful words. Don't worry. I'm here. This time, it's my turn to protect you. Luo Yu helplessly realized that she actually did not know how to face Ning Fan. This was probably the reason why she did not dare to open her eyes the most. You can't protect me. The enemies of the Luo clan are not people you can handle. Luo Yu's eyes dimmed. She covered her chest and got up slightly. Then, she stared at the profounding world outside the window, feeling lonely and silent. She was not a woman with many words in the first place. The charm and maturity that she showed to Ning Fan was just a facade. No one could walk into her heart. No one. Ning Fan was unaware that Luo Yu had already woken up. He had wanted to wake Luo Yu up before entering the internal endless sea to ensure his safety. Now that Luo Yu had not woken up, he could not force her. He had to rely on himself for everything. It was time to go to the inner sea. He was going to leave again, and this time, he did not know when he would return. Bei Xiaoman was reluctant to leave, but she did not urge him to stay. Because she was leaving too. The news of Ning Fan crippling Ximen Ye's divine clone had spread like wildfire in the upper world. Even though the Ximen family did not seek revenge in public, the Lost World Palace was quite dissatisfied with Ning Fan and Bei Xiaoman. Naturally, the great elder of the Lost World Palace was dissatisfied. However, even though he was dissatisfied, Grand Elder did not send anyone to deal with the lowly Zhou Ming. It should be said that with the Grand Elder's cultivation level, he wouldn't take a soul formation cultivator seriously at all. Even if Ning Fan is at the Void Refinement Realm, Void Fragmentation Realm, Life Immortal Realm or Crossing Realm, the Great Elder would not spare a glance at him. Why would a powerhouse pay attention to an ant? However, Bei Xiaoman still had to return to the Lost World Palace to give the Great Elder an explanation. Even though she had lost her chastity, she did so willingly. Besides, since Ning Fan was able to defeat Ximen Ye's divine clone, he would undoubtedly become a void fragmentation realm expert thousands of years later. This kind of talent was worthy of Bei Xiaoman. In any case, the Shimen family had taken the initiative to give up on the engagement. Whoever Bei Xiaoman liked, the Grand Elder could not say anything. At most, he could only give her a few words of reprimand. Zhou Ming, I'll be returning to Northern Heaven soon. With my mother protecting me, even the Great Elder won't do anything to me. Don't worry about me. Also, if you want to ascend to the North Heaven in the future, come to Punlai to look for Lu Qing. He has a way to contact the higher domain. You can contact me, and I will try to help you ascend. It was rare for Bei Xiaoman to be gentle for once. However, when she saw Ning Fan looking at her with a teasing smile, she immediately got angry. Humph. Don't think that I'm helping you because I like you. You're just a human cauldron that I'm keeping. I don't want to see you die under the heavenly tribulation. That's all. Don't think too much. Bei Xiaoman said arrogantly. I didn't think too much. I was just thinking that I might not be able to taste you for a very long time. Bah. Pervert. Bei Xiaoman's face turned red. The so-called parting had diluted her sadness in this noisy atmosphere. Take good care of yourself. Ning Fan lightly kissed Bei Xiaoman's forehead. With a smile, he turned into a wisp of smoke and flew towards the direction of the Pleasure Devil Sea. Looking at Ning Fan's departing figure, Bei Xiaoman suddenly felt a lump in her throat. She turned around and clenched her fists tightly. Stupid Zhou Ming, miss, don't be sad. With fellow Daoist Zhou's potential, ascension is just a matter of time. Stone Warrior comforted her. I know, Grandpa Stone Warrior. Bei Xiaoman nodded her head. Suddenly, she was stunned. She looked at Stone Warrior with embarrassment and anger. She raised her hand and whipped him. Who's sad for him? Nonsense. The whip felt like it was tickling him. Stone Warrior did not avoid it. He knew that Bei Xiaoman was thin-skinned. Ning Fan had not decided to ascend to the Northern Heaven even though he had obtained the quota from Bei Xiaoman. Early spirit-severing realm cultivators could ascend as long as they obtained the quota. Ning Fan could choose to ascend at this moment. However, he still had too many unfinished business. He could not leave. The Pleasure Devil Immortal Island was adjacent to Gusu Island. The reason why Ning Fan returned to the Pleasure Devil Sea was to bring Su Qiuling away from Gusu Island. There were not many people who could leave such a deep impression in his heart. Su Qiuling was one of them. He came to fulfill his promise to bring Su Qiuling to the eternal endless sea. However, it seemed like he was a step too late. Old ancestor Dong Su had actually brought Su Qiuling to the giant devil clan of the eternal endless sea. Su Qiuling had left a letter on Gusu Island. She said that Feng Shuiyan, the daughter of venerated giant, had encountered some problems with her illness. She wanted to go to the eternal endless sea to see her. With her master, Dong Su, as her protector, it would not be a problem for her to go to the eternal endless sea. However, it had only been a month since she left. It was a pity to miss her like this. Ning Fan shook his head and did not sigh. He would naturally meet her again when he arrives at the giant devil clan of the eternal endless sea. He was not in a hurry. The lifespan of cultivators was very long. It was destined that the separation and loneliness of cultivators would be longer than that of mortals. Ning Fan still had some unfinished business on Gusu Island. Old ancestor Yu Long was left behind in the Pleasure Devil Sea. He was originally an elder of the Pleasure Devil sect. Due to some reasons, he had to rely on the Lost World Palace. However, he was captured and brought back to the Pleasure Devil Sea in the end. During the time when Ning Fan was away, Yu Long collected many primordial spirit-nourishing spiritual medicines. Unfortunately, these spiritual medicines had little effect on Luo Yu, who had a void fragmentation realm cultivation base. Other than these, Yu Long also collected many spiritual medicines that could heal the Sea of Consciousness. These could heal the female corpse's Sea of Consciousness. He left some pills and cultivation methods for Su Rushan, Yu Long and the others. He also left some benefits for Wang Si and Elder Qi who were on Gusu Island. Eventually, he returned to the Zhou mansion and met Bai Su again. Bai Su had already changed out of her mourning clothes. She was openly staying in Ning Fan's mansion and was even wearing mourning clothes. It would only attract more gossip. Su Qiuling had taught Bai Su many cultivation methods and helped her improve her cultivation base to the 10th level of the vein-opening realm. Gusu was no longer a country of mortals. If they want to survive in the endless sea, they had to cultivate. Bai Su's innate talent was above average. In addition to the guidance and gifts given by Ning Fan, Su Qiuling and Dong Su, her starting point was definitely higher than most cultivators. After cultivating, Bai Su's appearance seemed to have become 1 or 2 years younger. Her mature beauty revealed a myriad of amorous feelings. She did not lose to the fairies in the cultivation world. When Bai Su saw Ning Fan's return, she was neither happy nor sad. She just went into the kitchen to prepare some dishes and wine to entertain Ning Fan. The moonlight shrouded Gusu. In the Zhou mansion, there were only 2 people sitting alone and drinking with each other. Little Stone was no longer in Gusu. He left a letter and went to one of the mortal countries among the 800 cultivation countries to cultivate under the escort of Wang Si and the others. He wholeheartedly cultivated the sword. This young man was a good seedling for sword cultivation. He was a good seedling that only appeared once in 1,000 years in the rain world. 1,000 years ago, a genius sword cultivator appeared out of nowhere in the rain world. His name was Yun Tianjue. 1,000 years later, no one knew if Little Stone would also become famous in the rain world. That young man had an extraordinary persistence towards the sword. He was a natural-born sword cultivator. Ning Fan's request for him was to become the #1 swordsman in the mortal world before starting his cultivation. On the surface, it might seem that he would miss the best opportunity to open his meridians, but in reality, he was laying the most solid foundation for the way of the sword. Perhaps Little Shidu's cultivation speed wouldn't be as fast as other cultivators in the future, but every time he entered a new realm, he would be invincible within the same realm with the sword in his hand. With this aura, he would definitely become a peerless sword cultivator in the future. After Little Shidu left, Bai Su missed him dearly, but she didn't stop her son's determination to pursue swordsmanship. What made Bai Su speechless the most was that the mischievous Little Stone had purposely left a letter for him. Bai Su secretly read the contents. In the letter, Little Shidu only asked for one thing from Uncle Zhou: help him and his father take care of his mother. Rascal, Bai Su was speechless. He was speechless. However, in the end, she still followed Little Stone's suggestion and gave the letter to Ning Fan. As soon as Ning Fan read the letter, his expression immediately turned strange. Bai Su, on the other hand, immediately explained in a fluster. Little Shidu is still young and babbles nonsense. Young Master Zhou, please don't take it to heart. No. Little Shidu is right. He wholeheartedly cultivates the sword. Perhaps he won't return to Gusu in this lifetime. If he entrusted you to me, he won't have to worry. Young master, please conduct yourself with dignity. I didn't agree to it. Bai Su softly pouted. However, her eyes were a little flustered. Is that so? Then, drink with me. Ning Fan did not force her. Not all women had to be subdued by sleeping with him. For a woman like Bai Su, being able to prepare good food and wine for Ning Fan and accompany him to drink under the moon was already a pleasure in the world. There were some things that didn't need to be pointed out or forced. At least, Ning Fan knew that other than him, Bai Su would never pour wine for another man in her life. That was enough for her. Bai Su did not reject him. She just drank the wine cup after cup. In the end, she couldn't handle the alcohol anymore. Her delicate body shook and she fell on Ning Fan's shoulder, falling into a deep sleep. Ning Fan didn't wake her up, nor did he violate her. He just let her lean on his shoulder and drink alone. As he drank and pecked, his heart was gradually stirred. Cultivators spend their entire lives wandering around. It's rare for anyone to show concern for their well-being. Gusu wine is the best wine I've ever tasted. He gradually understood the true meaning of women and wine. It was the sustenance of the soul. Ning Fan stretched out his arm and held Bai Su's shoulder. The latter's delicate body visibly trembled as if she had woken up from her drunken state. However, she did not struggle free. Do you want to stay in Gusu or come with me? It's fine for me to stay in Gusu. After all, I don't like killing in the cultivation world. Staying here can also allow me to cultivate in peace and prepare food and wine for young master. When young master has swept away all the grudges or is mentally exhausted, you can return to Gusu. I will certainly prepare food and wine to welcome young master. That's good too. Ningfan raised his head and looked at the moon without saying anything else. If there comes a day when he could cast aside all the grudges and live a peaceful life, he would certainly return to Gusu. Although there was still a long time before that day. Take this red chamber Ganoderma. If you don't cultivate diligently and your lifespan is not long enough, you won't be able to see my return. I'm afraid there are still thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years left. If I return only to see your short grave, I will be sad. I will strive to break through to the nascent soul realm and live for 3,000 years. Baisu smiled gently. I'll only wait for you for 3,000 years. Don't die and let me wait for nothing. His fate in the mortal world of Gusu ended just like that. Ningfan was even more convinced that he must not die. He had too many people who needed protection. He must not let the Rain Palace know the whereabouts of the sovereign Qi. As long as he did not fall out with the Rain Palace, he could use his identity as a revered elder Jinling to make all the forces that were related to him not dare to provoke him. He left Gusu while Baisu and the moon sent him off. He left on the moon and arrived at the Green Jade Immortal Island at dawn. When Ningfan arrived at the Green Jade Immortal Island, the grand formation of the sect suddenly trembled. All the female cultivators were shocked. Each of the female cultivators stood in formation. When they saw that it was Ningfan, they immediately put down the magic treasures in their hands. None of them dared to attack Ningfan. Feng Yu, welcome revered Ming. Elder Feng's face was filled with fear and disappointment. She had already followed Ningfan's order and handed over the inheritance of her cultivation base, causing her cultivation base to fall to the early nascent soul realm. Her cultivation base had already been inherited by Su Yao. After refining the power of her inheritance, Su Yao's cultivation base was already at the late nascent soul realm. In time, she would become a half-step divine transformation realm expert after refining all the power of the inheritance. It was just a matter of time for her to break through to the divine transformation realm. Zhou Ming, you're here. Su Qiu and Su Yao greeted him with a smile. However, there was still a hint of sadness hidden on Su Qiu's smile. That sadness did not escape Ningfan's observation. He naturally knew what Su Qiu was sad about. It was most likely that the Purple Mansion Academy had already found her and she could not make a decision regarding her ascension. She knew that Ningfan hated the righteous path. She did not want Ningfan to hate her. Don't hesitate. I will support you. Ningfan just smiled. His indifferent tone made Su Qiu's face filled with surprise. Why, you already know about it? I know. This divine transformation realm Dao fruit is for you. You can attain the divine transformation realm and ascend as soon as possible. Rumor has it that there are 2 great immortal emperors in the Purple Mansion Academy. One of them is in charge of tribulation while the other is in charge of punishment. If the devil cultivators of the 4 heavens commit heinous crimes, they will be punished by the immortal emperor in charge of punishment. If you join the Purple Mansion Academy, if I commit any crimes in the future, I will look for you. You will most likely be able to clear my name. Pa. Su Qiu scolded him in annoyance. He came all the way here just to go through the back door with me. If Su Qiu can protect Ningfan, she would certainly be willing to do so. She was familiar with Ningfan and knew how much trouble he could cause and how he dared to kill anyone. When she thought about it, Su Qiu suddenly felt that there was no need to hesitate anymore about ascending to the Purple Mansion Academy. It would also be a good idea to clean up Ningfan's mess in the future. At least I can help him, right? However, when Ningfan took the initiative to say it, the meaning changed completely. This Dao fruit is for you. After consuming it, it won't take too long for you to break through to the divine transformation realm. Ningfan patted his storage pouch and took out a golden Dao fruit. All of a sudden, countless female cultivators were stunned. Even Su Qiu and Su Yao, who had experienced many trials and tribulations, were caught unprepared. Divine Transformation Realm Dao Fruit. With the production rate of the Dao Fruit, killing 100 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators would only produce 1 Dao Fruit. What did Ningfan do? He actually has a Divine Transformation Realm Dao Fruit. It's too scary. Could it be that he killed 100 Divine Transformation Realm old monsters? I don't want it. Your enemies are so strong. You need strength. You can just consume the Dao fruit. Sucho's eyes were burning with passion, but she bit her lips and refused. Take it. Don't reject it. Also, I want you to blow the flute. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the area. The other unrelated female cultivators trembled and bowed to him. They understood that Ning Fan wanted to be alone with the two ladies. He did not want anyone to disturb him. Blow the flute? Suyao blushed and looked at Sucho with a strange gaze. Obviously, she had misunderstood. It's not the flute you're thinking of. Sucho refuted and took out a flute from her storage pouch. Obviously, Sucho had been led astray by Suyao. In the past, Sucho did not understand the second meaning of blowing the flute at all. Now, she understood it. No. Suyao is right. Are you willing? Ning Fan revealed a teasing smile. As soon as she heard his words, Sucho's face turned red. She covered her red lips and her eyes were filled with panic. It can't be, he wants me to blow the flute for him, As the vice-sect master of the Baiyao Immortal Sect and the future goddess of the Purple Mansion Academy, Sucho was at a loss. Sister, are you really not willing? Suyao smiled faintly. She felt that it was interesting. Sucho, who had always been calm and collected, actually showed the shyness of a little girl. If she's not willing, you can do it for her. Remember that Miss Suyao is still my human cauldron, right? What? You want me to blow the flute for you on behalf of Sister Sucho? As the true sect master of the Baiyao Immortal Sect, Suyao was also confused. So, Ning Fan came to the Baiyao Immortal Sect early in the morning just to have sex in broad daylight? I'm just joking. Ning Fan waved his hand, indicating that he was just joking. No. I'm willing. Sucho's beautiful eyes became firm. She could faintly tell that Ning Fan was going to travel far away. That was why he came to meet her. Ning Fan was going to travel far away while she was also going to ascend. Would they still be able to meet in the future, even though Ning Fan's request was abrupt? If they were to part ways today, it would be a matter of life and death in the future. If so, Sucho would regret it for the rest of her life. Go to my room. There are too many people here. Sucho mustered up her courage and held Ning Fan's arm again, leading him to her chamber. Suyao was stunned. Thinking about what might happen next, she immediately felt embarrassed and didn't dare to follow. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a woman's groan could be heard from Sucho's chamber. Behind the incense curtain, Sucho was kneeling on the couch. She bent over and stroked the hair on her temples. She sucked on a fiery strand tightly with her fragrant lips and her little tongue was gently licking it. Her technique was too rusty, but the tip of her tongue was naturally nimble, almost not inferior to Nalan Zi's tongue technique. She was the Golden Core ancestral patriarch of the Yu country, the nascent soul sect master of the Baiyao sect, and the future soul formation goddess of the Zifu Academy. In the future, she would definitely have even more respected statuses, and countless men would look up to her. Today, however, she was willing to kneel in front of Ning Fan. Her purest cherry lips were offered to him. Feeling Sucho's tight lips, Ning Fan almost lost his desire. He lovingly stroked Sucho's black hair, her face, her neck and her breasts. Sucho trembled slightly. Her face and ears turned red, but she did not reject him. She just closed her eyes shyly and did not dare to look at him anymore. Is it comfortable? Sucho's hair was messy and her eyes seemed to be dripping with tears. Try it and you will know. Ning Fan simply lay flat on his back and carried Sucho's delicate body. He turned her upside down and pulled down her skirt. He separated her pink and jade-like legs and licked the pink slit that was blurred by her juices with the tip of his tongue. Sucho was caught off guard. Her lower body was being violated like that. It was the first time she was so stimulated that her entire body trembled. And no. It's dirty. No. No. Shoo, lower your voice. It's not appropriate for outsiders to know about the matters in the chamber. The walls might be eavesdropping. Ning Fan's eyes gradually became fiery and he began to suck greedily. Because of the matter of ascension, Sucho's body could not be broken for the time being. Thus, he could only comfort her a little like this. To be honest, Ning Fan's original intention of coming to the Bai Yao sect was to listen to the flute. Unfortunately, Yin Sucho's devoted look was just too irritating. Ning Fan was not a saint. He had never been one. After he and Yin Sucho deliberately lowered their voices, no one knew what happened in the chamber after that. 2 fourths, to be continued. The Endless Sea was also known as the Grave of Cultivators. There were 3,000 islands in the outer sea and 100,000 in the internal sea. The internal sea was countless times more dangerous than the outer sea. The fortuitous encounters in the internal sea were also countless times more dangerous than the outer sea. At the border between the internal sea and the outer sea, the seawater changed from a strange azure color to a pitch-black color. Under the dark and gloomy seawater, there was no telling when a rare treasure would be born. On a sea near the border, there was an uninhabited island. There was nothing special about this island, but today, there were 13 nascent soul realm mold monsters gathered on this island. The island was only a few miles in circumference, and there was a hidden grand formation on it. Among the 13 nascent soul realm mold monsters, the strongest was only at the late nascent soul realm. Each of them injected their magic power into the formation light, and their eyes were filled with excitement and nervousness. Fellow Taoist Song, is there really a divine transformation realm mold monster's hidden abode here? I still can't believe it. A skinny young man asked. Fellow Taoist Liu, now that you've seen the hidden formation light, do you still doubt my words? Another old man snorted unhappily. He was a late nascent soul realm mold monster and was the strongest among them. Seeing that he was displeased, the skinny young man smiled awkwardly. No one said anything else. Everyone's thoughts were on activating the grand formation. As the 13 nascent soul realm mold monsters injected their magic power into the formation light that had lasted for thousands of years finally ran out of immortal jades. It gradually dimmed and finally broke. The moment the formation light shattered, a hole appeared in the center of the originally empty island. Impressively, there was a cave abode hidden there. A divine transformation realm mold monster's abode. The 13 people's eyes were filled with excitement. If they could obtain some treasures, pills, or cultivation techniques, they might even have a chance to reach the divine transformation realm in their lifetime. The 13 streaks of light rushed into the cave. The cave was not big, and it was empty. There were only 5 quiet rooms, and each room had some treasures placed inside. This is a high-grade 4th revolution pill, Earth Origin pill. There are actually 20 of them. A low-grade divine transformation realm cultivation technique, Heavenly Fire 3 profound art. This cultivation technique is mine. Incomplete profound heavenly treasure. There are actually 3 incomplete profound heavenly treasures here. These are nascent soul realm puppets. The senior who built this abode was really generous. He actually captured a nascent soul realm mold monster and refined a puppet. The 4 quiet rooms all had precious treasures. The 13 nascent soul cultivators each obtained something, but they didn't fight with each other. There were too many monks and not enough gruel. It was impossible for them not to fight. They would definitely fight to the death for the treasures. But that was for the future. There was still the 5th meditation room that they hadn't entered. No matter what, they had to find all the treasures and fight to the death. Bang! The stone door of the 5th room was especially sturdy. The 13 of them expended a great deal of effort to open a small gap in the stone door. A faint aura of death seeped out from the crack. That aura of death was something that only a spirit-severing old monster would leave behind when he passed away. This 5th stone room was the place where the previous owner of the cave had passed away. There might even be a storage bag left behind by that senior. The best treasures were definitely here. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement and nervousness. They used all their strength to open the stone door. The stone room was rather simple and crude. A withered cultivator sat on a praying mat. He had been dead for countless years. There was an old storage bag tied to his waist. As soon as the 13 nascent soul eccentrics saw the bag of holding, their eyes filled with greed, and they almost wanted to fight over it. But before they could do anything, the 13 of them shifted their gazes to the side. All of them were terrified and stunned. Beside the withered skeleton, there was a white-robed young man. He didn't reveal any aura as if he didn't exist in this world. Strange. It was too strange. Why would there be a white-robed young man in this stone room? That person just stood there without turning his head. The 13 old monsters felt their nascent souls were about to be crushed and their hearts were trembling with fear. What kind of cultivation level was that? What kind of expert could crush someone's nascent soul just by looking at their back? Oh? There are juniors here? Weiliang, Yuer, chase them away. Yes. Following the white-robed young man's order, 2 ladies appeared out of nowhere. One of them had pure eyes and looked like a fairy. Although the other was a little girl, she had red lips and white teeth. She was very cute. As soon as the 2 ladies appeared, they emitted the aura of a spirit-severing cultivator. With a wave of their hands, a strong wind rose in the stone room and carried the 13 old monsters out of the island. Shock. Fear and confusion, the 13 of them were all nascent soul realm old monsters. How could they not see that the cultivation level of the man and the 2 ladies was far above the nascent soul realm? All 3 of them were spirit-severing realm old monsters. Hiss. Before we entered this cave dwelling, there were 3 spirit-severing realm experts who entered before us. Retreat. Retreat now. The 13 of them no longer had the intention to fight for the treasures. At this moment, they only had one thought in their minds: run. In their entire lives, they had never seen such an expert who could crush someone's nascent soul with just his back. A well-planned treasure hunt in the ruins had ended up with a blunder. Among them, many of them felt that the back of that person was somewhat familiar. When they thought about it carefully, they felt that the person was somewhat similar to the person who was being hunted by the Rain Palace. However, this was none of their business. In the stone room, the white-robed young man's eyes were focused on the ancient pill recipe in his hands. He did not care about the storage pouch of the withered skeleton cultivator at all. As for the 13 nascent soul realm old monsters, they did not arouse his interest at all. He was pale and skinny. However, when he stood there, he gave off an imposing aura without being angry. This person was none other than Ning Fan, who had just entered the internal endless sea. The karma of the external endless sea had been settled. It had been 3 days since he entered the internal endless sea. When he passed by this isolated island, his eyes flashed. He discovered that there were ruins hidden in this place. It was the cave dwelling of an early spirit-severing realm junior. An early spirit-severing realm junior was not enough to arouse his interest. However, when he scanned the place with his spirit sense, he discovered that there were a few pill recipes in this place. The treasures in the 5 stone rooms and the pitifully poor storage pouch of the spirit-severing realm cultivator could not arouse his interest at all. He did not know where this cultivator got his hands on some ancient pill recipes. Most of them were 3rd revolution pills and a few of them were 4th revolution pills. Apart from that, there were also 3 5th revolution pill recipes. Only these 3 5th revolution pill recipes could move Ning Fan's interest a little. One of the pill recipes recorded in it was called Consciousness Repairing Pill. It was a low-grade 5th revolution pill that could heal the injuries of a cultivator's sea of consciousness. Ning Fan also knew a few pill recipes that could heal one sea of consciousness. The grade of the 4th revolution pill was slightly lower, while the 5th revolution pill recipes lacked a few main ingredients. Those main ingredients had already gone extinct in the cultivation world. The effect of this consciousness repairing pill was not as good as the few pills that Ning Fan knew. However, the main ingredients were easy to find. After obtaining this pill recipe by chance, Ning Fan could search for some spiritual herbs to continue healing the female corpse's sea of consciousness. Little Yuer's primordial spirit has already stabilized. Even if she doesn't wake up, it won't be a big problem. Weiliang's sea of consciousness is still recovering. I can concoct some pills to help her heal her sea of consciousness. Ning Fan kept the pill recipe and looked at the storage pouch on the skeleton's waist. He shook his head and took away all of his belongings. Even though this person was a little poor, it was shameful to be wasteful. Little cucumber, I have already chased him away. How are you going to thank me? Guang is gone. Not long after, the female corpse and Yu Lingkong returned to the stone room. The female corpse's face was still expressionless while Yu Lingkong was rather impatient. Both of their injuries had already healed. Since they had entered the internal endless sea, they could bring them along with them. Yu Lingkong's cultivation base was still at the late divine transformation realm. Perhaps she could return to the Divine Space Island and reverse engineer her second primordial spirit to recover her original cultivation base. As for the female corpse, her spiritual intelligence seemed to have become slightly higher than before. Her cultivation base was also close to breaking through to the late divine transformation realm. If the key to Luo Yu's recovery was to heal her primordial spirit, the key to the female corpse's recovery would probably be to heal her sea of consciousness. There's no need for us to thank each other. Ning Fan caressed the female corpse's small face that did not have any body temperature. Then, he looked at Yu Lingkong and teased her. I just slept with you once. We don't have such a deep relationship. You should thank me when you need to. Hurry up and help me fight my way back to the Divine Space Island. Then, fix my second primordial spirit until it is beyond recognition. I can't wait any longer. All right. Ning Fan agreed without any hesitation. Yu Lingkong was stunned. She did not know since when did Ning Fan become so easy to talk to. Give me the map of the internal endless sea. I will bring you back to the Divine Space Island. The map of the internal endless sea? I can give it to you. However, are you going to go to the Divine Space Island by yourself? Yu Lingkong asked with a strange expression. What else can I do? The Divine Space Island is deep in the northern sea of the internal endless sea. It is at least 7 billion li asterisk, 500 m per li, away from here. With your speed, even if you fly without resting or sleeping, it will still take you more than a few months to get there. However, I have a way to let you reach the Divine Space Island within a month. Oh? What way? Moon portals. All the subordinate forces of my Divine Space Island have built moon portals. In the past, when I travel, I can use the moon portals to directly move to the next island. There is no need for me to travel by myself at all. A moon portal can travel around 300 million li asterisk, 500 m per li. In that case, are we going to the subordinate forces of the Divine Space Island next? Even though Ning Fan had never seen a moon portal before, it sounded very similar to a teleportation formation. If he doesn't use such a convenient item, he would be a fool. It has been more than 20 years since the tribulation of the Divine Space Island. I'm afraid most of the forces that relied on me in the past have already been divided by others. However, the moon portals should still be there. Other than me, no one can pass through them and no one can destroy them. Yu Lingkong nodded her head. Her expression was a little sad. However, she quickly hid it as she did not want Ning Fan to see it. Then, she took out a jade slip and pressed it against her glabella. She closed her eyes and imprinted the memory of the map of the endless sea into the jade slip. Then, she passed it to Ning Fan. 2 hours later, Ning Fan had memorized all the maps of the endless sea. He carried the two ladies and flew away. Looking at the familiar internal sea, Yu Lingkong knitted her brows. The past was still vivid in her mind. In the past, she was still the supreme being of the internal sea and a female tyrant. Now, however, she was only left with the body of a little girl. She could not help but feel a little disappointed. Of course, her expression could not hide from Ning Fan. He remained silent, but he was determined to help Yu Lingkong take back the Divine Space Island. The female corpse blinked her bright eyes. Her expression, however, was a little empty and quiet. There was neither joy nor sorrow on her face. Her expression was a little pitiful. Ning Fan had already made up his mind. Since they were going to travel using the moon portals along the way, he might as well purchase some spiritual herbs every time they arrive at a place to concoct the consciousness-repairing pill. The nearest subordinate force of the Divine Space Island was called Xianxia Island. It was a medium-sized island in the internal sea. The island lord was an early divine transformation realm cultivator who used to rely on the Divine Space Island. Yes. Everything was in the past. More than 20 years ago, the Divine Space Island underwent a drastic change. From then on, the island was sealed. Even the fate of the lord of the Divine Space Island was unknown. The Divine Space Island, which was once the strongest of the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea, declined from then on. All of the forces under the Divine Space Island were either forced to leave or their hearts were divided. Little cucumber, have you been betrayed before? This place used to be my, Yu Lingkong's, territory, outside the Tianchi Island. Ning Fan halted his movement light. He felt that the closer he got to the island, the more chaotic Yu Lingkong's emotions became. Her tone was a little sad. No matter how carefree she was usually and how manly she was, the feeling of being betrayed still did not feel good. She had clearly broken through to the void refinement realm, but her second primordial spirit took everything away and she was betrayed by her 7 disciples. If it was the Yu Lingkong in the past, she would only kill the traitors coldly without feeling sad. However, after staying by Ning Fan's side for a long time, her heart also softened. If you don't betray me, I won't betray you either. Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently. It was just a plain sentence, but it made Yu Lingkong feel a little better. All right. Remember what you said. If you betray me one day, I will never forgive you. Let's enter the island. Yu Lingkong's fragile state was comforted by Ning Fan's words. Her heart returned to the domineering attitude of a female tyrant in the past. Xianxia Island seemed to be sealed. The formation light was activated and no one was allowed to enter. However, Yu Lingkong just smiled coldly and ignored the formation light. She clenched her fist and threw a punch at the grand formation. At the next moment, the formation light was shattered and everyone on the island was shocked. Who are you? The Lord of Xianxia Island is discussing an important matter with the elders of the main clan. The entire island is sealed. No cultivators are allowed to enter. The cultivators of Xianxia Island flew into the sky one after another. Their eyes were filled with vigilance and fear. The Xianxia Grand Formation was a low-grade Divine Transformation Realm Grand Formation. Unless it was a Divine Transformation Realm old monster, no one could destroy it with a single punch. They were afraid of Yu Lingkong, but that was all they could do. Xianxia Island was supported by a certain large clan. Even if it was a Divine Transformation Realm old monster, he would not be able to bear the consequences if he comes to Xianxia Island and causes trouble. Get lost. How dare you stop me? Yu Lingkong shouted. Suddenly, thousands of rays of moonlight appeared in the clear sky. As soon as the moonlight dispersed, each of the Gold Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm cultivators coughed out blood and fell from the sky as if they had suffered a heavy blow. As soon as this technique was activated, the expressions of countless cultivators changed greatly. All of them recognized this technique. In the Golden Palace at the center of the island, the terrified voice of an old man carrying an early Divine Transformation Realm aura force spread out. Moon Scattering Technique. You are a member of the Divine Space Island. No, you are. Venerated Moon. An old man in brocade robes flew out of the Golden Palace with a panicked expression. He flew into the sky and looked at Yu Lingkong with fear. The Divine Space Island was too powerful. He, the old man of Xianxia Island, had once attached himself to the Divine Space Island. Thus, he knew how terrifying the Divine Space Island was, there was no doubt about it. This moon scattering technique could only be used by a small number of Divine Transformation Realm cultivators of the Divine Space Island. Besides, Yu Lingkong was the only one who could display this technique to such an extent. The old man realized that the petite little girl in front of him was probably the rumored master of the Divine Space Island. Even though he had attached himself to the Divine Space Island in the past, he had never seen Yu Lingkong's face. This time, it was his first time seeing her. His spirit sense scanned the area behind Yu Lingkong, Ning Fan, and the female corpse. With his cultivation base, he could not sense Ning Fan's chi at all. He only felt that this person's face was a little familiar, but he did not treat him as a Divine Transformation Realm cultivator. He also could not see through Yu Lingkong's exact cultivation base. He only knew that she was still at the half-step void refinement realm. Thus, he was naturally afraid of her. As for the female corpse, fear rose in the old man's heart again. It was because he discovered that the female corpse was a mid-Divine Transformation Realm corpse devil. The old man in brocade robes was filled with fear. He did not know why Venerated Moon, who had been missing for many years, would bring a mid-Divine Transformation Realm corpse devil to Xianxia Island. Could it be that she came to blame him for leaving the Divine Space Island? Beside him, a peak Divine Transformation Realm old man in black robes could see through Yu Lingkong's cultivation base with just a single glance. You are Yu Lingkong? Who are you? Yu Lingkong knitted her brows. She had roamed the internal sea for many years. Who would dare to call her name directly? I'm one of the 6 elders of the Six-Winged Clan, Elder Hei. Yu Lingkong, my Six-Winged Clan doesn't care whether you live or die. However, this Xianxia island is already a force of my Six-Winged Clan. If you dare to cause trouble here again, don't blame me for being ruthless and killing you. The current you is only at the late divine transformation realm. You are not my match. Countless cultivators of Xianxia Island gasped. When they heard that Yu Lingkong was still alive, they were already shocked. When they heard that her cultivation base had fallen to the late divine transformation realm, they were even more shocked. A slightly surprised expression also appeared on Yu Lingkong's face. It was rare for her to be surprised. However, the identity of the black-robed old man had obviously made her fearful. Get lost. The black-robed old man took a step forward. His aura force was like a mountain, forcing Yu Lingkong to retreat a few steps before she could stabilize her petite body. Blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. She was slightly injured. With Yu Lingkong's late divine transformation realm cultivation base, she was slightly stronger than an ordinary peak divine transformation realm cultivator when she exerted her full strength. However, her aura force was slightly weaker than the black-robed old man's. This undoubtedly showed that the black-robed old man's strength was astonishing. The word "get lost" was filled with humiliation and disdain. This black-robed old man did not put the divine space island in his eyes at all, let alone Yu Lingkong, who was at the late divine transformation realm. Naturally, it was impossible for him to put a mid-divine transformation realm female corpse in his eyes. As for Ning Fan, no one could tell how strong he was at all. Seeing the black-robed old man forcing Yu Lingkong to retreat with a single step, the old man of Xianxia Island who was afraid of Yu Lingkong immediately felt relieved. In the past, Venerated Moon was extremely strong. There was no place for a peak divine transformation realm cultivator to stand beside her. But today, she is so weak. It seems like something big has really happened to the divine space island. It seems like it was a wise decision for me to side with the Six-Winged Clan. I don't have to worry about the divine space island coming after me at all. Old man Xianxia felt relieved. His fear towards the divine space island completely vanished. However, at the next moment, a shocking scene that he did not expect appeared. Ning Fan, who no one was paying attention to, suddenly took a gentle step forward and shielded Yu Lingkong behind him. He grabbed with his large hand. An unimaginable tearing force easily tore apart all of the black-robed old man's aura force. The black-robed old man coughed out blood non-stop. His body was nearly torn apart by that claw force, his face was filled with astonishment. The Ning Fan in front of him was so strong that he instinctively feared him. Who are you? I am the 6th elder of the Six-Winged Clan. How dare you touch me? The Six-Winged Clan? I've never heard of you before. Ning Fan's face was expressionless. He took a step forward and approached the old man at an unbelievable speed. Then, he grabbed the old man's neck and lifted him up. How dare you hurt my woman? Who are you? Zhou Ming. The two cold words immediately turned into an unimaginable storm that spread across Xianxia. Zhou Ming, these two words were the devil barrier of the endless sea. Even though not many people in the internal sea could recognize Ning Fan's appearance, no one doubted the authenticity of his words at this moment. This person must be Zhou Ming. Other than Zhou Ming, who else could have the strength to kill Elder Hei instantly? Zhou Ming. Stop. Don't kill a member of the Six-Winged Clan. Just as Ning Fan was about to kill Hei, Yu Lingkong bit her lips and advised him reluctantly. She was the most prideful person in the internal sea. She wanted to kill Hei the most. However, she knew how strong the Six-Winged Clan was. She did not want Ning Fan to provoke a powerful enemy. Forget it. There is an early void refinement realm expert in the Six-Winged Clan. Although she sounded reluctant, she had no choice but to let it go. Even Yu Lingkong was not willing to provoke some forces in the internal sea. The 4 clans of the Hidden Ocean, the former master of the Endless Sea, was suppressed by Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou alone. Is that so? You should have told me earlier. Ning Fan shook his head. He really had never heard of the Six-Winged Clan before. However, now that he had injured Black Wing, it was certain that he had offended him. Killing Black Wing was an offense, but not killing Black Wing was still an offense. In this case, he would kill Hei in the most brutal way possible so that the six-winged clan would not dare to offend him. Hei, of course, did not know what Ning Fan was thinking. However, when he saw that Ning Fan did not dare to act recklessly after hearing the reputation of the six-winged clan, he thought that Ning Fan was afraid of the six-winged clan and did not dare to hurt him. Unknowingly, his hatred returned a little. Humph. Zhou Ming. Even if you're a revered elder of the Rain Palace, even if you're the eighth venerable of the Eternal Endless Sea, you should know that there are still people that you can't afford to offend under the dark side of the Eternal Endless Sea. The great elder of the six-winged clan is an early void refinement realm expert. Killing you is like killing an ant. Is that so? Ning Fan remained unmoved, but his eyes flashed with a cold light. Some people were like this. If you put up with them, they would think that you were weak and easy to bully. As for Ning Fan, he was never a person who could endure. Ha, up here. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch. At the next moment, he summoned 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets. Six-winged clan? There's a Void Refinement Realm being guarding this place? Killing Hei will offend the six-winged clan, hee. If the six-winged clan finds out that Elder Hei of their clan has offended someone who has 3 Void Refinement Realm puppets, would they still dare to take revenge on Ning Fan? No. Not only will they not dare to take revenge, but they will also beg for forgiveness. Ning Fan did not plan to show his trump card to others so soon. However, if the six-winged clan thinks that he is weak and easy to bully just because he pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger, it would be a huge loss for him. Pretending to be a tiger is like killing a pig. It's impossible. You have 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets. This is absolutely impossible. Hei's face became distorted due to excessive fear. Boom Ning Fan no longer paid attention to Hei's words. He clenched his 5 fingers and crushed Hei's physical body, leaving only his black primordial spirit. After sealing it, he kept it in his storage pouch. Enter the island. Ning Fan said coldly. However, his words were mixed with an unimaginable baleful qi, making all the cultivators on the island feel bone-chilling cold. No one dared to stop him. Meanwhile, a shocking news would spread throughout the Eternal Sea at a terrifying speed. Revered Ming, Zhou Ming, had entered the Eternal Sea with 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets. It was unstoppable. Half a day later, in the six-winged clan that was 1,000,000 zhang * 333 m per zhang, below the hidden ocean which was the size of China. An old man who was on his deathbed was holding the information about Hei's death. His face was filled with rage. He was not angry at Ning Fan. He was angry because Hei had actually provoked a malignant star. If Ning Fan did not have the 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets, the old man would not mind using his Void Refinement Realm cultivation base to eliminate Ning Fan. Even if Ning Fan was a revered elder of the Rain Palace, he would not be afraid of him. However, Ning Fan's trump card made the old man fearful. Great elder. This Zhou Ming has 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets. In the Eternal Sea, other than the Zhou clan, no one can suppress him. How hateful it is that Hei actually provoked such a malignant star for our clan. Great elder, please make a decision quickly and apologize to revered Ming. They had no choice but to apologize. Ning Fan had 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets and he possessed the strength to single-handedly eliminate the entire six-winged clan. How could they offend such a malignant star? 3/4, to be continued. Venerable Moon returned, and Venerable Ming entered the Eternal Endless Sea. The power of the 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets formed a hurricane that swept across the Endless Sea. All of a sudden, Ning Fan had almost become the most untouchable person in the Endless Sea. Among the 8 venerated beings of the Eternal Sea, Ning Fan's reputation was almost unparalleled. On Tianqi Island, Old Man Tianqi's expression was filled with lingering fear. Right before his eyes, Hei, who was a dignified peak divine transformation realm expert, did not even have the ability to resist and was crushed to death by Ning Fan with a single palm strike. When he recalled the cold and empty eyes of the 3 spiritual puppets, he could not imagine why Ning Fan would have 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets. Ning Fan had forcefully planted a demon seal on him and forcefully annexed this island and returned it to Yulingkong. Old Man Tianqi did not dare to resist. The six-winged clan remained silent, some of them began to search for Ning Fan's appearance to avoid offending him when they meet him in the eternal endless sea in the future. There were even people who were secretly speculating about the origins of the three puppets. There was a rumor that Ning Fan had become a revered elder after joining the Great Heaven Palace and gained Yun Tianjue's recognition. The three Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets were naturally related to Yun Tianjue. All of them thought that he was the one who gave them to Ning Fan. In this way, no one doubted the puppet's origins. When they thought of the spiritual puppet that Yun Tianjue had given Ning Fan, even the hidden experts of the Zhou clan would not be willing to provoke Ning Fan. The three Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets were indeed frightening. Yun Tianjue's protection was terrifying. Unfortunately, ever since that day, Ning Fan never took out his spiritual puppets in front of anyone again. Thus, he did not expose his identity as a world beast of the puppet world. Even if it was exposed, with Yun Tianjue's cold and detached personality, no one would dare to question where the puppet came from. Most people would just assume that it was made by Yun Tianjue's realm beast of slaughter. He spent the entire day collecting spiritual herbs on Tianqi Island. Before coming to Tianqi, he was prepared to use money to buy medicine. Now that he'd subdued Tianqi, there was naturally no need for him to spend any more money. He emptied Tianqi Island's medicine storehouse and collected a lot of medicinal herbs for refining the consciousness-repairing pill. This time, when he summoned the puppet, not only did he intimidate the Six-Winged Clan, but he also borrowed Yun Tianjue's power. Unless they were enemies who would not rest until one of them was dead, no one would have the intention to harm him. A man and two women stood at the peak of Feiyue Mountain in the south of the island. He quietly waited for the moon to descend. The moonlight condensed into a moon gate. The moon gate that Yu Lingkong mentioned could only be used at night. At this moment, it was still the first crescent moon. He had to wait for the second crescent moon to appear before he could borrow the power of the moon to appear. The moonlight forms a door, appearing in the middle of the sky. Prajna Polo, traverse the void. Yu Lingkong recited an incantation and the shadows of her fingers fluttered about. Traces of moonlight twined around her soft fingers. Meanwhile, in the night sky, the shadow of a moonlight gate slowly appeared. It was extremely faint, extremely faint. It was left behind by Yu Lingkong back then. The moon gate technique was one of Yu Lingkong's trump cards. It originated from the inheritance of immortal concubine Zhongyu. If Yu Lingkong was in her peak condition, she could borrow the power of the moon to condense a door and directly open the door to the void. Right now, she could only use the moon gate that she had formed in the past to escape. Moon awareness, moon gate technique. Your techniques are truly extraordinary. Ning Fan sighed with emotion. Yu Lingkong's divine veins are quite mysterious. Tisk, no matter how extraordinary he is, he's not as powerful as you. Little cucumber, you troublemaker. As soon as you showed up, you killed Black Wing and even summoned 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets. Now, I'm afraid no one in the Internal Sea will dare to offend you anymore. Yu Lingkong complained in her mind. Even though she was known as a female tyrant, she did not dare to kill one of the 6 elders of the Six-Winged Clan. What's the origin of the Six-Winged Clan? Ning Fan finally asked. Do you know about the 4 clans of the Hidden Sea? Yu Lingkong hesitated for a moment. The Six-Winged Clan was a dark force of the Internal Sea. Not many people knew about its existence. I've never heard of it. The 4 clans of the Hidden Sea were the rulers of the Endless Sea before Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou appeared. All of them were devil races. Devil race? If that's the case, they are somewhat similar to the Giant Devil Clan. Ning Fan said with a deep voice. The Giant Devil Clan was originally one of the 4 clans. However, it eventually submitted to the Thunder Sovereign. The other 3 clans are still being suppressed under the Sea Area 1,000,000 Zhang * 3. 33 Emperor Zhang. Yu Lingkong knitted her brows. This was a secret. However, it seemed like there was no harm in telling Ning Fan about it. Then, she continued to say, other than the Giant Devil Clan which submitted to the Thunder Sovereign, the other 3 clans are the Six-Winged Clan, the Mist Horn Clan and the Ghost Eye Clan. The Void Refinement Realm ancestors of the Giant Devil Clan had already died in battle along with the Thunder Sovereign. The current Giant Devil Clan can't be compared to the other 3 clans. The Six-Winged Clan is the weakest among the 3 clans. It only has a Void Refinement Realm expert. The Mist Horn clan is slightly stronger. They have 3 Void Refinement Realm experts and one of them is even at the mid-Void Refinement Realm. As for the Ghost Eye clan. As soon as the Ghost Eye clan was mentioned, even Yu Lingkong could not help but show a solemn expression. The Ghost Eye clan once had a Void Fragmentation Realm expert who was once the overlord of the Endless Sea. In the end, that Void Fragmentation Realm expert was killed by the Thunder Sovereign. Even so, we must never provoke the Ghost Eye clan. Yu Lingkong's tone was unprecedentedly solemn. Even though Ning Fan had 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets, she would not agree to him offending the Ghost Eye clan. The Six-Winged clan and the Mist Horn clan are fine. However, the Ghost Eye clan is very scary, little cucumber. The internal sea isn't as simple as you think. You can cause trouble but you must never provoke the Zhou clan or the Ghost Eye clan. Yu Lingkong emphasized again. Are you worried about me? Ning Fan smiled faintly. However, under his smile, there was a hint of seriousness. He had never looked down on the internal sea. The one he looked down on was the Six-Winged clan. Why would I be worried about you? If you didn't offend Six-Winged because of me, would I remind you? Yu Lingkong knitted her brows and did not say anything else. Ning Fan also did not tease her. He placed his palm on her shoulder and used the power of the Black Star to heal her. The moon gate condensed bit by bit. In the latter half of the night, when the moon was in its last quarter, the moon gate had completely formed. Under the bright moonlight, a door of light condensed from moonlight stood in the night sky. As long as one crossed through this door, he would be able to travel 300 million miles and head towards the next divine space island. Little cucumber, we can leave now. Yu Lingkong shook her shoulders unnaturally, shaking off Ning Fan's hand. Then, with a tap of her foot, she was about to pass through the door and leave. However, just as she leaped into the air, Ning Fan pulled her back into his arms. Little cucumber. Don't waste any more time. Yu Lingkong's face turned serious. Wait, there's a guest. Ning Fan loosened his embrace and shielded Yu Lingkong and the female corpse behind him. Then, he stood facing the south of the mountain with his hands clasped behind his back. In that direction, 100,000 kilometers away, a silver shadow strangely escaped, its speed extremely fast. Each time it escaped, it could almost travel across 150,000 li * 500 m per li, of mountains and rivers. Just as Ning Fan's voice fell, the silver shadow had already appeared on the mountain peak. It was an elderly man in silver robes. That elderly man had an early Void Refinement Realm cultivation base. That elderly man had 6 silver wings on his back. As soon as that elderly man appeared, an extremely obscure spirit sense swept towards Ning Fan. It was filled with malicious intent. It was as if he wanted to directly subdue Ning Fan with his spirit sense, not giving him the chance to summon his spiritual puppets. Who are you? Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. This person's speed was far faster than mine. However, his spirit sense was just about the same as mine. It's impossible for him to sneak an attack on me with the spirit sense of an early Void Refinement Realm cultivator. As he took a step forward, his spirit sense wrapped around his body. The elderly man felt a sharp pain and immediately withdrew his spirit sense. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Your spirit sense is really strong. I'm afraid that your spirit sense is already on par with mine. No wonder you can control 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets at the same time. You're also extraordinary. With 6 wings, you can travel 150,000 li * 500 m per li. If you forcefully escape by damaging yourself, I'm afraid you can even reach 300,000 li * 500 m per li. With such speed, you must be extremely confident that even if I have 3 spiritual puppets, I won't be able to capture you, right? However, do you believe that even if I don't summon my spiritual puppets, I still have a way to keep you here? Ning Fan had already guessed the identity of the elderly man after keeping Mo Nian away. His tone changed and his baleful chi spread out. The bright moonlight was directly dyed into a blood moon by the baleful chi. Kiss the silver-robed elderly man was inwardly shocked. He could not imagine that a Divine Transformation Realm Junior would actually have a baleful chi that was 10 times stronger than his. Judging from the intensity of this baleful chi, Ning Fan had killed at least 1,000 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators. No, it's more than that. Among the baleful Qi, there was one that was especially ferocious. It was the baleful Qi that was left behind after killing Void Refinement Realm cultivators. At first, the elderly man harbored malicious intentions. He even wanted to sneak an attack on Ning Fan. However, his attack failed and he gave up on the idea. However, after hearing Ning Fan's warning and claiming that he could keep the elderly man here with his own strength, the elderly man did not believe him at all. He only thought that Ning Fan was boasting. However, the baleful Qi of 1,000 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators and 1 Void Refinement Realm cultivator made the silver-robed elderly man no longer doubt the authenticity of Ning Fan's words. This young man is capable of killing Void Refinement Realm experts. Moreover, judging from the intensity of his baleful Qi, this person did not rely on any external help to kill the Void Refinement Realm cultivators. Moreover, he killed them with a single strike. If an outsider had helped him or if the battle had lasted for a long time, it would have been impossible to leave behind such a strong murderous aura. Little friend, please calm down. I am the great elder of the Six-Winged Clan, Xianxia. I have no ill intentions in coming here tonight. So it's Great Elder Xian. May I know why Great Elder has come here in the middle of the night? Could it be that you are here to interrogate me? Ning Fan's face was expressionless, but his heart was sneering. It was not that Xianxia did not have any malicious intent. He was just frightened by Ning Fan's baleful Qi. Thus, he did not dare to have any malicious intent. Since Ning Fan dared to expose his spiritual puppets, he was not afraid of others finding out about it. He was also not afraid of a sneak attack from a Void Refinement Realm expert. His combat power was already strong enough to fight against a Void Refinement Realm cultivator. However, he could not win because he did not use his sovereign Qi. The best he could do was to protect himself from being defeated. Little friend, you must be joking. This old man already knows everything that happened during the day. Little friend, you are not in the wrong. The one who is in the wrong is my Six-Winged Clan, Blackwing. Back then, when the Moon Venerable went missing, it was widely rumored that she was dead. I didn't know that she was still alive, so I boldly annexed hundreds of islands including Tianqi. This is my first mistake. Blackwing attacked without permission and hurt Venerable Moon, offending Venerable Ming's beauty. This is my second mistake. Venerated Ming had only himself to blame for killing Blackwing. Who said that I'm Little Cucumber's beauty? Yu Lingkong tried to defend herself. However, Ning Fan secretly pinched her wrist and shook his head, signaling her to be quiet. Great Elder, if you have something to say, just say it. Ning Fan said indifferently. Xianxi's cloudy eyes showed a slight struggle. Then, he gritted his teeth and cupped his fists at Ning Fan. I have 2 requests for coming here. Firstly, I hope that Venerable Ming and the Six-Winged Clan can resolve their misunderstandings. I hope that Blackwing won't vent his anger on my Six-Winged Clan for his crimes. As compensation, I will return the forces of the Divine Space Island that we annexed in the past. Secondly, I heard that Venerable Ming has yet to kill Blackwing's primordial spirit. Therefore, I boldly ask Venerable Ming to return his primordial spirit. If you can do that, I will thank Venerable Ming's magnanimity on behalf of the Six-Winged Clan. The female corpse looked at the moon indifferently as if what happened here had nothing to do with her. There was only Ning Fan in her world. Yu Lingkong, on the other hand, was so surprised that she could not close her mouth. What did she just see? The Void Refinement Realm Great Elder of the Six-Winged Clan is apologizing to Ning Fan. Even though the Great Elder did not behave in a humble manner, it was already extremely rare for him to just ask for compensation and bow to Ning Fan. Which one of them who had attained the Void Refinement Realm was not arrogant? Being able to make a Void Refinement Realm expert bow and apologize to him was a great honor. The forces of the Six-Winged Clan that seized the Divine Space Island should be returned. It can't be considered as compensation. Blackwing's primordial spirit is useless to me. It's not impossible for me to return it, but you have to show your sincerity. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He was not a young man who had just entered the cultivation world. A Void Refinement Realm old monster bowed and apologized verbally. If he thought that he could write off everything with a stroke of the pen, he must have underestimated Ning Fan too much. If there are benefits, Ning Fan would naturally let the six-winged clan go. He had a lot of things to do and he was too lazy to get entangled with the six-winged clan. If there are no benefits, he would not mind annihilating the six-winged clan. Xianxia seemed to have not figured out his standpoint. Did he think that he was giving Ning Fan face by negotiating with him on equal terms? No. He was not on equal terms with Ning Fan. Ning Fan had the strength to annihilate the six-winged clan. Xianxia only had the right to apologize. Humph. What kind of sincerity do you want? Xianxi's eyes turned grim. I heard from Yuer that there is a stone platform in the Blackwing clan called the Revival Platform. It has a unique healing effect on injuries to the physical body and sea of consciousness. My wife's sea of consciousness is slightly injured and she wants to borrow the Revival Platform. Impossible. My clan's ancestral teaching states that the Revival Platform cannot be used by foreign races. Xianxia refused without hesitation. What if I insist on using it? Ning Fan's tone carried a hint of threat. One move. If you can make me take half a step back, I can lend you the Revival Platform. This is the ancestral teaching. Xianxi's eyes turned darker. He felt that it was necessary for him to let Ning Fan know how strong he was. Even though he had tolerated Ning Fan many times, it was only because he was pressured by his clan that he had no choice but to beg for his forgiveness. He felt that he had already given Ning Fan a lot of face by bowing and apologizing to him. Ning Fan had gone too far. One move? All right. Ning Fan touched his glabella and the Separation Slayer sword appeared in his hand. Under the moonlight, layers of sword shadows could be seen. One sword shadow turned into 10, 10 turned into 100, 100 turned into 1,000 and 1,000 turned into 10,000. Ning Fan was comprehending the profound principle of turning one into 10,000. A terrifying sword chi condensed on his body. Myriad sword style, Xianxi's aura force weakened. He suddenly felt that he did not have the confidence to win against Ning Fan. What level of sword chi is this? For fourths, to be continued, it was Ning Fan's first time using the myriad sword style ever since he comprehended it. This was a void fragmentation realm sword technique. Given his current level of the Tao of Sword, he could only comprehend 1/10 of it. Even so, this sword technique was already much stronger than ordinary mortal void sword techniques. Xianxi's eyes became even deeper. Even with his eyesight, he actually could not see through the trajectory of Ning Fan's sword shadows. In his heart, there was a strange feeling that he would lose more than he would win. No. This old man is a void refinement realm cultivator. How can I lose to a junior? Feeling proud, Xianxi's gaze became resolute. His finger seals changed, and the 6 silver wings behind him flapped in unison, emitting strands of silver light like starlight. He gripped it with one hand, and the silver light immediately condensed into a silver longbow. With the silver bow in hand, Xianxia stood proudly at the peak of Feiyue Mountain. He pulled back the bowstring, but had not yet drawn it. However, when the bowstring was pulled back, the surrounding starlight was drawn to the arrow, turning it into a starlight arrow. In an instant, it was as if the entire night sky began to tremble. It was as if as long as the bow was drawn, the arrow would be able to flatten the entire Xianxia island. Being targeted by the arrow, Ning Fan felt as if his blood was about to be ignited. His eyes darkened, and he was slightly stunned. If he wasn't mistaken, this star condensation archery technique was extremely similar to the lost primordial fiend god divine ability, the star punishing bow. It was just that when Xianxia used this technique, it was somewhat specious. In addition, Xianxia had not comprehended the starlight technique and did not have a natal star, so he could not even display 1,000th of the technique's power. If a true ancient fiend god used this technique, a single pull of the bow could shatter a star, one arrow could destroy a small kiliacosm. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. This technique is very good. This is the fiend god divine ability that I, the 6-winged ancestor, created, the star punishing bow. When I use this technique, it isn't even 1,000th of my ancestor's strength. But you cannot withstand this technique. This old man advises you to quickly summon your puppets. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand my bow. Is that so? Ning Fan's took a step forward and Separation Slayer slightly drew an arc in the air. The 10,000 sword shadows around his body were all activated at this moment. It was a shallow sword arc, but it seemed to have cut through the dawn of the ancient times. The dark night seemed to have been split apart by his sword. A wave of solemn and murderous sword intent spread out from his body. All of a sudden, it engulfed 100,000 li * 500 m per li of Xianxia Island. Countless cultivators didn't even have time to react before they were immobilized by the shocking sword intent. On this island, only the deity transformation stage Elder Xianxia could move slightly, but after sensing the terrifying sword intent in the outside world, he didn't even have the courage to go out and take a look. At this moment, his white robes fluttered in the wind as he stood proudly at the peak of Feiyue Mountain. His black hair danced in the wind like a devil. When Yin Tianjue displayed this sword move, the sword light was like a dragon or a cloud. However, when Ning Fan used it, it became a little terrifying. The blood moon, which had been dyed red by the baleful aura, was suddenly covered by countless pitch-black clouds. If one were to take a closer look, one would discover that the black color was not cloud chi at all. Instead, it was sword chi. The wondrous principle of turning one sword shadow into 10,000 was not just about splitting one sword shadow into 10,000. On top of the 10,000 daos, it could still be further divided. For example, Yun Tianjue had used the foundation of 10,000 sword shadows to turn one sword shadow into 10,000, creating 100 million sword shadows. In theory, as long as one has enough magic power, the 100 million sword shadows could still be divided infinitely. This myriad sword style was almost limitless. Ning Fan had only comprehended 1/10 of this sword move. He could not divide 100 million sword shadows, but he managed to create 10 million sword shadows. The black clouds that covered the blood moon were the sword shadows that were separated from the blood moon. As he raised his sword, the dark clouds in the sky turned into countless sword lights that danced like black dragons. Myriad sword style. Sword light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. When he raised his sword, 10 million sword shadows fell from the sky like a downpour, instantly drowning Xianyi. An extremely dangerous sense of crisis instantly engulfed Xianyi's entire body. While he was still in a daze, he drew his bow without hesitation and shot out a ray of starlight arrow. He had almost used all of his magic power. When the silver bow was drawn, the hollow space within 100,000 li * 500 m per li shattered without any warning. The Feiyue Mountain collapsed. Half of Tianxi Island sank into the deep ocean. Countless cultivators exclaimed in shock. They were just affected by the shockwaves, but none of them were killed or injured. Even so, cries of terror resounded across the entire island. Who is it? Who is the one who shot the arrow? Who is the one who sank half of the island with just a single arrow? I don't know. Under the cover of the 10 million sword lights, no one could use their spirit sense to spy on the battle at all. The Feiyue Mountain collapsed. Ning Fan protected the two ladies and was directly sucked into the hollow space along with the shockwaves. Facing the incoming arrow light, even Ning Fan felt a hint of danger. Xianyi had only used 1,000th of the power of this technique, but it was already so terrifying. If it is really an ancient fiend god who uses this technique, it would not be rare for him to destroy the rain world with a single arrow. However, since this technique was used by Xianyi, it was still not enough to defeat Ning Fan. The 10 million black swords and a ray of starlight clashed against each other in the hollow space. The sword shadows crumbled one after another. The traces of starlight began to disappear. Xianyi's eyes were filled with surprise. He had drawn his bow with all his might, but none of his arrows were successful. It was as if they were on par. As Ning Fan turned his sword intent deepened. His immortal trapping sword intent swept across the hollow space. The power of the 10 million sword shadows instantly multiplied and engulfed the starlight arrow. Boom! The 9 million sword shadows crumbled and the starlight arrow was crushed. The shockwaves shook heaven and earth. The remaining 1 million sword shadows suddenly flew towards Xianyi. Xianyi's expression changed greatly. His full force attack was actually slightly weaker than Ning Fan's. The 1 million sword shadows arrived at his body too quickly. Even with Xianyi's speed, he could not avoid this attack in his exhausted state. Even with the strength of his Void Refinement Realm devil body, he was actually injured by the 1 million sword shadows in an instant, causing him to cough out blood incessantly. The silver light on his 6 silver wings dimmed. There were even traces of damage on his body. His robes were tattered like a beggar's and blood was flowing out nonstop. He looked at Ning Fan in shock. The destructive power of that single sword attack was too terrifying. Xianxia had a ridiculous feeling. If Ning Fan breaks through to the Void Refinement realm and fights against him on equal footing, he would only need a single sword attack to take his life. Even though this young man has yet to break through to the Void Refinement realm, it would not be difficult for him to fight Xianxia to a draw with his sword. In fact, he might even be slightly stronger than Xianxia. This young man is very strong. You've lost. Ning Fan kept his sword and stood upright. His other hand was still blocking the wind of the void for the two ladies. The power that lingered around his fingertip was the power of the void. Xianxi's eyes flashed with surprise. To be able to control the power of the void, one must at least be a void inquiry stage cultivator. I, Xianxia, am just a void glimpse stage cultivator. Could it be that Ning Fan has actually succeeded in breaking through to the void inquiry stage? Does this mean that Ning Fan managed to defeat Xianxia in a single sword attack when he was distracted by the two ladies? If he did not take care of the two ladies, even though that sword attack of his would not be able to kill Xianxia, it would at least cause him more than just some minor injuries. At least, it could cut off one of Xianxi's arms and one of his wings. I lost. Xianxi's face was filled with disappointment. The arrogance he had when facing Ning Fan in the beginning had completely vanished. He had already used his strongest technique, but he still lost to the myriad sword style. According to their agreement, he must give Ning Fan the right to use the revival platform. Fellow Daoist can use the revival platform. However, you must wait for 1 year. 1 year? That's not what you said just now. Ning Fan frowned, feeling slightly displeased. Fellow Daoist, please don't misunderstand me. The activation of the revival platform requires a lot of preparations. Sacrificial rituals and formations are indispensable. In the past, this platform would only be used when the experts of the clan are severely injured. Even if fellow Daoist didn't win against me, after I bring back Heiyi's primordial spirit, I still need to prepare for 1 year before I can borrow the power of the revival platform to reshape his body and heal his injuries. Xianxia hurriedly explained, afraid that Ning Fan would misunderstand him. At this moment, he already understood that the Six-Winged Clan did not have the right to negotiate with Ning Fan at all. Ning Fan's strength was already comparable to an ordinary Void Refinement Realm expert. His techniques were even more shocking. If he summons 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets, it would not be difficult for him to eliminate the Six-Winged Clan. The current Xianxia did not want to offend Ning Fan anymore. Since the revival platform needs 1 year to prepare, it's not impossible for me to go to the Six-Winged Clan 1 year later. However, if I do that, fellow Daoist Xianxia will owe me a little. Besides, you destroyed my Tianqi Peninsula with a single arrow. You certainly need to compensate me. Compensate? Hee. As long as fellow Daoist's request is reasonable, I will agree to it. Xianxia smiled apologetically. He was no longer as arrogant as before. He did not have any objections to Ning Fan's request. What a joke! He had even lent the revival platform, the most important treasure of the Six-Winged Clan, to Ning Fan for his use. What other compensation would be worth? I want the star-punishing archery technique. Ning Fan's words shocked Xianxia once again. Xianxia was dumbfounded. It had never crossed his mind that Ning Fan wanted the ancestral secret technique of the Six-Winged Clan again. This? Xianxia was in a dilemma again. Fellow Daoist, are you unwilling? Ning Fan's tone became slightly cold. No. There's no harm in letting fellow Daoist have a look at this technique. However, fellow Daoist must swear. Before Xianxia could finish his words, he was interrupted by Ning Fan. I don't have the habit of swearing. Ning Fan did not need to give Xianxia any concessions at all. He wanted the revival platform and the star-punishing archery technique. If Xianxia refuses to give it to him, he would directly kill his way into the Six-Winged Clan and annihilate this devil clan. He should be domineering because he was stronger than the Six-Winged Clan. If it wasn't because he had 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets and his combat strength that was comparable to a Void Refinement Realm expert, the Six-Winged Clan would probably send out all of their experts to kill him. Why would they negotiate with him? What should I do when the world vilifies me, bullies me, humiliates me, and laughs at me? You only need to vilify them, bully them, humiliate them and laugh at them. Why do you need to endure them? Xianxia let out a long sigh. He could not afford to offend Ning Fan. Thus, he could only endure it. Fortunately, the star-punishing archery technique was obscure and difficult to understand. The conditions to cultivate it were even harsher. Not only did he need to condense his devil veins, he also needed to comprehend the star technique. If not, the destructive power of this technique would only be equivalent to a mortal void realm magic technique. If he condenses his natal star, its destructive power would be extraordinary. As long as Xianxia condenses half of his natal star, he would not lose to Ning Fan. However, it was obvious that with his innate potential, he might not be able to comprehend the star technique even if he becomes an immortal. Sigh. Fellow Daoist, you must treat this technique well. This is a jade slip that was personally imprinted by the ancestor of my clan. Fellow Daoist can have a look at it. However, after you comprehend this technique in the future, please return this jade slip to me. Sure. Ning Fan nodded his head. Since Xianxi's request was not excessive, he would not reject him. He patted his storage pouch and took out a sealed primordial spirit. It was none other than Hei. After removing the seal, he tossed it to Xianxia. Without saying a word, he turned around and left with the two ladies. He would return to the six-winged clan 1 year later. Not now. After the seal on Hei was removed, his primordial spirit gradually regained consciousness. In a daze, he saw the appearance of the Great Elder and then saw Ning Fan's back. He was still in a daze and shouted angrily. Great Elder! You've come to save me. Kill him. He's the one who destroyed my physical body. Shut up. After returning to the clan this time, you are not allowed to take a single step out of my clan for the next 1,000 years. Otherwise, I will personally kill you. Xianxi's roar directly stunned Hei. What a joke. I, Xianxia, am not willing to provoke Ning Fan ever again in my entire life. If Hei causes any more trouble and provokes Ning Fan, Xianxia would be the first one to kill him. After being roared at, Hei gradually regained his consciousness. Only then did he notice that the Great Elder was in a rather sorry state with many injuries on his body. As for Ning Fan, who was far away, he was not injured at all. Besides, the attack that the Great Elder suffered was not from the attacks of the spiritual puppets but from a sword. The chi of Ning Fan's sword intent was still lingering in the sword wound. Immediately, a wave of shock and fear swept through Hei's entire body. Could it be that the Great Elder fought against Zhou Ming? Could it be that he lost to Zhou Ming? How is this possible? The Great Elder is the strongest expert of our six-winged clan. Hei, who had regained his consciousness, was terrified of Ning Fan. Ning Fan, the female corpse, and Yu Lingkong flew out of the hollow space and returned to Xianxia Island. Looking at the miserable state of the island, none of them were moved. There were no casualties on Xianxia Island. It was just the destruction of the peninsula. There was nothing to be surprised about. Moreover, Ning Fan did not even bother to explain to them what happened just now. None of them saw that the one who fought against Ning Fan was the Great Elder of the six-winged clan. The moon portal had already condensed. Without any hesitation, the three of them stepped into the portal. As soon as the moonlight dispersed, the three of them disappeared on the spot. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, they appeared on an island that was 300 million li * 500 m per li away. This island was once a force of the Divine Space Island, and it was currently being sealed. However, the lord of this island had learned his lesson. When Yu Lingkong crushed the grand formation of the island with a palm strike, almost no one dared to resist. Everyone knew that the newcomers were venerated Ming and venerated Moon. Putting aside Yu Lingkong, whose cultivation base had fallen, Ning Fan was a person who absolutely could not be provoked. A day ago, this island was still attached to a second-rate force. However, after the news of the battle on Xianxia Island spread, that second-rate force directly gave up all of their territories on this island. They even prepared lavish gifts and were prepared to apologize to the Divine Space Island at any time. All of these lavish gifts naturally went into Ning Fan's pocket. As for the spiritual herbs on the island, Ning Fan emptied them once again. The last quarter of the moon had already passed. The next time the moon portal opens, it would be another night. In that case, they would probably need a month to travel across 300 million li * 500 m per li in one night. Moreover, the route was not a straight line and it was full of twists and turns. Compared to flying on his own, it would save him a lot of time. Besides, other than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan could spend the rest of the time on his own matters. Pill concoction, and pill concoction. The spiritual herbs stored on the 2 islands were enough to concoct a few consciousness-repairing pills. With the help of the speed of pill concoction and the profounding world which was 100 times faster, Ning Fan concocted many 5th revolution pills like the divine injury pill and the spirit solidifying pill. After feeding the consciousness-repairing pill to the female corpse, Ning Fan felt even more gratified when he saw that her sea of consciousness became slightly better. After giving some spirit solidifying pills to Luo Yu, Ning Fan could only sigh when he saw that she still had not woken up. If you wake up, why would I be afraid of the Ghost Eye clan anymore? I can do whatever I want in the internal sea. He gently stroked Luo Yu's sleeping face and left with a sigh. After he left, Luo Yu slowly opened her eyes. She no longer pretended to be asleep. Her eyes flashed with complicated emotions and a hint of nervousness. The Ghost Eye clan? Is he in trouble? Should I tell him that I've woken up and help him solve the problem? I think I shouldn't. If he's in danger, I will naturally know. When he's really in trouble, I will show myself. Now, it's still too awkward. 1 month passed by in a hurry. Ning Fan's group arrived at more than 30 islands in succession. After tomorrow, they would arrive at the Divine Space Sea domain after passing through the last moon portal. During this 1 month, Ning Fan had concocted more than 100 consciousness-repairing pills and fed them to the female corpse, helping her to recover her late divine transformation realm strength. His pill refinement mastery was also improving quietly. He was only a step away from attaining the high-grade 5th revolution pill refinement realm. Perhaps, after the battle in the Divine Space Sea, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough after concocting some pills. He did not continue concocting pills. Instead, he adjusted his magic power and adjusted his chi to its peak. There was a void refinement realm cultivator on the Divine Space Island. That void refinement realm cultivator was Yu Lingkong's 2nd primordial spirit. Let's call her Little Yu Yu for now. Ning Fan did not dare to underestimate Little Yu Yu at all. Ning Fan had already witnessed how mysterious and powerful Yu Lingkong's moon burial inheritance was. As Yu Lingkong's 2nd primordial spirit, she might not necessarily lose even if she fights against 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets alone. Besides, that 2nd primordial spirit was probably also proficient in the moon portal technique. If she manages to slip away, she would become a great enemy. This battle was rather dangerous. He must not underestimate his enemy. Ning Fan took out a jade slip. It was the one he obtained from Xianxia. During this 1 month, he continued to learn all the contents of the jade slip. Now, he could already display the star punishing bows technique. Even though his cultivation base was not as good as Xianxia's, he had 5 natal stars in his body. The destructive power of the star punishing bow he displayed was more than a level higher than Xianxia's. Tomorrow night would be a battle of life and death. Ning Fan did not cultivate. Instead, he casually flipped through the jade slip. All of a sudden, his brows furrowed. The latter half of the jade slip was blank as if it had been erased by something. There seemed to be something hidden under that blank space. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He felt that the blank space was somewhat familiar. It was not intentionally left blank. Instead, it was some kind of handwriting that was erased by a power similar to samsara. However, the owner of this samsara power did not seem to be proficient in the true samsara. The samsara power that he displayed seemed to be right but was actually wrong. It was not the true samsara. The concealment was too clumsy. With Ning Fan's eyes, he could vaguely see some silver handwriting under the blank space. Before tonight, other than the ancestor of the 6-winged clan who imprinted this jade slip, no one knew what was hidden in the blank space of the jade slip. However, after tonight, Ning Fan would also know about the blank records. Ning Fan's eyes moved. With a point of his finger, a trace of memory power went into the jade slip. Memory. The memory of samsara. If the handwriting was erased by the true samsara, Ning Fan would not be able to recall it with his current memory power. However, the pseudo-samsara power was not worth mentioning at all. The silver handwriting that was erased by the pseudo-samsara power slowly reappeared. As soon as he saw the handwriting, Ningfan's eyes were filled with surprise. A moment later, his eyes were filled with joy. My six-winged clan was once one of the servant clans of the Six Tao. I have glimpsed a trace of the great Tao of life and death from the Six Tao. I borrowed the power of the starry sky to manifest the vast vault of heaven and condense the bow of annihilation. When the bow is drawn, the stars fall. When the arrow is shot, a world is destroyed. The descendants of my six-winged clan who wish to learn this technique must first comprehend the power of the starry sky. After that, they will receive this jade slip and inherit my star power. One word, one star. There were a total of 94 words in this passage. All of them were condensed from the power of the starry sky. A single word contained all the star power of a natal star. The 94 words were the inheritance of the 94 natal stars. In the six-winged clan, this jade slip had been passed down for countless years. However, no one had ever understood the mysteries of samsara and no one could see through the inheritance of the pseudo-samsara power. Ningfan saw it. Tonight, he could pretend to be a member of the six-winged clan and openly obtain the 94 natal stars that were left behind by the ancestor of the six-winged clan. The six-winged clan is really generous. Devour. He opened his mouth and inhaled, absorbing the 94 rays of starlight into his body. The corners of Ningfan's lips curled into a smile. He kept the jade slip and returned to the profounding world. He wanted to completely refine the power of these 94 stars tonight. I wonder if I can possess 99 natal stars before tomorrow night. With 5 natal stars, I can fight against a divine transformation realm expert without dying. With 99 natal stars, even if I'm attacked by a void refinement realm expert, I'm afraid that I can heal my injuries in an instant. If I possess 99 natal stars, Ningfan has complete confidence to fight against Yu Lingkong's second primordial spirit. At that time, Ningfan would have an immortal body when facing early void refinement realm cultivators. 1/2, to be continued. On the next day, 99 shooting stars suddenly appeared in the sky above the island. 99 shooting stars streaked across the clouds. It was extremely strange. Countless cultivators on the island were speculating about this strange phenomenon. Ningfan only got out of the profounding world in the dead of the night. His aura was completely different from before. If one had to describe him, it would be that he now had an ethereal and mysterious aura that was as unpredictable as the starry sky. Little Cucumber, is the appearance of the stars in daytime related to you? Are you all right? If you have any problems with your body, we can go to the Divine Space Island in the future. I'll let you recuperate first. Her tone was cold but her eyes were filled with concern. Are you worried about me? Ningfan teased. Why would I care about you, little cucumber? You're so thin and small. You won't even be enough for me to eat. Is that so? Ningfan shook his head. He did not remember that his cucumber was very small. Don't worry. The appearance of the stars in daytime is indeed related to me. However, it's not a bad thing. In fact, it's a good thing. I will help you get your second primordial spirit back. Be careful. Don't lose your chastity and die. If you die while helping me, I won't be able to forgive myself. Yu Lingkong was a little uneasy. She was not as confident as Ningfan. The female corpse, on the other hand, always had a calm expression. With her late divine transformation realm strength and her corpse devil body, she could even put up a fight against a peak divine transformation realm expert. As her spiritual intelligence recovered, her combat experience also became richer. There would not be any safety issues during this trip. In the last quarter moon, the last moon gate opened. Yu Lingkong became even more nervous. Once they stepped through this gate, they would enter the Divine Space Sea. Without giving her the chance to hesitate, Ningfan held the two ladies with both of his hands and entered the moon gate with a serious expression. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the three of them appeared in a sea area with white mist. This white mist was as light as cotton and as faint as moonlight. However, it almost completely blocked the spirit sense of cultivators. Ningfan's eyes turned cold. This white mist was much more domineering than the primordial magnetic force of the Pleasure Devil Sea. Even his early void refinement realm sword sense could not spread too far in the white mist. It could only reach 200 zhang asterisk 3, 33 m per zhang. Thus, once they enter the sea area with white mist, they would certainly get lost. If they do not know the route, ordinary cultivators would probably not be able to come out after entering. Follow me closely. This is the moon mist that I deployed in the Divine Space Sea. Unless it's a void fragmentation realm old monster, anyone's spirit sense would be severely disturbed. After Yu Lingkong finished speaking, Yu Bai's divine sense spread out to a distance of 100,000 miles. Only she, the inheritor of the burial moon divine bloodline, could use the moon thought to identify the fog. She did not like to have too much physical contact with Ning Fan. However, at this moment, she had no choice but to hold his hand to prevent him from getting lost in the moon mist. This moon mist was something she had set up when she was close to attaining the void refinement realm. At this moment, the burden of forcefully breaking through the mist with her spirit sense was not small. Seeing that her magic power was depleting rapidly, Ning Fan channeled his magic power into her small hand through their palms. Immediately, Yu Lingkong's small hands trembled uncontrollably, and she said calmly, "Conserve more of your magic power. Don't waste it on me. Later on, I still need you to bring the 3 puppets and fight against my second primordial spirit. My second primordial spirit is really powerful. Conserve more of your strength. Don't worry. I've already said that I'm not worried about you. After this incident, I will still be the supreme martial artist of the eternal endless sea. I will not follow you anymore. As for the favors I owe you, I will repay them one by one." Compensation? How? Ning Fan's eyelids twitched. Immortal jades, spirit herbs, cauldrons, Dao fruits, it's not enough. Ning Fan's tone was indifferent. "I will compensate you with my body." "Is that enough?" Yu Lingkong became intrepid again. "Pay with your body? You?" Ning Fan smiled meaningfully. Yu Lingkong's body was just an 8-year-old girl. Her body was too small. How was she going to compensate him with her body? "Don't worry. If you help me take back my second primordial spirit, I'll most likely be able to restore my original figure. It'll be enough for you to play with, and I'll definitely suck you dry," Yu Lingkong said confidently. The indifference in her tone made Ning Fan feel a little ashamed. His skin was really not as thick as Yu Lingkong's. However, when she thought about it carefully, Yu Lingkong seemed to treat her very specially. If she wanted to repay him with her body, then so be it. To other men, it was as if they would feel disgusted if they touched her. She wasn't open at all. After all, his feelings for Yu Lingkong were special, weren't they? Interesting. I'm looking forward to your repayment with your body. Ning Fan's lips curled into a smile. You should live well and look forward to it. My body is really hot. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. What if I'm not satisfied? If you're not satisfied, I'll keep following you until you're satisfied. All right. It's a deal. Ning Fan's eyes became even deeper. If Yu Lingkong could not satisfy him, she would not be able to escape from his clutches. Does this little girl want to be single again? I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. While they were talking, Yu Lingkong had already brought Ning Fan to the end of the moon mist. After passing through this mist, it was the boundary of the Divine Space Island. They could faintly sense the formation light of the mountains and rivers outside the mist. Yu Lingkong withdrew her palm and Ning Fan no longer teased her. He patted his storage pouch and took out 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets, 6 Divine Transformation Realm spiritual puppets which were at the late stage and 1 Peak Refinement Realm as well as the Black Dragon Refined Corpse. Other than the spiritual puppet which had been destroyed in both body and soul, Ning Fan had already repaired the remaining spiritual puppets with a large amount of immortal jade. Ning Fan took a deep look at the spiritual puppets and changed his hand seals. Devour. As soon as he uttered the word, 4 miserable shrieks resounded in the air. The 4 primordial spirits that were sealed in the spiritual puppets were forcefully refined. The aura force of the 3 spiritual puppets increased a little. You used 4 half-step Void Refinement Realm primordial spirits to increase the strength of the spiritual puppets? You're a madman. Yu Lingkong was shocked once again. When she was recuperating from her injuries, Ning Fan had already eliminated the 5 elemental revered beings and absorbed the 4 primordial spirits as nourishment for the spiritual puppets. I've been a madman since a very long time ago. Let's enter the island. Ning Fan's eyes turned serious. He took a step forward and led the 2 ladies into the mist. In front of them, a beautiful and magnificent holy land of cultivation suddenly appeared. It was like the cold moon in the middle of the night. It was exceptionally quiet and tranquil. The air was slightly cold and the seawater was covered with a thin layer of ice. A ray of moonlight formation light enveloped the entire divine space island as if it was sealing the island. From that formation light, one could vaguely tell that there was someone in the palace on the island who was using the formation to absorb the power of the moon to increase their cultivation base. Needless to say, the person who was using the power of the moon to increase her cultivation base was naturally Yu Lingkong's second primordial spirit. In other words, even though Yu Lingkong did not cultivate for the past 20+ years, her second primordial spirit had been cultivating on her behalf. Leave the second primordial spirit to me. As for the other disciples and elders, you, Weiliang and the others will deal with them. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he crushed the formation light with one of his fingers. All of a sudden, countless exclamations of shock resounded from the divine space island. None of them could understand why the formation light was destroyed. A cold and stern female voice suddenly resounded. It carried the terrifying aura force of an early void refinement realm cultivator. Who are you? You're courting death by trespassing on my divine space island. After that cold voice resounded, countless rays of moonlight scattered down from the sky and pressed down on Ning Fan. The suppressive power of the gentle moonlight was not any weaker than that of a 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall mountain. Under the faint moonlight, a graceful lady who was wrapped in a light yellow veil walked out leisurely. Her appearance was peerless. She was vaguely the mature version of Yu Lingkong. However, her eyes were excessively cold. There was no trace of emotion. There was only killing intent. Long time no see, my second primordial spirit. Yu Lingkong's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Oh? It turns out that Master has returned. Master, you're not dead yet. Then, let me send you to hell today. Suppress. With that one word spoken, the moonlight became even more ethereal, and its might immediately increased by several times. All of the moonlight shot toward Yu Lingkong. Leave this woman to me. Ning Fan took a step forward and punched with his fist. The moonlight in the sky was shattered, but his fist felt a little numb. He thought to himself that the moonlight had a very strong suppressive force. With the 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets, the 4 of them surrounded the yellow-robed lady in an instant. This yellow-robed lady was at the early void refinement realm. Other than her, there were only 7 other divine transformation realm elders in the divine space island, and all of them were Yu Lingkong's disciples. 4 of them were at the early stage, 2 of them were at the middle stage, and 1 of them was at the late stage. Yu Lingkong, the female corpse, and the puppets could easily crush them. Yu Lingkong's gaze fell on the 7 divine transformation realm disciples, and she felt slightly sad. Among these people, some had risked their lives to save her, and some had betrayed her. But now, all 7 of them had their intelligence erased by the second primordial spirit and were refined into moon puppets. As for the other low-grade disciples, half of them had become moon immortals, and the other half barely retained their intelligence. Most of them had already perished when their second primordial divinities rebelled. Whether it was gratitude or enmity, these disciples seemed to have paid the price. Yu Lingkong originally wanted to kill all of the traitors. However, she did not want to kill too many people at this moment. She only had one enemy, and it was her second primordial spirit. Cucumber woman, show some mercy. Just knock them out. The cucumber woman that Yu Lingkong was referring to was naturally the female corpse. Oh, the female corpse answered softly. Then, she took a graceful step forward and charged into the group of cultivators with Yu Lingkong and the puppets. Even though she did not understand what a cucumber woman was at all. Those who could be spared were all knocked out. Those who were really stubborn were only killed. The 2 females and the 7 puppets were at least at the late divine transformation realm. How could the disciples of the divine space island stop them? The yellow-robed lady's beautiful eyes turned cold. The huge foundation that she had painstakingly seized turned out to be so useless. It really infuriated her and she asked coldly. Who are you? Why are you helping her? Ning Fan naturally did not have much to say to her. Even though the yellow-robed lady was also a Void Refinement Realm expert, she was also fearful of Ning Fan's 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets. Of course, she was just fearful of him. After all, she was Yu Lingkong's second primordial spirit. She had inherited her arrogant and domineering personality. Even if she had to fight against 3 of them alone, she did not think that she would lose. Moreover, since the 3 Void Refinement Realm puppets were all spiritual puppets, all of them would become useless as long as Ning Fan who controlled them is eliminated. I just need one move to kill you instantly. Moon Scattering Technique. The yellow-robed lady waved her hand and rays of moonlight spread out from her sleeve. As the moonlight swept across, the 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets were all blown away. The moonlight in her hand condensed and turned into a moonlight longsword. It was so sharp that it seemed to be able to cut the heavens. With a tap of her foot, she dashed towards Ning Fan with a sword that could overturn the world. Blade of Scattered Light. Chi an ear-piercing sword hum spread out. The hollow space within 100,000 li 500 m per li, was cut open by the yellow-robed lady. The cut was terrifyingly smooth. Seeing Ning Fan's body being cut into 2 by the sword, the corner of the lady's mouth curved into a cold smile. However, at the next moment, her beautiful eyes widened in shock because she realized that what she had cut was just Ning Fan's afterimage. Whoosh behind the yellow-robed lady, a white-robed figure slowly emerged. On his back were 2 large purple wings that stirred up a violent gust of wind. The moment he appeared, he directly used his speed to pluck the yin chi of his finger, trying to get close to the lady and subdue her with a single finger. Demon wings that are comparable to the speed of a Void Refinement Realm cultivator, huh? This bewitching technique doesn't seem to be weak. The yellow-robed lady's eyebrows turned cold. She immediately understood why Ning Fan could escape from her fatal attack. Faint moonlight flashed around her body. Her speed was actually slightly faster than Ning Fan's. She easily evaded the yin plucking finger and did not give Ning Fan any chance to get close to her at all. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. This lady is so vigilant and her speed is so fast. I'm afraid my yin plucking finger will not be able to succeed in ambushing her. There was a bloody wound on his chest. It was caused by the lady's attack just now. Even though he was moving at his fastest speed, he was still injured by her sword. This lady's reflexes were extremely quick and her speed was extremely fast. Her attacks were as fast as lightning. She should not be underestimated. She is indeed worthy of being her second primordial spirit. If she is her true self, how powerful would she be? Besiege her. Facing the lady's beautiful appearance, Ning Fan did not show any mercy at all. He directly ordered the 3 puppets to attack her together. The lady and the 3 puppets immediately engaged in a deadly battle. Sparks flew everywhere. The moon blades collided with the puppets' bodies. Each time they collided with each other, a terrifying wave of energy that was enough to kill a nascent soul realm cultivator was produced. The yellow-robed lady was fighting the 3 puppets alone, but she did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. As her beautiful eyes changed, she dispersed her moon sense. Rays of moon-white flames suddenly engulfed the 3 puppets. The flames exploded and the 3 puppets were sent flying away. Immediately, the flames turned into a cage and trapped the 3 puppets for a while. Moon imprisoning flames. The yellow-robed lady's killing intent was already triggered. She raised her moon sword and thrust it at Ning Fan again. What was different from before was that this time, a layer of faint moon flames floated on the blade of the sword. If Ning Fan is stabbed by this sword again, even if it only leaves an extremely small wound on his body would still be burned by the moon flames. You have quite a lot of techniques. Did you steal all of them from Yuer? Ning Fan touched his glabella and the Separation Slayer sword appeared in his hand. His aura force suddenly changed. When he thrust his sword, the black clouds instantly turned into dragons and thousands of rays of pitch-black sword light rose in the sky. Myriad sword style, such a powerful sword technique even surprised the yellow-robed lady. She hurriedly changed her attack into a defensive stance. She placed her moon sword across her chest and pointed at the thousands of sword shadows with her soft finger. Moon burial technique. The divine star on her glabella flickered. Within 100,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, countless rays of moonlight shone on Ning Fan. This time, the moonlight was no longer used to suppress him but to melt his sea of consciousness. Burying everything in the past under the moonlight. Erasing all the cultivators who were immersed in the moonlight. With Yulingkong's late divine transformation realm strength, she could even melt the sea of consciousness of 2 half-step void refinement realm experts when she used this technique. When this technique was used by her second primordial spirit, which was at the void refinement realm, its destructive power was even more terrifying. Ning Fan's expression changed. His thousands of sword lights were all melted by the moon burial technique. Fortunately, the power of the sword lights was extraordinary. They managed to neutralize the moon burial technique. The myriad sword style and the moon burial technique ended in a draw. What a powerful sword technique. However, it's not enough. The yellow-robed lady's expression changed. She had still underestimated the myriad sword style. So what if I have underestimated it? She bit the tip of her tongue and changed her hand seals. The moonlight that was destroyed by the myriad sword style suddenly condensed again. Moreover, it carried an even more powerful melting force and descended upon Ning Fan's head. The moon burial technique was far from being as simple as it seemed. It still had a backup plan. Second burial. Seeing that the moonlight was unstoppable, Ning Fan flapped his wings and flew towards the 3 spiritual puppets. He opened his mouth and inhaled, directly swallowing the moon flames on their bodies. The moon flames, which were powerful enough to trap void refinement realm spiritual puppets, actually could not harm Ning Fan at all. The yellow-robed lady's expression turned pale with fright. She did not know that Ning Fan possessed the steel of sun and moon, which was a supreme treasure that could restrain fire. After the 3 spiritual puppets regained their mobility, Ning Fan's sword light danced in the air. Together with the 3 spiritual puppets, he launched 4 attacks which shattered the moonlight in the sky. Asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk. Rays of moonlight fragments fell like snowflakes. As the moon burial technique was broken, the yellow-robed lady felt a sharp pain in her chest. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. The killing intent in her beautiful eyes became even stronger. After dispersing the moon sword, she wiped the trace of blood from the corner of her mouth with a gentle finger. Then, she formed a series of hand seals with her fingers and muttered an incantation. Moon Shadow Spirit Clone Technique. The moonlight enveloped her body. At the next moment, a beautiful figure split into 4 people. There were 3 illusory figures and one of them had a real body. All of the illusory figures were the spirit clones condensed from the moonlight. Each of them had the combat power of an early void refinement realm expert. Spirit clones were naturally weaker than the true body. Even so, they were already strong enough to fight the void refinement realm spiritual puppets to a draw. Using this technique obviously put a huge burden on the yellow-robed lady. However, she no longer cared about harming herself at this moment. She had used several of her trump cards, but none of them could eliminate Ning Fan. Ning Fan was already enough for her to pay attention to him. As the 3 illusory figures and the 3 spiritual puppets fought against each other, the yellow-robed lady walked towards Ning Fan with each step she took. Now, no one can save you anymore. Moon burial technique, second burial and third burial. Traces of moonlight that extended to 100,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, descended once again. However, it was much scarier than any of the previous times. Even if a mid-void refinement realm being were to be attacked by such a terrifying moonlight, his or her sea of consciousness would also be greatly damaged and irreparably melted. Ning Fan's mind raced. With all the techniques he had, it would be extremely difficult for him to break the third burial. The yellow-robed lady was not an ordinary void refinement realm being. Instead, she was an existence that was almost invincible among those who were at the same level as her. Ning Fan had yet to attain the half-step void refinement realm, let alone the void refinement realm. Even if he displays the heaven-breaking sword finger, wind mist finger and wind snow finger, he might not necessarily be able to withstand the third burial's moon technique. He had 2 methods to deal with this woman. One was the sovereign aura, which he was not prepared to use. As for the second, starlight flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. He reached out with his 5 fingers, and as the ground trembled, the earth soul was pulled out from his palm and swallowed into his stomach. After extracting her soul, her cultivation base had broken through to the half-step void refinement realm. The gap between her and the yellow-robed lady had already shrunk. He pointed to the sky, and 99 pitch-black stars suddenly appeared in the moonlit night sky. The strange black starlight enveloped Ning Fan's entire body. He allowed the moonlight to attack his body, but he remained unharmed. No, he wasn't unscathed. All his injuries were healed by the star power in an instant. Even if he was besieged by the moonlight, he wouldn't die. Soul extraction. Astrology. And it has 99 natal black stars. The yellow-robed woman paled for the first time. With such a powerful astrology technique, Ning Fan could almost ignore any early void refinement realm attacks. After all, the yellow-robed woman was just her second primordial spirit. She could not fully display the full power of the moon burial technique. Otherwise, just the power of the third burial would be enough to kill Ning Fan. Ning Fan had 99 natal stars in his body. Even though he was injured, he wouldn't die. Thus, he was already in an invincible position when fighting against this woman. What frightened her even more was that Ning Fan grabbed the starlight with one of his hands. Countless black starlight gathered in his hand and condensed into a black star bow. His other hand pulled the bowstring and the starlight condensed into an arrow. The heavens seemed to tremble in fear. At the moment when Ning Fan pulled the bowstring, the entire divine space island collapsed from the middle with a loud bang without any warning. Sea waves rolled up to the sky, and the hollow space within 100,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, suddenly shattered. The lost fiend god technique. The star punishing bow. Impossible. How did this technique fall into your hands? She did not answer. Why do I need to answer? Ning Fan did not even look at the yellow-robed woman. His mind was only focused on drawing the bow and killing the enemy. The woman exerted all of her strength. Her 10 fingers formed hand seals and formed rays of moonlight armor to protect her chest. After that, she formed layers of moonlight walls. There were a total of 99 of them. Each of them was strong enough to withstand a full-powered attack from a half-step void refinement realm expert. Even so, the woman still could not get rid of the sense of danger she felt. She could only feel her blood boiling as Ning Fan's arrow pointed at her. Moreover, she had an intuition that even if she escaped to 1 million li asterisk, 500 m per li, away, she would still be shot by this arrow. An early void refinement realm cultivator's attack range was at most 100,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li. However, the bow technique was different. It was a long-range attack technique. I can't escape. The only way is to resist it. Besides, the yellow-robed woman could also see that Ning Fan had nearly exhausted all of his magic power to draw the bow. As long as she can block this arrow, she could subdue Ning Fan without a fight and capture him whose magic power had been depleted. However, all of her fantasies vanished at the next moment. Ning Fan felt that all of his magic power and blood essence were being devoured by the bow. His face rapidly turned pale, but his heart became calmer and more confident. Draw the bow and the world will be destroyed. Chi asterisk. As soon as the bowstring was released, the black star arrow turned into a soul-stirring ray of light. In just an instant, it pierced through 1 million li asterisk, 500 m per li, drawing a ray of light that stretched for 1 million li asterisk, 500 m per li. In the vast sky, the layers of walls of moonlight that were blocking the way collapsed just like that. The layers of moonlight armors were instantly shattered. The star arrow pierced through her body, nearly taking away all of her life force and magic power. Wherever the star arrow passed, the sea region of 1 million li asterisk, 500 m per li, was split open, revealing a 1 million zhang asterisk, 33 m per li, deep and 1 million li asterisk, 500 m per li, wide ravine in the sea. An arrow that could split the sea. At the next moment, the hollow space of 1 million li asterisk, 500 m per li, was completely shattered. The sky seemed like it was going to collapse and the world turned dark. The yellow-robed woman had lost all of her magic power. She fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She used the last trace of her magic power to try to open the moon portal and travel through the hollow space. However, before she could form a hand seal, Ning Fan had already pointed a finger at her. Heaven sealing technique. Countless blood lines spread out from her delicate body, entangling her and making her unable to move. Ning Fan flapped his purple wings and appeared in front of her. Then, he pointed his plucking finger at her. You've lost, he did not kill her. After all, she was Yu Lingkong's second primordial spirit. In a sense, she was another Yu Lingkong. He could not bear to kill her. It was better to let Yu Lingkong devour her on her own. And no. Let me go. I'm a million times better than that little girl. I can satisfy you with anything you want, even if it's my body. Ah. The yellow-robed woman struggled desperately, but she could not break free from the heaven-sealing technique. She begged for mercy, but Ning Fan did not show her any mercy. He could not make his plucking finger stop at all. Even if she had the most perfect body, in Ning Fan's heart, she was still not as important as Yu Lingkong, who was a little girl and could not perform dual cultivation with him. She was as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon. Not everyone was worthy enough to move Ning Fan's heart. You can never be compared to her. Then, the yellow-robed woman let out a blood-curdling scream and fainted. She was captured by Ning Fan's plucking finger. The other 3 clones of the moon shadow disappeared in an instant. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan had already captured her second primordial spirit. His speed deeply shocked Yu Lingkong. One had to know that even though she had crushed the disciples of the Divine Space Island, she had yet to knock all of them unconscious. Every battle between Ning Fan and the yellow-robed lady was witnessed by Yu Lingkong. She reckoned that even if it is not her second primordial spirit who is fighting against Ning Fan but her early void refinement realm true body, she still would not be able to withstand a single shot from him. The power of the star punishing bow's arrow was rather terrifying. With 99 natal stars, Ning Fan was able to withstand the attack of an early void refinement realm being without dying. His means were a little heaven-defying. This smelly cucumber is actually so powerful, Yu Lingkong's heart relaxed. She nimbly changed her hand seals and the moonlight turned into threads that bound all the female cultivators. Recalling Ning Fan's words just now, her beautiful eyes became even more complicated. Facing the temptation of the beauty of his second primordial spirit, Ning Fan only responded with a simple sentence. You will never be able to compare to her. Yu Lingkong helplessly discovered that her state of mind, which she had cultivated for 4,000 years, was completely disrupted by a man's words for the first time. For the first time, she felt that little cucumber was very pleasant to look at. She felt that she would never get tired of looking at him. His mind was in chaos. February 2nd, to be continued. You actually captured my second primordial spirit. Little cucumber, you're really a monster. The dark corridor was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Yu Lingkong led Ning Fan into the secret ground of the Divine Space Island. She still found it somewhat hard to accept this fact. A single arrow that was released from the bow was able to kill a void refinement realm being. The destructive power of a single arrow was indeed somewhat world-shaking. With 99 natal black stars, he was able to transform his star power into a bow. Ning Fan's technique was really not any weaker than any early void refinement realm cultivator. Light will win. The female corpse glanced at Yu Lingkong with slight dissatisfaction. In her opinion, Ning Fan was omnipotent. There was nothing strange about him winning. Ning Fan smiled in relief. This little girl is not bad. Her spiritual intelligence has recovered to the point where she can argue with others. Perhaps, after going to the Six-Winged Clan and borrowing the revival platform, the female corpse's sea of consciousness could recover faster. After his second primordial spirit was sealed, it was handed over to Yu Lingkong to handle. Only 1/3 of the female cultivators on the island were still alive. The rest of the women had already turned into moon puppets and were equivalent to the living dead. The 7 divine transformation realm cauldrons naturally had to be plucked. They had betrayed Yu Lingkong and became Yuing, so they were reaping the consequences of their own actions. Yu Lingkong did not feel guilty at all for letting Ning Fan pluck them. There were also 4 soul formation Dao fruits collected by Yu Lingkong in the secret zone. There were 2 types of heavenly frost chi within his second nascent divinity. The spiritual herbs and immortal jades on the island were his spoils of war. Even if Ning Fan takes all of them away, she would not mind at all. She looked at the ruins of the Divine Space Island and could only sigh. The divine space island that flourished for a period of time had already inevitably declined. There were too many betrayals in this place. She thought that she could kill the traitor and restore Shen Kong's reputation. But in the end, she realized that there was nothing here that could make her yearn for it. 4,000 years of cultivation has been in vain. Little cucumber, where should I go in the future? If you lose your direction, just continue to follow me. You haven't paid me back with your body, so why must you run away? All right. Yu Lingkong nodded her head. It seemed like she was going to stay by Ning Fan's side for a very long time. At the end of the secret plane was Yu Lingkong's life savings. Even her second primordial spirit would not be able to obtain it. Ning Fan had obtained 4 divine transformation realm Dao fruits in this place, but he did not feel excited at all. 4 Dao fruits were equivalent to 4,000 units of magic power. Back then, he had been running around for the Soul Formation Cauldron and the Soul Formation Dao fruit. Now, his magic power was so vigorous that eating the Soul Formation Dao fruit had little effect. Instead of consuming it, he kept it in his storage pouch, intending to give one to Su Qiuling. As for the rest, he would bring it back to his hometown for Zhihe and the others to consume. The 7 spirit-severing cauldrons naturally had to be plucked. Yu Lingkong was refining her second primordial spirit in the secret area while Ning Fan was dealing with the female cultivators of the divine space island in the outside world. The 7 divine transformation realm cultivators were all plucked clean by Ning Fan, giving him an increase of 7,000 units of magic power. He didn't touch the other female cultivators. Instead, he undid the puppet seals on all the female cultivators. After the seal was undone, the half-dead female cultivators turned into moonlight and faded away. They died and returned to the cycle of reincarnation. This was Yu Lingkong's request. She hoped that the past grudges would return to dust, dust to dust. She no longer had any attachment to the divine space island. Grudges were no longer important. Let all the dead return to the cycle of reincarnation. There were only 2,000 female cultivators who were not refined into moon puppets. Ning Fan planted demon seals on each of them and made them part of the female guards of the Ning family. As for the rest, he would leave them to Bing Ling and Yu Ling. In the end, Ning Fan and the female corpse were the only ones left on the broken divine space island. They stood guard outside the secret area to protect Yu Lingkong. This protection lasted for a total of 10 months. Yu Lingkong tried to devour her second primordial spirit completely and give up on her 2 primordial spirits to prevent herself from being devoured again. The 2 types of heavenly cold qi in her second primordial spirit were separated and passed to Ning Fan for him to devour. They were Shui Yu Yen, which was ranked 5th, and Lan Ling Shuang, which was ranked 7th. After devouring the 2 types of heavenly cold qi, Ning Fan's magic power increased by 2,000 units. He now possessed 8 types of heavenly cold qi. He remembered that there was still a trace of profounding qi in the little pill devil's place. He would certainly be able to obtain it in the future. In other words, Ning Fan only needed to find 3 more types of cold qi and he would be able to gather 12 types of earth vein demonic flames. He had already refined 7 types of earth vein demonic flames. The Rain Palace still had 3 types of earth vein demonic flames. If there were no duplicates, Ning Fan would only need to find 2 more types of earth vein demonic flames and he would be able to gather 12 types of earth vein demonic flames. The power of Ning Fan's yin-yang flame was at least equivalent to a mid-7th grade immortal void flame. By using this flame to concoct pills, not only would the quality of the pills be higher, but the speed would also be much faster. During these 10 months, other than protecting Yu Lingkong, he was concocting pills. His pill refinement realm was approaching the high-grade 5th revolution. During these 10 months, Ning Fan had been concocting consciousness-repairing pills and lightning profound pills. The lightning profound pill could increase an early divine transformation realm magic power by 100 units. With Ning Fan's peak divine transformation realm cultivation base, he could only increase his magic power by 50 units after consuming it. However, he did not mind it at all. With the help of the 100 times faster pill concoction speed in the profounding world, he crazily concocted the lightning profound pills. Since the profounding world's cultivation speed was 100 times faster, there would definitely be a day where he would not be able to enter the profounding world after using it for 3 days. However, 10 months of pill concoction was equivalent to 750 months of hard work for others. 10 months later, Ning Fan's success rate in concocting the lightning profound pills had reached 90%. He had concocted a total of 240 lightning profound pills. After refining all of them, his magic power increased by 8,000 units. It was nearly 4,000 units less than what he expected. The lightning profound pills were probably not far away from becoming useless. His magic power, 419,500 units. As for the consciousness repairing pills, he had also concocted more than 100 of them. It was almost time for Yu Lingkong to come out of her seclusion. Meanwhile, Ning Fan was waiting for the breakthrough of his medicine soul. His medicine soul was already on the verge of breaking through. He could attain the high-grade 5th revolution pill refinement realm at any time. Once he achieves the breakthrough, he would be a high-grade 5th revolution pill refinement master and he would be able to concoct high-grade 5th revolution pills. Ning Fan placed the Xianwei blood gourd in the secret place. The divine space island was already empty. Other than void fragmentation realm experts, no one could pass through the moon mist and enter this place. By placing the blood gourd in this place, it would take 10 years for it to turn into wine without any disturbance. It also prevented him from entering the profounding world frequently, which would affect the brewing of the blood wine. Ning Fan calculated carefully. His magic power was only 80,000 units away from reaching 500,000 units. He still had 3 peak void refinement realm Dao fruits with him. All of them were given to him by Wei Xian. Each of them contained 60,000 units of magic power. When he was at the late divine transformation realm, he could only absorb 1/3 of the Dao fruit's power when he devoured it. Now that his cultivation base had reached the peak divine transformation realm, he could absorb at least 2/3 of the Dao fruit's power. The remaining power of the Dao fruit was the part that Ning Fan's cultivation base could not bear. In the past, forcefully absorbing it would only result in self-harm. After condensing 99 natal stars, confidence rose in Ning Fan's heart. He was confident that he could completely absorb the power of the void refinement realm Dao fruit. He was not afraid of harming himself. With 99 natal stars protecting him, he could withstand void refinement realm attacks head-on. Why would he be afraid of the backlash from the void refinement realm Dao fruit? He still did not dare to eat the void fragmentation realm Dao fruit. As for the void refinement realm Dao fruit, it was more or less enough for him to consume it without any damage. Why don't I break through to the half-step void refinement realm in one go? In the profounding world, Ning Fan summoned his 99 natal stars and protected his body with starlight. After consuming the 3 void refinement realm Dao fruits one by one, the massive amount of magic power nearly caused his physical body to explode. However, under the support of the starlight, his physical body immediately calmed down just as it was about to explode. The 3 peak void refinement realm Dao fruits and 180,000 units of magic power were all refined by Ning Fan in the end. In the profounding world, Ning Fan suddenly stood up. His magic power broke through to 600,000 units. The aura force of his half-step void refinement realm spread out and shook heaven and earth. In the sky, tens of thousands of traces of the heavenly tribulation silver flames descended. They were much more violent than any of the previous ones. Each of them was powerful enough to kill an early divine transformation realm expert. Ordinary half-step void refinement realm experts would not dare to face the 10,000 traces of silver flames head-on at all. They could only rely on their magic treasures to block the lightning tribulation. Ning Fan was different. He had the steel of sun and moon which could restrain all flames. Seeing several tens of thousands of silver flames descending upon him, a fervent look appeared in his eyes. He opened his mouth and swallowed, turning all of them into nourishment for the steel of sun and moon. The soul of the steel of sun and moon had already recovered to 90%. It only needed a little bit more to recondense the soul of the steel and allow it to possess the strength of a void fragmentation realm strike again. Along with the breakthrough of his cultivation base, the opportunity for his medicine soul to achieve a breakthrough had finally arrived. Ning Fan's entire body was filled with a warm feeling as if the conditions were right. The medicine qi in his body intensified. His medicine soul had already broken through to the high-grade 5th revolution. His cultivation base was at the half-step void refinement realm, pill refinement technique, upper-grade 5th revolution. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with joy, but he did not feel proud. Since his cultivation base had already reached the half-step void refinement realm, it was definitely not easy for him to improve further. Breaking through to the void refinement realm was still a long way off in the foreseeable future. Even if the blood wine was brewed and he had sufficient magic power, Ning Fan did not know how long he would need to go into seclusion before he could succeed. When one's pill refinement reached upper grade 5, it was equally difficult to advance further. Fortunately, Ning Fan remembered that there was a medicine soul pond on the Pill Island. He wondered if he could break through to the peak grade 5th revolution with the power of the medicine soul pond. Everything was unknown. After slightly stabilizing his cultivation base, Ning Fan left the profounding world. His eyes suddenly turned cold. After breaking through, the sky above the divine space island also welcomed layers of silver fire clouds. This strange phenomenon naturally meant that Yu Lingkong had already completely devoured her second primordial spirit and recovered to the void refinement realm. These fire clouds were the fire tribulation of breaking through to the void refinement realm. Its destructive power was extraordinary. Little cucumber. Help me, block the tribulation. I have a problem, Yu Lingkong's intermittent voice came from the secret place. Before he could think about what happened to Yu Lingkong, he had already soared into the sky and stood under the 100,000 traces of silver flames. Something had happened to Yu Lingkong at this moment. She could not block the tribulation on her own. 100,000 traces of silver flames were nearly equivalent to the full force attack of a mid-void refinement realm expert. Without Ning Fan's help, Yu Lingkong would have died under this round of heavenly tribulation. Devour. Relying on the power of the steel of sun and moon, Ning Fan devoured the silver flames of the heavenly tribulation and destroyed the layers of tribulation clouds. However, he had underestimated the destructive power of the tribulation clouds. Even with the protection of the steel of sun and moon, he could not completely devour the tribulation flames. As the destructive power of the flames of the heavenly tribulation increased, the effect of the steel of sun and moon's fire suppression was decreasing. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. He waved his sleeves and summoned his 99 natal stars. The black stars illuminated the world. Standing under the tribulation flames and relying on the fire steel, his injuries were instantly healed. Even though he was in great pain, he did not care about it. 2 hours later, the fire tribulation stopped. The void refinement realm heavenly tribulation was at least 10 times stronger than Ning Fan's half-step void refinement realm tribulation. Ning Fan inwardly speculated that after advancing to the void refinement realm, the heavenly tribulation would become even more terrifying with each advancement. Before advancing to the divine transformation realm, he could still look down on the heavenly tribulation. After advancing to the void refinement realm, perhaps even Ning Fan would have to make preparations to block the heavenly tribulation. When the tribulation clouds dispersed, Ning Fan let out a sigh of relief. He looked inside his profounding world and found that the soul of the steel of sun and moon had been completely restored. His eyes immediately burned with excitement. After exhausting the soul of the steel, he could summon the steel of sun and moon and display the strength of a void fragmentation realm attack. In this way, he would have some strength to protect himself in the hands of a void fragmentation realm old monster. However, as soon as this excitement rose, it immediately dissipated from his heart. Ning Fan descended outside the secret area. His eyes looked slightly solemn. He really wanted to know what exactly happened to Yu Lingkong that she could not even withstand the heavenly tribulation. "You are you alright?" "I'm alright, but," a naked and beautiful figure limped out of the secret area. She was completely naked. Her black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her eyes were as bright as the moon and her skin was as pure as the moonlight. Her brows carried a hint of coldness and arrogance. Her appearance was mature, beautiful, and dignified. Her breasts were plump and her waist was slender. Her hair was adorned with a crescent moon ornament. Her body was emitting an early void refinement realm aura force. Her appearance was quite similar to Yu Lingkong's virgin body. However, she was much more beautiful than her second primordial spirit. "Are you Yu? Ning Fan was a little uncertain. The mature and peerlessly beautiful naked lady in front of him was Yu Lingkong. Wasn't Yu Lingkong a little girl with no breasts and no buttocks? Would she be so beautiful after growing up? Little cucumber. Of course it's me. Help me up." Yu Lingkong's pretty face turned pale. she almost fell to the ground. She actually could not even stand steadily. Ning Fan caught her in the nick of time, and only then did she not fall to the ground. Sensing that Yu Lingkong's body was extremely weak, Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn and said, "What happened? Why is your body so weak?" "It's nothing serious. I have refined my second primordial spirit and recovered to the early void refinement realm. Furthermore, I managed to break through to the peak of the early void refinement realm in one go, almost reaching the mid-void refinement realm. I had a sudden urge to see if I could break through to the mid-void refinement realm in one go, but I failed." "That's all, nonsense." Ning Fan's eyes darkened. The void refinement realm was not the same as the divine transformation realm or the nascent soul realm. Even if Yu Lingkong had recovered her cultivation base, and even if her magic power was strong enough to break through to the next realm, she was still just a void glimpse stage cultivator after all. She had never experienced the void inquiry stage. No matter how much magic power she had, she would not be able to break through to the next level. If she forcefully breaks through to the next level, she would certainly fail. If that's not nonsense, then what is it? Void glimpse, void inquiry, void pierce, absolute void, and then void fragmentation realm. Every step must involve the comprehension of the void. None of them could be omitted. Alright. I was wrong, alright. Yu Lingkong's eyes slightly evaded Ning Fan's gaze. Initially, she thought that after she regained her strength, she could be domineering and be a head taller than Ning Fan. Unexpectedly, as soon as Ning Fan got angry, she immediately showed her weakness and did not even dare to talk back to him. Strange, strange. Yu Lingkong only felt that it was strange. This was not her style. What's wrong with me? I was obviously shouted at by Little Cucumber. Why do I feel a little happy? Could it be that my brain is damaged? Yu Lingkong's mind was in a mess. When she lowered her head, her beautiful eyes suddenly went blank. Only then did she realize that she was not wearing any clothes. All of her clothes were torn apart when her body became bigger. However, she was very calm and did not feel shy. She just grabbed Ning Fan's hand and placed it on her chest. How is it? Are my breasts big? I didn't lie to you, right? My body is especially good. Paying you back with my body is definitely your fortune. Ning Fan was speechless. Yu Lingkong was not an ordinary woman. She could not be judged by common sense. However, he had to admit that her breasts did feel good. They were very soft and bouncy. Do you want me to pay you back with my body? I will definitely *CK you until you want to die. Yu Lingkong was immensely pleased with herself and was eager to give it a try. No need. You should have a good rest. After you stabilize your cultivation base, accompany me to the Six-Winged Clan. Ning Fan shook his head. He was not that lustful to the point of fooling around with a woman who could not even stand properly. Even though he had to admit that Yu Lingkong was extremely beautiful. To be continued, there was only 1 month left until the agreed time with Xianxia. Yu Lingkong had no choice but to stay in the secret plane to recuperate from her injuries. She had failed to break through to the middle stage, so the backlash was not light. As for Ning Fan, he was not in a hurry to leave either. It was because Yu Lingkong had told him that after she recovers from her injuries, she was fully confident that she could bring him across the moon portals and reach the Six-Winged Clan in the shortest time possible. Yu Lingkong recovered her appearance and cultivation level. She seemed to have regained the confidence she had in the past. At this moment, she was confident that she could exterminate the Six-Winged Clan by herself. Yu Lingkong's second primordial spirit could already fight against 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets at the same time. If she really killed her way into the Six-Winged Clan, Xianxia might not be her match. The prerequisite was that she had to recover from her injuries and return to her peak condition. Yu Lingkong's naked body was sitting on a huge piece of cold jade in the Divine Space's secret ground. Her delicate body was enveloped in starlight. Ning Fan, on the other hand, controlled the power of the Black Star and sat cross-legged on his back to treat his injuries. His eyes, however, became increasingly solemn. After condensing 99 natal black stars, Ning Fan's star technique was so strong that even ordinary life immortal realm experts who had comprehended star techniques might not necessarily be able to match him. With this star force, injuries could be healed and essence blood could be replenished, but there were still things that couldn't be done. For example, the crack on Yu Lingkong's primordial spirit could not be sewn up using star power. Light. Danger. Danger. The female corpse raised her white hand and stood at the side. She pointed at Yu Lingkong's primordial spirit in her dantian and reminded her. Even the female corpse could tell that Yu Lingkong's primordial spirit's situation wasn't too good, it was a bit dangerous. Ning Fan naturally noticed it as well. While he was treating Yu Lingkong's injuries, he was also scolding her with a frown. Primordial spirit fission. Yu Lingkong, I really didn't know that you were such a bold woman in the past. Do you know how dangerous it is for the primordial spirit to split apart? Little cucumber. Don't think that just because you've helped me a few times that you can order me around. Ouch. Yu Lingkong subconsciously retorted. Immediately, her perky buttocks were heavily slapped by Ning Fan, causing her to cry out in pain. Immediately, a bright red palm print was left on her fair buttocks. In the midst of the pain, a trace of anger and shame spread endlessly in Yu Lingkong's heart. She was actually beaten. Moreover, he was beaten by Ning Fan. And the place he hit was her tender butt. F***ck, with Yu Lingkong's explosive temper, whoever dared to spank her, she would definitely chop that person into a human stick. If it was in the past, he would have already fought with Ning Fan to the death. This time, however, she actually did not fight back. Thinking about it carefully, it was no wonder that Ning Fan would be angry. It was extremely risky for her to devour her second primordial spirit and break through to the mid-void refinement realm without her permission. Putting aside the danger of breaking through to the mid-divine sense realm, Ning Fan would be able to cure her no matter how severe the backlash was. However, devouring a second primordial spirit was an extremely dangerous act for cultivators below the void refinement realm. However, a crack appeared on Yu Lingkong's primordial spirit. It was a sign that her primordial spirit was about to split apart. This crack wasn't an ordinary injury, and it couldn't be healed with the power of the Black Star. This was the sequela left behind when Yu Lingkong's primordial spirit fused with her second primordial spirit. The second nascent soul technique, as the name suggested, allowed a cultivator to cultivate two nascent souls within a single dantian, each independent of the other. There were pros and cons to being independent. The benefit was that the dual primordial spirit could be split into two, and it was extremely useful in battle. As for the drawbacks, Yu Lingkong was betrayed by her second primordial spirit. This was one of the drawbacks. With the experience of being betrayed by her second primordial spirit, Yu Lingkong did not try to subdue her second primordial spirit again. Instead, she directly devoured her second primordial spirit with a barbaric method and merged the two primordial spirits into one. The merging of primordial spirits was something that only peak void refinement realm cultivators of the absolute void stage could do. However, even absolute void stage cultivators could not guarantee that they would succeed. It was already extremely rare for Yu Lingkong to merge the two primordial spirits imperfectly. It was inevitable that a crack would be left between the two primordial spirits. If she doesn't get rid of this crack, she wouldn't be able to control her magic power freely. Moreover, as the crack expands, her primordial spirit would split apart in less than a month. Her cultivation base would fall back to its previous level and her primordial spirit would suffer irreversible damage. She might even die. Ning Fan's expression turned solemn. The crack in her primordial spirit was really troublesome. If Yu Lingkong couldn't be healed, she would suffer severe injuries. Ning Fan also didn't have anyone to open the moon portals and rush to the six-winged clan within a month. Seeing that Ning Fan was really displeased, Yu Lingkong rubbed her buttocks and gritted her teeth. In the end, she still didn't fight back. Detestable. How dare little cucumber hit me? If it wasn't because of little cucumber's sincere concern for me, I would definitely chop off his cucumber and eat it as a salad. Forget it. I'll forgive him this time. Yu Lingkong seemed to have suffered a grievance in silence. After she finished healing her injuries, she put on her clothes. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind and the ribbons of her skirt danced in the air. Her eyes were like moons, making her look like an ancient immortal concubine or a celestial being of the moon. However, there was also a valiant aura in her demeanor. Her injuries had fully healed, but something happened to her primordial spirit. Since she could not use her magic power, she naturally couldn't open the moon portals and travel through the hollow space. Seeing that Ning Fan was still frowning, not only did Yu Lingkong not fight back, but she also seemed to have given in. Little cucumber, don't be angry anymore. Next time I will discuss with you before I make a decision. Alright? Remember what you said. Don't do it again. Hurry up and get ready. Your primordial spirit can't be delayed any longer. I will think of a way to bring you to the Six-Winged Clan within a month and borrow the power of the revival platform to help you stitch up your primordial spirit. It shouldn't be difficult. Ning Fan said firmly. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I know a place with a kind of spiritual item that can help me stitch up my primordial spirit. Besides, that place is only 1 billion li asterisk, 500 m per li, away from the divine space sea. With your speed, it will only take you 10 days to bring me to that island. In the remaining time, after I recover to my peak, I will bring you to open the moon portals and travel through the hollow space. Reaching the Six-Winged Clan is just a matter of a blink of an eye. No one below the void fragmentation realm can catch up to the speed of my moon portals. As for the revival platform, I'll leave it to that cucumber woman. Her sea of consciousness has yet to recover and she is in a worse state than me. Yu Lingkong looked at the female corpse with a hint of pity in her eyes. After all, she had been with the female corpse for a long time and had gone through life and death together. Thus, she still had some feelings for her. Besides, Yu Lingkong was not a fool. Since she dared to devour her second primordial spirit, she naturally had a backup plan. She was confident that she could stitch up her primordial spirit without leaving any future troubles. The injury she suffered this time was just a reckless act to break through the bottleneck of the mid-nascent soul realm. Devouring her second primordial spirit was definitely part of her plan. Therefore, it was actually very unfair for her to be spanked by Ning Fan. However, she actually did not return the slap to Ning Fan. It was really not her style. Moreover, she actually admitted defeat. Something must be wrong with her brain. Which island is it? What spiritual item is there that can cure the injury of your primordial spirit? Ning Fan's furrowed brow slightly relaxed. It's the Thunder Bamboo Island, a subordinate force of the Zhou clan. On this island, there is a type of thunder bamboo. Its bamboo leaves have a special effect on nourishing one's primordial spirit according to their medicinal age. Even the cracks on my primordial spirit can be healed. Thunder bamboo, huh? Ning Fan frowned slightly, revealing a disapproving expression. He had naturally heard of the thunder bamboo before. However, he did not think that it could cure Yu Lingkong. As a matter of fact, before he entered the Eternal Endless Sea, he had already inquired about the Thunder Bamboo Island. The thunder bamboo was a kind of mysterious spiritual item of heaven and earth. It grew in places where tens of thousands of lightning bolts intersected with each other. After being nourished by the power of lightning for a long time, it would give birth to a spirit. The bamboo leaves produced by it had the effect of nourishing one's primordial spirit. However, the ordinary thunder bamboo was just at the silver grade. It could only nourish the primordial spirit of a divine transformation realm cultivator at most. As for Yu Lingkong's primordial spirit, it might not necessarily be able to be healed with the help of the thunder bamboo. With that thought in mind, Ning Fan did not think that going to the Thunder Bamboo Island could cure the injury of Yu Lingkong's primordial spirit. Moreover, the Thunder Bamboo Island belonged to the Zhou clan. The foundation of the Zhou clan was too deep. Even Ning Fan was quite fearful of them. A Thunder Sovereign of the Zhou clan could be on equal footing with the Rain Palace even if he dies. The third elder of the Zhou clan could make 2 Void Refinement Realm experts of the Rain Palace fearful even if he did not show himself. Ning Fan did not know about the foundation of the Ghost Eye clan, but the Zhou clan was definitely not a force he could afford to offend. If it's not necessary, he did not want to have any entanglement with the Zhou clan. If it's necessary, he could also go to the Thunder Bamboo Island once for Yu Lingkong's sake. However, the medicinal power of the silver bamboo was too weak. The silver bamboo can't cure you. After a long time, Ning Fan shook his head and said, "Who says that I'm going to use the silver bamboo to heal my injuries? I'm one of the venerated 8 of the Eternal Sea. I have the right to enjoy the bamboo leaves of the golden bamboo of the Thunder Bamboo Island. Don't you know that?" The venerated experts of the internal sea are subordinates of the Thunder Sovereign. They can receive a piece of golden bamboo's bamboo leaf every 10 years. Other than that, as long as you have enough immortal jade, you can also purchase a sufficient amount of golden leaves. Yu Lingkong's eyes were filled with pride. She was sure that Ning Fan did not know about the secret of the golden bamboo. The existence of the golden bamboo had always been kept a secret. Other than the supreme beings of the internal sea, only the void refinement realm experts of the Zhou clan had the right to consume it. The grade of the golden bamboo was far above the silver bamboo. It could heal the primordial spirit injuries of void refinement realm experts. It was really a rare treasure. She especially emphasized the word 8 to remind Ning Fan that he had made a name for himself after all. He was respected as the 8th venerated being of the internal sea. Besides, his reputation was also tacitly approved by the Zhou clan. Ning Fan also had the right to enjoy the golden leaves. However, it had not been 10 years since he became one of the 8 venerated beings of the internal sea. Thus, he could not get the golden leaves for free. Most likely, he would have to pay a price to purchase some. Golden bamboo, huh? Ning Fan nodded his head. If the Thunder Bamboo Island really has golden bamboos, he could bring Yu Lingkong there. With Ning Fan's full speed, he could reach there in 10 days. 10 days later, they arrived at Thunder Bamboo Island. As long as she obtains enough golden leaves to help Yu Lingkong recover to her peak state, she would naturally be able to open the moon portals and bring Ning Fan to the Six-Winged Clan. At that time, he could also borrow the power of the revival platform to repair the female corpse's sea of consciousness. As such, Ning Fan almost no longer had any objections about heading to the Thunder Bamboo Island. In the deepest part of the secret place where the Xianxia Bloody Gourd was kept, Ning Fan set up layers of formation techniques. Layers of formation techniques with the lowest grade being at the Divine Transformation Realm had concealed all the chi of the Bloody Gourd to prevent Void Fragmentation Realm experts from accidentally entering this place and discovering the Bloody Gourd. Other than the few Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators in the Rain World, no Void Refinement Realm cultivators could penetrate the Moon Mist and reach the Divine Space Island. As for Void Fragmentation Realm experts, they probably wouldn't come to the Divine Space Sea out of boredom. Since the Profound Radiance Bloody Gourd was hidden in this place, no one would take it away. 10 years later, the blood wine would be brewed. At that time, Ning Fan could take away the blood gourd and his magic power would skyrocket. After hiding the Bloody Gourd properly, Ning Fan spread his wings and carried the female corpse and Yu Lingkong with him. Then, he turned into wisps of smoke and flew out of the Divine Space Sea. They came in a hurry and left in a miserable manner. The moonlight became even more desolate. Within the next 10 years, Ning Fan would not return to this place. As for Yu Lingkong, she would probably never return to this sad place again in her life. The female corpse was quiet while Yu Lingkong was deep in thought. The two ladies remained silent in Ning Fan's embrace. Ning Fan secretly glanced at Yu Lingkong and was inwardly surprised. This ferocious woman actually has times when she is quiet. He always felt that after helping Yu Lingkong recover her body this time, his relationship with her seemed to have changed faintly. He could not explain it clearly. If he must describe this change, it would be that Yu Lingkong became a little more obedient. It's unimaginable. 10 days passed. Ning Fan split the waves and traveled at an extremely fast speed, scaring many cultivators along the way. Outside the Thunder Bamboo Island, he stopped his movement light and put the two ladies down. Then, he stood in midair. The Thunder Bamboo Island was not sealed but the formation light was activated. The formation light was not strong. It only had the ability to sense the surroundings. However, it made the cultivators who came and went feel fearful. As for Ning Fan, he did not break the grand formation recklessly and forcefully barge into the island like he usually did. When it was time to restrain himself, he would naturally restrain himself a little. He and the two ladies descended on the Thunder Bamboo Island. As soon as they stepped on the island, more than 10 cultivators who were guarding the island immediately walked up to them. Halt your steps. The silver bamboos on the Lightning Bamboo Island have already been sold out. If you're here for the Lightning Bamboo, then please leave quickly. Strange, truly strange, Ning Fan frowned. He had just arrived on the island and before he could even state his purpose of coming, the other party had already asked him to leave. Even though this group of cultivators of the Thunder Bamboo Island had yet to see Ning Fan's appearance clearly, they must have sensed his divine transformation realm cultivation base. However, even though they knew that Ning Fan was a divine transformation realm cultivator, they still dared to chase him away. It was rather overbearing. Besides, Ning Fan was not the only one who was expelled from the island. Many Gold Core Realm cultivators, Primordial Spirit Realm cultivators and even Divine Transformation Realm old monsters were asked to leave the Thunder Bamboo Island. But because the Zhou clan was powerful, no one dared to disobey. I didn't come here for the silver bamboo but for the golden bamboo. Ning Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said indifferently. Golden bamboo? As soon as they heard Ning Fan's words, the expressions of the 10+ cultivators from the Thunder Bamboo sect changed. They carefully scrutinized Ning Fan's appearance. When they looked at Yu Lingkong again, their expressions changed drastically. 8 Venerables of the Internal Sea. Venerables Ming and Yu. Venerables Ming and Yu, please forgive us for our rudeness. As soon as the 10+ cultivators recognized Ning Fan and Yu Lingkong's identities, their faces were filled with fear. However, even though they were fearful, they still blocked Ning Fan's path and showed no intention of letting them pass. Venerables Ming and Yu, please allow me to report. Our Thunder Bamboo Island has some important matters to deal with and we need to seal the island for a year. With Venerables Ming and Yu's identities, you naturally have the right to obtain the golden leaf. However, the situation is special. I implore the 2 Venerables to leave and come to the island again 1 year later. We must prepare the golden leaf and wait for you. Oh? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. This group of cultivators had recognized his and Yu Lingkong's identities but they still wanted to chase them away. It seemed like the timing of his visit to the Thunder Bamboo Island was indeed a little inopportune. The reason why the Zhou clan wanted to seal the island even at the risk of offending Ning Fan was probably quite significant. However, it was really difficult for Ning Fan to wait for a year before obtaining the golden leaf. He could wait for a year but Yu Lingkong could not. Without the golden leaf, Yu Lingkong's primordial spirit would disintegrate after another 20 days. What should I do? Yu Lingkong frowned. She longed for the golden leaf but she could also see that the situation of the Thunder Bamboo Island was special. I can't enter the island and I can't barge into it openly. I'll just sneak in, Ning Fan did not explain. He turned around and was about to leave. He faintly sensed that there were 4 Void Refinement Realm spirit senses nervously locking onto him. Among them, there was even a Mid-Void Refinement Realm spirit sense. These Void Refinement Realm spirit senses were certainly the experts of the Zhou clan. Besides, they certainly knew that Ning Fan had 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets with him. They were worried that Ning Fan would get hot-headed and barge into the Thunder Bamboo Island forcefully. If that's the case, the 4 of them would certainly attack Ning Fan. Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged as if he did not notice those Void Refinement Realm auras at all. He did not want to offend the Zhou clan openly but he had a way to barge into the Thunder Bamboo Island privately. The heaven-deceiving cloak, with this item, he could pretend to leave first. Then, he would wrap up his cloak and sneak into the Thunder Bamboo Island with the 2 ladies. Who below the Void Fragmentation Realm would know that Ning Fan had been here? Seeing Ning Fan turn around and leave after being chased away, the 4 Void Refinement Realm cultivators of the Zhou clan who were hiding in the dark heaved a sigh of relief. If it's not necessary, they would not be willing to offend Ning Fan. The female corpse's eyes were still calm but Yu Lingkong had a hint of disappointment. She had seen Ning Fan fly into a rage because of too many women. However, when it was her turn, Ning Fan behaved so calmly. If he could not enter the island, he would not enter it. He turned around and left without any hesitation. It was as if he did not care about her life or death at all in order to not offend the Zhou clan. He did not even try to argue with those cultivators of the Thunder Bamboo Island. Ridiculous. Why am I disappointed? Why should I be disappointed? The Zhou clan is so powerful. It's normal for Little Cucumber to not want to offend them. I've just slept with him once. I'm not related to him at all. What right do I have to be disappointed? She revealed a self-mocking sneer and left with Ning Fan. Her heart, however, gradually turned cold. Only when they were 1,000,000 li *500 m per li, away from the Thunder Bamboo Island did she stop moving. All of a sudden, she said coldly. You Ling Kong, will always remember the favor of helping the divine space island. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. We'll meet again someday. Asterisk swish asterisk. She turned around in such a calm manner. She actually wanted to part ways with Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes revealed a strange expression. He grabbed Yu Lingkong's wrist. It was impossible for him to let her go. You want to leave? Where are you going? Where I go has nothing to do with you. Yu Lingkong cursed. Why does it have nothing to do with me? I'm even going to bring you to the Thunder Bamboo Island to steal bamboo leaves. Why? Don't you want to treat the injuries of your primordial spirit? Ning Fan was speechless. He could smell a sour smell from Yu Lingkong's body. It was even more sour than aged vinegar. The more heroic a woman was, the scarier she would be when she gets jealous. Steal bamboo leaves? Little cucumber, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand what you're saying? Yu Lingkong was stunned. Before she could figure out what was going on, she saw Ning Fan summoning his black cloak with an idea. Then, he pulled her and the female corpse into his embrace and covered them with the cloak. In an instant, the three figures disappeared into thin air. This is, a mysterious god concealment spiritual equipment. It was a concealment spiritual equipment that only void fragmentation realm old monsters could refine. What do you want to do? You want to go to Thunder Bamboo Island to steal bamboo leaves? You're crazy. What if the Zhou clan finds out? Yu Lingkong and her companion were stunned. No, as Yu Lingkong's companion, the female corpse had always been in a daze. Who would know? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. There was still a sentence that he did not say. So what if he knew? He just didn't want to become enemies with the Zhou clan, but even if he did, he wasn't necessarily afraid. Don't worry in the future. I won't leave you in the lurch. Jealousy is not a good behavior. Ning Fan turned into a ray of traveling light that was extremely stealthy and stealthily floated back to the direction of the Thunder Bamboo Island. From a hidden place, a woman's voice could be heard, sharp and filled with disbelief. Jealous? I will be jealous. Little cucumber, you think too highly of yourself. You're the one who's jealous, your whole family are pickled cucumbers. After scolding him, Yu Lingkong calmed down. But soon after, he began to worry. Little Cucumber was risking his life by stealing the bamboo leaves. Once he was discovered by the Void Refinement Realm experts of the Bamboo Island, he would certainly be hunted down by the 4 Void Refinement Realm experts. Currently, Yu Lingkong could not use her magic power. She was not sure if Ning Fan and his 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets would be able to stop the 4 experts of the Thunder Bamboo Island if their act of stealing is exposed. It's a little dangerous. Yu Lingkong was a little nervous. But for some reason, she felt a little happy. At least Little Cucumber did not abandon her. He even dared to steal something from the Zhou clan for her sake. The more I look at this Little Cucumber, the more I like him. February 2nd update, to be continued. Ning Fan concealed all of his qi and activated the heaven-deceiving cloak to its maximum. Then, he snuck into the Thunder Bamboo Island without anyone knowing. Profound Divinity spiritual equipment was at the Void Fragmentation grade. In terms of concealment techniques alone, Ning Fan could really be considered as the #1 person below the Void Fragmentation realm in the Rain World. The cultivators of the Thunder Bamboo sect brushed past Ning Fan one after another. However, none of them knew where he was. The 4 traces of Void Refinement Realm spirit sense scanned across the entire island like lighthouses. However, none of them could detect Ning Fan's presence. In the central zone of Thunder Bamboo Island, within 10,000 miles, it was clearly a sunny day, but it was filled with countless thunderbolts. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Within 10,000 miles, there were tens of thousands of silver thunder bamboos. The bamboo branches were empty and there weren't many silver leaves. Most of the silver leaves had already been plucked and consumed. The bamboo leaves were sparse, and there were only about 10,000 silver leaves in the 10,000 miles of bamboo forest. He might as well steal something. Ning Fan might as well steal the silver leaf. However, after searching around the bamboo forest, he was unable to find any place where golden bamboos grew. Within 10,000 miles, there was only a sea of silvery bamboo, there was not the slightest hint of golden bamboo. There are no golden bamboos on the island? Ning Fan was puzzled and asked using telepathy. I don't know. The Thunder Bamboo Island's bamboo forest has always not allowed outsiders to enter, and there is even a great formation that prevents people from prying into it. In the past, when the 7 venerables of the internal sea came here to ask for the golden leaves, there would always be someone plucking them on their behalf. Even I do not know where the golden bamboos grow. However, I am certain that the Thunder Bamboo Island definitely has golden bamboos. Yu Lingkong spoke with certainty. Is that so? Ning Fan fell into deep thought. If the golden bamboo is not on the Thunder Bamboo Island, where else could it be? Or could it be that this Thunder Bamboo Island is similar to the Divine Space Island, and there's a secret abode hidden within? As soon as he thought of this, before he could start searching for the hidden cave, the female corpse under the cloak raised her slender finger and pointed at a giant bamboo in the middle of the bamboo forest. Light. Entrance. The female corpse could tell that there was a heavenly grotto heaven hidden in this place. She even found the entrance of the heavenly grotto heaven. Ning Fan was inwardly surprised. The spiritual intelligence of the female corpse was gradually recovering. Her technique seemed to be getting more and more powerful. At the very least, Ning Fan knew that even if he activates his Fu Li Eye, it would not be so easy for him to find the entrance of a heavenly dwelling in this vast bamboo forest. Yu Lingkong was even more astonished. The female corpse, who had always been slow and stupid, actually had such astonishing eyesight. She could see through the hidden cave with just a glance. Ning Fan activated his Fu Li Eye and took a closer look. Sure enough, that gigantic bamboo was the entrance to a heavenly dwelling. From the entrance, one could faintly feel a trace of golden qi. There must be a large number of golden bamboos growing inside. Not bad. Weiliang has improved. You're getting stronger and stronger. Ning Fan stroked the black hair of the female corpse and praised her generously. After receiving Ning Fan's praise, the female corpse's eyes lit up. She opened her small mouth and bit Ning Fan's arm. Her sharp teeth left 2 small wounds on his arm. Her face was slightly red, but she wasn't shy. Corpse demons were not shy and did not have any physiological reactions. Rumor had it that when corpse demons blushed, it was usually because their stomachs were empty. Corpse demons would usually eat people they liked in one bite. The female corpse liked Ning Fan, and that was why she wanted to eat him. Even though she faintly understood that Ning Fan was very important to her and she could not eat him. At most, she could only bite him once. After being bitten by the female corpse, Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. The way corpse demons expressed their feelings was really unique. The small wounds were not a problem at all. They were instantly healed by the power of the Black Star. Some corpse poison was also not a problem. Ning Fan had also cultivated the corpse devil record and became a corpse devil. Why would he be afraid of corpse poison? What he did not know was that the most fatal thing was the trace of blood that lingered in the air. Fortunately, there were no outsiders in this place. Moreover, he had already stopped the bleeding and dispersed the smell. Thus, he was not worried that someone would notice him. Ning Fan's eyes fell on the gigantic bamboo and he pondered carefully. Even though he had found the entrance to the heavenly dwelling, this heavenly dwelling was rather special. The method to enter seemed to be a little complicated. He could not just barge in directly. The gigantic bamboo was as thick as 3 people who would need to encircle it. It shone with dazzling silver light and lightning flashed around it. Ning Fan studied the gigantic bamboo and formed hand seals. He tried a few hand seals to open the secret place, but none of them could enter the heavenly dwelling. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The smell of his blood had just dissipated. All of a sudden, an unexpected red shadow flashed and appeared beside the gigantic bamboo. It carried a void refinement realm aura force. That red shadow was a lady in red robes. When Ning Fan took a closer look, his face was filled with surprise. The lady's appearance was actually 70 to 80% similar to a lady whom Ning Fan knew. Ning Honghong, who lived in the demon sinister forest. However, there was still a difference between this lady and Ning Honghong. Ning Honghong was just a gold core realm ghost, while this lady was at the early void refinement realm. Even though Ning Honghong was a malicious ghost, she did not kill many people. However, this lady in red robes faintly revealed a trace of baleful qi which actually made Ning Fan's heart tremble. Ning Fan's expression changed. This lady in red robes must have killed more people than me in her entire life. Even though this lady was just at the early void refinement realm, the sense of danger she gave Ning Fan was far above that of Yu Lingkong's second primordial spirit. Who is this lady? Could she be an expert of the Zhou clan? Blood. Who's there? Show yourself. The lady in red robes waved her hand. Her eyes seemed to be dyed with blood and her baleful qi was overwhelming. Even the female corpse who had the body of a corpse devil and Yu Lingkong who had the dignity of an overlord could not withstand the baleful qi of this lady. They were about to reveal themselves. At the critical moment, Ning Fan channeled his magic power into the bodies of the two ladies while he used his baleful qi to resist the baleful qi of the lady in red robes. Under the pressure of the lady's baleful qi, the three of them did not reveal themselves or expose their qi. Perhaps it was because she was extremely confident in her baleful qi. The lady in red robes looked around coldly and no longer tried to probe further. There should be no outsiders in this place. That trace of blood scent was probably mixed with the sea breeze. If someone is hiding in this place, even if that person is a void refinement realm expert, he or she would also be forced to reveal themselves. She had this confidence. Humph. Is it just an illusion? The lady's fingers moved rapidly and formed lightning seals. Traces of silver lightning arcs appeared on her fingertips. After forming the mysterious and repetitive hand seals, the lady walked 3 rounds around the gigantic bamboo. She looked at the time of the day and chose the direction of Chen hour. Then, she took a step into the gigantic bamboo. At the next moment, she had already entered the hidden heavenly dwelling. Little cucumber, remember this hand seal. This is the way to enter the heavenly dwelling. Yu Lingkong reminded him. I already know the method. Let's wait for a while. We'll go in after this lady has gone far away. Ning Fan said cautiously. Even though he had the heaven-deceiving cloak to conceal himself, he still waited for the lady to go far away before entering the body of the bamboo in order to be safe. After about 4 hours, Ning Fan thought that the lady had already gone far away. He also formed hand seals and imitated the lady in red robes. He did not make a single lightning seal, but his hand seals were surrounded by blood-red lightning arcs. After walking 3 rounds around the gigantic bamboo, Ning Fan raised his head and looked at the time of the day. However, he did not enter the direction of Chen hour. Instead, he entered the direction of Wu hour. The direction is wrong. Yu Lingkong said with surprise. She clearly saw the lady enter the direction of Chen hour. That's right. This heavenly dwelling has a total of 3 layers of mortal void realm formations to conceal it. The first layer of formation needs to be broken with a special lightning seal. The second layer of formation needs to go around 3 times. It's a circular formation. The third layer of formation is the seasonal formation. It's considered as a type of heavenly formation which is related to astronomical phenomena. The lady entered the formation at Chen hour. Thus, she entered the direction of Chen hour. As for now, it's Wu hour. Ning Fan did not say anything else. After explaining to this point, Yu Lingkong naturally understood. Yu Lingkong's eyes were filled with amazement. Inwardly, she thought that Ning Fan's cultivation base in the Tao of formations is a little too terrifying. He actually saw through the 3 layers of mortal void realm formations here. He's really a monster. If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Fan did not know about the special lightning seal of the first layer of formation, he would have already broken the formation and entered the hidden heavenly dwelling before the lady in red robes arrived. Let's go. Be careful. This lady is a little strong. Don't expose yourself. Once anything happens in the heavenly dwelling, I will put the 2 of you into my cauldron ring and escape on my own to ensure your safety. Of course, under normal circumstances, there won't be any unexpected changes. Ning Fan was still very confident in his heaven-deceiving cloak. Moreover, he still had the void fragmentation realm attack of the steel of sun and moon. Since his trump card was strong enough, he naturally became more courageous. He analyzed the lady in red robes. Although she was at the early void refinement realm, her strength was probably already comparable to a mid-void refinement realm expert. However, since she could not withstand the attack of the steel of sun and moon, there was no need to worry. After making up his mind, Ning Fan took a step forward and entered the heavenly dwelling of the giant bamboo in the direction of Wu Hour. Inside the heavenly dwelling of the giant bamboo, the vast sky flickered faintly. Then, everything returned to silence. Even though he had entered the heavenly dwelling, he could not force Ning Fan to reveal himself. The heaven-deceiving cloak is indeed useful. Ning Fan carefully spread out his spirit sense. After discovering that there was no trace of the lady in red robes within 100,000 li *, 500 m per li, he felt slightly relieved. Looking into the distance, this heavenly dwelling of the giant bamboo was at least tens of millions of li *, 500 m per li, wide. Above the vast sky, there was a golden sea of lightning surging. On the ground, there were gigantic golden bamboos. Each of them was 10,000 zhang * 33 m per li, tall and occupied an area of a few mu * 500 m per li. They stood upright like sharp peaks that pierced through the sky. On the golden bamboos, there were rarely any golden leaves. It seemed like they had already been plucked by someone. Within 100,000 li *, 500 m per li, there were only slightly more than 10 golden leaves left. Based on this deduction, there would at most only be a few thousand golden leaves in the area of tens of millions of li *, 500 m per li. If all the golden bamboos in this place were fully grown with bamboo leaves, there would naturally be more than a few thousand of them. A few thousand golden leaves were just a drop in the ocean when the bamboo forest was flourishing. Even so, treating Yu Lingkong's injuries with a few thousand golden leaves was more than enough. No, why would she need a few thousand golden leaves? Initially, Yu Lingkong only planned to ask for 10 golden leaves from the Thunder Bamboo Island to treat her injuries. If she obtains all of the golden leaves, she would be able to cure the injuries of her primordial spirit. As for the remaining ones, she could use them to help Luo Yu recover her cultivation base. Unfortunately, the medicinal power of these golden leaves was too strong. Refining each of them would require more than 10 types of 10,000 years old spiritual herbs to harmonize them. With the remaining 10,000 years old spiritual herbs that Ning Fan had, it would at most be enough to harmonize 100 golden leaves. Even if he wanted to help Luo Yu recover her cultivation base, he might not have the ability to do so. How many should I steal? Yu Lingkong was tempted. Her words were concise and to the point. After all, no one would find out that they were here to steal something. Thus, it would naturally be better to steal as many as possible. I'll steal all of them. Are you satisfied? Ning Fan smiled. Yes. Little cucumber, I really didn't misjudge you. Let's split it 50-50. Yu Lingkong raised both her hands in agreement. 50-50, Ning Fan was speechless. This Yu Lingkong was really demanding an exorbitant price. Stealing all of them? 50-50? How could she think of that? It's too dangerous to steal all of them. That woman might find out about it. Besides, the spiritual herbs that I have are only enough to harmonize 100 golden leaves. It's useless to take them. If you really want to steal all of them, you will still have the chance to sneak into this place in the future. As for the 50-50 split, these golden leaves are useful to me. Except for the ones that are used to treat your injuries, I want to keep the rest. Are they really useful? Yes. All right then. I'll believe you this time. I'll give you all of these golden leaves. However, you owe me a favor. You have to remember it. Ning Fan was speechless. He had helped Yu Lingkong steal the golden leaves. Why was he still the one who owed her in the end? What you owe me must be repaid with your body. Yu Lingkong added. All right. Ning Fan no longer quarreled with her. Repaying with my body, huh? It's not a loss for me to repay her with my body, is it? While walking through the gigantic golden bamboo forest, Ning Fan repeatedly took action and obtained quite a number of golden leaves. After counting, there were already 100 of them. It was about time for him to leave. If he continues to stay here and other unforeseen events occur, it would not be worth it. However, he did not expect that a lady in red robes was also hiding in the dark. When she saw the golden leaves disappearing mysteriously, her brows finally turned cold. She had already confirmed that someone had followed her into this place. However, she was not sure of the identity of the person who came. Thus, she did not expose Ning Fan. What is the cultivation base of the person who came? This person seems to be strange. 1/2, to be continued, the woman in red calmly watched as the golden leaves disappeared one by one. She was even more puzzled about the identity of the newcomer. What is the cultivation of this newcomer? There is something strange about this person. If it's just a void refinement realm cultivator or even a divine transformation realm cultivator, how could I not see through his disguise? If it was a void fragmentation expert, I certainly wouldn't be able to see through it. But which void fragmentation expert in the rain world would hide their head but show their tail to steal a mere golden bamboo leaf? If we want to steal something, it should be the dark gold bamboo leaves from the small chiliocosm. This is not logical. If this person isn't a void fragmentation realm expert, then is he a void refinement realm cultivator? A void refinement realm cultivator is able to evade the detection of my spirit sense. This person's concealment technique is quite brilliant. If I can make him my own, he might be of some use to me. But, what's his background? Could he be an assassin from the Rain Palace? I don't know why, but I feel that this person's aura is a little familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before. In the past, my physical body was destroyed and my primordial spirit was divided into 10,000 Thundergrass clones to deceive the world. Now, all 10,000 Thundergrass have been retrieved and I have gained 10,000 memories out of thin air. Among them, 9,999 were memories of plants and trees. However, one of them had accidentally transformed into a ghost body. As for my 10,000 spirits as one, that divine transformation realm Thundergrass clone was the main one, Ning Honghong. It's about time for me to abandon this identity. I just need to erase those unimportant memories. Otherwise, my sea of consciousness will definitely collapse due to the 10,000 Daos memories and 10,000 Daos consciousness. The red-clad woman waved her hand, and silver lightning crackled. Then, she touched the sea of consciousness above her head, and the memories of the mortal world vanished like smoke in thin air. She didn't need those memories. She didn't need to remember that there was a period of time when she went by the name of Ning Honghong. She had an even more respected identity. If this person is only at the void refinement realm but he possesses such a heaven-defying concealment technique, I can join forces with him to obtain the dark golden bamboo leaf of that small chiliocosm. Looks like this person seems to be extremely interested in mere golden leaves. I can give all the golden leaves of this world to this person, and he will definitely submit to me wholeheartedly and work for me. Of course, the prerequisite is that this person has to provide me with enough dark gold leaves. The lady in red robes took a step forward and appeared beside Ning Fan. If he doesn't know what's good for him, I don't mind using some methods to make him regret it. She was also invisible, and her concealment skills were not bad either. She could not see Ning Fan and he could not see her. She could sense Ning Fan's presence and Ning Fan could also sense that a vague qi was approaching them. He could naturally guess that the one who approached him was the woman in red who had entered this world first. However, Ning Fan could not help but feel a little astonished. The reason why he could conceal himself so well was because of the heaven-deceiving cloak. What kind of supreme treasure did this woman rely on? Her concealment ability was actually not any weaker than his, or was this woman proficient in the art of concealment? He vaguely understood that this woman had discovered him. He had to leave as soon as possible to avoid any unforeseen events. Unfortunately, before he could do anything, the woman in red suddenly appeared. Her murderous aura was shocking, and her blood-red eyes swept across the empty space in front of her. Intruder, show yourself. Otherwise, I'll seal the golden lightning grotto heaven so that you won't be able to return. Boom, the red-clothed woman waved her hand. Immediately, heavenly lightning surged, and the world rumbled as if it was going to collapse. She seemed to be the master of this grotto heaven. All of a sudden, she summoned countless golden lightning bolts and turned them into lightning chains, sealing all the exits of the grotto heaven. Ning Fan's heart sank. The red-clothed woman's attacks were as fast as lightning. With just a casual attack, she had already sealed all of his escape routes. He did not know the identity of this woman and he did not plan to show himself obediently. He had already obtained 100 golden leaves which were enough to treat Yu Lingkong's injuries and could also help Luo Yu recover a lot of primordial spirit power. What's the point of staying here? The lightning chains that filled the sky seemed to be terrifying but Ning Fan was not afraid of them. he had the wind mist finger. The lightning grotto heaven might be able to stop ordinary void refinement realm experts, but it could not stop Ning Fan's footsteps. This place was a place where he could come and go as he pleased. He could easily go to the dangerous places of the rain world. Ning Fan's figure flew backward. His body was surrounded by faint golden-purple wind mist. When the wind blew the golden lightning grotto heaven, the golden-purple wind mist descended upon heaven and earth. It was like a murmur from the ancient times, returning everything to ashes and dust to dust. That kind of terrifying samsara power was enough to bury everything. Countless lightning bolts and wind melted and died in the samsara cycle. Even the tightly sealed heavenly grotto heaven had no choice but to melt a gap. The cold eyes of the red-robed woman flashed with surprise. That golden-purple wind mist gave her a familiar yet fearful feeling. She did not expect that Ning Fan would have such a terrifying technique which could melt everything. He was about to escape. She did not care about some mere golden bamboo leaves. However, without Ning Fan, it would be difficult for her to obtain many dark golden bamboo leaves in the next world. From the looks of it, she needed to use other things to threaten Ning Fan to stay. Since one plan failed, another plan was devised. The blood-red eyes of the red-robed woman moved. She could vaguely tell that Ning Fan must have an extremely important reason for entering this place to steal the golden leaves despite the risk of offending the Zhou clan. In other words, the golden bamboo leaves were Ning Fan's weakness. Since she knew Ning Fan's weakness, she had a way to force Ning Fan to show himself and help her. The process might be a little despicable, but, so what? Even if you run away, it's all in vain. I can shatter all the golden leaves in this world with just a single thought. You should know that every single golden leaf in this place has been engraved with my spirit sense. If you still don't show yourself and meet me, don't blame me for activating my spirit sense to shatter all the golden leaves. You know the consequences. What? Ning Fan's heart skipped a beat. He activated his Fu Li eye and took a closer look. There was indeed an extremely well-concealed spirit sense talisman on the golden leaves. Not only the golden leaves, but even the silver leaves that grow in the outside world also had imprints on them. The red-robed woman did not lie, nor was she joking. At the next moment, she activated her spirit sense and the 100 golden leaves in Ning Fan's hand trembled violently. Then, all of them turned into golden ashes and vanished into nothingness. The red-robed woman was also a decisive person. Even though the golden leaves were not very useful to her, they were still somewhat valuable. However, in order to make Ning Fan stay, she did not mind shattering 100 golden leaves to show her deterrence. If Ning Fan still does not show himself, she would activate her spirit sense again to shatter all the golden leaves in this place, making Ning Fan's wish fail and preventing him from rescuing the others. Perhaps in the end, the woman would not be able to force Ning Fan to show himself. However, Ning Fan would not be able to obtain even half of the golden leaves and save Yu Lingkong no matter what. Let's go. This woman is not simple. She seems to have some ulterior motives towards you. Yu Lingkong sent a telepathic message to Ning Fan with a frown. Compared to her own injuries, she was more worried that Ning Fan would fall into the woman's trap. She could vaguely tell that the woman's motive for forcing Ning Fan to show himself was not pure. If I leave just like that, what are you going to do? Ning Fan's eyes darkened. After a moment of hesitation, he made up his mind. He descended to the ground and flicked his sleeve, removing his cloak and revealing his true appearance. At the same time, he patted his storage pouch and took out 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets, trying to scare the red-robed woman a little. You've won. Ning Fan's face sank. For the sake of Yu Lingkong's injuries, he did not dare to let the red-robed woman shatter all the golden leaves in this place. Looking at the woman's appearance, which was similar to Ning Honghong's, Ning Fan became even more confused. Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets? 3 of them? Not bad. They are refined from realm beasts. Unfortunately, they are just half-finished products. Otherwise, just these 3 spiritual puppets are more than enough to topple the rain world. The red-robed woman glanced at the 3 spiritual puppets with cold eyes and nodded slightly as a form of approval. Then, she glanced at the female corpse and Yu Lingkong. With just a glance at Yu Lingkong, she could immediately tell that her primordial spirit was injured. She thought to herself that the reason why Ning Fan stole the golden leaves must be for this woman. When she glanced at the female corpse, she was startled. She vaguely felt that the female corpse looked familiar. However, her memory had already been erased. She could not remember who the female corpse was. She thought to herself that the female corpse and I are probably just memories of the mortal world. But I don't care. The mortal world is like smoke. Why do I need to look back? If she doesn't erase her memory, her sea of consciousness would collapse when the 10,000 Tao of consciousness and the 10,000 Tao of consciousness merge into one. Eventually, the red-robed woman's gaze fell on Ning Fan. She was greatly surprised. Half-step void refinement realm? He isn't even at the early void refinement realm? She did not expect that an expert who could block her spirit sense was actually not even at the void refinement realm. She thought that he would at least be at the peak void refinement realm. I only came here to ask for the golden leaves. If you have any requests, just tell me. Ning Fan frowned. His words carried a hint of pleading. He had no choice. Yu Lingkong needed the golden leaves to save her life. Whether the golden leaves would be destroyed or not depended on the red-robed woman's will. If he wants to take the golden leaves to treat Yu Lingkong's injuries, he must first obtain her permission. If she refuses to give him the golden leaves, Ning Fan would not mind activating his steel of sun and moon to suppress her with a single strike and take the golden leaves by force. Even though it was a pity to use the void fragmentation realm attack of the steel of sun and moon. This red-robed woman looked quite similar to Ning Honghong, which made Ning Fan want to find out more about her. However, it was a matter of life and death. Ning Fan had no way out. In order to save Yu Lingkong, he must use the golden leaves. At most, Ning Fan would hold back his strength and not kill this woman. He would capture her for the time being and slowly investigate the relationship between her and Ning Honghong in the future. Yu Lingkong bit her lips and pulled Ning Fan away. She was very annoyed. She did not like to see Ning Fan beg others. In her memory, Ning Fan rarely begged others. The first time he begged someone was for the star-tempering purple Xianxia. He asked his father-in-law, Man Xiong, for the medicine. Today was the second time Ning Fan begged someone. It was to save her. She was displeased. Extremely displeased. How could little cucumber beg others? He was so stubborn. Asking him to beg others was even more painful than being cut by a blade. Don't worry. Ning Fan stopped walking and stood in front of Yu Lingkong. His cold eyes swept across the red-robed woman. He had principles. However, some things were more important than principles. Moreover, he was not just begging her. His request was also threatening her. My name is Zhou Ming. She is Yu Er. Both of us are part of the 8 venerated beings of the internal sea. We already have the qualifications to obtain the golden leaves. Unfortunately, the Thunder Bamboo Island is currently sealed. I have no choice but to come up with this plan to steal the golden leaves. It's a bad plan, but my heart is determined. If you stop me, you will regret it. I must obtain this leaf. Ning Fan was already prepared to take action at any time. Even though the red-robed woman seemed to have other intentions towards him, Ning Fan was not afraid of her if the situation really escalates to the point of them fighting. Hey? How dare you threaten me? The red-robed woman frowned and the corners of her lips curled into a cold smile. She had never been threatened by anyone, but Ning Fan did. This was an extremely laughable matter to her. According to her usual practice, she would directly kill the person who threatened her with a lightning bolt when she was humiliated. However, she had a hint of softness towards Ning Fan from the bottom of her heart. She did not know why. Even though her memories were erased, she always felt that she had met Ning Fan before. In a sense, this red-robed woman was also Ning Honghong. As for Ning Honghong, she had a close relationship with Ning Fan. Unfortunately, the red-robed woman could not remember Ning Fan in the end. She was also too lazy to remember him. Towards Ning Fan's threat, she turned her cold eyes away and ignored it in the end. There are already 8 venerated beings in the internal sea, huh? Time flies, fine. Since you are the venerated beings of the internal sea, you are also considered as one of us. I can forgive you for stealing the medicinal herbs. However, I have a condition. If you agree to this condition, all the golden leaves here will belong to you and you can use them to treat Hong Yen. Even if it's the more precious black gold leaves, I can also give you some. Condition? What condition? Ning Fan's eyes softened slightly. It would be best if he could exchange the golden leaves with a condition. He could tell that the identity of this red-robed woman was not ordinary. She might have some kind of relationship with Ning Honghong. Thus, Ning Fan would not kill her. If Ning Fan captures or injures this woman, he would certainly not rest until the Zhou clan is annihilated. I heard that Thunder Sovereign Buzhou is still alive. If I kill this woman and offend that old monster, I will certainly be hunted down by him until I die. The gains would not make up for the losses. Thunder Sovereign Buzhou was an old thing that even the Rain Sovereign was afraid of. He was an existence who could fight against the three sovereigns of the Sword World alone. Don't worry. I am just asking you to help me pluck some leaves. Due to some reasons, I need some black gold bamboo leaves. These leaves are more precious than the golden leaves. However, they are difficult to pluck. With my current condition, it is especially unsuitable for me to take the risk to pluck the bamboo leaves. You can ask the cultivators of the Zhou clan to pluck the leaves for you. Why did you choose me to help you? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with uncertainty. That small kiliocosm is a little special. If one's concealment technique is not strong enough, even entering that place would be a problem. Even a void refinement realm expert might die directly. To be honest, your appearance just happened to solve my problem. If you can help me, not only will I not blame you for stealing my medicine, but I will also owe you a favor. With my order, the Zhou clan will thank you for your kindness and we will become your backing in the Endless Sea. You should understand the meaning behind it. A favor? Become my backing? Who exactly are you? How can you make the Zhou clan, which has a profound background, listen to you? Ning Fan nodded his head slightly. This woman was indeed someone with a high status in the Zhou clan. Since she could make the Zhou clan protect a junior, she was probably at least someone close to Thunder Sovereign Buzhou. If he has the support of the Zhou clan, Ning Fan could be said to have a smooth sailing in the Endless Sea. No one would certainly dare to offend him. At the same time, a bold idea rose in Ning Fan's mind. If I follow the clues and gain Thunder Sovereign Buzhou's favor through this woman, I wonder if I can ask the Thunder Sovereign to deal with Moksha Sovereign. Yun Tianjue defeated the Sword Sovereign with a single sword attack. His strength was comparable to Moksha Sovereign's. The Thunder Sovereign fought against the three sovereigns of the Sword World without being defeated. This kind of achievement was even more impressive than Yun Tianjue's. One Thunder Sovereign was probably equivalent to at least 3 Moksha Sovereigns. With the Thunder Sovereign's help, Ning Fan would have a greater chance of getting rid of Moksha Sovereign. For the battle against the ancient Heavenly Court, Ning Fan needed Void Fragmentation Realm experts to help him. If he could rope in any of them, he would be willing to give it a try. Even though the idea was good, he could only think about it casually. Putting aside the fact that the Thunder Sovereign was in a strange state of life and death, he was also unable to leave the Lightning Tomb. Even if the Thunder Sovereign could move freely, why must he help a junior like Ning Fan? There was no free lunch in this world. In order to get the Thunder Sovereign's help, just having a favorable impression of the Zhou clan was far from enough. The lady's request for Ning Fan to pluck the dark golden bamboo leaves did not sound difficult. However, there must be countless dangers involved. Ning Fan was well aware of that. If it's for Yu Lingkong's sake, he could even risk it. I promise you that I will help you pluck the bamboo leaves. However, there are some details that you should tell me in advance. For example, the difficulty of plucking the dark golden bamboo leaves, the dangers that you might encounter and who you are. What does my identity have to do with you? The lady in red robe's tone was cold. Ning Fan frowned. He just wanted to know the relationship between this lady and Ning Honghong. That was all. Since you must know, there's no harm in telling you. I am the daughter of Thunder Sovereign Buzhou, Hong Yi. Are you satisfied now? The daughter of Thunder Sovereign Buzhou. Miss Hong Yi, may I ask if you know a woman whose name is Ning Honghong? Ning Fan cupped his fists and asked. I don't. Hong Yi's tone was cold. Her memory was completely erased. Naturally, she did not remember anyone called Ning Honghong. Even if she remembered, so what? Ning Honghong was just one of her 10,000 clones. She was just a tuft of lightning grass that had taken human form. That was all. Would Hong Yi get involved with Ning Fan just because of one of her clones? She wouldn't. With her identity, it was destined that she would not get involved with any man. Ning Honghong was just a past that had a deep blood feud. Today, her name was Hong Yi. Two halves, to be continued. Hong Yi rarely spoke. She remained silent, as if she was cold and arrogant. He led Ning Fan to collect all the bamboo leaves in the Golden Lightning heavenly dwelling. Naturally, these bamboo leaves were still with her temporarily. It was impossible for her to hand them over to Ning Fan. She could also tell that Ning Fan's golden purple mist had some background. It was not difficult for him to dissolve the spirit sense imprint of the bamboo leaves. Hong Yi's cold eyes narrowed as she thought about the purple golden mist. She seemed to have some thoughts in her mind. She hesitated for a moment before she shook her head as if she had rejected the idea. Yu Lingkong and the female corpse had both recalled their cauldron ring. As for the 3 spiritual puppets, he also kept them away. He agreed to Hong Yi's request. He knew that after Hong Yi collected all the golden leaves, she would lead him to the small kiliacosm to collect the dark golden bamboo leaves of a higher grade. That small kiliacosm was probably really filled with dangers. Therefore, even Ning Fan did not dare to bring the 2 ladies along with him. Hong Yi's frown, cold eyes, contemplation, and denial did not escape Ning Fan's observation. Ning Fan secretly activated the yin-yang locket, trying to use the mind-reading technique to see through this woman's thoughts. However, there seemed to be tens of thousands of lightning bolts in this woman's heart, shielding her from the heavens, making it impossible to pry into her heart. The mind-reading technique is ineffective, huh? Ning Fan knitted his brows, feeling that this lady was not ordinary at all. Moreover, when he activated the mind-reading technique, Hong Yi seemed to have sensed it. Her eyes turned even colder, and her blood-red eyes were filled with murderous intent. You dare pry into my heavenly secrets? If there is a next time, you will die. Hiss, a gush of baleful chi that was completely unbefitting of his void refinement realm cultivation base swept across the sky, dyeing the golden lightning in the sky red. The deafening claps of thunder were deafening. Being in the middle of the lightning might, Ning Fan felt as tiny as a withered leaf in the wind. Inwardly, he was startled and took half a step back. His eyes turned cold and he also summoned his terrifying baleful chi. It was the baleful chi of this woman in the past. Boom, as the 2 auras clashed, Hong Yi did not move even half a step. However, her cold eyes were slightly moved. As for Ning Fan, he retreated a few hundred steps along with the collision of his aura. Every step he took caused the ground to collapse. In the end, he stabilized his footsteps. His aura shook, and the ferocious might of Hong Yi dissipated. However, he was unscathed. Although he wasn't injured, he couldn't help but feel shocked. This woman's pressure was earth-shattering. There was probably no one below the void fragmentation realm who could remain unmoved under the pressure of this woman. If the Thunder Sovereign was at his peak, he would be the strongest in the Rain World. If this woman was the daughter of the Thunder Sovereign, even if she was only at the early void refinement realm, she would most likely be invincible among void refinement realm experts. I've underestimated this woman. The 3 void refinement realm spiritual puppets won't be able to withstand a single attack from her at all. The only thing that can withstand her attack is the steel of sun and moon. With a trump card to protect himself, Ning Fan was naturally calm. Hong Yi could not help but look at him in a higher light when she saw how calm he was. In her long life, she had seen many young experts. However, she had never seen someone like Ning Fan who could resist her baleful chi and ferocious might without showing any change in his expression. Hong Yi's cold gaze softened as her killing intent dissipated. She said coldly, "There will be no next time." Yes. This lady's strength had far exceeded his estimation. If it's not necessary, he also did not want to anger her before obtaining the golden leaf. Since he couldn't pry into this woman's thoughts using the mind-reading technique, he decided not to use it again. Between the 2 of them, there was no more conversation. The atmosphere was quite heavy. Hong Yi was still as cold as ice from the beginning to the end. Ning Fan did not talk to her as he was worried that he might say something wrong and anger her again. As for Ning Fan, he was secretly weighing the pros and cons. Half a day later, all the golden lightning bamboo leaves in the heavenly dwelling were collected. Hong Yi did not look relaxed at all. On the contrary, her cold eyes began to turn solemn. There are a total of 7,150 golden leaves in this heavenly dwelling. They are the original purpose of my trip. However, if you can help me collect 7 pieces of dark golden bamboo leaves, I can give you all of these golden leaves. This heavenly dwelling is called the Golden Lightning Heavenly Dwelling. It's used to plant golden lightning bamboos. However, there's also the dark golden lightning bamboo which is planted in the black lightning realm of the small Kiliacosm. In the past, only my father was qualified to enjoy the dark golden bamboo leaves. You're very lucky. If you help me collect more than 7 pieces of bamboo leaves, I can consider giving you some of them. Ningfan did not say much or ask any questions. He also knew that there was no room for negotiation. Hongyi nodded her head in satisfaction at Ningfan's attitude. She led him to the peak of a gigantic golden mountain which was surrounded by tens of thousands of lightning bolts. There were so many golden lightning bolts. Even though they were not as powerful as the blood lightning of the heavenly tribulation, their destructive power was still extraordinary. Ningfan's eyes were filled with desire. If I refine the spirit-shattering whip with these golden lightning bolts, it might be able to break through to the void treasure realm. You want these golden lightning bolts? Hongyi saw through Ningfan's thoughts with just a glance. How would I dare? If you want them, just say it. You are somewhat useful to me. It's not like I can't give you some golden lightning bolts. However, do you have a lightning treasure to collect lightning bolts? Hongyi's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. She did not like people who say one thing but mean another. Ningfan was slightly surprised. The golden lightning bolts that filled the sky were actually given to him by Hongyi without much thought. One had to know that if Ningfan takes away all the golden lightning bolts, the heavenly dwelling of the golden lightning heavenly dwelling would become a wasteland and the golden bamboos would no longer be able to grow leaves. After thinking about it carefully, Ningfan also understood why Hongyi was so generous. Hongyi needed his help while Ningfan needed her to give him the golden leaves. Both of them had a mutually beneficial relationship. However, Hongyi had forced Ningfan previously, which hurt their relationship after all. She was using the golden lightning bolts to repair their relationship. Even though the golden lightning bamboos were precious, Hongyi's standards were higher. She did not think much of them in the first place. She did not care whether the golden lightning bamboos could continue to grow or not. Since Hongyi was willing to give the golden lightning bolts to Ningfan, there was no reason for him to reject it. Lightning treasures were needed to collect lightning bolts. As for lightning treasures, Ningfan still had them. He touched his glabella and a blood-red lightning whip shadow appeared. It was the spirit-shattering whip. As soon as the whip appeared, the blood-red lightning crackled, causing Hongyi's cold eyes to flicker. Blood lightning? She did not expect that Ningfan actually had a lightning treasure which was surrounded by the blood lightning of the heavenly tribulation. One should know that this type of lightning was a little special. Ordinary people could not control it. Strange. Strange. In the rain world, other than the bloodline of the lightning sovereign, no one should be able to control it. Hongyi stretched out her hand and beckoned. The lightning whip which was lying quietly in Ningfan's hand obediently floated up and flew into her hand. Ningfan's eyes flashed with surprise. It was his first time being snatched away by someone empty-handed. Before he could ask for the lightning whip back, Hongyi shook her head and smiled disdainfully. Don't worry. I won't be interested in the trashy magic treasure of a junior. She emphasized the word trashy very accurately. Trashy? Ningfan's eyes turned gloomy. It was his first time being criticized by someone for the magic treasure he refined. His tool refinement technique was indeed not the best in the rain world. However, even ordinary void refinement realm old monsters might not be as good as him. After all, he had obtained ancient chaos's incomplete memories. The spirit-shattering whip which he refined was definitely a rare treasure. It had helped him kill his enemies time and time again, making them tremble in fear. This treasure might not have extraordinary abilities, but it was definitely not trash. If the opponent doesn't have a treasure, will this treasure still be useful? Hongyi did not argue with him. She just pointed out the abilities and drawbacks of the spirit-shattering whip with just a few words. Ningfan's eyes turned slightly serious. He thought to himself. This Hongyi's eyesight is rather sharp. She is the first person who can see through all the abilities of the spirit-shattering whip with just a single glance. Could it be that this woman who is full of killing intent is a tool refinement grandmaster? Your puppet is not bad. Even though it is only a half-finished product, its technique is extremely brilliant. It is at least at the standard of a true immortal. At first, I thought you were the one who refined it. Now, it seems like the one who refined it is someone else. Your tool refinement technique sucks. Ning Fan was mocked once again. However, he was no longer angry. He could already tell that Hong Yi's tool refinement technique and puppet refinement technique were probably extremely profound. With just a glance at the three puppets, she was able to tell that they were refined by a true immortal. Her eyesight was indeed sharp. What is the name of this treasure? Hong Yi asked coldly. Spirit-Shattering Whip. Spirit-Shattering Whip is a very good ability. However, it is not enough to just use this treasure to shatter it. 10,000 lightning in the heavens, Taisu defense. From today onwards, this treasure will be renamed as the White Lightning Whip. Hong Yi's blood-red eyes flashed. She raised her head and looked at the sky. That gaze of hers actually made all the golden lightning in the sky tremble in fear. She waved the lightning whip in her hand. With a wave of her hand, the lightning whip abruptly turned into blood-red lightning and shattered. The immemorial stars contained within the whip also reassembled. With a point of her jade-like finger, the blood-red lightning suddenly turned into blood-red lightning flames and engulfed the immemorial stars. Traces of lightning power turned into lightning runes in the shape of profound wings, emitting a vast and desolate chi. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the lightning whip was reassembled. Its ability was still the same. However, what was different now was that the blood-red lightning on the whip was as dazzling as the aurora in the starry sky. Moreover, the grade of the lightning whip had already broken through to the grade of immortal void treasure. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. Hong Yi had actually improved the grade of the lightning whip just by making some minor changes to it. Without a doubt, it meant that Hong Yi's tool refinement technique had far surpassed Ning Fan's standard. The destructive power of the lightning whip that she had just refined was also far above Ning Fan's. I have refined this whip with the white lightning. From today onwards, if I want to shatter someone's primordial spirit, I don't need their magic treasures anymore. I just need to gather lightning in the whip and I can shatter their primordial spirit. Asterisk boom asterisk Hong Yi fiercely lashed the whip at the sky as if she was whipping the heavens. Even though the might of the golden lightning in the sky was strong, it was directly shattered into countless pieces by her whip. For the second time, the lightning rays were all shattered into light spots. For the third time, traces of light spots were forcibly absorbed into the lightning whip. As the traces of golden lightning entered the whip, the grade of the lightning whip increased once again. It actually showed signs of advancing to the mid-grade mortal void treasure. In the sky above the heavenly dwelling, the bloody scars caused by the lightning whip could not be healed. The destructive power of a single whip was enough to kill a half-step void refinement realm expert. The destructive power of 3 whips was enough to injure even an early void refinement realm expert. Take it. Hong Yi casually tossed the lightning whip to Ning Fan as if she was giving it to him as a gift. Ning Fan caught the lightning whip. As soon as he held it, he could feel that the lightning power of this whip was more than 100 times stronger than before after it had devoured the golden lightning. In the past, the lightning power was too weak. It could only be used on magic treasures to attack one's primordial spirit. From today onwards, a single whip in the sky had the ability to shatter one's primordial spirit. This whip had leaped from an auxiliary magic treasure to a supreme killing tool. Thank you, Miss Hong Yi, for refining this treasure for me. Your tool refinement technique is so brilliant that it makes me feel ashamed of my inferiority. Ning Fan admitted that he was weak. Other than cultivation, he was only proficient in pill refinement and formation techniques. He did not have any extra thoughts to cultivate his tool refinement technique. Miss? Hong Yi sneered as if she had just heard a funny title. You don't have to thank me. The reason why I refine this treasure for you is so that it will be more convenient for us in the future. There are many lightning spirits in the Black Lightning realm. With this white lightning whip, you can kill many of them. You guard me while I open the Black Lightning realm. Hong Yi's tone left no room for refusal. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately formed a hand seal and forcefully tore open a realm filled with rolling black lightning on the mountain peak. It was as if she was not afraid that Ning Fan would launch a sneak attack on her when she was unprepared. It was a kind of confidence that only an absolute expert would have. It was already difficult for a void fragmentation realm expert to have such confidence. It was really strange for a void refinement realm cultivator to have such confidence. Thinking about it carefully, even though this Hong Yi's mouth was vicious, she was just speaking the truth. Her eyes were cold and arrogant, but she did not have any evil intentions. After helping Ning Fan refine the lightning whip, it seemed like the previous offense she had towards him could be written off. What was left was only the cooperation between the two of them. The Black Lightning Realm is about to open. Prepare to enter the realm stealthily. Don't let the Void Pure Stage Lightning Spirit notice us. Void Pure Stage Lightning Spirit. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. A Void Pure Stage Lightning Spirit. Isn't that equivalent to a late Void Refinement Realm being? Every step after the Void Refinement Realm was a world of difference. A Void Inquiry Stage Cultivator could control the power of the Void, while a Void Pure Stage Cultivator could borrow the power of the Void to nourish their Qi at the Void Pure stage and obtain an inexhaustible amount of Void magic power. The late Void Refinement Realm and the mid-Void Refinement Realm was the real dividing line. A late-stage cultivator might not necessarily lose even if he were to fight 10 mid-stage cultivators alone. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. It seems like this Black Lightning Realm is really dangerous. Immediately, he activated the heaven-deceiving cloak without any hesitation. As for Hong Yi, her figure slowly faded away. However, she was still transmitting her voice to Ning Fan, letting him know their location. Enter the realm. Hong Yi and Ning Fan turned invisible and entered the Black Lightning Realm. In an instant, more than 10 ancient spirit senses swept past the entrance of the Black Lightning Realm in a domineering manner. Each of them had the might of a late Void Refinement Realm cultivator. Who dares to barge into the realm? Boom! The immense pressure turned into a lightning force that shook the heavens and the earth, blasting into Ning Fan's eardrums. All of a sudden, Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness as if it was about to shatter. 1/2, to be continued. The thunderous roars of more than 10 Void Pure Stage lightning spirits were extremely tyrannical. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's powerful sword sense, his sea of consciousness would certainly be shattered by that roar and he would be buried in the Black Lightning Realm. His sword sense was stable, but he still suffered serious injuries. Fortunately, Ning Fan had refined 99 natal stars. Under the healing effect of the star technique, his sea of consciousness had already recovered at an unimaginable speed. After that roar, the entrance to the Black Lightning Realm disappeared. When the dozen or so thunder spirits saw that their roar didn't shake anyone out, they knew that the newcomer had been shaken back. The surroundings gradually became quiet, and only the sound of thunder could be heard. Only then did Ning Fan notice that the ground beneath his feet was black while the sky above his head was covered with black thunderclouds. Every single trace of the black lightning in the dark clouds contained a terrifying lightning power that could kill a half-step Void Refinement Realm expert. It must never be touched. In the sky that was filled with black lightning, there were a total of 14 black lightning ferocious beasts. All of them had terrifying cultivation bases at the late Void Refinement Realm. Each vicious beast was bound by a black lightning chain, restricting their movements. The black lightning chain shot out from the clouds and connected to the sky. Bound by the chains, the 14 ferocious beasts could only walk within 5,000 kilometers of the entrance. They could not go any further. Who is so powerful to actually lock 14 late Void Refinement Realm demonic beasts here to guard the entrance of the Black Lightning Realm? With Ning Fan's eyesight, he could tell that it was the master of the Black Lightning Realm who wanted to lock these ferocious beasts in this place. To guard the door. Other than Thunder Emperor Buzhou, is there anyone else who could be so domineering? Hong Yi, who was hidden at the side, spoke with a calm tone, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. Judging from his tone, he wasn't injured by the thunderous roar at all. Ning Fan's eyes darkened. Sure enough, this woman has hidden her strength well. Once they were 10,000 miles away from the entrance, they would be in a safe zone. Even late-stage dire beasts would not be able to reach this distance. The divine sense of a late-stage ferocious beast could cover an area of 500,000 miles. Only when they were 1 million li * 500 m per li, away did Ning Fan and Hong Yi appear one after another. It wasn't their original intention to reveal themselves. It was just that there were already quite a few black lightning bamboos growing at this distance. Every single thunder bamboo flickered with black lightning. The thunder bamboo in the center was especially large, and its lightning energy was also the most terrifying. Even though he was 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away from Ning Fan, he was able to use his lightning power to force Ning Fan out of concealment. This is the dark golden lightning bamboo. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Just the central thunder bamboo alone was at least 1,000,000 feet tall. How was this bamboo? It was clearly a bamboo mountain. There were countless black lightning bolts on top of the bamboo mountain, giving Ning Fan an extremely dangerous feeling. None of the thunder bamboos had any leaves growing on them. Only at the highest point of the central thunder bamboo was a black teleportation array formed from the power of thunder. It was the closest to the thunderclouds in the sky, and it was unknown where it led to. Ning Fan scanned the area with his spirit sense. He detected nearly 10,000 traces of extremely obscure chi from this central lightning bamboo. These auras were similar to the 14 ferocious beasts, but they were much weaker. All of them had terrifying auras above the nascent soul level. Among the 10,000 traces of chi, there was no lack of divine transformation realm chi. Of course, what Ning Fan feared the most was that there were actually 4 traces of void refinement realm chi on a single lightning bamboo. As soon as they sensed Ning Fan and Hong Yi's presence, countless lightning spirits gave off dangerous hostility. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. If he recklessly approaches the giant bamboo in the center, he would certainly face a tough battle. The dark golden bamboo leaf is not here? Ning Fan asked doubtfully. That's right. This is only the lower world of the black lightning realm. The dark gold bamboo leaves grow above the thunderclouds. Above the thunderclouds? Ning Fan raised his head and looked at the sky. Not only were the black thunderclouds extremely dangerous, but they were also at least 1,000,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, thick. No cultivator below the void fragmentation realm could forcefully pass through the black thunderclouds and reach the world above the thunderclouds. Don't worry. I'm not asking you to pass through the sea of lightning directly. I'm asking you to use the lightning teleportation formation on the central lightning bamboo to reach the upper cloud world. If you go there, you will naturally be able to pluck the dark golden bamboo leaves for me. Teleportation formation, huh? Ning Fan nodded his head. He naturally noticed the teleportation formation on the top of the central lightning bamboo. If he uses this formation, he might be able to reach the upper cloud world safely. However, Ning Fan still had a doubt in his mind that he could not answer. Hong Yi was very powerful. She totally had the ability to break into the black lightning realm by herself, climb to the top of the central lightning bamboo and pass through the teleportation formation to reach the cloud world. She did not seem to have any reason to ask for his help. As if she had seen through Ning Fan's doubts, Hong Yi frowned and explained. Can't you see that I have the body of a primordial spirit? The body of a primordial spirit? Ning Fan was stunned. He activated his Fu Li Eye and only then did he notice a trace of abnormality on Hong Yi's body. Hong Yi's body was not a real physical body. Instead, it was an extremely condensed primordial spirit which was similar to Luo Yu's. Such a condensed primordial spirit was almost no different from a real body. In addition, Ning Fan did not investigate her background in order to avoid her dissatisfaction. Thus, he could not identify the nature of her primordial spirit. As soon as he found out that she was a primordial spirit, Ning Fan's doubts were instantly resolved. The primordial spirit was the foundation of a cultivator. If the physical body is injured or destroyed, a cultivator could still use the primordial spirit to rebuild his physical body or even seize another body to be reborn. However, if the primordial spirit is destroyed, it would mean the death of the cultivator. Unfortunately, the primordial spirit was not like the physical body which had a strong defense and was easily damaged. The cloud world and the upper cloud world was quite dangerous. Hong Yi was a primordial spirit. Naturally, she had her concerns and was unwilling to put her primordial spirit in danger. If I didn't meet you, my original plan was to consume all the golden leaves in the golden lightning heavenly dwelling and recover to the mid-void refinement realm. Then, I would enter the black lightning realm to eliminate a late void refinement realm ferocious beast and turn it into a puppet to pluck the bamboo leaves for me in the cloud world. However, doing so would waste a lot of time. Secondly, due to the uniqueness of the cloud world, it is very difficult for a puppet to successfully pluck the bamboo leaves in the cloud world. Fortunately, you appeared. This is great. You have saved me a lot of trouble. Even though your cultivation base is not high, you have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. You are more useful than a puppet. Hong Yi's tone was calm, but she did not hide her intention at all. She was just using Ning Fan to take the risk for her. Since she was using him, there was no need for her to hide anything. After she made herself clear, Ning Fan held his chin and pondered for a while. From the looks of it, Hong Yi's motive was pure. It was just for the dark golden bamboo leaves. Just by saying a few words, she revealed the information about recovering her cultivation base. It was enough for Ning Fan to conclude that this lady was probably similar to Luo Yu. She was severely injured and her primordial spirit was injured. She could recover her strength by recovering her primordial spirit. In that case, this lady probably had the strength of a late Void Refinement Realm or even a peak Void Refinement Realm expert. That was why she had such a terrifying aura force and baleful chi. Ning Fan stared at the lightning bamboo in the center and his eyes became even more solemn. What made him serious was not the 10,000 concealed lightning spirits but the lightning teleportation formation. This formation led directly to the cloud world in the upper layer. He did not know what kind of dangers there were in the cloud world. Even Hong Yi was afraid of it and did not dare to enter it. If he went in, wouldn't he have a slim chance of survival? Since things had developed to this stage, it was impossible for him to back out or regret his decision. However, he needed to understand the cloud world in the upper layer and figure out how to harvest the dark golden bamboo leaves and what kind of dangers there were. Moreover, there was one more thing. If he helps Hong Yi, what if she turns against him and burns the bridge after crossing it? I can help you, but who is going to guarantee my safety? What kind of guarantee do you want? Hong Yi asked coldly. Give me all the information about the cloud world in the upper layer. I need to know how dangerous it is to ascend to the cloud world. This request is not too much. The information is here. You can make your own judgment. In my opinion, your physical body is not weak. If you ascend to the cloud world, there is at least a 90% chance of you surviving unscathed. You don't have to worry about the dangers. I'm just concerned about how many bamboo leaves you can harvest. 7 leaves might be a little difficult for you. But I need at least 7 leaves. As soon as Hong Yi finished speaking, her lightning power condensed into a jade slip. She imprinted her memories into it and passed it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan received the jade slip and carefully read it. The doubts in his eyes gradually disappeared. Luckily, the cloud world was not as dangerous as he imagined. Hong Yi had still underestimated Ning Fan. With Ning Fan's means, he was 100% sure that he would not die in the cloud world. However, the difficulty of harvesting the bamboo leaves was indeed very high. Above the cloud world, there was a black lightning bamboo tower. Inside the tower, there were black lightning bamboo leaves. There were also black lightning undead spirits sealed in the tower. The black lightning bamboo tower had a total of 100 floors. Each floor was formed by a bamboo joint. There was a bamboo leaf growing on each of the first 10 levels. In the tower, the undead spirits would be stronger the higher one went. After reaching the 5th floor, there would be Void Refinement Realm undead spirits. Ning Fan had to kill his way to the 7th floor at least in order to obtain the bamboo leaves. What he needed to be careful about was that these undead spirits were proficient in attacking one's primordial spirit. When a cultivator enters the tower, he must be especially careful not to injure his primordial spirit. This was the reason why Hong Yi was afraid of him. Outside the tower, there were 3 more levels. These 3 levels tested a cultivator's Dao heart and Dao comprehension. If undead creatures like corpse refinement puppets come here, it would be difficult for them to even pass the first 3 levels. Naturally, it would be even more difficult for them to enter the tower and harvest the bamboo leaves. Hong Yi's original plan was to refine a late Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppet and forcefully break through the 3 levels to enter the tower. However, with Ning Fan here, it would be much easier for him to pass the 3 levels and enter the tower with his current cultivation level. Even though Hong Yi did not think highly of Ning Fan's treasure refinement technique, she was still quite certain about his strength. There were not many cultivators in the entire rain world who could withstand her baleful chi. Since Ning Fan could do this, he was at least much more reliable than the few subordinates of the Zhou clan. Of course, considering the difficulty of Ning Fan obtaining the bamboo leaves, Hong Yi also had a secret technique for him. With this secret technique, Ning Fan's safety could be increased once again. This technique is the compensation for taking the risk for me. Hong Yi condensed another jade slip and imprinted some information on it before giving it to Ning Fan. Ning Fan received the jade slip and scanned it with his spirit sense. Immediately, his expression changed. Primordial lightning armor. Primordial lightning, as the name suggested, was lightning that condensed from the power of one's primordial spirit. By condensing a primordial lightning armor with the power of primordial lightning, it could protect one's primordial spirit. It was much stronger than ordinary spiritual equipment and it could effectively defend against the attacks of the undead spirits. With this secret technique, Ning Fan undoubtedly had another method to protect his primordial spirit. Not only could the primordial lightning armor protect one's primordial spirit, but it could also be used on one's physical body to increase one's defense. When this technique is cultivated to its peak, the highest grade lightning armor that can be condensed can even defend against a void fragmentation realm strike. Ning Fan pondered inwardly. The grade of this technique has probably reached the immortal void realm. It's a void fragmentation realm defensive technique. I'll accept this technique. My journey to the cloud world will not be dangerous anymore. Besides, I'm quite confident in obtaining the 7 bamboo leaves. However, I still have a concern. How can you guarantee that you won't burn the bridge after the task is accomplished? If you don't give me the golden lightning bamboo leaves and even order the Zhou clan to hunt me down and kill me, it will be very difficult for me to resist them with the Zhou clan's background. Guarantee? Humph. Do you want me to make a great oath of heart devil for you? Hong Yi's eyes turned cold. If that's the case, it will be even better. Ning Fan was not afraid at all. Hong Yi's cold eyes softened. She calmed down a little. If an ordinary person asks her to make an oath, she would certainly slap him to death out of impatience. However, Ning Fan was different. To her, Ning Fan was not only useful for a single use. Obtaining the bamboo leaves was just a small matter. Ning Fan's golden purple mist might still be of great use to Hong Yi. Alright. I can make an exception and swear that I won't turn against you after the matter is over. However, you have to swear too. I have to swear too. Ning Fan was stunned. You have to swear that if I have something to ask of you in the future, you must not refuse me as long as it's within your capabilities. You have to help me once. You must be joking, Mississippi. With your status in the Zhou clan, why would you need my help? Just as Ning Fan was about to reject her, Hong Yi waved her hand and interrupted him in an old-fashioned manner. Don't worry. The matter that I'm asking for your help definitely won't be dangerous at all. I just need to borrow your golden purple mist to dissolve a seal. That's all. Besides, when the time comes, I will certainly give you something that will move your heart. If it's just to dissolve a seal and there are great benefits in it, it's not impossible for me to make a simple oath. Ning Fan frowned. He could already tell that Hong Yi in front of him was the same as him. Both of them were people who did not want to be at a disadvantage. If he did not swear, Hong Yi would not do so either. The one who was at a disadvantage and had no guarantee of his safety was only Ning Fan. Fortunately, Ning Fan could tell that this lady still wanted to use his wind mist technique. Since he still had value to her, there was no need to burn the bridge after crossing it. Since things had come to this, there was no other choice. Hong Yi and Ning Fan each swore an oath of heart devil. To the two of them, making an oath was a rare thing. However, they had no choice but to do it. Hong Yi glanced at Ning Fan from the corner of her eyes. She did not find his request troublesome. If it's her who was in a weaker position, she would certainly have a lot of concerns. Young man, you have gotten what you want. Now, isn't it time for you to put in some effort? There are 4 early void refinement realm lightning spirits in the central lightning bamboo. I'll kill 3 of them while you block 1. Can you do it? In order to ascend to the cloud realm, one must first kill their way to the peak of the central lightning bamboo. Hong Yi had already begun assigning tasks to everyone. She did not expect Ning Fan to be able to kill the lightning spirit at all even if he had 3 puppets with him. It was not that he looked down on Ning Fan. It was just that the mission of killing a Void Refinement Realm expert was too difficult for a half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator. Just blocking. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and summoned 3 Void Refinement Realm spiritual puppets. It was really not difficult for them to stop an early Void Refinement Realm being. However, he seemed to have been underestimated by Hong Yi. He did not only have the strength to stop Void Refinement Realm experts. Go. Hong Yi took a step forward. Her delicate little feet shook the earth within 100,000 miles, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A baleful aura soared into the sky and a ferocious aura spread out, shocking all beasts within 100,000 li. The tens of thousands of thunder spirit beasts hidden in the center of the thunder bamboo were shaken out by the pressure. For a time, the world was filled with a dense mass of giant beasts. In their terror, they let out a desperate roar. Even if they were afraid, they would defend and fight to the death. No one was allowed to invade the upper layer of the cloud world, February 2nd, to be continued. In the vast sky, ferocious beasts were as numerous as the clouds. Every single one of them was charging at Ning Fan and Hong Yi with reckless abandon. 10,000 nascent beasts, 100 wild beasts and 4 early-stage imaginary beasts. Hong Yi's blood-red eyes revealed a cold killing intent. With a flick of her hand, all the ferocious beasts that got close to her were killed by the lightning. Regardless of whether they were nascent soul beasts or wild beasts, none of them could withstand a single strike from her. With just one step, she strangely appeared in front of a foe beast. Xiaochen pointed with her finger, and rings of scarlet lightning spread out in the air, striking the foe beast. The lightning was too fast, the foe beast could not dodge at all. In the blink of an eye, the void beast's flesh was scorched. It howled as it fell into the clouds, the pain difficult to understand. A dignified early-stage foe beast had actually been severely injured by the red-clothed woman in a single exchange. Roar. The remaining 3 foe beasts immediately realized that Hong Yi was their greatest enemy and surrounded her. They let out furious roars that shook the clouds. The 3 beasts were all tens of thousands of zhang in size. They spat out black lightning from their mouths and formed 100,000 sharp divine weapons. Killing intent surged as they hacked towards the red clothes. Every divine weapon was comparable to a peak nascent level treasure. Even an early Void Refinement Realm cultivator would find it difficult to defend against the attacks of 100,000 nascent treasures. At that moment, the light of treasures covered the entire sky. However, the corners of Red Dress's mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. She flipped her fair palm and said coldly, "Lightning wielder art, wielding 5 thunders." Her soft palm was delicate as if it had no bones, but the power of a flip seemed to be enough to overturn the heavens. At this moment, Hong Yi seemed to have become the master of all lightning. With a flip of her palm, 100,000 lightning soldiers trembled in fear. In the next moment, the power of lightning flowed out and shattered. With a flip of his hand, he overturned the heavens and broke the combined attack of the 3 void beasts. Controlling the 5 thunders with a single palm was the same lightning-controlling secret technique that had strangely snatched away the soul-shattering whip. Even though Hong Yi had injured 1 beast in an instant and defeated 3 beasts with brute force, she did not feel proud at all. There was only disdain in her eyes. To her, an early-stage foe beast was just an ant, unable to withstand a single blow. Even if she won, she would not be happy. Her eyes shifted to Ning Fan and said coldly, "You will deal with that injured void beast. As for the 10,000 lightning spirit ants, you will eliminate them. Are you looking down on me?" Ning Fan's eyes flickered. What Hong Yi asked him to deal with was just a severely injured Void Refinement Realm beast. Even so, Hong Yi still did not expect Ning Fan to be able to kill this beast. In Hong Yi's eyes, the 3 semi-finished puppets were merely passable. As for Ning Fan's strength, he had yet to attain the Void Refinement Realm. Perhaps, he could not even get Hong Yi's approval. The daughter of the Thunder Sovereign is indeed powerful and arrogant. The way you look at puppets and magical treasures is indeed very sharp. However, the way you look at me doesn't seem to be that sharp. Underestimating me is a mistake, Ning Fan muttered to himself in his heart. However, he did not say anything else. To prove his strength, he did not rely on his mouth. To win the respect of others, he did not rely on arguing. He used his spiritual will to control the puppets, and the 3 puppets instantly turned into smoke and escaped. They surrounded the injured virtual beast and fiercely smashed down with their fists. The earth-shattering fist auras shattered the ground. The mountains and rivers collapsed just like that. Unfortunately, the three puppets lacked a sure kill technique. Although they had beaten the void beast to the point that its blood flowed like a river and the earth shook, they were still unable to kill the ferocious beast with a single strike. That void beast was first heavily injured by the red-clothed lightning, and then it was besieged by the three of them like they were beating a dog to death. It finally went crazy, and it was enraged, its ferocious nature erupting. It ignited its bloodline and its aura skyrocketed. For a moment, it actually shook off the three puppets and fought them with great difficulty. Blood dyed the mountains and rivers red, but it still didn't yield. Xianxia did not underestimate the three puppets. At the end of the day, puppets were inanimate objects. The three puppets might not be able to kill a virtual beast that was going all out. However, she had underestimated Ning Fan. Ning Fan left the injured void beast to the three puppets. Ning Fan himself took a step forward and stood in front of the 10,000 beasts. His thin and weak body was like an insurmountable mountain. No ferocious beast could take half a step over his body. Ning Fan's sword sense swept across the area again and again. The 10,000 nascent soul realm beasts were instantly killed by him in just a few moments. The roars of the beasts and the surroundings were as loud as thunder. Ning Fan's eyes were cold. That coldness came from his heart that was as hard as iron and stone after experiencing the sea of blood for a long time. A breath later, there were only 110,000 zhong tall wild beasts left in front of him. Ning Fan's speed in killing the nascent soul realm beasts made Xianxia's eyes move slightly. Oh? This young man's sword sense isn't weak. He can even kill nascent soul realm beasts in an instant. However, many divine transformation realm cultivators can also kill them at such a level. Unless he can withstand 100 wild beasts, he is still just an ordinary half-step void refinement realm cultivator in my eyes. As soon as her voice fell, a hint of surprise flashed across her eyes for the first time at the next moment. She saw that Ning Fan did not show any fear in the face of 100 wild beasts. He clawed at the ground with his 5 fingers and his aura force swept across the area. All of a sudden, the soul of the earth was extracted. Countless plants withered and the mountains and rivers decayed. As for Ning Fan, who had devoured the soul of the earth, his aura force skyrocketed. It had already reached 1 million units. In terms of magic power alone, he was not any weaker than ordinary void glimpse stage cultivators. Unfortunately, his cultivation realm did not improve at all. He was still at the half-step void refinement realm. Even the earth soul extraction technique could not allow a cultivator to break through the bottleneck of the void refinement realm. Even so, it was Xianxia's first time being surprised by Ning Fan. Soul extraction technique? This young man can actually comprehend this technique. I have underestimated him. With the help of the secret technique, Ning Fan's magic power increased tremendously. Looking at the 100 wild beasts, his eyes became even colder. He touched his glabella and the white lightning whip appeared in his hand. The long whip lashed out as if it was whipping all living beings. Its entire body gave off a devil might that could not be looked at directly. 1 whip, 10 whips, 100 whips, 100 whips were lashed out by Ning Fan almost in an instant, giving off deafening sounds of thunder and flashes of lightning. Even though the whip was lashing at the air, endless blood-red lightning bolts appeared and struck the bodies of the 100 wild beasts. In addition, all of the 100 wild beasts were lightning spirits. Thus, they were completely restrained by the white lightning whip. In just an instant, the demon cores of the 100 wild beasts were all struck by the lightning bolts. All of their defenses were useless to the white lightning whip. The demon cores that were as hard as black iron were crushed by Ning Fan's whip. 21 wild beasts lost their demon cores on the spot and died a violent death. The rest of the beasts also suffered different degrees of injuries. Their chi was greatly weakened. Moreover, many of the wild beasts were showing signs of dropping to the nascent soul realm because their demon cores were damaged. All of a sudden, a deep sense of fear appeared in the eyes of the 100 wild beasts. Originally, they would not be afraid of any experts at the same level as them. However, when they met Ning Fan's cold eyes, all of the ferocious beasts felt as if they were in a world of ice and snow, a bone-piercing cold. It was as if they were not ferocious beasts but Ning Fan was the devil beast with monstrous ferocity. What a terrifying white lightning whip. He had killed 21 wild beasts with a single strike. Ning Fan looked at the lightning whip in his hand and revealed a satisfied expression. No matter what, the white lightning whip that Hong Yi had refined again was much more convenient to kill people and shatter their spirits without the restriction of drawing treasures. Roar *. Even though the 80 wild beasts were fearful, they still quickly surrounded Ning Fan from all directions and attacked him with lightning power with all their might. Wind, thunder, rain and lightning were summoned. Each of them had their own unique techniques. The destructive force of the joint lightning attack of 80 wild beasts was astonishing. Even a void refinement realm attack was nothing more than this. Ning Fan looked at the wind and lightning that filled the sky without any fear. He raised the whip and pointed it to the east, slaughtering 20 wild beasts in the east. Even though Ning Fan's physical body was at the 4th level of the Jade Life realm, he should have been severely injured when the lightning struck him. However, at this moment, 99 black stars suddenly appeared in the sky. Starlight sprinkled down. Ning Fan's eyes were like stars and his body was like a devil god. No matter how the lightning struck his body, his long hair danced in the wind and he remained unscathed. No. He was not unscathed. It was just that the speed at which the attacks of mere wild beasts caused damage to Ning Fan's body was far slower than the recovery speed of the starlight. Star healing technique. Hong Yi's blood-red eyes were filled with surprise. She had never expected that Ning Fan actually possessed such a heaven-defying ability. If it was the soul extraction technique, Hong Yi would only be surprised because she also knew that technique. However, the star healing technique was a truly supreme secret technique. Even a void fragmentation realm expert would not be able to comprehend it. Even a life immortal realm expert might not be able to comprehend it. The fact that Ning Fan actually knew a secret technique of this level really shocked Hong Yi. This time, I've really underestimated him. He has 99 natal stars. With so many stars protecting him, he might not be able to kill a void refinement realm expert, but I'm afraid no void glimpse stage cultivator can kill him either. Hong Yi finally began to take Ning Fan seriously. Ning Fan was still unaware of all these. He just turned his head and looked to the west. The killing intent in his eyes was enough to drown the 20 wild beasts in the west. Roar *. The roars of the wild beasts were filled with indescribable fear. They couldn't understand. They couldn't understand why Ning Fan's physical body remained unscathed and indestructible after enduring the attacks of 80 wild beasts. How could they understand? How could they understand? Ning Fan had condensed 99 natal stars. Even if he is besieged by divine transformation realm cultivators, he would certainly be undefeatable. There are still 40 wild beasts left. Ning Fan glanced at the severely injured void beast. Even though it was on the verge of death, it managed to injure a void refinement realm spiritual puppet. An incomplete spiritual puppet is indeed very weak compared to its peers of the same level. He knew that if he drags on any longer, there was a possibility that the ferocious beast would drag one of the spiritual puppets to perish together with it. Then, the losses would outweigh the gains. After keeping his lightning whip, Ning Fan looked at the remaining 40 wild beasts around him. His eyes flashed with cold light. 5 Graves of Dragons technique. When the 5 dragons die, the black dragon lives. When the 5 elements die, the 5 graves live. The tombstones that were not part of the 5 elements were able to restrain the 5 elements of heaven and earth. As for these wild beasts, all of them had lightning spirits. Their bodies were formed from pure metal spirits. Thus, they were restrained by the 5 graves. Suppress. Ning Fan flicked his fingers and circulated his magic power. 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, large black dragon tombstones suddenly appeared in the sky. As Ning Fan willed it, countless shadows of the tombstones were formed and they fell upon the beasts. When the shadow of a tombstone fell, it was as if Mount Tai was falling from the sky. Under the suppression of countless tombstones, the 40 wild beasts were immediately killed and their blood flowed like a river. In just a few breaths' time, the last 40 wild beasts had also turned into minced meat and rotten bones. They were all killed under the 5 graves. 100 wild beasts' demon cores which contained lightning power were naturally taken away by Ning Fan as his spoils of war. Ning Fan consumed a few spirit-restoring pills and quickly refined them. With the tip of his feet, he dashed towards the severely injured void beast. He directly appeared in front of the void beast in a domineering manner. Relying on the protection of the starlight, he swung his fists and bombarded the void beast's body. Even though the void beast had burned its blood and fought to the death, it had yet to break through to the mid-void refinement realm after all. Even though its attacks were powerful and the injuries it suffered were also severe, all of them were healed by Ning Fan's Black Star technique. As for Ning Fan's attacks, they landed squarely on the void beast's body, causing countless wounds on its body to split open. In addition to Ning Fan's forceful restraint, the three spiritual puppets recklessly attacked the void beast's vital parts. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the void beast's strength was exhausted. It could no longer defend itself and died in the end. The last attack was made by Ning Fan's finger. The purple mist shrouded the sky. The illusory purple-gold mist covered the sky. Within the wind and sand, there was a terrifying power that could turn everything into ashes and dust into dust. It directly turned the void beast into dust. He did not use the myriad sword style. After all, the Zhou clan did not seem to be on good terms with the Rain Palace. It would be unwise to recklessly use Yin Tianjua's sword move. He also did not use the star punishing bow technique. The power of that shot would deplete his magic power and put him in a weakened state for a short period of time. He purposely used the wind mist finger because Hongyi had told him that she fancied his wind mist finger and she needed his help. Since that was the case, Ning Fan did not mind using the wind mist technique to let Hongyi see the power of this technique. That way, she would know the value of befriending Ning Fan. After killing the void beast, Ning Fan obtained a void beast's demon core and kept it in his storage pouch. Then, a cold and arrogant female voice resounded behind him. Your strength is quite good. You are the first Divine Transformation Realm Junior who has impressed me. The one who spoke was, of course, Hongyi. Ning Fan had killed 10,000 nascent soul beasts, 100 wild beasts and 1 void beast. Hongyi had also killed 3 void beasts. Miss, you flatter me. I could barely kill 1 void beast with the help of the 3 puppets. As for you, you killed 3 of them alone. You are the one who impressed me. Ning Fan asked himself honestly. Hongyi was indeed very strong. She was much stronger than Yu Lingkong. Humph. In your eyes, don't tell me that I don't even have the strength to kill 3 early void beasts instantly? Are you mocking me? Hongyi actually showed a displeased look towards Ning Fan's compliment. Her temperament was really strange and hard to please. Even though her eyes were filled with displeasure, she did not vent her anger on Ning Fan. Instead, her hands were stained with blood as she tossed 3 void beasts' demon cores to Ning Fan. For me? Ning Fan was surprised. Even though this Hongyi was just using him, she was really generous. She gave him 3 void beasts' demon cores just like that. Since you are working for me, I will certainly not treat you unfairly. However, these are just trash demon cores. They are not considered good stuff. You don't have to reject them. Hongyi's cold eyes did not have any emotion. She did not even spare a glance at the void beast's demon cores. If this demon core is leaked to the outside world, it would certainly cause void refinement realm old monsters to fight for it. However, in Hongyi's eyes, it was just trash. Ning Fan was instantly speechless. It seemed like Hongyi's previous argument that the spirit-shattering whip was trash was not considered as an insult. After all, in her eyes, all void beasts were trash. Her standards were too high. It would be a waste for him to reject 3 void beasts' demon cores that were delivered to his doorstep. Ning Fan nodded his head and kept the 3 demon cores. As for Hongyi, she took out a clean silk handkerchief and calmly wiped away the bloodstains on her hands. Her blood-red eyes were still filled with arrogance. However, she suddenly spoke to Ning Fan coldly for the first time. You are not trash. Ning Fan was speechless. He understood that Hongyi's words were meant as a compliment. However, if an ordinary person were to hear it, they would probably think that she was scolding him. She was an incomparably arrogant woman. What matched her arrogance was her insanely strong strength. If it wasn't necessary, Ning Fan did not want to be entangled with this woman. As for Hongyi, she was still as cold as ice. She was not interested in anything in the world, including Ning Fan. No one broke the silence. After killing all the lightning spirit ferocious beasts, the 2 of them took a short break. Then, they turned into rays of traveling light and ascended to the peak of the central lightning bamboo. At the peak of the mountain, black lightning rumbled. Even Ning Fan and Hong Yi had to pay 120% of their attention to avoid being struck by the black lightning to prevent themselves from getting hurt. Under the tempering of the lightning, an ancient black lightning formation that was 100,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, large was connected to the ground. It was glowing with rolling lightning. Ning Fan was proficient in formation techniques. He squatted down slightly and carefully touched the formation light on the ground. After a while, he confirmed that this lightning teleportation formation indeed led to the upper level of the Thunder World. Hong Yi did not lie to him. Even though she had no reason to lie to him, he still took the unnecessary step of checking it. He was a little overly cautious. However, Hong Yi did not feel disgusted by his cautious attitude. Hong Yi had seen through countless people. She could naturally tell that Ning Fan had actually seen through the structure of the formation diagram of this lightning teleportation formation. Her opinion of Ning Fan rose once again. After all, this lightning formation was a grand formation at the peak mortal void realm. In the rain world, there were not many people who could see through it. Hong Yi knew that her formation techniques were not as good as Ning Fan's. You know about formations? I know a thing or two. Humph. Being too humble is a hypocrite. If you know a thing or two, you won't be able to see through a peak mortal void realm formation. Hypocrite, huh? I don't think so. This is my way of survival. Ning Fan shook his head. I don't care about what your way of survival is. However, let me remind you that there will be 3 difficult steps before you enter the Black Lightning Tower in the upper layer of the Cloud World. If you want to break through the 3 difficult steps, you must not be hypocritical or pretentious. You must face your heart honestly. Hong Yi was just coldly stating the facts. The 3 difficult steps contain opportunities. With your abilities, it won't be difficult for you to pass them. It's also possible for you to obtain opportunities. At least, if you face your heart honestly, there won't be much danger. What you need to pay attention to is the Black Lightning Tower. Remember, I need 7 bamboo leaves. If you can't get 7 bamboo leaves, it means that your strength is only at this level. Is she trying to provoke me? Ning Fan's eyes flickered slightly. The woman in front of him seemed to be purposely provoking his competitive spirit. Is she afraid that Ning Fan would not use his full strength and hold back his strength, which would cause him to fail to get 7 bamboo leaves? I'm just telling the truth. Hong Yi's face was as cold as a rock. Is that so? Then, you can look forward to seeing how many bamboo leaves I get. Ning Fan was not provoked and he did not have any competitive spirit either. He had always given his all when he did things. He would never hold back. Half a day later, Ning Fan adjusted his breathing to his peak state. With a step, he stepped into the lightning teleportation formation. Immediately after, Hong Yi made a series of hand seals and activated the formation map, teleporting Ning Fan to the cloud realm in the upper layer. The scenery around him changed rapidly. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan had already appeared above a 1,000,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, sea of black lightning. He stepped on the black clouds. The soft clouds did not give him much of a sense of reality. Ning Fan scanned his surroundings. In the far east, he saw a gigantic tower with rolling black lightning bolts piercing through the clouds. It was so tall that he could not see the top of it. It seemed to be the Black Lightning Bamboo Tower. On this sea of clouds, there were countless low-grade lightning spirits and ferocious beasts. However, the strongest among them was only at the nascent Soul Realm. Divine Transformation Realm and Void Refinement Realm beasts did not seem to live here. When they sensed Ning Fan's unusually strong baleful qi, countless ferocious beasts turned pale with fright. They scattered in all directions and fled for their lives. Ning Fan did not chase after those low-grade ferocious beasts. Instead, he looked at the far east with a serious expression. He did not take a single step forward. Instead, he suddenly turned his head around. His left eye flashed with purple light as he stared at the far west and said with a cold smile. There is no tower in the far east. The real Black Lightning Tower is obviously in the west. How dare you display your slight skill in front of me with such a low-grade illusory technique? Show yourself. As Ning Fan roared, his aura force fluctuated. His surging baleful qi actually shattered the surrounding scenery into pieces and dissipated like the reflection of the moon in the water. A muffled groan came from a dark place. It seemed like someone who was hiding in the dark was injured by Ning Fan. The black tower in the far east disappeared. In the middle of the desolate sea of clouds in the far west, a black tower slowly emerged. Countless lightning force formation lights emerged from the surroundings and surrounded Ning Fan. The lightning light turned into a black palace. Ning Fan was no longer in the desolate sea of clouds. Instead, he was standing in a black lightning palace that looked like a maze. Only by walking out of this palace could he head to the black lightning tower in the far west. The empty palace was 10,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang wide. On the brick wall of the palace, there was a plaque with a row of words written in black ink. The first formation, the true illusion stage. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Right now, this palace and the previous illusions were the true illusion stage. Previously, when he released his baleful qi, he had slightly injured the person who was hiding in the dark. That person was probably the one who controlled this stage. I am the White Lightning Realm Spirit. You are just an ant from the lower world. How dare you injure me? You are courting death. I will definitely let you die in the true illusion stage. In the dark, a furious voice that sounded like an old man attacked Ning Fan with an early void refinement realm aura force. However, it was extinguished by Ning Fan with a flick of his sleeve. You? Ning Fan sneered. Don't you dare be so arrogant. Witness the power of my formation. The mysterious expert shouted angrily and activated the true illusion formation. Immediately, two figures of women whom Ning Fan had never expected to appear appeared in front of him. Kill one of them and you can pass the first stage. If you can't, you will be trapped in this formation forever. The mysterious expert sneered. This joke isn't funny. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Not everything could be used to set up a stage. The two figures that appeared in front of him were Jiha. When Ning Fan observed them carefully, he was surprised to find out that these two Jiha were somewhat similar. They seemed to be illusions but also seemed real at the same time. One of them was connected to Jiha's luck through the heavenly Tao. It could be considered as Jiha's true body. If this true body dies, Jiha's luck would be greatly damaged. As for the other one, it was an illusion which could be killed at will. If he kills Jiha's true body by mistake, the consequences would be unimaginable. As for Ning Fan, he did not have the intention to kill Jiha at all. Don't force me to take action after dispersing my wife's luck. Otherwise, you will regret it. Ning Fan's tone became even colder. His words were filled with ice-cold killing intent. Regret? Who do you think you are? How can you make me regret? The mysterious elderly man burst into laughter with extreme disdain. You must die. Ning Fan closed his eyes and said no more. There were 3 stages in front of the Black Lightning Tower. The first stage was the true illusion stage. In the lower level of the Black Lightning realm, Hong Yi stood in front of the teleportation formation. Her blood-red eyes seemed to have sensed something. That damned vile creature actually woke up at this moment. With this vile creature in the way, I'm afraid it will be extremely dangerous for that young man to break through the 3 stages. Humph. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed this vile creature in the past. I wonder if that young man Zhou Ming can break through the 3 stages under the situation where this vile creature is personally controlling the formation. True Illusion Stage, Immortal Mortal Stage and Tao Life Stage. These 3 stages are the ancient formations of the White Lightning Realm. They communicate with the heavenly Tao and are extraordinary. Now that the White Lightning Realm spirit is causing trouble, that young man will have to pay a great price if he's careless. He might even implicate his loved ones. When the White Lightning Realm spirit was still alive, no one could pass through the 3 stages of Immortal Emperor Taisu's tests. Zhou Ming. Even though this young man is just an ant, I wonder if he can surprise me again. Hong Yi said coldly. 1/3, to be continued. For half a day, there was still no sign of him breaking through the first stage. In the lower Black Lightning Realm, Hong Yi's eyes darkened. She took out a blood-colored bronze mirror and pointed at it. The image of the upper cloud realm could be vaguely seen in the mirror. In the first stage of the Lightning Palace, Ning Fan had been standing still with his eyes closed for half a day. Outside the formation, there was a gray-robed old man mocking him. He was controlling the illusions in the formation to bewitch Ning Fan. Hong Yi's gaze gradually turned cold. If she was not mistaken, the gray-gowned old man hiding outside the formation was the White Lightning Realm's world spirit. A mere world spirit dares to touch my people? You're courting death. No matter what, Ning Fan was her subordinate. For him to be trapped by a mere world spirit really infuriated her. Unfortunately, she was in the form of a primordial spirit and she did not dare to enter the cloud realm in the upper layer to help Ning Fan recklessly. Just as his anger rose, Ning Fan's brows twitched. After half a day, he finally opened his eyes. Real, illusion. 2 demon stars appeared in his left eye, and 2 devil stars appeared in his right eye. The 2 divine stars between his eyebrows emitted traces of lightning. He seemed to have understood something, but he became even more perplexed. He looked at the 2 paper cranes in front of him. Their faces were exactly the same, and their smiles were exactly the same. It was hard to tell which one was the real one. For half a day, he did not find any exit from the first stage. The world spiritist old man did not lie. If he wanted to pass the first trial, he had to kill one of the 2 Jiha. Of the 2 paper cranes, one was a real shadow, and the other was an illusion. If he killed the true image, it would harm the luck of Jiha's true body. If he could eliminate the illusion, he would be able to pass this stage. However, he was somewhat unwilling to do so. He could kill billions of living beings, but there were also people he couldn't kill. Back then, the heart demon phantom was an illusion of a paper crane, and he could not bear to sever it. Today, he was also reluctant. One of them was wearing plain clothes while the other one was wearing a white fox fur coat. After Ning Fan opened his eyes, both of them walked towards him. Their delicate and pretty faces still had the same childishness that they had in the past. That immature and innocent expression softened Ning Fan's heart that was like a stone. Both of them smiled brightly as if seeing Ning Fan safe and sound was the happiest thing in the world. One of them, Jiha, was embarrassed. She mustered her courage and held Ning Fan's hand. His small hand was still as cold as before. The other Jiha's face was filled with anger and happiness, but there was also a trace of grievance, as if she was blaming Ning Fan for not returning after so long. Big brother Fan, kill me and you can pass the first round. The 2 girls calmly told the truth. This fact made Ning Fan even more hesitant. He had defiled himself and shouldered countless sins. He could slaughter the world and bear the infamy of 1,000 years, but he could not steel his heart to destroy Jiha, even if the so-called Jiha was only an illusion. His heart struggled even more. The Thunder Palace in front of him gradually became blurry, and layers of illusions appeared. The first illusion was the All-Pleasure Sect. The second illusion was 7 Apricot City. The third illusion was Ningqing. One after another, the illusions shrouded Ning Fan. As he sank deeper and deeper into the illusion, it became harder for him to extricate himself from it. Outside the formation, the gray-robed old man's sneer grew even wider. His sneer echoed in the illusion. Weak, too weak. You can't even bear to kill the true and false shadows, yet you still want to pass the first round? With such a weak mind, I really don't know how you managed to reach this level. Weak? Ning Fan's eyes turned cold, but his heart gradually calmed down. The last illusion stopped at the night of their parting. Under the grapevine, Jiha murmured her little wish. Big brother Fan, when you come back from the endless sea, can you bring me an orchid of the bell? Jiha said. The orchid of the endless sea. I heard that when the wind blows, it can produce a sound like a wind chime. It's very pleasant to listen to. When I heard that sound, I knew that you've returned. Jiha said. Ning Fan closed his eyes. He thought that he could distinguish between the 2 Jiha's real and false shadows. In the end, he realized that it was just an extravagant hope. From the beginning, he did not treat the 2 Jiha as illusions, and he was even more reluctant to kill them. Which is real and which is an illusion, so what if I can tell them apart? So what if I can't tell them apart? If I can tell them apart, will Ning Fan be willing to kill them? Ning Fan's lips curved into a warm smile. He reached out his hand and caressed the cheeks of the 2 Jiha with his usual doting expression. He would never hurt Jiha. Never. Whether she is real or an illusion, He activated the power of the heart formation and gradually understood why this true illusion grand formation could find Ning Fan's weakness and create Jiha to mess up his mind. It turned out that the power of this true illusion grand formation had already invaded his heart and seen through all his weaknesses. Peeking at the weakness of my heart and setting up illusions to bewitch me, the coldness in his eyes became even deeper. He formed a sword with his finger and a ray of sword chi pierced through his heart. Immediately, his white robes were dyed red with blood. His heart was pierced by a ray of sword chi. The pain was bone-piercing. That pain did not make Ning Fan frown at all. All he could do was shout coldly, "Get out of my heart!" When the sword pierced through his heart, a trace of formation force was forced out from his heart. At the same time, a muffled groan of injury could be heard. The injured person was none other than the elderly world spiritist who plotted against Ning Fan outside the formation. The elderly world spiritist was shocked. Ever since he was conferred the title of White Lightning Realm Spirit by immortal Emperor Tai Su, he had seen countless cultivators who entered the White Lightning Broken World. No one had ever been able to break through Tai Su's 3 questions while he was controlling the formation force. It was because Tai Su's 3 questions directly pointed at the weakness of a person's heart. No one in the world could give up their weakness. Emotions were the weakness of a sentient person while indifference was the weakness of a heartless person. With the help of the formation force, the elderly world spiritist barely found the weakness of Ning Fan's heart and used the formation force to create Jiha. This true illusion grand formation was extremely mysterious. It borrowed the power of the heavenly Tao to condense one reality and one illusion. Only by killing the illusion could one break the formation. The intruder must distinguish between reality and illusion. If he could not, he would accidentally kill the true shadow and hurt the person who created the illusion. In the past, the intruder would either kill the illusion with indifference, escape out of fear, or make a choice repeatedly before finally killing the illusion. No one had ever broken their own heart to break the formation like Ning Fan did. As Ning Fan crushed his own heart, the layers of illusions shattered into pieces. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Ning Fan's mouth. When the 2 Jiha saw this scene, they felt a piercing pain in their bones. Be it the real Jiha or the fake Jiha, both of them felt sorry for Ning Fan from the bottom of their hearts. Ning Fan's eyes widened. He was even more confused about the authenticity of the 2 Jiha. However, why would he need to distinguish between them? I can't distinguish between reality and illusion, and I don't need to. Whether it's reality or illusion, I won't hurt her. The word true and illusion refers to all unfounded and rootless obsessions. That reality is the realm that countless immortals strive to attain. I can't see through it because my cultivation base is still low. Do you think you can see through it? You're just an early void refinement realm spirit. Do you think you're qualified to see through reality and illusion? Even though I can't distinguish between reality and illusion, I've already figured out a way to make the illusions disappear. Fundamentally, illusion techniques are just bewitching people's minds. The key to breaking the illusion is to break the heart. What is reality and what is illusion? When the heart is in chaos, the illusion will be destroyed. Whether it's reality or illusion, as long as it's your shadow, it's all reality in my heart. You are my Dao Zhen. With the power of the black star in his body, Ning Fan's heart condensed again. This time, his heart was as firm as iron and stone. No matter how strong the power of the true illusion formation was, it could not invade his heart. He closed his eyes. His heart was as calm as a lake without any ripples. When he opened his eyes again, the illusory formation shattered like glass. However, neither of the 2 Jiha disappeared. Both of them are real. When this thought rose in Ning Fan's mind, the 2 of them began to disappear at the same time. Whether they were reality or illusion, he couldn't tell. It was this indescribable realm that was the embodiment of the extreme comprehension of the 2 words true and illusion. Ning Fan suddenly recalled the scenes when he became Zidou's disciple. When he was at the mortal severing realm, he entered an illusory realm and became Zidou's disciple, learning the wind mist finger. In that place, he met his mother and Jiha. He thought that it was just an illusion. However, Zidou said that the illusion might not be fake. You entered the broken world from the endless sea, your mind entered the cloud sea from the broken world, and your Taoist heart entered the heart fantasy from the cloud sea. Have you really seen through which world is real and which is fake? The you who is diligently pursuing knowledge right now might not be a dream. The you who is killing in the rain world might not be the real you. Reality and illusion are only separated by a single thought. Boom, at this moment, when he recalled immortal sovereign Zido's words, he vaguely realized that the phrase truth and illusion are only separated by a single thought probably referred to all the truths and illusions in the world. Perhaps the paper crane was just an illusion. However, when Ning Fan was obsessed with her, the illusion became the real one. When Ning Fan's heart sank, the illusion also returned to nothingness. True and false are only separated by a single thought. Perhaps in this world, there is no such thing as true and false. Ning Fan's Tao comprehension gradually rose, but he forcefully cut it off. His realm was too low, and he had only just begun to comprehend the word void. He didn't have the qualifications to ask about the word true. The word truth was the truth of the Tao, a great Tao that only life immortals were barely qualified to pursue. If the first step cultivators pursued immortality, then the second step cultivators pursued the truth of the Tao. However, the second step cultivators pursued the truth of the Tao. Impossible. You actually didn't destroy the illusion but made it self-destruct. This is absolutely impossible. Since ancient times until now, none of the life immortal realm experts who came to this place could see through the difference between reality and illusion. How did you do it? The elderly world spiritist shouted in anger. He had used all his strength to control the illusory formation to attack Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan had forcefully broken the illusory formation, causing him to suffer great injuries. After the illusory formation was broken, a lightning gate mysteriously appeared in the lightning palace. It was the path to the second stage. The elderly world spiritist felt a little scared. Since Ning Fan could break through the first stage, he might also be able to break through the second and the third stage. He harbored evil intentions and plotted against Ning Fan. If Ning Fan manages to break through the third stage and find him, Ning Fan would certainly attack him. Even though the elderly world spiritist was at the early void refinement realm and his cultivation base was higher than Ning Fan's, he could already tell that Ning Fan was not someone to be trifled with. In addition, the elderly world spiritist's formation was broken and he was injured from the backlash. Thus, he was in a disadvantageous state. Thus, he was unwilling to fight Ning Fan. The elderly world spiritist's heart was filled with regret. He regretted provoking Ning Fan with his reverse scale. However, it was already useless for him to regret. The only thing he could do now was to activate the formation of the second stage with all his strength to stop Ning Fan. The second stage is the question of immortals and mortals. The stage set up by immortal Emperor Tai Su is definitely not something immortal like you can break through. The elderly world spiritist grinned hideously. Immortal Emperor Tai Su? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with contemplation. This true illusion formation was extremely mysterious. It could borrow the power of the heavenly Tao. It was definitely not an ordinary immortal formation. It turned out that the one who set up this formation was actually an immortal emperor. So, this immortal emperor had originally set up this formation to test a cultivator's comprehension of the true illusion Tao? Did he not have any ill intentions? It seemed like the elderly world spiritist was the one who harbored evil intentions against Ning Fan. Looking at the lightning gate that led to the second stage, Ning Fan stopped pondering and calmly walked towards it. However, just as he approached the lightning gate, a ray of lightning suddenly shot out from the gate and landed on Ning Fan's palm. It turned into a blood-red lightning power fragment. There was a faint trace of starlight flowing on the surface of the fragment. The starlight flashed and went into Ning Fan's glabella. He originally had two divine stars. One was the star of imperial lightning and the other was the star of melting Yin. However, as the starlight shone into his glabella, a third of the blood-red divine star condensed on it. After breaking through the true illusion stage, I can actually condense a third of the divine star. Ning Fan's expression changed. Could it be that this divine star is the reward for breaking through the stage? As the divine star condensed, an old and majestic voice that transcended the ancient times resounded in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. I am Lightning Emperor Tai Su. This star is your reward for breaking through the stage. After breaking through 3 stages, you can condense the Tai Su Lightning Star. Tai Su Lightning Star? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. He activated a third of the divine star and a blood-red electric arc immediately appeared on his palm. The electric arc made a sizzling sound. As soon as it appeared, Ning Fan was caught off guard. One of his palms was directly scorched by the electric arc. His physical body was incredibly strong, but it was still easily injured by this electric arc. This electric arc was the blood lightning of the heavenly tribulation that Ning Fan had devoured in the past. It originally did not have such terrifying power, and it was impossible for it to injure Ning Fan. His lightning power was amplified and strengthened. The culprit that increased Ning Fan's lightning power was actually the third of the Taisu lightning star. Just condensing a third of the lightning star had actually strengthened Ning Fan's lightning power by several times. The amount of lightning power did not change, but its power had increased. Each trace of lightning power was a few times stronger than before. If Ning Fan completely condenses the Taisu lightning star, wouldn't his lightning power receive an even more terrifying strengthening effect? The first divine star was an elemental star. The second divine star was the divine ability star. The third divine star was the strengthening star. That old man from the spirit realm deserves death. The Taisu lightning star can be kept. Ning Fan's tone was cold. He took a step into the lightning door. The second stage, the immortal and mortal stage, in the lower layer of the black lightning realm, Hong Yi's eyes were filled with astonishment when she saw the image in the copper mirror. Ning Fan had actually broken through the true illusion stage perfectly. His speed of breaking through was even faster than her in the past. In the past, I dominated the rain world, but I could only reach the third stage. Just condensing 2/3 of the Taisu lightning star was already enough to intimidate everyone. Since this young man can condense 1/3 of the Taisu lightning star, he can already be considered as a peerless genius in the 9 worlds. If he condenses 2/3 of the Taisu lightning star, his achievements in the future will certainly not be any weaker than mine in the past. Thousands of years later, he will certainly be an invincible existence in the rain world who can make the rain palace tremble. If he can condense the complete Taisu lightning star, no one in the 9 worlds will be able to match his potential. No. He shouldn't be able to do it. After Lightning Emperor Taisu, no one has been able to condense a complete lightning star. Even I have only condensed 2/3 of it. Hong Yi frowned. In her mind, she could not help but recall what Ning Fan said when he broke through the first stage. The key to breaking through illusions lies in breaking one's heart. What is reality and what is illusion? When one's heart is in chaos, the illusion will disappear. You are my Dao Zhen. Even with Hong Yi's cold and arrogant personality, she actually showed a hint of admiration. This young man's cultivation base might still be low. However, in terms of Dao comprehension, even I am not as good as him. Perhaps, he can successfully condense the complete Taisu lightning star? At that moment, compared to obtaining the dark golden bamboo leaves to heal her injuries, Hong Yi was more concerned about Ning Fan's progress in breaking through the stage. Could Ning Fan do something that she could not? February 3rd, to be continued. The second stage was the immortal and mortal stage. Standing in the second lightning palace, Ning Fan's heart sank. He was no longer confused by any illusions in this place. The second lightning palace was a world of birds and flowers. Within the sea of flowers, there were 2 paths that led to 2 different exits. One of the paths was filled with spiritual qi, immortal music, and mysterious cranes dancing in the sky. At the entrance of the path, there was a monument named Immortal Path. The other path was quiet and peaceful. There were only lonely night butterflies flying in the sky. At the entrance of the path, there was a monument named Mortal Path. The 2 paths led to 2 different exits. Both exits were covered by mist and lightning, making it hard to see them clearly. However, Ning Fan sharply sensed that the Dao aura of the 2 paths were different. This was the difference between immortals and mortals. Do I have to choose one of these 2 paths? Ning Fan pondered for a while. The difference between immortals and mortals was an extremely common topic in the cultivation world. It was set up here by Lightning Emperor Taisu as a test. If I pass the test, I will be able to obtain the other third of the lightning star. If I fail, I will probably face a lot of dangers. After all, with the first stage as a warning, Ning Fan could imagine that there must be an elderly world spiritist plotting against him in the dark. As expected, when Ning Fan was pondering, that sarcastic voice rang again. Junior. The path of immortals and mortals is filled with life and death. If you can choose the right path, you will be able to enter the third stage. If you fail, you will die. Ning Fan ignored the elderly world spiritist. His eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. He did not believe that the elderly world spiritist would be so kind as to tell him the method to pass the stage. The elderly world spiritist said that one of the two paths was life and death. However, in Ning Fan's eyes, these two paths were not that simple. If he chooses the path of immortality, he would have to abandon the mortal world. To ordinary cultivators, it might be the right path. However, Ning Fan had experienced the mortal severing in the Sea of Clouds. He already understood that the so-called mortal severing was not to cut off his mortal past but to cut off the weakness of mortals. The path of immortality must not be chosen. Ning Fan was very confident that once he chooses the path of immortality, he would most likely die. It was the path of death. If he chooses the path of mortality, he would have to abandon the immortal Tao. To cultivators, abandoning the path of immortality meant abandoning their cultivation base. The outcome of choosing the path of mortality was self-evident. They would also die. With Ning Fan's intelligence, he had already seen through the vicious intentions of the elderly man. The old man tricked Ning Fan into choosing one of the paths to enter. However, no matter which path he chose, it would still be a dead end. It was impossible for the elderly man to warn Ning Fan out of kindness in the first place. He was just trying to lure Ning Fan to his death. I won't choose either of the two paths. Ning Fan sneered. With a flick of his sleeves, a gust of wind appeared and he clawed at the air with his 5 fingers. Purple-golden smoke rose and the two paths collapsed in front of his eyes. They were eroded by the wind and eventually disappeared. What? The elderly man was greatly astonished. He had never expected that Ning Fan would be able to see through the tests of the mortal and immortal paths with just a single glance. Following the collapse of the immortal and mortal paths, the old man spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His injuries worsened, and the backlash was extremely severe. This was the price of murdering Ning Fan. That's right, you can't choose any one of these two paths. Choosing immortals and abandoning mortals, choosing mortals and abandoning immortals, are both wrong. The elderly man had never expected that Ning Fan, a mere divine transformation realm ant, could actually see through the difference between an immortal and a mortal. What shocked him even more was that not only did Ning Fan see through the difference between the two Tao paths, he even used a strange method to directly erode the immortal Tao and mortal Tao. No one had ever been able to completely destroy the two Tao paths. What kind of power is that purple golden smoke? It's actually so terrifying. Even that arrogant woman in the past barely managed to pass through this stage after using some tricks. She could not destroy the immortal Tao and mortal Tao at all. You've destroyed both the immortal Tao and mortal Tao. You've destroyed the lightning door. You can no longer enter the third stage. The elderly man forced himself to calm down and said. Is that so? Ning Fan did not say much. He walked through the sea of flowers with each step. Each of his steps carried the tremendous strength of a 4th-level Jade Life Realm cultivator, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Step by step, he forcefully crushed the sea of flowers and carved out a path in the sea of flowers. I have already understood the difference between immortals and mortals. Immortals are people who stand on the mountain while mortals are trapped in the point of samsara. If the Tao is like a mountain, I will be an immortal when I go up the mountain and immortal when I descend the mountain. If samsara is like a cage, I will be immortal when I enter it and an immortal when I break it. Immortality and mortals are also separated by a single thought. My Tao is not that of an immortal, nor is it that of a mortal. The path that I walk on is my Tao. Ning Fan walked through the sea of flowers step by step, carving out his own path. At the end of the path, a lightning door slowly emerged. That was the real exit, Ning Fan nodded. He already had some guesses about the stages of Tai Su's 3 questions. This stage was left behind by Lightning Emperor Tai Su. The first stage was to test a cultivator's ability to distinguish between true and false Tao. The second stage was to test whether a cultivator had his own Tao. The third stage was called Tao and Life. Perhaps the cultivator would have to make a choice between Tao and life. When he first entered the first stage, Ning Fan was still confused. That was why he was trapped in the illusion for half a day. After entering the second stage, Ning Fan's mind became clear. The test of immortals and mortals could no longer hinder him. Next, he wanted to enter the third stage. Inside the lightning door, another trace of blood-red lightning power flashed and went into Ning Fan's glabella. Under the nourishment of this trace of lightning power, the incomplete and illusory Tai Su lightning star slowly condensed to 2/3 of its original size. With 2/3 of the lightning power remaining, Ning Fan felt that the lightning power in his body was boiling. The amount of lightning power did not change, but its destructive power increased by a few times again. On his palm, blood-red lightning arcs crackled like the shrill cries of thousands of birds. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. His hand was surrounded by blood-red lightning. Without using any lightning techniques, it would only take him a second to kill any half-step Void Refinement Realm cultivator with this lightning power. Even if it is a Void Glimpse stage cultivator, he or she would certainly suffer severe injuries after being attacked by Ning Fan's lightning arcs. This is just 2/3 of the full power of the lightning star, huh? If I had the complete lightning star, some weaker Void Glimpse stage cultivators would probably be severely injured by the lightning arcs or even die from it. After condensing 2/3 of the lightning star, not only did it increase the lightning might in Ning Fan's body, but it also gave him a strange feeling. At this moment, he felt like he had become the Lord of Lightning. This feeling was not particularly obvious when he condensed 1/3 of the Tai Su lightning star. However, after breaking through the second stage and condensing 2/3 of the lightning star, Ning Fan's control over the lightning power became even more domineering. He recalled the experience when Hong Yi casually snatched his spirit-shattering whip. At that time, what Hong Yi relied on was her control and command over lightning. At that time, Hong Yi could easily snatch away Ning Fan's lightning treasure. Now, however, she could no longer do it. I'm afraid that Hong Yi also has the Tai Su lightning star, but it's most likely only 2/3 of it. If I break through the third stage, my control of thunder power will be even higher than hers. With a single step, Ning Fan entered the lightning door. Amidst the roaring thunder, he passed through the layers of lightning and appeared in the third Thunder Palace. This Thunder Palace was the final test to get out of the palace. If he were to pass this trial, not only would he be able to form a complete lightning star, he would also be able to kill the world spirit for revenge. The third trial, the trial of Dao Fate, the elderly man's eyes were filled with fear. He had seen Ning Fan pass 2 stages consecutively with his own eyes and witnessed the terrifying destructive power of Ning Fan's blood lightning. Currently, his injuries were extremely severe. Even though he had an early Void Refinement Realm cultivation base, he certainly could not withstand the ferocious might of Ning Fan's blood lightning. As the spirit of the White Lightning Realm, he knew very well how terrifying the might of a 2/3 condensed Tai Su lightning star was. That Tai Su lightning star actually contained all of Lightning Emperor Tai Su's comprehension towards the Tao of Lightning. Other than Tai Su, no one else had ever obtained a complete lightning star. If Ning Fan obtains it, none of the cultivators of the Tao of Lightning at the same level as him would be his match in the future. I must never let you pass the third trial. The elderly man's eyes were filled with madness. He controlled the formation and summoned lightning spirits from the wild beasts in an attempt to attack Ning Fan. However, before these wild beasts could even get close to Ning Fan, they were all killed by Ning Fan's lightning finger. It was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. The elderly man could not stop Ning Fan from passing the trial. Ning Fan did not pay attention to the elderly man. He scanned his surroundings with his eyes. There were countless lightning rays in the sky and they condensed into 2 heavenly paths that led to 2 exits in the sky. At one of the exits, there was a stone tablet with the word Tao written on it. On the other path, there was a stone tablet with the word Fate written on it. This trial was obviously very similar to the second one. However, the topic of this trial was far more difficult than the second one. Tao or Fate? Which one was more precious to a cultivator? The path of Tao or the path of Fate? Which one was the correct path? Ning Fan's brows were tightly knitted together. He stood there for half a day. He had once comprehended the difference between an immortal and a mortal. That was why he was able to pass the trial in a single step. However, he had never thought about the difference between Tao and Fate. Throughout his journey, he would sometimes uphold the devil Tao. Sometimes, he would disguise himself as the righteous Tao. Sometimes, he would go against the demon Tao. His Tao was complicated and messy. Throughout his journey, he regarded human lives as worthless. to him, the only thing he could do was to kill his enemies. The only difference was whether he would kill one generation or 10,000 generations. By killing one generation, he would give the enemy a chance to reincarnate. This kind of enemy might have a different Tao, but there was no deep hatred between them. By killing 10,000 generations, he would eliminate any possibility of the enemy seeking revenge. This kind of enemy would certainly have a grudge against Ning Fan. Ning Fan closed his eyes and his mind gradually calmed down. Be it Tao or fate, they might be precious to cultivators. However, to him, they were not worth mentioning at all. Seeing Ning Fan fall into a predicament, the elderly man naturally heaved a sigh of relief. Inwardly, he sneered. No one had ever broken through this trial before. Some cultivators chose Tao but lost their lives because of it. They died in this place. Some cultivators chose fate but lost their Tao because of it. Even so, they could barely avoid death. The elderly man sneered. If he had to choose, he would naturally choose fate. It was because someone had once told him, if I punch you, your life will be scattered. If you lose your life, why would you still cultivate the great Tao? Life was the supreme great Tao. In this stage, if you choose your Tao, you will die. If you choose your fate, you will live. However, even if you choose your fate, you will definitely not be able to pass the third stage and come outside to seek revenge on me. It's impossible for you to kill me. The elderly man sneered, but Ning Fan remained unmoved. Life was very important. If one lost their life, they would naturally be unable to cultivate. For cultivators who wholeheartedly pursued higher realms, preserving their own lives was the most important thing. But to an ordinary person, there were too many things in life that were more important than one's life. In fact, they were even more important than Tao. Ning Fan did not agree with the elderly man's opinion. In his eyes, the world spiritist elder was even inferior to the ferocious beasts in the lower black lightning realm that did not fear death. Those ferocious beasts were willing to die to protect the teleportation formation. Even though he was afraid of Ning Fan, he did not take even half a step back. As his enemies, Ning Fan had to kill them. However, he still had a trace of respect for these ferocious beasts. He would only kill them once. These vicious beasts had a Tao in their hearts. In order to protect this Tao, they were willing to die even though they knew they would die. To them, as long as the Tao existed, they would exist. If the Tao died, they would die. Ning Fan recalled the past. He had seen and killed too many of these enemies who had their hearts attached to the Tao. He was deep in thought. Tao comprehension was born. The first step of cultivation consisted of 7 realms. The cultivators of these 7 realms struggled bitterly just to achieve longevity. That was life. The second step of cultivation consisted of 3 realms. The immortals of these 3 realms pursued painstakingly just for the truth of the Tao. However, Ning Fan did not pursue Tao in life. They had never been. He had never cared about longevity. Neither did he care about the truth of the Tao. What he cared about was only the most trivial people and matters. Throughout my journey, I naturally cherished my life. However, there were too many times where I had no choice but to risk my life in Tao sense. I had to fight, snatch and kill my way forward. I had no other choice but to break through my predicament. As long as the Tao exists, I will exist. If the Tao dies, I will die. I can understand this kind of feeling. However, to me, Tao and life are not the most important things. If she is safe and happy, I don't care even if my Tao and life are separated. Tao and life can all be destroyed. Ning Fan pointed his finger. Wind and mist covered the sky, carrying the determination to erode everything. The heavenly path of Tao collapsed, the heavenly path of fate collapsed. The elderly man was filled with shock and fear. He had never seen a cultivator who was so arrogant to the point of destroying the paths of fate and Tao. He did not pursue longevity nor the truth of the Tao. The elderly man could not understand what Ning Fan was pursuing. However, to his horror, he realized that Ning Fan had actually broken the third stage which no one had ever broken before. A gigantic door appeared in the middle of the third lightning palace. The third ray of blood-red lightning went into Ning Fan's glabella. The incomplete and illusory Tai Su lightning star was rapidly restored with the help of this last ray of lightning power. a surge of blood-red lightning power that was as ferocious as monstrous waves spread out from Ning Fan's body. A massive lightning diagram was engraved under his feet and unfolded like a scroll. That lightning diagram was engraved with mysterious patterns. When this lightning diagram appeared, all the lightning in the myriad world seemed to have to submit to Ning Fan's feet. Ning Fan's body emitted a divine aura that could not be looked at directly. It was earth-shattering. His cold and frightening eyes could move all living beings. Tai Su lightning diagram. The elderly man was so shocked that he wanted to die. This lightning diagram was one of immortal Emperor Tai Su's trump cards. By summoning this lightning diagram, it could absorb almost all lightning attacks of the same level. The 3 questions of Tai Su that no one had ever broken since ancient times was broken at this moment. The lightning palace collapsed. Ning Fan stepped on the lightning diagram in the ruins and stared coldly at an elderly man in grey robes from afar. That person was none other than the elderly man. He was the despicable person who deliberately made things difficult for Ning Fan and wanted to kill him. You can die now. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with indifference. He raised his 5 fingers and clawed at the sky. Borrowing the power of the lightning diagram, countless lightning bolts obeyed his command and turned into a gigantic blood-red lightning palm, slamming down on the elderly man. The destructive power of that palm was definitely comparable to a void glimpse stage attack. The elderly man's expression changed greatly. If it was any other time, he would be injured after receiving this palm strike, but he would not die. Today, however, he plotted against Ning Fan viciously. Ning Fan broke through the stages 3 times in a row and he suffered a backlash 3 times. Due to his severe injuries, his cultivation base had already fallen to the half-step void refinement realm. Being struck by the lightning palm, he did not even have the time to escape. All he could do was to use all of his lightning power to form a faint golden primordial lightning armor in front of his chest. The golden lightning armor was the 2nd grade of the primordial lightning armor. It was enough to defend against void refinement realm attacks. This lightning armor was just a faint golden color. There were still some traces of silver color that had yet to fade. It could not completely nullify a void glimpse stage attack, but it could still protect his body. It was enough for him to only suffer injuries but not die. However, as soon as this primordial lightning armor was formed, something strange happened. The lightning diagram beneath Ning Fan's feet suddenly shone with profound lightning wings as if it was giving an order to the primordial lightning armor. That lightning armor could not resist it and directly shattered, turning into specks of lightning which were absorbed into the Tai Su lightning diagram. Without the full defensive power of the primordial lightning armor, the elderly man had to forcefully endure the destructive power of Ning Fan's lightning palm. With the strengthening effect of the Tai Su lightning star, the destructive power of that palm strike was comparable to a void glimpse stage attack. It landed on the defenseless elderly man and engulfed him with destructive lightning might. You're just a divine transformation realm cultivator, but you're actually so strong. Ah! The elderly man could not believe what he saw. He let out a miserable shriek and died within the lightning, turning into ashes. From then on, Tai Su's 3 questions was completely broken. The lightning palace had already disappeared. From today onwards, no one could receive the reward from Lightning Emperor Tai Su. Ning Fan dispersed the lightning light and the lightning diagram. He touched the 3rd divine star on his forehead and revealed a satisfied look. The strengthening effect of the 3rd star was very strong. If he has the opportunity, with the strength of the 3rd star, Ning Fan would definitely have the chance to become the next Thunder Sovereign Buzhou after 1,000 years. One day has already passed. I can't delay any longer. I should head to the Black Lightning Tower as soon as possible. Condense. Ning Fan performed a hand seal with all 10 of his fingers. His hand seals were exactly the same as the elderly man's. It was the hand seal of the primordial lightning armor. Inside his dantian, a palm-sized primordial spirit was enveloped by a slightly illusory silver lightning armor, protecting it from the sneak attacks of the undead spirits in the lightning tower. Ning Fan's primordial lightning armor was just at the 1st grade of silver lightning since he had just started cultivating it. A 1st grade silver lightning armor could only defend against the primordial spirit attacks of early divine transformation realm experts. However, this lightning armor had an advantage. It could advance to the next grade by devouring the lightning in the primordial spirit of a lightning cultivator. After killing the elderly man, Ning Fan did not leave any corpse behind. Only the lightning light that filled the sky remained. That elderly man was originally a realm spirit of the White Lightning realm. He was a unique spiritual body that did not have a physical body. It was just a body of lightning light. His corpse was the lightning light. Among the lightning light, there was also the lightning light that was transformed from his primordial spirit. It was a great supplement for the primordial lightning armor. Ning Fan naturally would not waste the lightning power of his primordial spirit. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the lightning light into his abdomen, refining it into his lightning armor. The lightning power of a Void Refinement Realm expert was extremely powerful. It directly improved the grade of his lightning armor to the second grade of Silver Lightning Armor. The second grade of Silver Lightning Armor was enough to defend against the primordial spirit attacks of mid-divine transformation realm experts. I wonder how much lightning power of the undead spirits can I devour after killing my way to the 7th floor of the Black Lightning Tower. I wonder what grade this primordial lightning armor will reach. Ning Fan's eyes were burning with passion. If he has enough lightning primordial spirit to devour, this primordial lightning armor would definitely be a powerful defensive method that was hard to come by. In the lower level of the Black Lightning realm, Xianxia was speechless. Ning Fan broke through 3 levels in a row and killed a realm spirit. Every word he said made her unable to let go. She had really underestimated him. Ning Fan had actually solved the 3 questions of Tai Su and obtained the Tai Su Lightning Star. I didn't expect that such an outstanding talent would appear in the Rain World in just 10,000 years. This kid is very good. He has the Wind Mist Finger and the Tai Su Lightning Star. He can help me achieve great things. Xianxia seemed to be convinced of something. He kept the copper mirror and no longer peeked at Ning Fan. After all, he was unable to continue peeking at Ning Fan. The Black Lightning Tower concealed the heavenly secrets. She, who was just a copper mirror, could not see what Ning Fan was doing. But she didn't think it was necessary. The current Ning Fan had solved the 3 questions of Tai Su, condensed the Tai Su Lightning Star and comprehended the Tai Su Lightning Diagram technique randomly. With his strength, it was more than enough for him to kill his way to the 7th floor of the Black Lightning Tower. In fact, he could even explore the first 10 floors. It was definitely not a problem for Ning Fan to pick the dark golden bamboo leaves. Xianxia had never thought that the helper she had casually picked up would be such an impressive figure. To her, Ning Fan was of great value. 3/3 added, to be continued. The Sky Thunder Bamboo Pagoda had a total of 100 floors. The pagoda was filled with dead spirits that used thunder to condense souls. Most of them had low intelligence. There were no Void Refinement Realm undead spirits on the first 4 floors. From the 5th floor onwards, Void Refinement Realm undead spirits would appear. However, most of them were Void Glimpse stage lightning spirits. The higher one went, the stronger the dead spirits would be. After reaching the 10th floor, there would be a Void Inquiry stage lightning spirit. Within the 10 levels, there would be no difficulty, but above the 10 levels, it would be difficult. Even though he had experienced the Void Inquiry stage, he was just a half-step Void Refinement Realm expert after all. If he were to face a true Void Inquiry stage expert, he would have no chance of winning. He pressed his palm on the door of the Black Lightning Tower. Lightning flashed and Ning Fan's figure drifted into the tower. He appeared in a black desert on the first floor of the Black Lightning Tower. The desert was boundless and filled with hazy thunder mist. The thunder spiritual energy here was extremely dense, making it the best place to cultivate thunder techniques. However, it was a pity that Ning Fan did not come here for secluded cultivation. He was in a rush and it was impossible for him to stay here for too long. To his left, he could vaguely sense the fluctuations of the battle through the misty thunder mist. Ning Fan scanned the area with his spirit sense. There were more than 10 undead spirits fighting each other 60,000 li * 500 m per li, away to the west. The dozen or so dead spirits were roughly humanoid in shape, but they had only one eye and sharp fangs. Their entire bodies were naked and covered with scales. They had no sexual characteristics and were neither male nor female. According to Xianxia's information, only when the dead spirits broke through the deity transformation realm could they gain intelligence and develop a pair of eyes, basically looking like humans. All of the dead spirits were at least at the nascent soul level. The strongest among them was at the peak of the nascent soul level. However, as long as they didn't break through to the soul formation stage, they wouldn't have any intelligence, and their behavior would be no different from beasts. These dozen or so dead spirits were fighting over the corpse of a soul formation dead spirit. Undead spirits could advance by devouring other corpses. Whoever could devour this soul formation cultivator's corpse would be able to increase their cultivation by leaps and bounds. Undead spirits fighting for corpses. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He took a step forward and appeared 60,000 li * 500 m per li away. The smoke dissipated, and he appeared in the middle of the dead spirits. He stepped on a dead body with a cold look in his eyes. Seeing Ning Fan appear out of nowhere, the 10 or so undead spirits thought that he was here to snatch the corpse. All of their eyes were filled with rage. The dead spirits were enraged. They opened their bloody mouths and spat out lightning bolts, letting out earth-shattering roars. Roar, each of the lightning rays was powerful enough to kill an ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator. However, when so many of them struck Ning Fan's body, they disappeared mysteriously. Since Ning Fan possessed the Tai Su lightning star and condensed the lightning diagram, he could even devour the lightning light of the void glimpse stage. Why would he be afraid of the lightning of a mere nascent soul realm cultivator? With a flick of his finger, a blood-colored arc of lightning shot out. In an instant, 10,000 blood-colored lightning bolts shot down. The dozen or so dead spirits had never seen such a scene before, and all of them fled in terror. However, could a mere nascent soul realm cultivator escape from Ning Fan's hands? The answer was no. When the lightning struck, all of the undead spirits were instantly killed, leaving behind a severely injured peak nascent soul realm undead spirit. Ning Fan had purposely not killed it. The undead spirit of Yuan Yan was frightened and his only eye was full of fear. He was not far from the semi-god realm and he also had some intelligence. He had lived on the first floor for countless years but he had never seen any undead spirit with Ning Fan's strength. Even the lightning lord of the first floor who possessed half-step void refinement realm strength was not as frightening as Ning Fan's. Without giving it any chance to beg for mercy, Ning Fan directly and coldly searched its soul and memory. After all, what he got from Hong Yi was only partial information. In order to obtain accurate information about this place, searching its soul and memory was undoubtedly the fastest way. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan put down the undead spirit of Yuan Yan who had turned into an idiot. Then, he pointed his finger and destroyed it. From the broken memories of the undead spirit, Ning Fan had obtained a lot of information other than the complete map of the first floor. There were 100 floors in the lightning tower. The dark golden bamboo leaves on each floor were guarded by the lightning lord. The lightning lord was the strongest undead spirit on this floor. Undead spirits could not devour spiritual items but they could use the spiritual chi that the bamboo leaves gave off to cultivate. Therefore, the bamboo leaves on each floor were occupied by the lightning bamboo. If he wanted to obtain the bamboo leaves, he would just have to kill the lightning lord. Ning Fan's eyes fell on the corpse of the divine transformation realm undead spirit. He pointed his finger and destroyed the corpse, obtaining a trace of primordial lightning which he refined into his lightning armor. Only divine transformation realm undead spirits had primordial spirits and could produce primordial lightning. A trace of primordial lightning was only enough to improve the lightning armor of the second level of the silver grade by a tiny bit. If he wants to break through to the third level of the silver grade, he would probably have to kill a lot of divine transformation realm undead spirits. Of course, if he kills void refinement realm undead spirits, he would naturally be able to break through to the third level of the silver grade. Perhaps he would only need to devour a trace of void refinement realm primordial lightning to break through to the third level of the silver grade. Other than primordial lightning, there were actually other gains which were beyond Ning Fan's expectation. After killing the undead spirits, there was no Dao fruit or demon core. However, a silver lightning jade that was the size of a fingernail condensed. With just a glance, Ning Fan was certain that even though this silver jade contained a lot of lightning power, it was useless to him. Only the undead spirits in this place could devour it. Even though it had no use for him, he still kept it first. The lightning bamboo on the first floor of the Black Lightning Tower is at the half-step void refinement realm. I can destroy it with just a lift of my palm. Ning Fan took a step forward. After confirming a direction, he moved forward. There was no benefit in killing nascent soul realm undead spirits. If he did not kill them, it would be a waste of time. Once he encounters a divine transformation realm undead spirit, he would kill them with a wave of his hand and devour their primordial lightning mercilessly. Along the way to the end of the eastern region of the first floor, Ning Fan had killed 24 divine transformation realm undead spirits. Only 2 hours had passed. 24 traces of primordial lightning only allowed his silver armor to advance by less than 1/5 to the 3rd level. He would probably need to kill at least 100 divine transformation realm undead spirits to upgrade his lightning armor. Other than primordial lightning, Ning Fan had already obtained 25 pieces of silver jade. At the end of the eastern region was a black bamboo forest. Above the bamboo forest, the thunderstorm did not stop. Inside the thunderstorm, there was a gigantic ferocious beast which gave off a peak divine transformation realm aura force. On top of the ferocious beast's head, a burly man in black robes was sitting cross-legged. He was cultivating while holding a dark golden bamboo leaf. Sensing Ning Fan's arrival, the burly man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with ferocious lightning and snorted coldly. "Humph. Human-shaped undead spirit? I've never seen you before. You must be a newly advanced divine transformation realm undead spirit, right? You're just an early divine transformation realm undead spirit. How dare you trespass into my forbidden area? You're courting death. I wonder if your lightning corpse will taste good if I kill you and eat it." The burly man licked his lips and stood up all of a sudden. Without giving Ning Fan any chance to explain himself, he used his 5 fingers to grasp lightning. Traces of silver lightning gathered on his palm and instantly turned into a gigantic silver-winged lightning bird. Then, it flew towards Ning Fan while letting out a shrill cry. The aura force of a half-step void refinement realm expert shook the entire place. The lightning might of the lightning bird was enough to make any peak divine transformation realm expert tremble in fear. He was the Thunderbolt Master. In the first level, he had the power of life and death. Anyone who offended him could be killed. If he wants to devour Ning Fan, why would he need a reason? Ning Fan did not have the mood to talk nonsense with this person. In his eyes, the so-called Lightning Lord of the first floor was just an ant that he could kill with a raise of his hand. Even though the silver-winged lightning bird's aura force was powerful, when it arrived in front of Ning Fan, it exploded without any warning. Before it could even get close to Ning Fan, it was already absorbed and devoured by the lightning diagram. The burly man in black robes was shocked. He was well aware of how powerful his lightning bird technique was. In this first floor of the lightning tower, there was certainly no one who could withstand a single attack from him. You're not an undead spirit of the first floor. You're a half-step void refinement realm expert. You must be an expert from the lower world of the second floor. Ning Fan did not answer him. He just took a step forward. Amidst the 10,000 lightning bolts, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had disappeared from this world. At the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of the burly man in black robes. He appeared above the ferocious beast's head out of nowhere and threw a punch. His physical body was at the 4th level of the Jade Life realm. In addition to the extreme strength of the corpse devil body, this punch was infinitely close to the attack of the golden body refining realm. The destructive force of his fist light shook heaven and earth, making the burly man in black robes feel like dying. Under Ning Fan's punch, the burly man in black robes felt that he would certainly die. Lightning flashed on both of his fists. He braced himself and clashed against Ning Fan's fist light. However, after just one clash, the bones in both of the burly man's arms were completely shattered. He was sent flying backwards while spurting out blood. His immortal veins were also destroyed. Apparently, he was severely injured by Ning Fan's punch and was already on the verge of death. It's impossible. Even a Void Glimpse stage expert might not have such a strong punch force. You're not a divine transformation realm expert. You must be a void refinement realm expert. The burly man in black robes was terrified. Where was his usual domineering and arrogant demeanor as the Lightning Lord? He turned into a ray of lightning and fled. He even abandoned his natal beast. Not only did he abandon his pet beast, but he also directly performed a mysterious hand seal to activate the demon core of his pet beast to self-detonate. A dignified peak divine transformation realm giant beast exploded into layers of blood mist. the destructive power of the explosion could even injure a half-step void refinement realm expert. This man was truly ruthless. Unfortunately, even if he sacrificed his tamed beast, he still couldn't hurt Ning Fan. In the end, he could not escape. Inside the layers of blood mist, Ning Fan's body was protected by his star power. His eyes flashed with cold light as he pointed at the sky and stopped the burly man's teleportation lightning. His 5 fingers clawed at the air and the lightning around the burly man in black robes suddenly collapsed. His body fell from the sky and his primordial spirit was on the verge of shattering. "Spare me. Upper Cultivator, please spare my life." The burly man in black robes begged for mercy. However, how could Ning Fan spare him? When he wanted to kill Ning Fan, did he ever give Ning Fan the chance to beg for mercy? Rumble Ning Fan stomped on the ground and directly destroyed the man's physical body. Then, he waved his palm and sucked the man's primordial spirit into his hand. Then, he searched his soul mercilessly. After letting out a series of miserable cries, the burly man's consciousness was gradually erased and he became an idiot. Ning Fan, on the other hand, obtained a large amount of information again. There were even quite a lot of information about the second floor. Break! With a point of his finger, the burly man's primordial spirit was destroyed. A trace of pure silver primordial lightning power that was dyed with gold was devoured by Ning Fan. This trace of half-step void refinement realm primordial lightning was at least equivalent to 10 traces of ordinary divine transformation realm primordial lightning. In the ruins, a dark golden bamboo leaf gently floated down and landed on Ning Fan's palm. The first leaf was in his hands. Other than the first leaf, Ning Fan also obtained a lightning jade. Even though it was also a silver jade, it was surrounded by faint golden light. Its lightning power was more than 10 times stronger than ordinary silver jades. As for the silver jades, there were a total of 26 of them. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the ruins of the battlefield. Other than the corpses of beasts and the sea of blood, there were no other spoils of war. He did not stay any longer. At the end of the bamboo forest, he found the teleportation formation that led to the second floor and stepped into it. 2 hours later, Ning Fan flattened the second floor of the Lightning Tower and killed 35 Divine Transformation Realm undead spirits including the Lightning Lord. Another 2 hours later, he broke through the third floor and killed 41 Divine Transformation Realm undead spirits. 3 hours later, he flattened the fourth floor and killed another 55 Divine Transformation Realm undead spirits. As for the dark golden bamboo leaves, he obtained 4 of them. As for the silver jades with lightning power, he obtained 157 of them. After devouring 157 traces of Divine Transformation Realm primordial lightning, his primordial lightning armor had broken through to the 3rd level of the silver armor. It could now defend against late Divine Transformation Realm attacks. As he was about to enter the 5th floor, Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. In a place with void refinement realm existences, he naturally would not dare to be careless. After stepping into the teleportation formation, a flash of lightning flashed and Ning Fan appeared on the 5th floor of the Lightning Tower. He appeared on a barren desert. As soon as he appeared, he immediately sensed that there was a strong qi hiding 100 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, away from him. Who's hiding here? The divine star on Ning Fan's glabella flashed. The might of the Tai Su realm spread out and forcefully pushed an old man who was hiding in the void out of the void. After sensing that old man's cultivation base, Ning Fan's eyes turned grim. This old man was actually a mid-void refinement realm old monster. After being pushed out of the void by Ning Fan, the old man opened his sleepy eyes and yawned. Then, he scolded angrily. "Damn it! Who's so bored as to disturb my sleep? I am Lei Shi. I'm resting here just fine. Who's the one making a ruckus outside?" "One half," to be continued. Ning Fan was stunned. This old man who was constantly cursing had such a strong aura force. He was actually a void inquiry stage old monster. However, judging from this person's words, this person had been hiding here before and had no ill intentions towards him. He had only been sleeping. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. The landing point of Ning Fan's teleportation from the 4th floor to the 5th floor was random. How was it possible for someone to hide and ambush him in advance? This old man was just sleeping in this place. That was all. He did not have the intention to attack Ning Fan at all. The old man could only blame himself for choosing the wrong place to sleep, as he had to choose the place where Ning Fan landed. Any cultivator who had just arrived at a certain place and suddenly discovered an expert hiding beside them would feel nervous. Ning Fan did not directly kill the elderly man. Instead, he forced him to reveal his concealment. That was already giving him a lot of face. Why would a void inquiry stage-old monster appear on the 5th floor of the Lightning Tower? According to Han Yi's information and the memories of the Lightning Lord of the 4th floor, there shouldn't be any void inquiry stage experts in the first 10 floors of the Lightning Tower. Could it be that this old man was an expert who had descended from the 10th level and above? Is his name Lei Shi? While Ning Fan was deep in thought, he activated the lightning star and lightning diagram to guard against any sudden attacks from the elderly man. A void inquiry stage-old monster could fight against several void glimpse stage experts. Even though he had killed 3 void glimpse stage experts in succession, he had absolutely no chance of winning against a void inquiry stage expert. At most, he could use the heaven-deceiving cloak to conceal himself and protect himself. Surprisingly, even though the old man's dream was disrupted by Ning Fan and he was filled with resentment, after he gave Ning Fan a deep look, all of his killing intent was dispelled. Ning Fan was observing the elderly man while the latter was also observing him. He sensed a hint of danger from Ning Fan's lightning star. He did not know that it was the Taisu lightning star, but he knew that it had a heaven-defying restraining effect on him. The elderly man rolled his eyes. After seeing Ning Fan's strength, he actually did not want to be his enemy anymore. The old man cracked open his mouth, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. His smile was rather wretched as he cupped his fists towards Ning Fan. "Little friend, you're not weak? Hee, you're a dead spirit cultivator from the lower 4 floors? I'm Lei Shi from the 11th floor. How about we become friends?" 11th floor. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. This old man was indeed an expert from the 10th floor. This person was angry at first, but after examining him, he was smiling and amiable. He was probably shocked by him. This person was rather powerful. Since he did not plan to attack, Ning Fan would not take the initiative to attack a mid-void refinement realm cultivator either. As for the old man's suggestion to make friends, Ning Fan was non-committal and cupped his fists. "Farewell." After saying his goodbyes, he was actually about to leave. Ning Fan had no intention of befriending the old man. He had only come here for the thunder leaf and did not want to cause any trouble. "Are you collecting dark gold bamboo leaves?" The old man's eyes suddenly flashed, and all of the wretched look on his face disappeared. Ning Fan did not answer. His eyes became serious again. He was secretly surprised. How did this old man know that he was collecting dark golden bamboo leaves? "Don't be nervous. This old man just smelled the scent of bamboo leaves from your body. That's all." This old man's nose has always been very sensitive, and not only did this old man smell the bamboo leaves, he even smelled the scent of thunder jades. 156, no, 157 silver jades. Among them, 4 of them have almost reached the standard of golden jade. "Little friend, you are very rich, As soon as the old man mentioned the word money, his eyes suddenly turned fiery. "I don't understand what you mean." Ning Fan's tone was cold. Inwardly, however, he was a little surprised. This old man is really good. He can even smell how many silver jades I have. Thunder jades are the supreme treasures that undead spirits use to increase their cultivation base. They are also the currency of the 10th floor and above. On the 11th floor, those who possess 100 silver jades are all void refinement realm experts. Judging from your expression, you don't seem to have heard that thunder jades are the currency of the upper floors? The old man was slightly surprised. "It's my first time coming to the 5th floor. No wonder. No wonder. So that's how it is. Hee. The old man rubbed his hands and his mind was racing. He could see that Ning Fan's cultivation base was at the half-step void refinement realm, but he only treated him as an undead spirit. Naturally, he could not understand why a divine transformation realm undead spirit with 157 silver jades would not devour them. To an undead spirit, 157 silver jades was an extremely large amount of magic power. Or could it be that Ning Fan did not have the intention to devour the silver jades in the first place and he was just using them as currency? However, Ning Fan had never been to the 10th floor and above. It was very strange that he did not know the rules of the upper floors. The old man became even more puzzled, but he no longer thought about these details. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. Ning Fan had quite a lot of money. He had 157 silver jades in total and his strength was not bad. Ning Fan could become one of his customers. Lei Shi was a merchant. A merchant who roamed the 11th floor. What he was most passionate about was to exchange the useless trash of the upper floors for thunder jades from the experts of the lower floors. Of course, the transaction also depended on the target. If Ning Fan was slightly weaker, Lei Shi could directly kill him and snatch his jade. Why would he need to make a transaction? However, Ning Fan was able to force him out of his invisibility and gave him a sense of danger. This made Lei Shi rather fearful and he did not have the intention to look down on Ning Fan at all. In that case, it would be safer for him to conduct a legitimate transaction. It would be best if he did not become Ning Fan's enemy. Hee. This old man is Lei Shi. How should I address you, little friend? Zhou Ming. Oh, it's little friend Zhou. Little friend, you have quite a lot of money. Are you interested in buying some things? I'm a merchant and I have quite a lot of good things with me. All of them were exchanged from the 11th floor. Perhaps, there might be something that you need. Buy your things? What do you have? Ning Fan was slightly stunned. He had obtained a lot of thunder jades from killing the undead spirits. However, these thunder jades were useless to him. As it turned out, the thunder jades that were completely useless to him could also be used to buy things? That would be great. As soon as Lei Shi saw that Ning Fan was interested, he immediately revealed a greedy smile. He knew that business had come to him. He untied his storage pouch and took out some miscellaneous items. There was no lack of magic treasures, pills and cultivation methods. Undead spirits did not know how to refine weapons or concoct pills. These pills and magic treasures belonged to the dead. Most of the magic treasures were damaged and their power was greatly reduced. Many of the pills had expired and their medicinal power was lost. However, to undead spirits, these items were extremely rare and precious. Cultivation methods, in particular, were even more precious. To low-level undead spirits, a good cultivation method could totally help them break through to a high level. Unfortunately, none of these items could catch Ning Fan's attention. He was not an undead spirit but an ordinary cultivator. He did not need some broken cultivation methods, damaged magic treasures and expired pills at all. When Lei Shi saw Ning Fan's eyes scanning through the pills and magic treasures without any reluctance, he was slightly surprised. However, there was also admiration in his eyes. He did not even take a liking to these good items. Ning Fan really has a high standard. Perhaps he is an expert, Lei Shi thought to himself. If Ning Fan is an expert, I might have to take out some good items to sell to Ning Fan. Just as this thought rose in his mind, he was nearly choked to death by Ning Fan's words. Oh? You still have primordial lightning? Ning Fan's eyes lit up. He saw tens of primordial lightning in a sealed state in a jade box. These primordial lightning were good items to cultivate the primordial lightning armor. Hee. Of course I have primordial lightning. You like this? Lei Shi's eyes revealed a strange expression. Faintly, there was also a hint of disdain. What kind of bull-shasterisk tea expert is he? He doesn't know anything at all. He doesn't like magic treasures and pills but he likes trash like primordial lightning. What kind of bull-shasterisk tea judgment does he have? In Lei Shi's eyes, primordial lightning was trash. It was pure trash. Due to the special identity of undead spirits, they could not devour primordial lightning. Normally, only a few undead spirits who practiced uncommon cultivation methods could use primordial lightning. Other than this, primordial lightning only had one other useless use. If an undead spirit pays a huge price, it could extract a trace of undead spirit lightning power from primordial lightning and devour it. However, this trace of undead spirit lightning power was only equivalent to 1% of the lightning power of a lightning jade. Paying such a huge price to obtain 1% of the lightning power of a lightning jade was really not worth it. No one would do such a foolish thing. Therefore, primordial lightning was trash to undead spirits. Since Ning Fan liked trash and wanted to buy it, Lei Shi naturally underestimated Ning Fan. How much are you selling primordial lightning for? 3 traces of primordial lightning for 1 silver jade. Although Lei Shi's heart was filled with disdain, his face was wearing a forthright and generous smile. Selling 3 pieces of trash for 1 silver jade was already a sky-high price. He obviously wanted to scam Ning Fan. Besides, Lei Shi was certain that Ning Fan was a rookie who had never seen the world. It was very easy for him to scam him. 3 lightnings and 1 jade? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. Killing a divine transformation realm dead soul would give him a bolt of primordial lightning and a lightning jade. Normally, primordial lightning and lightning jade should be of equal value. However, Lei Shi's asking price of 3 primordial thunders for 1 piece of silver jade was a little too cheap. Ning Fan could not help but let his imagination run wild. With just a glance, he could tell that primordial lightning was not as precious as silver jade in Lei Shi's eyes. Then, he looked at Lei Shi's expression. Although it was well hidden, there was still a hint of disdain, as if he was mocking Ning Fan for buying trash. Ning Fan guessed inwardly. Could it be that among the undead spirits, primordial lightning is not very useful and is extremely cheap? 10 traces of primordial lightning for 1 silver jade. Ning Fan tried to bargain. What? 10 thunders and 1 jade? Little friend, selling 3 primordial lightning for 1 silver jade is already very cheap. You're selling it at a loss. How can you still have the heart to bargain with me? Lei Shi was stunned. He did not expect that Ning Fan would bargain with him. 20 traces of primordial lightning for 1 silver jade. Ning Fan lowered the price again. Wait. 20 thunders for 1 jade, this old man is really suffering a loss. This is just like asking for my life. No way. I can't accept this price. 30 traces of primordial lightning for 1 silver jade. Ning Fan became even more certain that primordial lightning was extremely worthless to undead spirits. Wait. Little friend, let's discuss this. Why don't we go back to the previous price? 10 traces of primordial lightning for 1 silver jade. What do you think? Lei Shi's eyes were filled with anxiety. Ning Fan was haggling too fiercely. The price was getting lower and lower. 40, wait. 30 traces of primordial lightning for 1 jade. Deal. Lei Shi finally made the final decision. He was really afraid of Ning Fan. If he continues to bargain with him, perhaps even 100 traces of primordial lightning would not be able to be sold for 1 silver jade in the end. Lei Shi stared at Ning Fan deeply. He could already tell that Ning Fan was not a fool and would not be tricked easily. However, he could not understand why an undead spirit with a normal intelligence would be willing to use the incomparably precious lightning jades to buy a pile of trash. Forget it. What's the point of thinking about this? Lei Shi shook his head. After all, primordial lightning was just trash to him. As long as he could sell it to Ning Fan and earn some money, he would not care about what use Ning Fan had for it. I have a total of 1,200 traces of primordial lightning. That's 40 silver jades. Lei Shi passed a storage pouch to Ning Fan and said with a smile while rubbing his hands. If you have more primordial lightning in the future, sell all of them to me. Ning Fan paid 40 silver jades and smiled in satisfaction. Don't worry. I will return to the 11th floor now and purchase as much primordial lightning as I can. I will sell all of them to you. This is my thunder sound jade. If I manage to purchase enough primordial lightning, I will certainly contact you again. The elderly man patted his chest and guaranteed. With Lei Shi's connections, it was definitely not difficult to purchase some primordial lightning from the 11th floor. Moreover, the purchase price was definitely lower than the price of 100 lightning jades. As for trash, he could probably get some from many places. Being able to sell trash like primordial lightning to Ning Fan at a high price of 30 lightning jades for 1 jade, Lei Shi was very satisfied. He decided to buy more trash. Perhaps Ning Fan liked to buy trash. Lei Shi's mood was also Ning Fan's mood. To Lei Shi, primordial thunder was trash. To Ning Fan, the lightning jades were the useless trash. Be it silver-grade lightning jades or gold-grade lightning jades, Ning Fan could not devour any of them like the undead spirits. Ning Fan had definitely made a profit by exchanging 40 pieces of trash for 1,200 traces of primordial lightning. If Xianxia could refine all 1,200 traces of essence lightning, his thunder armor could easily break through to the 4th tier. He might even be able to advance from silver armor to gold armor. If he were to collect 1,200 traces of primordial lightning by himself, he would need to kill 1,200 divine transformation realm experts all by himself. Leaving aside the danger and difficulty, killing 1,200 soul formation cultivators would require a huge amount of time to find them. How could he have the time? Lei Shi. This profiteer is quite useful to me. With him around, I don't have to spend so much effort to look for primordial lightning. Ning Fan muttered to himself. His gaze briefly swept past Lei Shi's miscellaneous items before a flash appeared in his eyes again. In the pile of miscellaneous goods, he saw a ball of dark green cold air. That ball of cold energy was placed in the corner by Lei Shi like it was trash, as if he didn't care about it at all. However, to Ning Fan, this item was definitely not trash. Heavenly Frost Cold Chi. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. He did not expect to find a type of Heavenly Frost Cold Chi in this place. Since he came across it, he naturally had to buy it. However, his expression did not change at all. Instead, he pointed at the Heavenly Frost Cold Chi and asked casually. What is this? How much is it? Oh? Little friend, you're asking about this? This is a type of 5th grade Cold Chi. As for its specific type, I don't really know. Little friend, you should know that Cold Chi belongs to the water element while we are all undead spirits. We were born in lightning towers and our bodies belong to the lightning element. To us, treasures of the water element are completely useless. Little friend, do you want to buy it? Lei Shi's eyes lit up. As expected, his judgment was right. Ning Fan was a strange person. Even though he was not easy to scam, he loved to buy all kinds of trash. What use is a 5th grade Cold Chi to undead spirits? Only an idiot would use lightning jades to exchange for Cold Chi. However, if Ning Fan wants to be an idiot, Lei Shi would have no objection at all. Since he could tell that Ning Fan wanted this Cold Chi, even if it was worthless, Lei Shi would still boast about it to the heavens. Hee hee. Little friend, you have good eyesight. Even though this Cold Chi is useless to undead spirits like us, it can be refined into magic treasures and slightly increase their power. However, this item is the relic of my beloved wife. It always makes me think of her when I see it. I really can't bear to sell this item. Unfortunately, little friend really wants it. Thus, I have no choice but to reluctantly part with it. The friendship price is 20 pieces of silver jade. 5 pieces of silver jade. Ning Fan said indifferently, ignoring Lei Shi's long-winded speech. Little friend, selling this Cold Chi for 5 pieces of silver jade is really a little low. 3 pieces of silver jade. Ning Fan began to lower the price. Fine. 3 pieces of silver jade. Deal. The elderly man became smarter this time. If he continues to compete, this Cold Chi would never be able to be sold for a single piece of silver jade. After all, it was just trash. It was already worth it to be able to sell it for 3 pieces of silver jade. Why would he not sell it? How could Lei Shi not sell it? He became even more determined that he must buy countless pieces of trash in the future and sell all of them to Ning Fan, the king of trash. Ning Fan paid the money and kept the heavenly Cold Chi. Being despised by Lei Shi made him feel uncomfortable. However, seeing that Lei Shi had sold him quite a lot of good items, he decided not to be calculated with him. 40 pieces of silver jade in exchange for 1,200 pieces of primordial lightning. He had made a huge profit. A piece of silver jade in exchange for a type of heavenly Cold Chi. If the cultivators in the outside world find out about this good thing, they would certainly rush here to exchange for the Cold Chi regardless of the cost. Other than the undead spirits who lived in the Black Lightning Tower like Lei Shi, who else would treat the heavenly Cold Chi as trash? The heavenly Cold Chi was too much of a waste. Hee hee. I'm leaving now. When I find some good stuff, I'll come and trade with little friend. Lei Shi smiled wretchedly and left in a flash. Ning Fan ignored him. He just stared at the ball of dark green cold chi in his palm and tried to identify it carefully. The heavenly cold chi is ranked second. Long emotion tear? A tear can make love long and a tear can cut off love. It is said that if a cultivator refines this cold chi, their Tao heart will be as firm as a rock. They will be like a young lady who longs for love for a long time and will not be disturbed by anything. With its miraculous effect of consolidating one's Tao heart, this item can be sold for at least 500 million immortal jade in the endless sea. What a joke. That Lei Shi really doesn't know what's good for him. The saying buying a casket and returning the pearls is exactly what he is talking about. 2 halves, to be continued, end of chapter 406. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.